14. Company. As Tonks and the Grangers portkeyed away and landed just outside the gates to Potter Estate, Tonks checked them over for spell damage or any other injuries. Finding none, Tonks sent a message to Marcus with as much speed as she could. Harry at the Grangers, multiple Death Eaters trying to kill him. Help. As the spell left her wand, Tonks turned to see Hermione glaring at her with a look worse than any Jules had ever given her. Not now, Hermione. We must get inside the grounds right away in case they found the house's location. In a none-to-gentle push, Tonks herded Hermione through the gates with her shocked parents trying their best to keep up. As they breached the grounds and the gates closed, Tonks pulled them to the side and stood between them and the house. This is as far as we dare go without Harry. Keep your voices down and wait. Tonks, Hermione said with a nearly cutting tone. Why did you leave Harry to be killed by those people? Hermione, Harry can take care of himself in situations like those. He has faced Voldemort and lived. I think he can handle a few Death Eaters. As Tonks spoke, her confident front failed and her true concern bled through. You don't even believe that rubbish, yet you expect me to believe it. Hermione fumed and gripped her wand even tighter. She mustered the look of calm rage before speaking as deathly as she ever had in her life. If Harry dies because you took me away, I will never let you forget it. We should have taken him with us. We could have stunned him and brought him with. Tonks shook her head. Hermione, you and I together couldn't breach Harry's imprimis shield if we had 20 minutes, let alone the 20 seconds we really had. Not to mention he would have stunned all of us and portkeyed us away as he threatened. Tonks took a deep breath to calm her mind and body. The stress of her worry for Harry was weighing her down so much that she nearly collapsed. You heard those 3 fall before we left. Harry beat 3 of them immediately. There couldn't have been that many more. He knows to leave when things get to be too much. He never has before, Hermione yelled. Why would this time be any different? He doesn't know when to run away. He never has. The only way he could leave would be to actually run away. He can't even use the flu without landing on his face. Hermione was flushed red with worry and anger. She was quivering and her wand leaked a few colored sparks as she worked herself up. Harry can create a portkey or he could apparate, Tonks informed Hermione without thinking. He is very skilled in transportation. Granted, we haven't worked on flu travel yet, but he has the others down pat. Hermione prepared to argue the point, but a screech from the far side of the property sounded the impending arrival of Jules, and she was not happy. Hermione jumped and leveled her wand at the approaching beast that was at a flat-out run towards them. The Grangers moved behind Tonks even further and pulled a resisting Hermione to them to shield her from the attack. Tonks gasped and raised her wand in case she couldn't stop Jules any other way than yelling at her to stop. Jules, stop! Harry will be here soon. We aren't going anywhere. We will stay right here until Harry gets here. Remember, you have to be nice to me. Harry told you to. The giant red figure kept her pace until she was nearly on the group. She unfurled her wings, stalling her speed, and skidded to a stop with her mouth, ready to bite Tonks in half. Much to everyone's relief, Jules didn't attack, but the clearly angry animal kept the group from advancing even one step towards the house. Jules, we aren't going to move until Harry gets here. You stay there and we will stay here, agreed. Tonks, Hermione shrieked. Is that a griffin? Yes, Tonks confirmed. This is Jules and she protects Harry's house worse than any goblin and their money. Do not move. Harry has to let us in. Jules doesn't like me one bit and he stopped her from killing me recently. It seems we have weak truce right now. Griffins are only extremely violent if they feel threatened or if whatever they are protecting is threatened, Hermione answered as only she could. They are really rare and amazing creatures too. 1 point for accuracy, Hermione, but she guards the house and Harry. Amazing or not, she will kill us if we try to move. The group huddled together with Tonks facing Jules and Hermione in the middle. It was Jane's sharp intake of breath and pointing that alerted them to a new arrival. Everyone saw a figure move towards them at a labored stride. Tonks. Only Harry can apparate onto the grounds like that, Tonks explained. Others can as well, but he has to be touching you. The wards prevent it otherwise, and they are not fun to run into. When did Harry learn to apparate? Tonks sighed as the figure continued approaching. Recently, he is really good at it. He is silent if he wants to be. Hermione looked at Tonks as she had an idea what that meant. Are you sure? Yes, I am completely sure Harry can apparate silently. As Tonks finished, Harry called Jules away. The beast screeched once before running to Harry and verifying his identity. When he neared them, Tonks couldn't believe the damage he had suffered and still remained on his feet. When they entered the house, Harry felt the pain rear up. He grabbed for Tonks' arm to prevent from falling. Harry watched Hermione's face as she restrained herself from rushing to his side and helping him however she could. The Grangers looked on in sympathy as Harry faltered in his steps again and stumbled just inside the front door. Ticky, Tonks yelled into the house. Harry has been burned. He needs your help. Ticky popped into the entryway carrying her medical kit. She looked at him and her face fell. Harry can't be helped by Ticky. Ticky not good enough to help Harry. The elf started to cry as Dobby came running into the entryway. He only saw his favorite master and ignored the others. Harry Potter. Dobby continued to run to him and looked ready to hug Harry. Tonks stopped Dobby with her hand. I had hoped that you had something to heal the burns, Ticky, but since you don't, I have little choice. Harry, we are going to have to take you to a healer. I need you to create a portkey to them. Tonks held out the pillow for Harry to enchant. He raised his wand and tapped the pillow. It glowed blue for a second before returning to normal. Hermione's mouth hung wide open as she watched Harry perform a spell she hadn't been able to find in any of her many books. Dobby, Ticky, Harry said while fighting the pain. This is Hermione, Jane, and David Granger. They are guests until further notice. Please take care of them while we are gone. Harry was met with agreement by the elves. Ticky, Tonks asked, I need you to get our gray cloaks immediately, please. Without hesitation, Ticky popped away and returned with 2 gray cloaks. Thank you. I am not sure when we will return, so make yourselves at home until we get back. Where are you taking him? Hermione demanded as she raised her wand. Hermione, Harry said calmly, I guess I need to go to hospital for this little burn. As he chuckled, he stretched his skin, causing a new wave of pain that rippled through his body. The others cringed as they saw the agony he was in. No more questions, Tonks ended all debate. We are going right now. She grabbed the pillow and waited until Harry touched it. As soon as the 2 people were in contact with the pillow, they disappeared. Harry, Hermione yelled at the bare spot of floor where they had fallen. You better come back so I can kill you. Her parents watched as their daughter yelled at the empty space. Honey, perhaps we can sit down and wait for them. Jane assisted her daughter down the hallway and into the living room. Once they were seated, Dobby and Ticky made themselves known. Do friends of Master Harry need anything? Ticky asked. The Grangers jumped as they hadn't processed the presence of the beings earlier due to the shock of the evening's events. Ah, hello, I am David. Dobby knows you are David. Harry Potter told Dobby. Can Dobby get you something? How about some water, Dobby? Hermione said as she fought against all the information she had learned. It might help. Dobby, what are you doing here? Dobby is serving Harry Potter. Harry Potter came to Hogwarts and asked Dobby to help. Dobby most happy about helping Harry Potter. The excitable elf bounced on his feet as he clapped happily. Ticky pushed Dobby towards the kitchen to get the water and moved into his vacated place in front of the Grangers. Can Ticky get Master Harry's friends anything? Harry and Tonks appeared on the floor of the team room, in the same position they had left the house. Tonks put on her cloak and helped Harry into his before opening the door and yelling for a healer to come to the room. When she turned around, she saw Harry trying to get his feet under him to stand. The hell you are! Tonks rushed to his side and helped him stay where he was. You are not to move until the healer gets here. Do you understand me? Harry fought against her tentative resistance and tried to stand again. I never was very good at listening. Just ask Hermione. Harry managed to get to his feet, but they were wobbly. He hissed in pain as Tonks held him in place. You stubborn man, Tonks scolded. You know better than this. Maybe, but I don't care right now. I will not be on the floor when they come in here. I will not look weak in front of them. Tonks wanted to comment, but couldn't as two healers appeared in the doorway, followed by a worried Marcus and a very angry Horace. She was afraid Horace was going to yell at Harry right then, but she was pleased when he saw the damage that had been done and said nothing. "What spell was it?" the healer asked without waiting. "No idea," Harry gritted out. "It was a fire spell of some sort. It was red with some yellow and orange. I was more worried about the killing curse at that moment." "Stretcher," commanded the lead healer. "No," Harry refused. "I will walk there, so let's go." Tonks held his right arm as they began the slow and painful trip to the medical room. Marcus sighed and smiled as Harry shuffled past him. Horace held his tongue until only Marcus remained in the room. As the group entered the medical room, Harry saw a few people in beds along one wall. Each had an unspeakable standing next to their bed, with a wand trained on their chest ready to fire if given a reason. Harry saw a slight shimmer in the middle of the room that seemed to encircle that side of beds. Every unspeakable looked at Harry as he continued on to the next available bed. Tonks helped him into the bed, only to be shoved away by a force of 3 healers that moved to care for him. Tonks noticed that the Death Eaters were unattended by medical staff and couldn't stop the urge to advance on them. She drew her wand and rushed at the nearest person in a bed with a black cloak at the foot of it. The guard moved to the side, giving her a clear shot. She saw a man in his early 20s with his left arm completely destroyed. He was unconscious, and blood slowly oozed from the wound. As she fought with her emotions, she let out a yell, lowered her wand, and moved it to her left hand. She took the last few steps and punched the man in the face. The resultant snap told her that she had broken his nose as blood began running from the fractured body part. "Fucker." "Chamel," Marcus spoke softly but clearly. "I believe Seps did enough damage the first time around, but who am I to stop you? I will say that he is the most likely to live of those injured. So whatever that information does for you." "How many were there?" Tonks demanded. "We have 5, Marcus said with all the calm of a statue. "I am not sure how many got away, but what I would like to know is why he was there and where you were." Tonks tried to control her anger before answering. "We need to be alone for that conversation, Marcus." "I agree," Marcus said. "Let's go to my office and discuss it. Seps will be treated well. It looks like they are about to give him some dreamless sleep potion while they repair the burns." Harry watched Tonks and Marcus leave the room while Horace took up a position near the door. Through the gritted teeth and set jaw, Harry thought he saw a twinkle in his eyes. Once the potion had been poured down his throat, Harry started feeling the effects. As his eyes started feeling heavy and his focus drifted, he heard a few voices in the room. Was he alone? 5 is pretty good even if they are newbies. Not sure if my guy is going to make it. A lot of damage to his chest. Let them all die. Attack one of our own, even the new guy, and you deserve death. I wonder how many there were in total. As Harry drifted off to sleep, he managed to say one word: 7. Everyone in the room heard the answer and perked up a little. Horace left his place against the wall, intending to join Marcus and Chamel. The sterile smell assaulted his senses as Harry awoke. Once his eyes opened, he looked to the side of the room where the Death Eaters had been. Only one person remained in bed, and he had 2 unspeakables guarding him. "Nearly healed the damage to his ribs," a healer said out loud. "Too bad," a large, gray-cloaked man said. "I was hoping he was going to die. One less shite to worry about." The healer ignored the comment and moved her wand over the patient. With a soft flash of white, the Death Eater moved and his eyes snapped opened. In a blink of his eyes, Harry watched the Death Eater grab the healer's wand and wrestle it out of her hand. She fought with him for a few seconds before one of the guards pulled her free. "Avada Kedavra," said the large unspeakable. The sickly green light leapt from his wand and struck the Death Eater in the chest, ending his life instantly. "Well, that is that then. Didn't know when to stop, I guess." "Thank you, Thor," the healer thanked. "I shouldn't have gotten so close, I know better." "Don't worry about it, Mimi," Thor waved off the thanks. "It was my pleasure." Harry looked at the dead young man and felt a sick weight in his stomach. It wasn't the fact that he saw someone killed that bothered him. It was the fact that it didn't affect him like the other deaths he had been witness to. He saw the purpose in killing the man. He knew why it happened and the reasons behind it. It hurt him to think it, but Harry looked at the still body and sighed in relief. Another enemy left the ranks of Voldemort for good. The rear door swung open, striking the wall opposite of it, as another woman walked in at a hurried pace. "What in the bloody hell is going on in here?" "Unbunch your knickers, Spears," Thor said. "Bastard got a hold of Mimi's wand, I had no choice." "Of all the stupid things," Spears yelled. "Mimi, you know better than to get that close. Now I have a dead patient and an operative going on administrative leave pending an investigation. What a buggered evening this is turning out to be." "Spears," Horace said from the main entrance. "I saw the whole thing. There is no need for an investigation as it was justified. Wouldn't you agree, Seps?" Horace turned on his feet to look right at Harry. Seeing him awake, Mimi grabbed her wand out the dead Death Eater's hand and rushed to him to check him over. Once the exam was done, the healer stepped back and handed Harry a light yellow potion. "It is for the lingering pain from the burn. You will be tender for a day or so. Get a lot of rest and keep the new skin exposed so it can acclimate to the air. There is no risk of infection now, but stay clean all the same. Do you understand?" "Yes," Harry answered. "And yes, Horace, it was justified. He was going to kill anyone he could." Horace smirked and returned his wand to its hiding place. "Glad to see you are coming around to our thinking, Seps. Come, Marcus needs a few words with you before you leave." Harry sighed and swung his feet off of the bed. He sat up and steadied himself before standing. He swayed and Mimi reached to help him, but Harry waved it off. He fought against the vertigo and forced his mind on the task at hand. As the dizzy feeling passed, Harry took a few tentative steps towards Horace. Once he felt more confident, Harry increased his strides and aimed for the door. He held his head high as he passed Thor and the other unspeakable. They nodded to him as he continued by. When he neared Horace, Harry checked for his wand and found it missing. He slowed and looked at the table near his bedside. Seeing the wand, he summoned it into his hand and stowed it in his cloak in one smooth action. "Lead the way, Horace." "This way, Seps," Horace spoke calmly but with a slight edge. Once in the hallway, Horace spoke again. "A little theatrical, don't you think?" "I am the new guy," Harry reasoned. "I need all I can get to earn their respect. If I need to be a little flashy, so be it. I am sure you can understand that." Horace snorted once. "That I do, Seps. Now you had better keep up. If you fall behind, I will have medical take you for another 2 hours." Harry quickened his steps to match Horace to avoid learning if the threat was real or not. "I was only in there for 2 hours." "It's magic for a reason, Seps. Are you a wizard or a muggle?" "Depends on the day, Horace. What is going on? Where is Chamel?" "Waiting for us. You have some questions to answer. I will tell you that the 4 new prisoners will help your position. Just answer the questions and you can get back home." Harry tried to settle his mind as they approached Marcus's office. When the door swung open, Harry entered to find Cal standing in the corner near Marcus and Tonks sitting in a chair. She looked up at Harry and he saw the relief wash over her. She took a deep breath and let it out in a cleansing way. "I am so glad you are healthy, Seps," Marcus said as he took his seat, motioning for Harry to sit next to Tonks. "We are all here to debrief after the events of tonight. Since Cal has come in at the end, I feel he should be caught up. Would you care to do that, Seps?" Not really." "I will," Tonks jumped in. "We were at a location socially, and it was attacked by a group of Death Eaters. I was ordered by Seps to take those present to a safe location. I did as I was ordered. Shortly after, Seps arrived at the safe location and I brought him here for treatment." "Wonderful summation of the events as you know them. Chamel." Marcus gestured to Harry, prompting him to fill in the details. Sighing, Harry gathered his thoughts. "After Chamel left, the wards fell on the place we were at. I attacked 3 from the start and continued fighting. I beat 2 more before the last 2 started using only unforgivables. I had to defend to stay alive. I heard people arrive and the Death Eaters fired 2 final spells at me. I stopped the killing curse, but a fire spell made it through. I was injured and left the area. That is what happened." "The chest guy was killed in an attempt to escape just now," Horace said. "Thor added another to his list, but it was unavoidable. I suggest he be cleared to continue his work." Marcus put some thought into the matter. Agreed. We have so few with his skills in the first place. To avoid future situations, such as these, full stasis is to be maintained on all prisoners in the medical room. As for my part, those who arrived at the end were a rather assorted group of people. I believe you know who they were, Seps. Yes, I know who they were and why they were there. Harry looked to Tonks before returning his gaze to Marcus. I assume they asked a lot of questions. You would be correct. They were the most interesting questions since their answers mattered little to the one asking them. Marcus smiled at Harry as he paused. I believe he is putting certain things together, Seps. Damage control may be required in the near future. I will see what happens. Harry looked at the floor, trying to figure a way out of his current situation. How did you guys get the Death Eaters with the others there first? I can be quite persuasive, Seps. Marcus smiled a brightly fake smile. It was our presence that got the wheels turning, if you understand my meaning. My suggestion, use the known facts to your advantage. You are well connected publicly, use that to shield us. Yes, Marcus, I will if I have to. Harry looked to Cal, who was watching the scene before him. As he looked back to Marcus wearing an anxious expression, Marcus spoke up. Everything spoken of here is to be kept here. Marcus gave Cal a pointed look, which was understood. Certain people can put together details to learn things they aren't meant to know. Cal spoke for the first time. I know what you are saying, all of you. I can keep my wonderings private. I will say that I am missing out on the fun, though. This makes it 2 times I wasn't allowed to play. A lesser man would think that I am being left out for a reason. I can tell you that isn't how it is, Cal, Harry clarified. This is just my luck at its finest. 10 Death Eaters, Cal offered. Rotten luck at best unless you want them around. And I don't, but there they are all the time. Harry felt his strength waver as the potions he had taken began to fade. Horace had stared at Harry the whole time they had been in the office. Harry felt that he deserved an explanation and gave it directly to Horace. I wasn't going to let them destroy that place. I wasn't going to run. I fought as I have been taught too. I held my own until the end. My focus wavered and I got hurt. I left the instant that I could ensure it wasn't for nothing. If I had left any sooner, they would have taken their injured, and nothing would have been gained for all the risk. Horace held Harry's stare before responding. All things considered, you did an acceptable job tonight. Only next time, do not get hurt and get the last 2. An anti-apparition ward would have been enough to stop them from escaping. I don't know that spell, Harry replied. Something to add to the never-ending list then, Seps, Horace gritted out. Perhaps you should apply yourself a little more so you aren't so helpless in future situations. Harry pushed down on his anger as it flared. He knew it showed in his eyes as Cal took notice and reacted to it, but Horace held his ground. Tonks stood and placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to calm down. With a grunt, Harry stood and left the room with Tonks on his uninjured side. Ever the thorn, Marcus said to Horace. I think he did admirably tonight. You needn't press him further. 5 out of 7 alone is a wonderful accomplishment. He could have done better, Horace defended his comments. He can be the best if he is pushed to it. I will not let him achieve less than his best. It would be my failure if that happens. What of our mission later today? Cal asked. Delayed due to medical's orders, Marcus informed Cal. So far, Seps has been proving himself in real-life situations without the need for a simulated mission. Then give us a real mission, Cal suggested. Seps seems to hold his own well enough. I am sure we will get some good intel from the 4 new prisoners. We will see, Cal, Marcus offered. We might be able to give you something good to look into. Sounds like something to look forward to. Cal turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Held his own against 7 Death Eaters. I am most pleased with our selection, my dear friend. Jump up and down on your own, Marcus. You have always been too easy to please. He nearly died, though. That is what worries me the most. He should have been able to stop both spells easily enough. Perhaps he overcompensated, Marcus offered. The killing curse is a most intimidating spell to face. He has seen it at work and knows of its abilities. You might need to teach him how to feather his magic when doing 2 separate spells. You never showed him how to balance the conjuring and his shields. It isn't like he has limited power, and I have to teach him to balance it, Horace defended his teachings. He can throw magic at both spells and still have some left over. Maybe he was too focused and lost sight of the big picture. Maybe he focused on the killing curse and ignored the fire spell. Either way, he has a long way to go before he is safe out there. Oh, my paranoid friend, Marcus said with a laugh. None of us are safe out there, him especially. The fact that he is still with us tells me that he has that something special to him. Tell Chamel that they have today off from training. He needs his rest so the skin will heal properly. And you mentioned something about Team 2. They heard and saw everything in medical. Thor wanted to kill all of the Death Eaters for attacking one of our own. One group has accepted him already. At Horace's scowl, Marcus clarified. One group has showed some acceptance to him being a member of our family. I am quite hopeful for the future. You being the optimist, forgive me for not dancing around like an idiot at your prediction. Harry and Tonks arrived in the entryway, holding their cloaks, and set them on an empty chair before walking to the living room. When they entered, Harry saw Dobby talking with Hermione and Ticky, conversing with the elder Grangers. Harry, Hermione said happily, before her face changed to one of frustration, similar to the look she would give when she wanted to know something and wasn't getting it. You have a lot of explaining to do. Good to see you too, Hermione, Harry answered before moving into a place across from the Grangers. Tonks took up a spot next to him and smiled at the amazed looks David and Jane gave when they looked for the burns. Magic is quite handy when it comes to healing, Tonks offered. Wouldn't you agree? She rubbed Harry's right arm in a caring way and caught his eye. She sighed when she realized how close he had come to really getting hurt and managed to survive it. Harry Potter is better, Dobby asked as he rushed to Harry's side, pulling up right before he hit him. I am better, Dobby, Harry said with a smile. Thank you for helping me out and everything. That is what Dobby does, Harry Potter. Harry, Hermione prompted in an impatient way. How are you? What is going on? Where did you learn all that magic? How are you not expelled? Is my home still there? Her parents hugged her as she deflated. I am fine, but the house is a little banged up. Harry admitted, hanging his head. I am sorry about that, but don't worry. I will get it repaired and have new wards put up. Everything will be as good as new when I am done. His serious smile and contrite manner told them he was determined to carry out his promise. The Death Eaters attacked you because you are my friend. If you want to distance yourself from me, I will understand. Harry, Hermione snapped at him. Shut up. I am not going to distance myself from you for any reason. In case you haven't figured it out, I would still be on Voldemort's list even if you weren't my best friend. I am Muggle-born and he hates me for it. Enough of that kind of talk. Now answer my other questions. I learned the magic because I have little choice in the matter, Harry explained. I am fighting for my life here and every spell counts. I wasn't expelled because the Ministry can't track me anymore. That problem was remedied recently and I am taking advantage of it. I think we are protected here, but I am not positive on that. Master James did magic all the time during summers, Ticky said. Most was mischief magic. Paul, tell me about the worst times. Harry laughed at the images he got in his head of his father causing trouble around the house. See, you are just like him, Tonks hugged Harry and laughed. One other thing you got from him besides your hair and good looks. We have company, Tonks, Harry chided as he returned the hug happily. I am really sorry about everything that has happened, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Harry, David spoke calmly while holding Jane's hand in Hermione's lap. We talked while you were away. Our daughter was more worried about you than any of the other things. She did go off on some tangent about elf rights or something or other, but I am not sure what that is about. Didn't you listen, Dad? Hermione asked. I told you all about it one summer. Honestly, honey, David tried to smooth things over. I wasn't sure what it was about. I have never seen a house elf before. It is kind of hard to understand what is going on without seeing what you are talking about. The elves here seem happy. David pointed to Ticky and Dobby, who smiled happily as they moved about the room straightening things or cleaning. Well, Hermione backtracked, Harry treats them like family, don't you, Harry? I try Hermione, but they resist my every effort. Harry sighed and felt his body weaken even more. Tonks felt his exhaustion and cleared her throat. Harry is really tired and needs rest. Tonks stood and helped Harry to his feet. I need to get him to bed now, or he will never go if he gets a second wind. You need places to stay. Harry perked up as he thought about his guests. We have some rooms upstairs. We can show you to them, so just follow us if you will. Harry walked up the stairs with Tonks' help and found the hallway much longer than it had been. A doorway was where the window used to be. Another complete hallway had materialized in the house, and he could see multiple doors leading away from the main corridor. Ticky! Harry hesitated in front of the door to his room. This is our room in case you need us for anything, unless it has changed too. What do you mean, Harry? Hermione asked. Tonks answered, This wasn't here before. We don't know where it came from. Ticky popped into existence before them. Yes, Harry. Ticky, where did this hallway come from? Harry asked as he visibly leaned on Tonks for support. It is the guest wing, Ticky said as if it was common sense. Harry has guests. Ticky opened the guest wing. Did Ticky do something wrong? Oh no, nothing like that, Ticky, Harry said. I just didn't know it was there. Was there a spell or something hiding it? Ticky not sure, Harry. Ticky just allow it to be seen. Rooms all clean and ready for Grangers to choose. Ticky and Dobby clean them tonight. Thank you for thinking ahead, Ticky, Harry offered with a smile. What would I do without you? Ticky smiled and lowered her head as she mumbled something quietly. Harry was going to ask what she said, but Tonks moved him forward. Right, well, pick out whatever rooms you want. Hermione chose the first one on the left, and her parents chose the first one on the right. The rooms were identical except for their color scheme and furniture design. There were 4 rooms on each side of the hallway, and a loo was shared between 2 rooms. Hermione's room looked like it had been taken right out of Hogwarts. The Grangers' room looked to be more classic and updated with modern touches. Harry leaned into Tonks both out of weariness and to ask her a question. Why couldn't they have just stayed in the 2 guest rooms near us? Ask Ticky, Tonks suggested since she didn't know the answer. Harry asked Ticky and the elf dropped her head and turned red. Ticky not sure Harry wants answer. At his insisting, Ticky gave him the reason. Harry and Tonks are noisy at night and the morning. Ticky not sure Harry and Tonks want guests to hear them. Harry went red from the very honest answer he had received. I guess we haven't been discreet, Nymph. Perhaps we should work on being quieter. I think not, Harry, Tonks said with conviction. We will just have to use silencing spells on our room. I am not about to stop having fun with you. Harry was going to correct his point, but Hermione left her room and joined them in the hallway. Harry, I am not sure if I said this, but thank you for saving us. I don't think I could have protected my parents for very long. You saved our lives. Thank you. She moved forward and hugged him tightly. Harry returned the hug and ignored the irritated stretching of his skin from the contact. I will do what I can to keep you all safe. Harry sighed as Hermione let go. I am just glad I was there to help. I am the reason you were targeted in the first place. He held up his hand, stalling her objection. You know I am right, so don't bother denying it. I understand how it is, and I am not getting down on myself. Tonks has helped me get past that. I accept what is going on and my role in it. Now, get some sleep. We might be gone when you get up, but we will be back. We are going to be here, Tonks corrected. We have all day to rest and relax. You getting hurt changed our plans. Harry understood Tonks' meaning and let the subject go. He smiled at Hermione and to her parents who stood in their doorway looking confused. When he turned to go to his room, his legs gave out enough that Tonks had to catch him. You're almost like I normally am, Harry, Tonks joked as she helped Harry into their room. She pulled his ratted shirt off and eyed the new and shiny skin. A bit fresh, but I think I can put up with it for a day or so. She removed the remainder of his street clothes and put him into bed. When she snuggled into his right shoulder, Harry sighed and hugged her to him. Thank you for helping out, Nymph. Harry closed his eyes and took in the sensations of her against him after a long and trying day. I know you didn't want to leave, but if you hadn't, they could have been killed. I can't let them get hurt because of me. That is one of the promises I made at the beginning of the summer. You allowed me to keep it tonight. I don't know what I would do without you. You would be boring, dull, stuck in at Privet Drive, terrible with women, scared of kissing. I was never scared of kissing, Harry argued weakly. I was always willing to give it a shot. Then you came along and proved it was as much fun as everyone said it was. See, without me you would be completely lost. I am the best thing that has ever happened to you. Tonks smirked as she kissed Harry lightly before putting more into it. As she slowly slid down his body, Tonks smiled her most sexy smile. Don't forget to silence the room, Harry. Harry enjoyed every second of her attention as he reacted immediately to it. I thought I would be too tired and hurt for this. Who said we were going to shag? Tonks disappeared under the covers as she offered Harry a little of what to expect. Oh, I like that, Harry said before casting a silencing spell on the room. Tonks made quick work of Harry as she knew he desperately needed to get some rest. Afterwards, they cuddled up and went asleep peacefully. Hermione awoke as her parents entered her room. They tried to be quiet, but they hadn't been successful in many years. Hermione opened her eyes just enough to see them holding each other and watching her intently. She wondered what they were on about, but as a tear rolled down her mother's face, she knew it was something big. Mum, Hermione asked as she sat up looking worried. She watched both of them as they tried to hide their emotions but failed. Oh, don't mind me, honey. Jane dismissed what Hermione had seen by quickly wiping at her eyes. It is nothing. It is not nothing, Mum, Hermione told her defiantly. You only cry when it is something. What is it? Is Harry all right? Sudden panic raced through her body as she looked around the room for some indication to her parents' sadness. Oh, Hermione, Jane prefaced. It is just that we came so close to losing you last night. We came so close to losing our family. It really hit me when I woke up and your father thought it would do me some good seeing that you were fine. Obviously, it didn't have the intended affect. Oh, Mum, Hermione said while fighting her own fears from the night before. I am fine. I am always fine when you are around. You give us too much credit, sweetie, David said. It was Harry who did the most last night. Without him, I don't know what would have happened. Hermione took a breath and let it out as she thought about the events of the night before. I do. We would have been killed as a message to all Muggleborns and to Harry especially. It would have crushed him. He may look tough, but he is very fragile emotionally. He has had such a terrible life. He doesn't know how to deal with some things when they happen. He seemed pretty tough last night, dear, Jane reminded. He took charge of things and saved us. I didn't see any weakness in him. Oh, Mum, it was there, Hermione corrected her loving mother as she sat on the bed. He is really good at hiding it, though. I saw how worried he was about us. I saw how scared he was inside. You have always told me that he seemed reckless with his life when I told you stories. Well, he seems reckless because he has never had someone to worry about him. I was the first person to make him look at things before he jumped in. I may seem like a nag, but I do it to keep him safe. I think he appreciates it, not that he will ever admit to it. He is a boy after all, and that would be unmanly. Her father had the decency to nod in agreement with her statement. Like I said before, almost too smart for your own good. Ha, Hermione laughed. You too are responsible for that. With another deep breath, Hermione focused on the present. We need to concentrate on the here and now. Don't worry about what could have happened. We are safe and Harry made that happen. If I worried about every time Harry could have died, I would do nothing else. Being his friend teaches you to think past the dangers and on to the good things in life. Now I should get up. There is still a lot he hasn't told me that I want to know. Seeing the determined look on their daughter's face, Jane and David stepped back and allowed her to hurry into her attached bathroom. When she returned, Jane told her that they hadn't seen Harry yet. Hermione scoured the house looking at everything she could find. She forced herself out of the library using all of her willpower to achieve it. She found a happy Hedwig at the top of the tower and gave her an owl treat she had found in the school cloak she was wearing. Her adventures led her to stand before Harry's door. She knocked and waited for a response. Receiving none, Hermione tried the handle and it turned smoothly, unlatching the door. Ignoring her inner voice cautioning her against entering, Hermione slipped into the room. She found it warm and inviting and quite comfortable. Her eyes looked out of the window and fell on Jules, who was trotting around the grounds, chasing a small animal in what looked like a game. When she spied the bed, she drew her wand and aimed it at the woman in it. Hermione had never seen her before and wondered what happened to Tonks. As those thoughts appeared, Hermione put the pieces together. She saw Harry, a rather well-put-together Harry, sleeping soundly with his arm around the unknown woman. As her mind worked, Hermione figured that the woman had to be Tonks. For some reason, Tonks looked the way she did. Not knowing what to do, Hermione stood where she was and watched the pair sleep. She felt the heat increase in her face as she noticed the sheet slide down as the couple moved together. Tonks' shoulder was completely uncovered, and Hermione could see that she wasn't wearing a top. "Close my arse, Harry." Tonks felt a tickle in her nose and twitched it, trying to end the annoyance. Only succeeding in making matters worse, Tonks opened her eyes and rubbed at the offending hair from her head that was disturbing her sleep. She caught sight of Hermione standing perfectly still and wearing a look of amazement. Deciding on having some fun, she acted. "I do the same thing when he is without a shirt, Hermione," Tonks joked, softly, hearing a sharp intake of breath in response. "Quite a sight, isn't he?" "Tonks," Hermione questioned. "Yes, who else do you think would be in his bed?" Tonks saw Hermione point at her hair in answer. "Oh, sorry, Harry likes me in my normal form. He says I am pretty even though I don't see it. I think he is a bit touched in the head, if you know what I mean." With a thought, Tonks reverted back to her normal disguise. Harry held her tightly before groaning and waking up. "Something wrong, Harry?" "Something isn't right, Nymph," Harry said, opening his eyes. He looked in Tonks' face, seeing the hair change, and then he looked under the sheets. "Why did you change?" Tonks tilted her head in Hermione's direction. Following it, Harry looked to see a familiar blur standing in his room. "Oh, hi, Hermione. I guess I didn't lock the door last night. This is the first time we have had guests, so I am sure you can understand." Harry summoned his glasses into his hand and put them on. When Hermione gasped, Harry scanned the room quickly. "What is it?" "You did magic without a wand," Hermione pointed out, both eager and shocked. "Oh," Harry acknowledged. "Yeah, I do that sometimes now. Really handy when I don't have my wand around." Harry saw Hermione working through her surprise and focusing on him, and Tonks, as a knowing look graced her visage. Hermione, could you give us a minute to get dressed?" Hermione smirked as Harry asked for her to leave. While he was talking, Tonks had begun to pull on the sheet, exposing his chest as he spoke. "Nymph, stop it. You are incorrigible, you know that." "That wasn't what you said last night, Harry," Tonks joked as she squinted hungrily at him. "I believe your exact words were." "We have company, Nymph," Harry interrupted as he put his hand over her mouth. He looked at Hermione and blushed. "If you could excuse us, please. She is dreadful in the morning." Harry made a face as Tonks licked his hand. He wiped it on the sheets, giving her a warning look that said he was annoyed and enjoyed every second of her teasing. "It looks to me that she is rather frisky, not dreadful in the morning, Harry," Hermione chided before she left the room in a fit of giggles. "Between the both of you," Harry complained, "I don't stand a chance, do I?" "Not even an inkling, Harry," Tonks said as she slid on top of him and began kissing him passionately. "You are doomed, and it is best to accept that fact. Besides, you know that you have to keep that skin exposed today so it heals properly. We are in for a show today, I tell you." Harry groaned before flipping Tonks on her back and showing her that even beaten, he still had some fight left in him. As they walked into the kitchen, the elves hurried about getting brunch step up. The Grangers sat at the table talking about how they were going to fix the house and keep their business running. Hermione watched Harry closely as he held Tonks' hand until they had to sit down. Tonks and Hermione shared a smile that made Harry wary of their thoughts. "I will take care of all repairs, David," Harry offered without showing any willingness to accept help or assistance. "It is the least I can do. We can go to Gringotts and arrange it. I have a few other matters to attend to as well." "We have insurance, Harry," David said. "It is our house in the first place." "No need," Harry waved off the offer as he took his share of the pancakes and eggs Dobby presented to him. "I have more than enough money to handle the costs. I plan to secure your business as well as you two spend so much time there. I do not want our problems to disrupt your life more than they already have." Harry paused as he saw Dobby directing his knife and fork to cut up the pancakes in his normal way. The bacon had found a place away from the syrup that poured itself generously onto his plate. Harry made a face that got Tonks laughing. "Dobby started doing that the second he got here, didn't you, Dobby?" Tonks asked with a smile. Dobby nodded and moved back to the cooker. "Always wanted to do that for Harry at school." "Odd sort he is," Harry said while looking at Dobby out of the corner of his eye. "Between you and him, I will be carted off in months. Mark my words." Hermione laughed and pointed out that if it hadn't happened by now, it was never going to happen. Her parents joined in the humor while trying to refuse his goodwill. But Harry wasn't having any of it. Breakfast finished, Harry gave everyone a tour of the grounds, spending a particularly long amount time on the Quidditch pitch. Tonks convinced Harry to fly around on his broom and show the Grangers what he could do. Tonks had fun commenting on his form as he flew without a shirt. His new skin shone in the sun as he exerted himself, testing his limits on the broom after his recent medical treatment. Hermione had to avert her eyes a few times, which Tonks caught, to keep from going bright red. David and Jane were amazed by Harry's skill and talent. Harry flew by a few times to try and coax Hermione to fly with him, but she was adamantly against the idea. Tonks deferred as well, citing her last flight as reason enough to stay on the ground. As Harry practiced with the snitch, Tonks moved next to Hermione. "So, Hermione, are you having fun?" "I am enjoying myself," Hermione commented. "You know he is doing this to avoid answering my questions. He is entertaining my parents and hoping I will forget what I want to know." "Is he really?" Tonks asked while trying too hard to act surprised. "He does have a way about him, doesn't he? Do not press him for answers he may not be able to give you." "Harry can tell me anything," Hermione said with force. "He can trust me. He has always been able to trust me." "It has nothing to do with trust, Hermione," Tonks explained. "Some things he can't tell you or anyone else." "Can he tell you?" Hermione challenged while staring Tonks down. "Only the things I already know about. Please, if Harry tells you he can't say, leave it at that. There are some things best left unknown. You have to trust me on that and him when he tells you." "I will keep it in mind, Tonks," Hermione relented before attacking. "So, what is going on with you and Harry?" "Harry has been a gentleman since I got to the Dursleys," Tonks said with a slight smile and a faraway look. "He is the first guy I have been with that has wanted me to be me and not someone else." "Is that why you looked the way you did this morning?" "Yes, that is how I really look without any morphing. Harry asked me to show him once, and it was the way he reacted that got me. He was so sincere and honest that I started doing it more often. As you could tell, he is used to me being me when we are here." Hermione thought about what Tonks had said and compared it to the Harry she knew. "That sounds like Harry. Can I assume that you and Harry have been intimate then?" Tonks smiled widely at her. "You can think whatever you want, Hermione. I am not going to tell you our bedroom secrets." Tonks smirked and cocked her eyebrow at the irritated look Hermione gave her. "Oh, now I know you have spent too much time with Harry. He can infuriate you and endear himself all at the same time." Hermione sighed and lowered her voice. "I am being serious. How close are you two? I care about him, and if he gets hurts because of you." Tonks patted her shoulder while answering in complete seriousness. "With my life, I will keep him safe, Hermione. All you need to know is that I care about him more than you can see. In all honesty, how could I not?" "That is the Harry I know," Hermione said with superiority. "That is his real magic." They laughed together, knowing exactly what they were talking about, as Harry made a dangerously fast dive and pulled up right before hitting the ground. Dave and Jane applauded. "And I see that he has entranced my parents as well." Tonks watched Harry move around the pitch, fighting against gravity and the air to reach the snitch. Looking like that, it is hard to think of anyone who wouldn't fall under his spell. She watched Hermione look away purposefully from Harry's body as he flew around. "Enough about my feelings for Harry. What about your feelings for him?" Hermione shook her head and looked into Tonks' eyes. "He is my best friend. You could say he is like my brother." "Huh, you do not look at your brother like that." Hermione calmed herself before answering as if she was in class. I am merely observing a person who has many attributes that I find appealing. There is nothing more to it than that. And I would appreciate it if you left it at that, Tonks. Harry doesn't need to worry about my intentions towards him. I am the most reliable part of his life, and he needs that. Tonks weighed what Hermione had said before answering. Actually, Hedwig is the most reliable part of his life. I will give you second place, though. I hope to be third, but we both know I like a little chaos now and then. And getting Harry frustrated really gets him going where it counts, if you know what I mean. Before she had a chance to respond, Hermione found Harry landing in front of them. He smiled at her before giving Tonks a longing look that expressed his affection for her. I am tired now. I guess I'm not 100% yet. They told you 1 to 2 days at least, Harry. Tonks smiled while messing his hair and hugging his slightly sweaty form. We should take it easy the rest of the day so you can finish healing. Tonks, Harry waved off her concern. I am fine. Besides, I need to go to Gringotts and arrange things for the Grangers. Your lives don't need to be disrupted any more than they already have been. The sooner we get it taken care of, the sooner you can get back to a normal life. We can leave in half an hour or so. When do you plan to send us back home? Hermione asked, looking at her worried parents. After the house has been fixed, the wards repaired and new ones added, Harry said. Dumbledore will do his thing, but I plan to have the goblins add more protections. I have to keep my friends safe. Harry led the way back to the house, with Tonks keeping the Grangers occupied so Hermione could speak with him. Harry, I want to know how you can use magic and not get caught. You couldn't even cast accidental magic and get away with it before. They can't monitor me anymore, Hermione. Like I said before, you might be able to cast magic here and not get into trouble. Go ahead and try if you want to. Hermione kept asking questions as they walked and received more and more refusals to answer them. Her patience depleted about the same time they entered the house. Harry cleaned up and put on the lightest shirt he had before donning his gray cloak and changing the color to a deep blue. When he walked back into the living room, Harry saw Tonks giving Hermione pointers on casting the Fortis Aegis shield. Hermione hadn't cast the spell yet, but she looked close to trying it. Tonks had overcome Hermione's normally reserved nature and fear of trouble to get her practicing magic. As Harry watched, Hermione mimicked Tonks' wand movements and words exactly. When Hermione had it down, Tonks urged her to try the spell. With David asking to see some real magic again, his daughter did the spell. A light and cloudy gray shield formed quickly but faded almost as fast. When Harry saw the determined scowl stretch across his best friend's face, he knew she was going to practice until she got the spell right. He watched her try repeatedly until the shield appeared with a clear gray hue to it. Hermione smiled a satisfied smile as she accepted a hug from her mother in congratulations. Well done, Hermione. Harry acknowledged her effort. Oh, Harry, you have to teach me the other spells you have learned this summer. I want to know those other shields. Her joy at learning was exposed for everyone to see. I might think about it, Hermione, Harry teased. But you are such a slow learner it might take all summer to teach you the other 3 shields. Harry's joking was returned by Hermione in the form of a stinging hex. Harry reacted with a wandless casting of the Fortis shield, stopping the stinger instantly. You know better than to challenge me in learning stuff, Hermione replied. And how can you do that? It takes years to learn wandless magic even for the most basic spells. I have a book on it at home that I ordered last year. Harry thought, maybe I don't read about what I can't do. I just do it and find out later that I wasn't supposed to. Sound about right, Tonks? That sounds about right, all things considered, Tonks admitted while giving Harry a one-armed hug. Are you sure you want to go to Gringotts today? Things can wait until tomorrow, you know. Needs done now so the Grangers can get back to their lives, Harry said. Before we go, I need to make a few things understood. I was not at your house yesterday and neither was Tonks. Let's say that someone stopped by and warned you. Then you were transported somewhere, don't give a place, and then you were sent to me. I don't want people to know I can do magic, and I especially don't want certain people to know I was the one fighting at your house. Any other questions, refer them to me or Tonks. Dumbledore will want to know who and what. But he can't know the answers. Harry, Hermione switched into her normal tone. Dumbledore can help us. He can take care of things like this. Like he has done thus far? Harry asked, evenly letting her think about the answer. I do not have faith that Albus can fix things anymore. Too much has fallen through the cracks and people have died because of it. I will do what I will do, and he can do the same. I can't afford to rely on him moving forward. I have lost too much by trusting him completely. Harry, Hermione tried to reason with him, but Tonks stalled her objections. Harry has every right to his opinions about Dumbledore, Hermione, Tonks spoke firmly. A lot has happened this summer that you don't know yet, and it might be best if you left it that way. I used to trust him like you do, but now I know that he is just a man doing his best. Sometimes, his best isn't enough considering who we are up against. Hermione, Harry interrupted her before she could argue her points. I learned that I have to do things on my own. I may accept help from others, but it really all comes down to me. I am the one Voldemort wants. It is up to me to survive. Dumbledore can't be there all the time. Last night should be proof enough of that. He is still the headmaster, Harry. He can do things others can't. We need to trust him now more than ever. Hermione, Harry said sadly, you have always had authority figures to look up to and trust. Harry smiled at David and Jane. Your parents are great people, and I understand why you trust the professors too. I have never had someone to believe in like you have. I have always been on my own. Maybe there was a reason I have had to fight for myself since I can remember, or maybe it was just my bad luck. Either way, I know I have to do it now to live through this war. I honestly hope you never see things the way I see them. It is a sad way to see the world. Harry, Hermione said before her confusion and frustration took over. What has happened to change you like this? Sirius dying showed me what happens when I leave things for other people to handle. I didn't know things that I should have known. Everything would have been different if Dumbledore had told me what he should have years ago. I could have lived here my entire life. I could have had a happy childhood. Could have had a childhood, Tonks mumbled loud enough to be heard. Hermione, Harry faltered and looked at the floor. I am happy here. For the first time I enjoy summer. I could have had this since they died. I didn't have to go through everything I did at the Dursleys. One man is responsible for that, and I can't trust him to make the best decisions anymore. How could I? With tears in her eyes, Hermione looked away from Harry and saw Tonks crying as well. She saw the hurt in Tonks' eyes and understood that the woman knew things about Harry's past that he hadn't told her. Her parents wore lost looks, but they seemed to grasp the meaning of the situation. I know enough that I guess I have to trust your judgment, Harry. Always know that I will be there for you. I always have. Harry sighed and smiled at everyone. I know, Myone, and thank you for that. You have always been the voice of reason trying to stop me from getting into trouble. Been a big failure on the last part, but nobody's perfect. Harry laughed at the face Hermione made. Her parents chuckled at their daughter who always strived to be perfect in everything she did. I am only one woman, and you are Ron can be too much sometimes. My perfection can't fix the lack of it in you two all the time. I only do my best. Hermione smirked at Harry as he bowed, accepting her insult. Even knowing our failures, you still hang out with us. At some point, it is no longer our fault for being defective. Harry smiled in a childish way as he poked fun at her, earning him a smile and a nod of agreement. They are such a team, Tonks said, clapping her hands together. Yes, we are, Harry commented. So, what happened yesterday needs to be kept quiet for now. The result is all that matters at this point. You are safe, and I will make sure you are safe when you go back. We are ready to go when you are. David, Jane, would you like to get cloaks to wear so you won't look out of place quite so much? Don't worry about the cost, Harry told them as David patted his pockets, searching for his wallet. You do not need to pay for things we need, Harry, Jane told him as a mother would. We are fortunate enough to handle our own expenses quite well. After today, Harry negotiated, if you still feel that way, I will accept your money. Now, let's go. Harry pulled out the ring and tapped it, setting their destination for Diagon Alley. I have to know how you can do that, Hermione stated, giving no chance to avoid it. You must teach me how. All in good time, Hermione, all in good time. Harry smirked and held out the ring for everyone to grab onto. When 5 people were touching the ring, They disappeared from Potter Estate and reappeared in Diagon Alley where most people would apparate. "All right," Harry prompted as he stowed the ring away. "Madame Malkin's first, then Gringotts." They hurried to the clothier's with Tonks bringing up the rear. Once inside, Hermione saw the tension in Tonks' face and hurried her parents along. Madame Malkin assisted the Grangers in selecting 2 cloaks made of the finest material in the shop. Harry had insisted that they spare no expense since he was buying. Their protests fell on deaf ears as he busied himself with trying to make Tonks laugh. Once the robes were fitted and the bill paid with a signature, Harry led them to Gringotts. Only a few people in the alley had noticed Harry, and they let him be since he looked determined to get where he was going. Entering the bank, Harry walked to the nearest station, and before he could say anything, the goblins signaled the rear door guard. Harry and his entourage followed the goblin to the doors, and they were immediately met by Griffook. "Harry, a pleasure to see you again. The director wishes to offer his thanks to you for your assistance in the past few weeks. He is in a meeting abroad, and that is why he cannot give you his thanks personally." "He is most welcome, Griffook," Harry replied. "I need to arrange a few things, and I believe Gringotts is the best place to help me. Is there somewhere we can talk privately?" Griffook waved them forward and led them down a long hallway and into an elegant meeting room. "What can Gringotts do for you today?" "I need security added to a house for my friends. They were recently attacked by some Death Eaters and the wards were destroyed. I would like the wards repaired and additional ones added. I am willing to pay for what needs done. The home is the Granger's residence. They can give you the exact location. Is what I want possible?" "Harry," Griffook said with a toothy smile, "anything is possible as long as one is willing to see it done." "I am determined to see it done, Griffook. What choices are available? Oh, and they have a business that needs the same protections." Griffook called an awarding expert, and they outlined the possibilities for Harry to choose from. Hermione got into the discussion and wanted to know how everything worked. David and Jane simply watched and listened as different safety wards were described and planned. As the list of selected wards grew, David began to add up the costs and convert the figures into pounds. When a plan had been decided upon, David nearly fell out of his chair at the total he estimated. "Harry, we cannot accept this level of charity. If my numbers are correct, the house is barely worth that much. Do all wizarding people have wards put on their homes?" Griffook smiled again and answered the question. "Most have basic ones that they attempt to erect themselves. Some have family or friends do them. We have the finest ward experts in the world at our disposal. We have a comprehensive plan and integration strategy for your home and business. Your residence will be as well protected as many old family homes when we are done. It will take about a week for us to finish the work since we have to bring people in to complete the project and to hide our activities from the Muggles. We also have to accommodate existing wards that may or may not be in place." "Then it is settled," Harry announced without concern. "You will begin tomorrow, and I only need to know where to sign." "That is too much," David said, and Hermione mirrored him. "Will I notice the cost considering my finances, Griffook?" Harry asked. "I doubt that you would, Harry," Griffook answered. "Mr. Potter is quite wealthy. I suggest you accept his kindness, as I have yet to see anyone win an argument with him inside these walls." "Ha, see," Harry said, pointing to Griffook. "Listen to the wonderful goblin. He is a very smart person." Harry looked away quickly to avoid seeing the questioning looks the elder Grangers gave him and the contemptuous one from Hermione. "Griffook, can I take care of something else today?" "What do you need handled, Harry?" Griffook asked. Harry pulled Griffook over to the side of the room, out of hearing range of everyone else. "I need to have my will drawn up. I am not the safest person in the world, and I have things that should go to certain people." Griffook nodded his head and smiled. "Harry, I will draw up the proper documents immediately. Do you know how you want things divided up?" Harry thought, tapping his head with his right hand. "How much would be a comfortable amount to live 100 years on?" "A comfortable amount," Griffook explained, "would be 15,000 galleons a year. 500,000 galleons should be enough to live on if it is invested and not be spent frivolously." Harry debated the situation for a few moments. 700,000 for Arthur and Molly Weasley, 200,000 for Fred and George Weasley, and the percent of their business they gave me, 500,000 for Remus Lupin, and split the rest 3 ways between Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Nymphadora Tonks. Harry thought about the summer and knew that he wanted Tonks taken care of if something would happen. She has helped me so much in the last few weeks. Besides, it is not as if I don't have enough to go around. What of your property, Harry? Griffook asked as he finished knotting Harry's requests. Oh, yeah, Harry thought. If they can get onto the property, then they can share it or whatever. I don't know if they could get back onto the property if I died. I got the impression that those who my parents told couldn't find it after they died. Something to do with the wards, or rather. That would not surprise me, Harry, Griffook offered. An old family like yours would have protections like that on their home. It was quite popular in the 1400s. Oh, Harry added, and all the books should go to Hermione and Ron should get my brooms. Tonks can have the vehicles and Hagrid can have the griffins if they will take him. The elves can do whatever they want. I am sure Hermione will take care of them no matter what. I can't think of anything else that needs spelled out. Very good, Harry, Griffook said, finishing his notes. Business concluded, Harry shook Griffook's hand and thanked him, leaving instructions to notify him when the document was finished. After the two rejoined the group, Harry watched Tonks finish her animated story complete with actions and impersonations. Tonks, shall we pay a visit to our friendly troublemakers before leaving? I am sure certain people are looking for Hermione and her family after yesterday. I would hate to leave them wondering for too long. Excellent idea, Harry, Tonks said with a warm smile stretching across her face that Hermione saw quite clearly. Griffook escorted the group back to the front of the building. Hermione held back and walked with Harry as they followed Griffook. You love her, don't you? Hermione asked with her normal all-knowing tone. What do you mean? Harry questioned, while looking at Tonks, who was talking with Griffook and the Grangers. Exactly what I mean, Hermione commented with a smirk. I didn't say who, but you looked at her right away. I see how you two are. I know you better than most, Harry. You can't fool me, and you know it. Harry sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I don't know what love feels like, Hermione. I never really felt it, so I can't say. You have felt it, Hermione told him sternly. Mrs. Weasley shows you what it feels like. She loves you like her own. Sirius loved you, and I know you felt what that was like. That night we saved him from the tower, you knew exactly what it felt like. The more you love someone, the more it hurts when that person is taken away. Ginny, me, Ron, and the rest of the Weasleys all love you, even if most of them won't admit it openly. So, back to my question, do you love her? I don't know, Hermione, Harry answered. I just don't know. I like her and I care about her. I want her safe and happy. I have a lot of fun with her and she makes me feel good about a lot of things. What do you think that means? I am not going to tell you, Harry, Hermione shook her head. This is something you have to figure out for yourself. It will mean more when you do. Hermione smirked the rest of the way out of Gringotts and down the alley to the Weasleys' store. Harry opened the door and led the way in giving the Grangers a warning not to touch anything for their own safety. The place was busy with kids running around the oddly shaped shelves and displays with their parents chasing after them futilely. One girl, who was about 5 years old, came around a display nearly upending it and came to a halt in front of Harry. She looked up with her bright, smiling face showing the 2 missing teeth. As she recognized who Harry was, her mouth dropped open and she raised her arm to point at Harry mutely. Becoming concerned, Harry looked around and asked, What? Tonks started laughing, as did Hermione, and they mimicked the little girl by pointing at Harry with their mouths open. Nutters, the lot of you. You're Harry Potter, the girl stammered, barely able to speak. Last time I checked, yeah, Harry said, feeling overly exposed in the active store. You know me, but I don't know you. What's your name? The girl looked around quickly and found her mother running over to her with a wary look on her face. Crystal, I have told you to stop running off like that. Now, quit bothering these people and stay with me. But, Mum, it is Harry Potter, Crystal said, with the last being whispered in her mother's ear as she was picked up and held. Oh, honey, surely it is just someone who looks like him. the mother said, drifting off as she looked closer at Harry. At least now I know your name, Crystal, Harry commented as he smiled at the mother and daughter. Good morning, Harry offered his hand to Crystal, who accepted it shyly, and to the mother. Brilliant store to aid in troublemaking, wouldn't you agree? Harry watched Crystal smile brightly as her surprise faded, but the mother still seemed shocked at meeting Harry. Mr. Potter, the woman said properly, I would like to thank you for everything you have done. It means a lot to those of us who didn't agree with the ministry when Fudge was in charge. It means even more to those who suffered the first time around. I lost much of my family to you-know-who. Voldemort, Harry said, causing the woman to stifle a shriek, is nothing but a murderer. Do not fear his name. It only gives him more power over you if you do. He is a man like anyone else, only he kills for fun. Harry relaxed his face when he saw the little girl looking scared. Dragons are scarier than Voldemort, Crystal. I really know they are. Crystal's fear seemed to fade as she looked at Harry. That's 'cause you have seen both, right? Yup, and dragons are way more scary. Harry laughed with the little girl as she believed him. Have a good day, Crystal. Harry walked deeper into the store, leaving a shocked mother and a happy kid behind. Tonks followed Harry closely, as did the Grangers, but Hermione stayed behind. Make your own choices about what you are going to be afraid of, Crystal, Hermione told her. That is what Harry has done his entire life. Enjoy your summer. Hermione hurried to catch up to Harry, leaving the mother to wander out of the store, both confused and thoughtful. Harry moved through the people, catching sight of a few he knew by face from school. They waved and watched him as he searched for the twins. When Harry found Fred emerging from the rear storeroom carrying a box of canary cremes, he waved only to be greeted in a much different way. Harry, Fred yelled, drawing the attention of many of the patrons. Fred ignored the people staring at him and Harry and searched out for the people he had been told to look for. He saw Tonks with her wand out scanning the crowd, 2 adults who looked familiar, and finally Hermione pushing her way through some customers. Thank Merlin. George hurried out of the back room and saw the group everyone was looking at. Harry, Hermione, and you others, he said, waving at them. Join us in the back for a moment. Fred took up damage control and made an announcement. Yes, it is the Harry Potter. Now we have business to discuss with him. Maybe a few more ministries to topple or another Dark Lord to insult. Please continue with your buying ways, and maybe he will give a kiss to the female who buys the most stuff. Harry's scowl was interrupted when Tonks pushed him forward and into George, who yanked him behind the curtain and motioned for the others to follow. Once the group had reassembled in the rather empty office the twins shared, Harry voiced his question. What in the bloody hell was that all about? Fred answered the question. He puts the ministry on its head and he asks what is going on. Harry, you might be a hero, but you sure are thick. I have a better question. What happened last night? Fred looked at Hermione when he asked the question. We were at home when someone told us to leave, Hermione explained. We got what we could and left. We were taken somewhere and then Harry came to get us. I can't tell you who helped us or where we were taken, but I can tell you that we are safe and staying with Harry now. Her ending tone stopped the twins from pressing her further. Is the house all right? Fred sighed before answering. Bill said the house looks a little rough, but they are fixing that today. They should be done with the repairs soon and then start on the wards. Dumbledore has been looking for all of you. People are worried. Good for them, Harry said with a smirk. Everyone is fine and we are all perfectly safe. Tell Dumbledore to hurry up with his wards. I have Gringotts scheduled to begin work as soon as they have the people ready. What do you mean? George asked. Gringotts is putting up wards on the Grangers' house and business, Harry said. I don't want Dumbledore messing about while the goblins are securing the home. This has nothing to do with him, so he should stay out of it. The twins watched as they saw the same Harry who came to the order meetings telling them what to do. I will relay the message, Harry, Fred offered. It is good to see you again, and we are all happy to see our favorite bookworm safe and sound. Hermione stared at Fred until George made his comment. Yes, Ron will be most happy to know you are still in one piece. The twins reveled in watching Hermione close her eyes and fight down whatever emotion she was battling. And you must be Hermione's parents, Pleasure to meet you." Fred shook their hands after George and inclined his head towards Hermione. "Want to have fun with your perfect daughter? Mention our git of a brother, Ron. She is most expressive when you do." Hermione grabbed a wand off the lone work table in the room and threw it at George. It hit him in the forehead and green boils popped into existence and gave off a nasty hissing sound accompanied by a rather disgusting odor. "Fred, we need to add another warning on this new version of the wand," George said through gritted teeth. "It burns if it is thrown at someone. Could you counter it, please?" Fred noted the warning in a notebook he pulled from his pocket. "In a moment, brother. We will let others know that you are in good health, Hermione. We will also forward your suggestion to Dumbledore, Harry." "Thank you," Harry said as Hermione whispered something in Fred's ear. "Also," Fred added, "you are invited to the Burrow on Sunday for lunch. Please bring whoever you would like to. It is a family dinner that Mum wanted to have last week. She threatened everyone to invite you next time we see you, or she wouldn't feed us for a month." Harry watched as Fred imitated his mother. "She never mentioned it to me." "A bit dodgy, her mind is," Fred explained, shaking his head. "I think Ginny has finally broken her shaky grasp on reality." "More likely," Harry commented, "that you guys went too far and she snapped." "That hurts, Harry," George said after revering the boils on his head. "You think so little of us by saying that. We always thought you were on our side, an ally in the fight against rules, but now we see where your loyalties lie." "Sad, very sad," Fred shook his head dismally. "So young, too. Oh well, we have a shop full of people to corrupt, so we best get back to it." Fred left the room for the shop area as George motioned to the rear of the store. "We have a door in the back in case the authorities come for us." When everyone moved towards the door, Harry asked for some extendable ears. He received a small box full of them without a hesitation from George. Once in the rear alley, Harry held out the portkey and took the group back to Potter Estate. Saturday was spent with Harry teaching Hermione how to cast the other shields. She couldn't master the Imprimis or Patrociner shields, but she became more consistent with the Fortis Aegis. She also had the beginnings of a solid Absolvo shield, much to Harry's happiness. He showed her how to do the bone-shattering and breaking spells, and Harry told her how he thought about magic and casting it. Hermione spent most of the evening assimilating Harry's views of magic with her own, in an attempt to improve her abilities. She stated her summer goal was to perform one wandless spell before returning to Hogwarts. Night fell with Hermione mumbling in her sleep about magic and willpower. The Grangers slept soundly with the thought of being safe at home in the near future. Harry and Tonks drifted off after touching and kissing each other long into the night. Sunday dawned bright before the clouds moved in around 9, ending the sunny day and leaving it overcast. Harry, again, worked with Hermione trying to teach her how to perform the spells she was working on and channeling her magic into them. They discovered that anger wasn't a good focus for her magic. Her spells became unpredictable and didn't work right when she used anger to cast them. After 2 hours of trying different things, they found that she got the best results when she focused on her care for others. Harry jokingly dubbed it her saving people thing or her SBW focus. To his surprise, Hermione accepted his opinion about it and worked even harder at using it to improve her magic. Hermione accepted the fact that she couldn't compete with Harry's raw power or intent within a few demonstrations of the spells. She knew that knowledge and precision would be her strengths, and she should focus on those as much as she could. As the afternoon approached, Harry watched Hermione successfully cast the Absolvo shield for the first time. It held up against 2 of Harry's stunners before collapsing under the third. "Great job, Hermione." Harry congratulated her and gave her a quick hug. Her parents and Tonks did the same, and she beamed with pride. When they left the training room, Hermione moved close to Harry. "Thanks for holding back, Harry," Hermione said. "I know it helps get my confidence up, so I will do better. You are a great teacher." "Whatever do you mean?" Harry asked, acting as if he didn't know what she was saying. "Please, Harry," Hermione chided him. "I have felt the amount of magic you can put into a spell. I was there Thursday night when you attacked those first 3. We all felt it. Besides, you did the same thing in the DA when you were helping the younger students or those who weren't very good. I know how you think, Harry. You can't pull one over on me." Harry only smirked in response. "I know how you think too, Hermione. You can't pull one over on me either." Much to the elves' disappointment, Harry told them that they were going away for lunch and maybe dinner as well. Harry tapped the ring and created a portkey to the burrow and held it out for everyone to grab onto. Yet again, everyone was transported as one to their destination. They appeared in the backyard of the burrow to find it patiently waiting for them in the silence of the country. Harry looked around while the group still circled the ring but wasn't touching it. He tapped the ring, creating a return trip before they needed it, and tucked it away in his cloak. "Shall we see if anyone is home?" Harry led the way to the house with Hermione next to him, the Grangers behind them, and Tonks bringing up the rear as usual. Harry knocked on the back door and waited. He heard nothing inside until the door swung open to reveal Molly smiling at him. "Harry," she said louder than necessary, and wrapped him in a fierce hug which he returned. Harry took as deep a breath as he could, taking in the smell of the burrow and the cooking meal. "Hermione!" Harry moved back and watched as Hermione got the same treatment, but it lasted a little longer as he saw Molly sigh a few times before releasing her. The Grangers were greeted pleasantly before Tonks was met with a firm look. "Tonks," Molly said, "everything all right then?" "Everything is smashing, Molly." Tonks replied, brightly giving her a smirk, and nodded in Harry's direction. "Everything is fine, Molly," Harry said, patting the small of Tonks' back. "I am great, actually." "If you are sure, Harry, dear," Molly asked before motioning them inside. "We were so happy to hear that you were safe after such a frightening experience, Hermione. Who warned you?" "Someone, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione answered, giving away nothing. "Let us leave it at that, please. It all worked out in the end." "Quite," Molly relented regrettably. "Well, lunch isn't ready yet, so let's move into the living room until then." When they entered the living room, Harry jumped as many people shouted surprise and happy birthday to him. The Weasleys minus Percy, Remus, Luna and Odd, Hagrid, Minerva, and Dumbledore were arranged around the room in various ways. As he came to understand the situation, Harry slid his partially exposed wand back into its holster. "What is this?" Harry asked. "Can't pull one over on you, huh?" Hermione sung in his ear before moving off to join the others. "This is for me," Harry asked, not sure how to handle the attention. "Who else's birthday is it today?" Ron asked. "Neville's," Harry answered, quickly buying himself more time to figure out what was going on. "Yeah, well," Ron replied, waving his hand. "You are here and Neville isn't, so happy birthday all the same, Harry." Everyone moved around, offering Harry their well wishes and handing him presents in varying sizes. Hagrid's moved on its own, giving Harry pause before asking if it would hurt anyone. "Nah, it ain't gonna hurt no one," Hagrid explained. "It's a book you need this year. We movin' on ter more interestin' creatures. It's your newt ear and all you know." "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry said, moving the book away from the rest of the presents out of fear it would eat them or something similar. Ginny gave Harry a kiss on the cheek when she handed him her present. The uproar from the Weasley brothers gave her a chance to ask him how Tonks was. "Brilliant," Harry returned with a wide smile. As he was jumped on by the twins and Ron, Dumbledore pulled Tonks to the side and away from the bulk of the noise. Harry fought his way out of the Weasley pile in time to join the pair before Tonks had answered. "Something you wanted to ask me, Professor?" "I merely wanted to know how the Grangers came into your company, Harry," Albus asked. "Then," Harry prompted, moving in front of Tonks, "ask me." Albus inclined his ghostly white eyebrows, inferring the question. "I was alerted to what happened at their home, and I met them where they were moved to. They joined me at home that very night. I will not explain it further." Albus slowly nodded his head, once accepting the answer, before asking another question. "Harry, we were at the Grangers repairing the damage and putting up wards yesterday evening when a rather determined group of people and goblins showed up. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice to say we were told to leave. Did you have anything to do with that?" Harry smiled and put on a look of confused thought, moving his head side to side for a few moments. I might remember something. Oh, yeah, I hired them to secure the residence. I will not have my friends in any greater risk than they already are. I was told that it would take a week or so to complete the work. Albus couldn't help but show his surprise. A week for wards on a home. My dear boy, what wards are they putting on the house? I left off the muggle-repelling and obscuring wards, but I think I selected the rest that were offered. Harry watched as the room reacted to his statements. Bill and Albus were the most reactive. Is that why I was notified yesterday that my security improvement work at Gringotts was being delayed? Bill asked. My whole team was told to be at work at 7 tomorrow evening for night work. We are going to be at the Grangers. It would be my guess, Harry offered. Do a good job. 3 lives depend on it. Harry looked at Albus before turning back to Remus and Minerva, whose presents hung limply in their hands. Harry, Albus interjected, perhaps we can speak later tonight about some things I need your assistance with. Without looking back, Harry answered, maybe if there is time. Remus hugged Harry and slipped the present into his hand. Open it when you are alone, Harry. Do not let Molly see it. Okay, Harry whispered back. If you want, you can come back with us tonight. You said you wanted to talk about something. If you will have me, I would love to, Remus accepted. Harry, Minerva held out his present. It was a finely wrapped item in the shape of a book. Not to discourage your hopes at something else, but I think you should give this some serious thought. Minerva moved to the side and gave Tonks a penetrating stare. Minerva, Tonks said brightly, been planning on enjoying yourself today. Yes, I have, Tonks, Minerva answered, sliding her eyes to Harry for a second. I believe Molly could help you with that, Tonks hinted before moving back to Harry and his friends as they settled on the couch and began talking about many things. Molly saw the interaction and pulled Minerva into the kitchen for a chat. Jane followed the women for the simple fact that she knew they had insight into what was going on in their world that Hermione and Harry might not. Arthur accosted David as soon as it was possible and led him into the back shed for explanations about Muggle things and how they worked. Harry and his friends talked about anything that came up. The twins grilled him on who his girlfriend was and pressed Tonks and Ginny for the information. They tried to get Hermione to tell them, but she quickly ended their hopes at learning anything from her with threats of repeating things Angelina, Alicia, and Katie might have told her. Luna and Odd left before lunch saying that they had plans to search for some unknown creature in the Highlands later that day and needed to get ready. Hagrid wished Harry a good birthday and left via a portkey Dumbledore had created to feed his variety of animals. Molly announced lunch, and they found a table loaded with food waiting for them. Harry was placed at the head as the honored guest, and his friends filled in around him. The meal was very filling and left Harry feeling way too full to do much more than settle back into his place on the couch. When the food had been digested enough to allow movement, Ron suggested a game of Quidditch. Having planned on it, Harry pulled out his shrunken broom and remembered just in time to let Tonks enlarge it back to normal. The younger players decided to take on the older ones, splitting up the twins as Remus joined the older side. With the game in full swing, Harry flew against Charlie for the snitch. Due to his recent increase in mass, Harry was able to try different moves that he never could before. When Charlie saw the snitch and went after it, Harry would block him or physically fly him off course. Charlie was instructing Harry how to use his body from the seeker position as the game progressed. Ginny scored enough goals against Bill to keep her team in the game as Remus and Fred attacked Ron with joy. It was nearing dinner time when Harry had enough teaching and went after the snitch wearing a serious look on his face that surprised even Charlie. They both saw the golden ball flitting on the far side of the pitch and flew after it. Charlie knew he couldn't outfly Harry on a firebolt, so he used every non-lethal trick he knew to keep even with Harry. As the battle soared across the pitch, everyone watched eagerly. Charlie would grab Harry's arm and he would fight it off. Charlie would kick at his broom and Harry would fly through it. As they came even with the slightly battered snitch, Charlie reached for it as it turned in his favor. Harry knew he was out of position and had little choice but to fight it out. He brought his left elbow down on the inside of Charlie's right arm and tucked it in, holding Charlie away from the snitch. Removing Charlie's advantage of positioning, Harry reached out with his right hand and fought against Charlie's left. The tug-of-war continued until Harry leaned as far forward as he could and grasped the golden ball tightly in his hand. Charlie's free hand came around Harry's a second later. Ending the game, Harry untangled his left arm and pumped his right in the air, showing off the snitch. Cheers went up and the teams landed, nursing their wounds from the hard-fought game. "You cheated, Harry," Hermione scolded him. "No, he didn't, Hermione," Charlie corrected. "He won. It is only cheating if you get caught, and I would have done the same thing. It is fair if both players play the same way. Any professional game would have been worse than that." Harry smiled and accepted the victory. Charlie took a lot of ribbing at the hands of his brothers for losing to someone years younger than him. "Harry is just a better player than I am," Charlie admitted after letting his siblings get their shots at him. "He will make a challenging threat this year and next at Hogwarts. If he can use his size and speed to their fullest, he should make a pro team after he graduates." "There you go, Harry," Ron yelled. "A pro team. Maybe you could get on the cannons and give them a winning season. Or he could take any other team to the Quidditch Cup and win it." The twins chimed in unison. "I would be lucky to make the tryouts," Harry said, getting a reproachful stare from Hermione, Ginny, Tonks, and the males Weasleys. Minerva cleared her throat. "You had better do better than that, Mr. Potter. I expect more from my Gryffindors." She moved back to the house with Jane and Molly at her sides. Dinner was served and consumed in standard Weasley fashion. As the meal ended, Dumbledore held Harry back and asked him about what happened at the Grangers and with the goblins. "You couldn't keep me safe, let alone my friends," Harry fumed. "You bet your arse I asked the goblins for help. Their whole job is based on keeping things safe. If I have to have them ward all of my friends' homes, then so be it. I have the money to do so, and keeping them safe is more important than some gold." "I do not disagree, Harry," Albus spoke quietly. "But bringing in people we do not know if we can trust is not the best option. We could have managed the same level of protections." "Yeah," Harry snapped. "In how many months? You had all year to arrange for her safety, and you did what? A couple wards or something. I want the whole thing done soon. Gringotts can do that, and I trust Ragnarok and Griffook to get it done. They have yet to fail me, which is something I can't say about you." "I know I have failed you, Harry," Albus conceded. "I was hoping I could prove myself to you. We need to work together to beat Voldemort. This animosity between us only helps him toward victory." "Your idleness has helped him to victory," Harry challenged. "Not my desire to protect me and those I care about. You want to prove yourself to me, start reducing the number of Death Eaters out there. Show them that Voldemort leads them to prison or worse. You can't have a clean war and your hope of it should have died the first time around. I can't. I won't let another child become like me just to chase some pipe dream you have." "Do you suggest we kill his followers, Harry?" "I suggest we fight fire with fire, Albus." Harry stared down his headmaster. "Only because I got Fudge out is the Ministry doing anything positive in this war. Why is that? Why must I be the one to do this?" Albus sighed, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. "Harry, I am an old man. I won't be here forever, quite the contrary. You have so many abilities that you haven't even begun to tap into. You need all of your faculties to win this war, and I have tried to help you develop them." "Has all this been just one long lesson?" Harry demanded, loud enough that the noise in the living room died away instantly. "At times," Albus said, holding his head high, "I have left clues for you and your friends to find and follow. It was the end of your first year when you did something I didn't plan on. Your second year was more of the same with you getting too involved. Third year was one thing after another. Fourth year was out of my hands for the most part, and last year was one bad decision after another. In short, I am here with my hat in my hands asking for you to work with me." "Why should I?" Harry asked. "You can make things happen just like I can," Albus offered. "Together, we can make them happen with little effort or chance for failure. Fudge, Amelia, Gringotts, and the Grangers are things you have done with little or no help from me. We might be able to really disrupt Voldemort's plans if we work together. If you remove his financial support and those willing to follow him, you can disrupt his plans." Harry glared at Albus, only with less intensity than before. If you want my help, then start working at ending his chances for success. We both know Azkaban has to be on his list, as are the Weasleys and my other friends. Once Griffook is done with Hermione's house, they are coming here if the Weasleys will let them. We have strengthened the wards here for a long time, Harry, Albus said with all honesty. It is a known fact that the Weasleys support you and you visit them. This was the biggest target aside from you and Hogwarts that we could determine. I am confident that they are safe here, as are the Weasleys. I am sure Bill spent a lot of time on the wards here. Harry spoke in a slightly questioning way. I believe he did, Harry, Albus confirmed. I spent many hours here as well. The fact that you are here should be proof enough that we are content with your safety. Harry waved off Dumbledore's suggestion. I am safe because I think I am safe. Safety is an illusion if you are living in fear, Albus. I do not live in fear, therefore I am safe. Harry sighed and felt tired. Enough of this discussion. I am going back to my friends and enjoy their company. Before you go, Harry, Albus stalled, how did the Grangers end up in your care? I was notified that they had been attacked and were being protected somewhere, Harry stated. He saw Albus show he wanted more of an answer, but he resisted. Harry, there were people at their house that normally do not involve themselves in things like this. Could you explain that? Albus asked. I have friends and allies outside of Hogwarts, Professor, Harry said with a knowing smirk. He left the room, leaving a contemplative man to his musings, and found the occupants of the living room speaking in hushed tones. Soon the conversation picked up and the joyous mood returned. Albus left shortly after his conversation with Harry. Minerva followed half an hour later, citing the time. As the night grew late, Harry looked at the clock in the room. Most of the arms pointed to home. Percy's was pointing at lost, leaving an empty feeling in Harry. He settled into a more observant role and watched everyone talking and playing around. The twins never let up in their quest to have fun. Anyone could be a victim at any time, although Molly was always the safest person in the room. Tonks checked the time and sighed while giving Harry a look. It is getting late, and we should get back. Harry nodded and found Remus looking at him hopefully. Harry smiled and waved him over. I guess we should be going then. Thank you all for such a great day. It is the first birthday party I can remember having. Harry saw the saddened looks on everyone's faces. I will never forget today. You going to stop by soon, mate? Ron asked. Sure, Harry offered before adding, or you could come to me. Maybe we will try that next time. Hugs all around led to Harry, Tonks, the Grangers, and Remus walking into the field behind the burrow. Once they were away from the house, Harry gestured to Tonks. She waved her wand over everyone and found a tracking charm on Hermione and Jane. Determined old codger, isn't he? Tonks quipped as she countered the charms. Much better, Harry. Wonderful, Harry commented. Remus, can I trust you? What? Remus asked, shocked that Harry would question his loyalty. Of course you can trust me. Nothing you see, hear, and learn can be told to another person without my express permission. Do you understand? Of course, but I am not sure what I will see, hear, or learn that would cause you to act like this. Harry pulled out his wand and moved it over Remus, giving him the location of his home. Remus held his tongue before commenting on Harry's use of magic. As the information flooded into his mind, Remus's eyes widened. Well, now I know some of what I wanted to tell you. Every time I was near you, I felt something itching to get out, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what it was. Now, I know, or rather remember again. Harry smiled at Remus and pulled out the portkey. He smirked and tapped it, causing it to glow blue for a second. Remus's shocked look was what Harry was waiting for. That is nothing, Remus. Grab on, next stop Potter Estate. The group of 6 touched the ring and were whisked away in the blink of an eye. 15. Missions. With the whirling sound of rushing air in his ears, Harry watched them appear in the foyer his home. He looked around and smiled at Remus, whose mouth was gaping. Fun breaking a few rules, isn't it, Moony? Remus looked around in amazement with a hint of reminiscing. He slowly shuffled his feet over to the staircase and ran his hand around the carved bust of a griffin at the start of the railing. With a muffled voice, Remus spoke haltingly. We broke this one day during the summer before our 7th year. Sirius split it in half with a sword from upstairs while he and James were messing around. Paul never forgave Sirius for that. Harry listened intently as Remus shared the story. Paul is still here, Remus. Would you like to talk to him now? No, Harry, Remus said. I can talk to him tomorrow. I'm not really sure he would welcome seeing me again. I never did any damage, but I was usually around when it happened. Been yelled at more times than I can remember by that elf. I miss those days and my friends. Well, enough wallowing on your birthday. My birthday was yesterday, Remus, Harry corrected and waved off Remus's concern. Once everyone was settled in the living room, Harry emptied his pockets onto the couch, pulling out every present he had been given and piling them up. Hagrid's was kept separate out of fear for the others. With childlike glee, Harry started ripping the wrappings off the items, finding sweets and chocolate frog cards in a few packages, and some Weasley products in others. True to his word, Hagrid's present was a book about deadly beasts and creatures that Harry hoped wouldn't be part of a practical learning experience. He's not going to have us working with those things, Hermione asked hesitantly. Is he? Your guess is as good as mine, Harry replied, setting the restless book near the fireplace under a heavy log. Might not hold it, but it's the best I got for now. Harry worked on opening Ginny's present, which ended up being a 2-part gift. One part consisted of a handmade card that didn't sing, while the other part was a racy booklet on things to try in the bedroom. As Harry turned bright red and hid the booklet away quickly, Tonks tackled him, trying to find out what the gift was. A quick wrestling match ensued as the audience looked on in interest. When Tonks pinned Harry's shoulders to the ground, she saw the booklet peeking out of his pocket and snatched it away. Good thing Molly didn't see this, Tonks said, whistling softly. Some good ideas in here. What is it, Tonks? Hermione asked, trying to catch sight of the title. Tonks held it out for all to see as Harry closed his eyes in embarrassment. Is she making you an offer, Harry? Remus asked, smirking cautiously. I hope not, Tonks stated decisively, before planting a firm kiss on Harry's lips. He responded, immediately bringing his hands to rest on her hips and pulling her to him eagerly. Hermione giggled, but Remus gave a confirming sigh. That explains a lot. After the kiss ended, Harry processed what had been said. Explains what? Remus smiled knowingly. The werewolf in me can smell things other people normally can't. The last few weeks you have smelled strongly of Tonks, but I figured it was because you two lived in tight confines. I see that my initial thoughts were correct and my reasonings were not. Remus's smile turned into something more often seen on one of the twins' faces. Older women, Harry. I never would have figured you were into that sort of thing. You make me sound ancient, Remus, Tonks pouted. I am young enough to wear him out, she said, pointing at Harry, who was lying on the floor beneath her. Remus's smirk deepened even more as he looked to a shocked Harry. In a quick shifting of his weight, Harry pulled Tonks down and to the side, freeing him from her dominance. We will finish this later, Harry, Tonks threatened as she untangled her legs from her cloak. Trying to save face, Harry looked at Tonks and raised his eyebrows. I look forward to it, Nymphadora. Remus was surprised to see her smile back and nod. I am glad you found someone who can make you enjoy life, Harry. That is such an important accomplishment. Harry smiled a truly honest smile before continuing with his remaining presents. Harry came to Minerva's present and folded the paper back. The confusion on his face had Tonks leaning in to look at the title of the book. Why would she give me Professional Quidditch Techniques to Make the Team? Tonks joined Harry on the couch and wrapped her arm around him. She is trying to tell you that you might have a future in professional Quidditch and should keep it in mind as you plan for a career after Hogwarts. Harry started to object, and she could tell what his reason was going to be. You hush about that. It will all be taken care of by then. If for some reason it isn't, do not worry about it. You have to live your life your way, or what is the point? Harry wanted to argue that his life wasn't that easy, but the looks of agreement from Remus and Hermione told him he wouldn't win the fight. Giving the book a chance, he flipped through it, quickly looking at the chapter titles. This has common moves and basic game plans, as well as tips on getting scouted. There is even a section on tryouts and what they are looking for. Harry's attention disappeared into the book as everyone looked on. Tonks slowly reached up with her right hand and pulled the book from Harry's grasp and carefully set it on the empty spot of cushion next to her. "It will be still here when you are done opening the last present, Harry. People are waiting, you know." Harry smirked and grabbed the last present, which was from Remus, and mumbled, "Yeah," impatiently at that. Harry was thanked for his comment by a playful smack to the back of his head. Wrapping removed, Harry held in his hands a bottle of Ogden's finest. He looked at Remus, questioning the present. "I didn't know you were out of the Dursleys when I got that. It is kind of a moot point now that you are living here, though." Remus waved his hand in the direction of the cellar. "You have more than enough alcohol in this house to keep Hagrid in a stupor for decades. It was just something your father and us did on his 16th birthday." Remus laughed longingly as he remembered the events. Sirius may have wanted to seem like the perfect rogue, but he had problems handling his liquor that night. Come to think of it, the next day as well. Remus kept laughing as he replayed the images in his head. "He never forgave me for beating him in that drinking game. He was always a sore loser unless it was your father he lost to." "Thank you, Remus," Harry said seriously. "It means a lot to me." Harry set the bottle to the side carefully and relaxed into the couch and Tonks. "You said something about remembering when you got here. What do you mean?" Remus contemplated what to say to Harry before making his decision. "When your father died, Harry, I forgot about this place. Everything just disappeared from my mind. I knew right then that something had happened to them because they were never apart during those days. No one was alone then. When I first saw you in your 3rd year, I felt something stir in my memories. It wasn't much, but it was there. Every time I saw you, it happened again." Sirius experienced the same thing when he saw you. We talked about it, but we were never able to figure out what it was. I take it that you found out about this place recently. At Harry's nod, Remus smiled. "The feelings became stronger when I saw you, but the information was still blocked. The second you gave me access to here, everything came flooding back. Memories of this house and things that happened here suddenly appeared. Oh, the memories were amazing to have back." "I am not sure what you mean," a confused Harry said. "The spells that protect this house, your house," Remus tried to explain, "are so very powerful and ancient that they must not only block the location of the house, but memories of it as well. You feel that something is missing, but you have no idea where to start in trying to figure out what is missing." Tonks hugged Harry tightly and whispered that it was late and they had work the next day. Harry stood and offered Remus a hug, which was accepted gratefully. "Harry, you look tired, and we have a lot of time to share stories. I will see you tomorrow." "You will," Harry confirmed and looked to Tonks. "It might not be until night, but I will be here." "Harry," Hermione asked, looking to Tonks, "why won't you be here in the morning?" Harry debated what to say. "I do things during the weekdays. Please do not ask me what I am doing. I can't tell you." Tonks gave Hermione a firm look, stopping her from pressing for more answers. The group broke up and found their beds. Remus took one of the guest rooms further down the hall from the Grangers. With their door closed and charms in place, Tonks rubbed against Harry's front, slowly removing his clothes. "Here is your birthday present, Harry Potter," Tonks said playfully, stepping back from Harry. With a wave of her wand, a bow appeared around her neck. "Care to unwrap your present?" Hormones controlling his movements, Harry pulled at the bow and it released. The ribbon streamed to the floor in fluid slow motion. He reached up and kissed her fervently while tugging at her cloak. As it slipped from her shoulders, Harry's hands fumbled with her pants. An eager tug removed the button and they fell to the floor in a pile, revealing the nightie he had seen weeks earlier. "I am all yours, Harry," Tonks cooed. "All yours to do as you wish." Harry swallowed and reached to her with trembling hands which stilled as they met skin. Minutes later, Harry and Tonks fell on the bed with their bodies wrapped around themselves. The nightie lay on the floor where it had been thrown. Blankets were tossed aside with no concern as to where they landed. Moans and grunts sounded in the room as Harry tried to show Tonks how much he enjoyed being with her. The morning arrived too early, leaving Harry and Tonks with a quick breakfast and many unanswered questions to their guests. Hermione asked many of them, but spent most of her time watching Harry move about the house with a determination she had rarely seen in him. His eyes sparkled like they did before the trio did something profoundly stupid but justified at Hogwarts. With a smirk to Hermione and Remus and a wave to David and Jane, Harry grabbed Tonks' hand and apparated away from Potter Estate and appeared in the team room. They entered the training room to find Cal listening to a heated discussion between Horace, Team 2, and a team Harry couldn't place. "For the love of Merlin, Jones," Horace snapped viciously. "I think that if Thor agrees with me, then you would as well. You have never been one to toss about your opinions on administrative matters before." "This has nothing to do with me, Horace," a cloaked man yelled. "Hasn't even been here a month yet, and he is leading a team and going on a mission that has this level of importance." "Exactly," Horace pointed out. "A mission which I am in charge of assigning, not you. If you have such a problem with the arrangements, then I suggest you ask Seps about it. I know you wanted to lead a team of your own, but you, Michael, and Tarus make a great team. You are effective and get the job done quite well. It would be foolish of me to break up a functioning team just to end up rebuilding two of them. I understand being subordinate to Michael is hard since he is so good at his job, but you have to see it from my viewpoint." "This is bullshit, Horace," Jones continued yelling. "I wanted that spot. I think I deserved a chance to prove myself." "Maybe so," Horace growled menacingly. "But I make the decisions here and I made them. Seps is fitting in well and you would be hard-pressed to defeat him if he was in the right frame of mind. Now this conversation is over. Do not bring it up again. Team 5, you have your orders for the day. Stay safe and accomplish your mission." 3 people turned and started walking towards the door. Harry had seen Michael before during one of his tests, and Jones was easily identifiable with his shorter stature and squarish shape. Harry felt tension coming from Tonks and readied himself in case anything happened. As the team approached, Jones broke from the ranks and made a direct path for Harry. Not sure how to handle the situation, Harry reacted as though it was hostile. He drew his wand discreetly and waited, poised for an attack. Jones drew even with Harry and stared him down, or rather up a handful of inches. "Think you are hot shit, Precepts?" Jones threatened as his left hand drifted into his cloak. "Watch yourself and don't get my future team killed off when you fuck up. You got me." Harry thought fast on a response. He knew it had to be firm, but non-challenging or Jones would never leave him alone. Images of Draco's offer and rejection spun in his head as Harry formulated his answer. "I am here to do my best, and right now Horace thinks I can lead my team. I am sure that would change if I can't do the job properly. Just do your bit and stay out of my way and things will be fine." Harry watched Jones intently for any aggressive moves that would signal an attack. He saw Jones change his stance a little, but nothing looked imminent. As Harry watched, Michael called Jones to him so they could leave. With a grunt, Jones turned slightly so he could walk past Harry and rejoin his group. When the angered man passed Harry, he gave him a punch to the stomach that doubled Harry over. Harry felt the air leave his lungs quickly and started seeing white and black spots cloud his vision. More as reflex than a conscious thought, Harry launched a repelling spell at Jones. Harry kept his footing as he heard a man land roughly a distance away as the clatter of a wooden object sounded on the floor or wall. Harry forced a deep breath into his lungs, ignoring the painful burning, followed by another. As his sight returned, he saw Jones hurrying to his wand at least 10 feet away. Harry summoned the wand to him and leveled his at the furious man. With falsely assured steps, Harry advanced on Jones. When his wand had disappeared from the floor and flew through the air, Jones followed it. To his frustration and a fair amount of fear, he saw it land in Harry's outstretched hand opposite his aimed wand. "Fuck me," Jones mumbled through clenched teeth. "Not my type, arse," Harry said as steadily as he could, still fighting against his pained lungs. "They saw something in me that told them I can do this. It is not your decision, so back off." Harry saw the reaction of the others in the room, and most importantly the other 2 members of Team 5. No one had drawn a wand or did anything but watch the confrontation. Figuring that the current threat had passed, Harry dropped the captured wand on the floor and retreated slowly backwards to join Horace. Cal and Chamel followed his lead and soon joined them. "Your mission is waiting, Team 5, Horace barked. "Get going and let us not have this sort of thing happen again. We do not have the time for this shite." Horace turned to Harry and pointed him and his team over to the classroom area, leaving little question as to where and how fast he wanted them to get over there. Harry was the last to make it to the destination, since he kept one eye on Jones the whole time. Jones had retrieved his wand quickly, but left the room slowly and with a lot of muttering to his team members. Michael gave a slight, begrudging shake of his head as he left the room and closed the door. "Now that you have had your fun," Horace said, "we can begin the briefing for your mission today. This came from information that was pulled from our recent guests. We have a location of a possible meeting point or safe house. The intel may be old and outdated, but it is more than we had before. I am not going to sugarcoat this, but obviously this isn't the most reliable intel we have. The more seasoned teams have those missions, but I expect you to take this one seriously and accomplish it if it turns out to be viable." Horace looked over the team before him. His harsh scowl shifted into a nasty smirk that any goblin would be proud of. "You are to go to this address and watch the second address." Horace handed Harry a slip of paper, which was looked at and passed to Tonks and Cal in turn, and a ring that had to be a portkey. "The ring is a portkey to our holding cells just in case. Monitor any and all people coming and going. If you see someone we should bring in, do it quickly and quietly. If things get fucked, unfuck them. If the tossers resist, kill them. We do not expect any big names to frequent this place since the info came from a low-level guy, but you never know. This is your first real test, Seps. Do it right and you will get another chance. Mess it up and you might only get your memory wiped. Go." Harry turned and led his team to their room. Hateful thoughts rolled in his head as he walked determinedly to the team room. Once they were reassembled, Harry focused on the task at hand. "I noticed that the place is in Nocturne Alley. How can we get in there unnoticed? Even if we become invisible, that is a small alley, and there are people moving about all the time." "That is easy, Seps," Tonks said, waving her hand around. "Since Bones became minister, there have been daily walkthroughs of the alley by Aurors. She always wanted to let the seedier side know that we were aware of their activities, but Fudge always refused the requests. We just need to tag along on the next patrol. The alley is as clear as it gets when word spreads the Aurors are coming. We can pick out a good place to watch, and then we wait for anyone to show up." "On missions like this," Cal offered, "I usually find a long-distance vantage point and watch for opposition or possible targets. Remember, I am good at ranged attacks, not one-on-one like you two. I can disillusion a broom and scout out a spot now while you figure out a plan if you like." Sure," Harry agreed, not sure what else to say. "Sounds good to me." Harry watched Cal pull a broom from a cupboard on the back wall. With a tap, the broom disappeared, followed by Cal doing the same to his cloak and fading from view. A soft crack signaled they were alone in the room. "Chamel, am I ready for this?" "Seps," Tonks began, "this is just like anything else you have done. You know how this works. We go, we watch, and most likely nothing will happen. But knowing your luck, we will find the main Death Eater hideout or something like that." With a chuckle, Harry nodded his agreement. "Yeah, Voldemort will probably stop by for tea and kill a few people for fun, or half the city will go up in flames. So, we will most likely just watch an empty building and leave. That is how it usually goes on these kinds of things." Tonks gave Harry a quick hug before turning on the invisibility feature of her cloak. Harry did the same before apparating to Diagon Alley. They walked to Nocturne Alley, arriving right behind the team of Aurors, who moved into the alley without a word. Harry looked down the alley and saw people move inside or into other side streets. As the Aurors moved past their destination, Tonks pulled Harry into a small alcove on the other side of the street from the location. Harry followed Tonks' lead and settled into as comfortable a position as possible. He looked up at the skinny 3-story building that looked like it was once a business many years ago, and now maintained the role of a run-down and deserted structure fitted in between a dingy pub and a burnt-out home. Harry checked the building and saw nothing that hinted at any recent movement or habitation. The cobwebs behind the dirty windows revealed nothing to the happenings inside. No smoke escaped the chimney, and the filth on the stoop looked undisturbed. Harry's previous anger at Horace's constant belittling subsided, leaving a mild weariness in its wake. As the sun fought against the heavy clouds and the dismal ambience of the alley, Harry waited for something to happen. His wait carried on for hours. After the second hour of nothing, Tonks put up an invisible privacy spell so she could talk to Harry safely. Deciding on a plan, Tonks threw up an obscuring spell so people couldn't see what was going on behind it. The alcove was so small and shallow that Harry had to keep all of his activities confined to their protected space, which wasn't any larger than an oversized cupboard. At her direction, Tonks showed Harry how to cast the privacy dome and obscuring spell. With the morning effectively spent and a modest meal consumed in shifts, Tonks began the process of teaching Harry how to cast the message spell that the unspeakables used to communicate. When the spell was cast, it was visible for less than a second and traveled at a high rate of speed towards its recipient. Many hours were spent sending messages back and forth, while Harry learned how to include what he wanted and nothing he didn't. Some of his messages included embarrassing things that he didn't want Tonks to know about, at least not yet. It took Harry until 3:30 to master the spell well enough to send an update to Horace on their progress, or lack thereof. Cal had been keeping Tonks updated on what he saw or rather didn't see. As Tonks pointed out, the alley was especially quiet for some reason. Harry saw a few hags, and everyone who moved in the alley had dark cloaks wrapped around them. As Harry sent Tonks a very teasing message, one from Cal came to him. 2 black-cloaked people coming from the north. Something not right about them. Be careful. Harry looked to the north in time to see the pair come around a slight bend in the alley. He tapped Tonks' leg and motioned to the pair as they walked down the alley, giving no one a second look. Harry tensed and waited for something to happen. The 2 people separated as they neared the building and stood on either side of it. Harry watched the taller of the 2 as he stood near the stoop looking at the ground. He checked on the second person, who was leaning against the brick wall on the other side of the building, near the burnt-out neighboring structure. Harry looked back to the taller person and waited with his hand on his wand. A stifled "shite" from Tonks caused Harry to check on her, finding nothing wrong. "What is it?" Harry asked as he looked back to the taller person who was still standing near the stoop with his head down. "The other one disappeared," Tonks muttered. "And we missed it. Where the bloody hell did she go?" Harry asked as he looked at the brick wall where the person had been standing moments before. "Where the hell did they go?" "Yes, Tonks said. "You could tell by her walk. Women walk differently than men. Haven't you ever noticed that before?" Harry mumbled before figuring that he might as well fess up. "To be honest, I always watched the women, not the way they walked." "Oh," Tonks sighed. "That is right, you are a guy after all. I should have known better than to ask. But yes, she was a woman. Her stride and body movement could only have been done by a woman, and now she is Merlin knows where. We can't lose the second one, too." Harry stared at the tall man who remained standing with his head down. Things stayed that way for a few minutes. 2 unspeakables watched a cloaked man stand in a dreary alley for minutes that drug on forever. When another cloaked man stumbled by and entered the pub, the tall man moved. He wandered over to the brick wall and leaned against it. With Harry and Tonks watching, the man faded into the brick and disappeared. "Bloody hell," a surprised Harry said. "He just went into that wall." "Just like Platform 9 3/4 and the St. Mungo's entrance," Tonks commented. "This is definitely not your run-of-the-mill hideouts. That spell is really hard to cast properly. People try it sometimes, and the entrance comes and goes erratically, or people often get stuck. Do you want to let Horace and Cal know about it?" Before Harry could send off the update, a message from Cal relayed the fact that he saw both of them disappear. "Cal watched the first one disappear and wondered why we didn't grab up the second one. Would have been nice of him to let us know before it was too late, eh?" "There are 2 of us, and we should have called who we were going to watch," Tonks told Harry. "That was my mistake since I didn't tell you how we monitor people. You watch who you would fight should things go bad. Then you might know how the person moves and reacts to things before you need to attack them. Anyway, tell Horace that we have an important location, and we need help if we are going to take it." "Take it?" Harry asked, confused, as he sent off the message Tonks told him to send. "Yes, take it," Tonks smirked, keeping her eyes on the building. "Attack if you will. Makes for a much more fun day than just waiting and watching Dung's friends wander about this dreadful place. Now we just have to wait for Horace to respond, and then we do what he wants." "Great," Harry replied. "He will probably tell me that I failed worse than he expected and send me home." "Oh, Seps," Tonks said softly. "Horace is just trying to push you. He is really impressed by what you have done so far, and it shows to those of us who have been around for a while. You can't see it yet, but he is very pleased with you. Give him some time and you will see it too." Harry groaned as he waited with his wand in his hand. The pressure to succeed was weighing on him as he waited for the reply. A few battered old birds flew overhead and settled on a broken sign hanging over the pub. Harry stared at the wall, willing someone to come out so he could prove himself on a real mission. The reply came with an order to capture one of the people, but let the other go without seeing anything. Harry relayed the message to his team and waited. As a mass of afternoon clouds rolled in front of the sun, a special kind of darkness shadowed the alley. Harry watched as a person materialized out of the brick wall. The tall man had returned and moved back to his original spot near the stoop. Harry started to stand, but Tonks held him back with a gentle touch of her hand. "Wait for it. If they came in a pair, most likely they will leave in a pair." Harry settled himself and did as she asked, and was rewarded with the woman appearing moments later, both on their feet. Tonks removed the spells protecting their position and moved to the right side of the alley. Harry moved to the left side of the alley and cast the silencing spell on his own feet to assure that he didn't tip off the tall man he followed. Harry and Tonks followed the pair most of the way to Diagon Alley before they separated. The woman looked around before apparating away, leaving Harry's man alone with Harry and Tonks on the ground and Cal watching from a nearby rooftop. Harry made his move and closed the distance between him and the man. In a flourish, Harry fired a stunner followed by the Conligo Totalis binding spell. The tall man toppled forward and cracked his head on the cobblestone path with considerable force. Harry ignored the sound of the man breaking at least one bone in his head and moved to drop the ring onto him. At a quick pace, Harry released the ring, letting it fall on the man and whisk him away to an unspeakable controlled holding cell in the ministry. Harry started to stand up and relax from the tensions he had been saddled with until Tonks moved to him and kept him on pace to Diagon Alley. "Do not stop until we are completely clear of here. Monitors could be set up to watch the alley, and offensive spells like that could have triggered them. The last thing we need is Aurors flooding this alley looking for anyone with a wand. Questions are bad. You know this." "Yes, sorry," Harry admitted as he thought through what she had said. They reached the main road and Tonks pulled Harry away from the apparition point. "That will be the first place they shut down when they get here, if they come at all," Tonks informed him. No sooner had she finished talking when about 10 Aurors appeared near the apparition point. 4 stayed near there and spoke with everyone who passed by, while the remaining went directly to Nocturne Alley with their wands drawn. "Just made it in time. They will shut the alley down while they search for anyone who had been hit by the spells." "Wow, they are really quick at responding," Harry said, watching the Aurors move into Nocturne Alley. "This is all Bones and her willingness to use the Aurors the way they were meant to be used," Tonks commented proudly. "If I wasn't doing this, I would be with them right now. That is why I joined up in the first place. I love excitement, but being around you gives me enough right now. You are an exciting person to spend time with, Seps." "One person's excitement is another's life-threatening situation," Harry quipped. "Boring appeals to me, you know." "Yeah, until the second day when you have no idea what to do with yourself," Tonks challenged. "You live on excitement the same as me. Now, tell Cal to head back. We will follow in a few minutes. I want to hear what they find in the alley." Harry sent the message off by directing it into a building, first to hide the spell from the view of the busy alley. They moved nearer to the entrance of Nocturne Alley and listened in on the Aurors' conversation. Detector picked up 2 offensive spells, a stunner and con totalis. "I found a little blood over here, but no body and no tracks near it. I saw no one. I checked the alley, and the nearest person was a drunkard coming out the pub down the way. Forget this, like anyone down here matters much. You never know who was down here, Simmons. It could have been a common criminal or a lost child. Sadly, we won't know until someone reports them missing or their body turns up. Might as well do another walkthrough since we are here. Let the others know, Simmons, since you can't be bothered to give a damn. Gladly. Tonks grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him away. Good, they found nothing to give them a lead, and they are going to sweep through the alley. Anyone who thought they saw something will forget it when the Aurors show up. No reason to think about things that are best left ignored, eh? Sure, Harry said in a noncommittal way. He and Tonks moved into a darkened corner and apparated back to the team room to find Cal waiting with his feet up and a cup in his hand. "'Bout time you showed up," Cal called, laughing a little. "That was good work, Seps. You dropped him and had him gone before he could even try to get up." "I hit him with a stunner and the Totalis spell we worked on recently," Harry said hesitantly. "If he got up, I would have been worried." "Well," Cal began and thought on it before continuing. "That explains why he went down so hard. Good work. Want to stop by hospital and see your handiwork? There is no way he didn't break something on that fall. He couldn't catch himself, and he was a tall bugger." No thanks," Harry refused. "I heard the bones break when he landed. That was enough for me for today. All I know is that I didn't break any bones for once, and I am happy about that." Tonks smirked and laughed. Small miracles, that. Time to check in with Horace and head home. The team made their way to Horace's office and found it empty. They went to Marcus's and were greeted with both Marcus and Horace along with Team 5. The discussion was not pleasant in nature. "That was a quality mission and you gave it to them to fuck up," Jones yelled. "Jones," Marcus attempted to calm the tone of the meeting. "That mission had the lowest chance of being something. Yours was much higher on the list of ending up as a real mission. You know how it works." "This is bullshit," Jones continued as Michael sighed and sat in a chair against the far wall. He crossed his legs and folded his arms, catching sight of Harry in the doorway. A subtle wave told Harry that he wasn't part of the argument. "We have been looking for Caros for years. We know he was involved in that disaster back in the 80s. I read the report on him." "Be that as it may," Marcus replied. "We had no knowledge that he was going to be there, nor for that fact did we know that anyone was going to be there. Second-guessing this will only anger you more." "We could have gotten both of them," Jones countered, showing that he had little control over himself. "Enough," Horace snapped, moving away from the wall behind Marcus's desk. "Shut the fuck up, Jones. I have had enough of your childish behavior. You are either an unspeakable or some twat on the street. It is time for you to make the choice. Which is it?" "What?" Jones asked, more subdued than Harry had ever seen him before. "I have had it with this petty shite," Horace bellowed. "You are a team member, or you are out. No more of this, it should have been me, rubbish. 3 got the mission that turned out to be viable. They executed the mission as instructed. They only got one of them because I only asked for one of them. If we had more history of the team under Seps, I would have asked them to get both. I decided that one for sure was better than missing both and revealing our knowledge of the location. I made the call and 3 did the job." Jones breathed heavily, and it was obvious that he was still furious at what had happened. "Forget it then." Jones turned to leave the room and immediately saw Harry standing in the doorway, flanked by Cal and Chamel. "Move, fucker." Harry didn't want to prolong the meeting with Jones, so he moved aside, letting him pass without a comment. As the tension wavered, Michael spoke up. "He has been getting worse since the spot opened up. He figured it was his by rights, and when you brought in Seps, he became completely unhinged. I feel that if we get into something for real, his state of mind as it is, he will kill only himself if we are lucky. A reassignment might give him a chance to reassess his goals, but I doubt it. Tarus and I are in agreement on this." Tarus nodded as he slipped his hands into his pockets. Horace looked to Marcus and waited. "I would love to remove him," Marcus said, shaking his head. "But I can't right now. We have work coming in on a daily basis right now, and I need every team we have. Granted, Jones is not at his best, but he has never allowed his over-aggressive tendencies to get in the way before. If you can work with him until this flurry of events is over, I will pull him then." Michael wasn't pleased with the answer, but he accepted it. "Michael," Horace stepped forward, "we are looking for a replacement already. It may take a while, but we are searching. An aura or 2 show the makings of a good operative, but I know you have your reservations with them. They aren't your normal auras, at least. Give us some time, okay? If he wants to go down in a storm of spells, do not risk your lives to stop him. I hate to say it, but the job has gone to his head in a bad way." Michael shook Horace's hand and nodded to Marcus. As he and Tarus passed Harry, they paused. "Good job today, Seps. Don't let this drama get to you. He didn't get like this overnight. Chamel Cal, pleasure as always." Harry watched the room empty of two and fill with his team. "Excellent work, Seps," Marcus said. "Previous rantings aside, you did a superb job today, all of you. You got another Death Eater and confirmed one of their locations. I will assign Team 1 to continue the surveillance on the building. We might be able to get a few more Death Eaters off the streets before they shut down the location and move on." "A successful first mission," Horace broke in, far calmer than he had been before. "Acceptable work, I must admit, although, Seps, must you damage them before you bring them in? The healers had to fix his broken ocular sockets, but they left nose at least. Now, you are cleared for the night. Be here tomorrow for a new mission or training. I'm not sure what we will have, so be ready for anything." Harry and Tonks returned home and were in time for dinner with Remus and the Grangers. Hermione pressed Harry for more information, but relented when he refused to answer certain questions. Harry helped Remus teach Hermione how to apparate after they overcame her adherence to the laws by using her near death as motivation to learn the skill. Her progression was slow, but methodical, as only Hermione could manage. Her shields were also improving and showing promise. Tuesday and Wednesday came and went with little excitement at home other than Harry finding out about Jules not liking Remus even more than her dislike for Tonks. Remus explained it away as her seeing him as a threat to Harry since he was a werewolf. Harry had a long, one-side conversation with Jules that left Harry tired and frustrated, and Jules unchanged in her actions towards Remus. Begrudgingly, Harry accepted the fact that some things were just meant to be. Hermione and her parents seemed comfortable as they took to Potter Estate rather well. Harry's only concern was how tired Hermione seemed to look in the mornings. Work was more training as the other teams took on the missions that seemed promising. Most were fruitless wastes of time, but Team 1 managed to ferry away another Death Eater from the Nocturne location on Wednesday. The woman hadn't been seen again, but at least 2 unique people had been identified as frequent users of the location. Thursday came, and it was the day that Marcus chose to shut down the Nocturne location completely. The briefing and planning session was something that Harry wanted to avoid. He hoped that Team 5 wasn't part of the mission, since the rumor of Jones's opinion of Seps had spread quickly among the teams even before half of Tuesday had transpired. When Harry entered the training room, he sighed an anxious breath when he didn't see Jones waiting in the room. Harry picked out the shape that matched Thor's and quickly figured out that the other 2 were the remaining members of Team 2, Robin and Jocelyn. When everyone was seated, Marcus stood and clasped his hands together. "It is a wonderful day today," Marcus announced. "We have Team 1 sitting on the house, and they have counted at least 2 occupants inside the house that haven't left through the front door. They have also checked the wards on the building and determined that there are anti-apparition and portkey wards along with the standard detection and alarm ones. The entrance is a work of art, though, and must be breached with sheer force to access the structure, since we lack the passwords and insider to trigger it. We have selected Team 2 for your consistency with these kinds of missions, and Team 3 since it was yours first, and we would like to let you prove yourselves even more. I will let Horace handle the specifics of the mission. I will say this is a level 2 or 3 mission, depending on the amount of resistance we encounter." Horace moved forward and tapped the board at the front of the room, revealing a map of the alley and the surrounding buildings. "When we arrive, Team 2 will group to the south, and Team 3 will group to the north. We will wait for the Aurors to sweep through and clear the streets before moving in. This is going to happen in 30 minutes, so remember that. Everyone will be concealed until given the order to strike. We are hoping to catch at least 1 more person before attacking. Team 1 thinks there is a shift schedule at work here, and the shift change happens shortly after the Aurors move through. We figure that is because it reduces the number of people to see them come and go. Does anyone have concerns about this mission or the people they will be working with?" No one said a word, giving Horace reason to smile. "Team 2 will be the tip of the spear, and 3 will follow them in if needed. I may have Sep's help with the entry since he packs a punch with his spells. I am not giving you permission to enter the structure first, Seps. Keep that in mind before you get carried away. A staffing notice pertinent to this mission, Jillian has been promoted to an operations specialist. As a 4-pip, she can and may change the orders I give to you now. Follow her orders as if I was yelling them in your ear myself. She has the most up-to-date picture of the situation. Most of what we know has come from them and their work in the last few days. I have full confidence in her, as should you. The team members nodded their acceptance of the information. Harry followed along since he had no clue why it was such a big deal. Horace outlined the approach and the suggested spells to use to breach the wards and entrance. The precise spell work to counter some of the wards was left to Team 1, but Harry learned that the Reductor Curse and the Killing Curse were very effective at beating down wards. Many other spells could be deflected or redirected by the wards, but the Killing Curse couldn't be altered at all, and the Reductor Curse simply exploded on contact, leaving nothing to be changed. As Harry replayed the night at the Grangers in his mind, he could remember seeing and hearing muffled Reductor Curses now that he had an idea of what to look for. Horace gave them suggestions if things went one way or another. He told them to look out for witnesses or potential victims, and to put up obscuring charms to keep spectators to a minimum. As the briefing came to a close, Harry started feeling the onset of the nerves he was so used to before Quidditch matches. Portkeys marked with a C, for the holding cells were on a table in the rear of the classroom area. Harry grabbed 2 and stowed them in his pocket. Seeing a chance to find a few minutes to himself to gain control of his stomach and wild thoughts, Harry drifted to the side of the room near the exit. With a few deep breaths and a focused effort on occlumency, he worked on clearing his mind and concentrating on the task at hand. He reasoned that it was no different than earlier in the week when he had taken down the tall man. The only thing that was different was the build-up of tension that was occurring prior to leaving on the mission. While wrapped up in his thoughts, Harry felt a soft hand slide over his shoulders before settling in the small of his back for a few seconds before wandering on. Knowing that only one person in the room would have done it, Harry kept his eyes closed and enjoyed the sensations. Warm breath on his neck and ear told him that she was about to tell him something. "You will be fine, Harry," Tonks whispered. "When this is all over, I promise a long soak in that wonderful tub of yours. I might even allow you to touch me if you are good." "You mean I will be welcomed in your bath?" "I was promising a bath with both of us, silly," Tonks purred. "What kind of person would I be to take a bath alone while you sulked in the corner? It is much more enjoyable to share a bath, especially when you are involved. Oh, the fun we will have." Harry found his mind more relaxed after a minute of whispering from Tonks than 10 minutes of occlumency on his own. The only side effect was the need to adjust himself to compensate for his shifted focus from danger to pleasure. Returning the favor, Harry leaned in and whispered in Tonks' ear, "I will hold you to that promise, Nymphadora." Harry put extra effort into sounding as seductive as he could given his limited experience with the skill. As Tonks removed her hand from the back of Harry's neck, he opened his eyes and saw her looking at him. The twinkle in her eyes was different from the humor or teasing moods she often showed him. It was something different, and he felt more than saw the difference. She directed her head towards the groups, telling him that they were about to leave. With a cleansing breath, Harry turned and strode towards Cal and Team 2. The teams formed and apparated away one by one as not to alert anyone before it was needed. Harry, Tonks, and Cal moved among the busy crowds in Diagon Alley. Many children were out and running around, leaving their parents to chase after them with frustrated calls of punishment or idle threats. "What is going on?" Harry asked Tonks softly from a side street, at least a good 40 feet from the entrance to Knockturn Alley. "Not sure," Tonks replied, "but most of them are younger, so it isn't Hogwarts letters. It might be Family Day or something like that. Bugger if it is." Harry did his best to ignore the itch in his head that told him things could go terribly wrong if any of the Death Eaters got away. They could run into the alley and kill a few kids before escaping. Those images left a taste so bitter in his mouth that Harry felt his magic swell up inside of him without the normal mental or emotional effort to achieve the same effect. Stamping down on the horrible thoughts, Harry hurried between family groups to the mouth of Knockturn Alley in time to see a group of Aurors disappear around the bend. Once Tonks and Cal joined him, Harry led them into the alley. The gloom of the street made the day seem even more foreboding as they walked slowly and silently to the same alcove they had used before. Protections in place, Harry sent a message to Gillian telling her they were ready. Seconds later, he received a return message, waiting on the Aurors to leave the alley before we do anything. Harry placed his hands on his team to signal that they weren't ready to go yet. The minutes passed, and Harry felt the anxiousness of earlier return with a vengeance. His mental efforts only held off the thoughts enough to prevent them from dominating his mood. A ready message broke him out of his stupor. "Be ready to go," Harry told his team as he prepared himself to launch repeated spells at the brick wall that was the doorway to the structure. Harry received a countdown message giving them 1 minute before they attacked. As the time ticked down, Harry's mind slipped into a semi-numb state of alertness. With 10 seconds left, a frantic hold message reached him, stalling the attack. "What is going on?" Harry asked those who didn't know. He only had to wait a few seconds longer before he saw the reason. 3 black-cloaked people strolled into the alley. One was the same woman that Harry had seen at the beginning of the week. He recognized the walk since he had replayed it in his mind a few times, trying to see what Tonks had meant. She tapped him on the shoulder, telling him she saw the same thing. They watched as she leaned against the wall and disappeared as she had done before. The only difference was the fact that the other 2 took up positions on either side of the building in what would be considered a guarding posture. "Bollocks! If we attack now, then we have to drop those 2 before we do anything else." Seconds later, Harry received a new countdown order. 1 minute, attack the one on the right before leveling the entrance. No holding back, this is a level 3 mission now. If your first spell misses, kill the guard without hesitation. Harry sighed and relayed the message to his team. He selected his spell, a stunner followed up immediately by the binding spell he used the last time. He figured that if the first one was blocked, the second would slip through any defenses since it required a completely different shield spell to block. His third spell would have to be the killing curse since those were the orders. Harry hoped it wouldn't be necessary. The seconds passed, and the assault began lighting the alley with an array of spells. Harry jumped forward and shot his combo at the man on the right. The man was ready for an attack somehow and blocked the stunner, but the binding spell breached his shield and dropped the Death Eater. Harry turned to fire at the brick wall in time to see the other guard fall victim to a killing curse from a member of Team 2. Harry began the process of firing reductor curses, one right after another, as fast as he could. He didn't notice Tonks stun his Death Eater nor summon the fallen wand away as he fell into a rhythm. Harry sent the spell repeatedly at the wall as a soft, ethereal reverb sounded from somewhere. He let his magic take over as he repeated the thought in his head, triggering the reductor curse to be sent. Members of Team 2 joined in the assault with their own spells. 2 used the reductor curse, while Harry noticed a steady stream of the twisted, sickly green light coming from another. As they fired continuously, Harry started seeing chunks of brick break away from the wall and fly in all directions. A fine rust-colored dust hung in the air as the light from the spells illuminated it. Harry watched the particles swirl around as the spells changed the air pressure near the wall. He began to feel the ebb and flow sensation again and let it happen without resisting. A few minutes into the attack, the wall cracked under the magical force of the spells and fell inward. Harry let 3 spells travel into the building before Team 2 had reached the hole and moved in. When Harry stopped casting spells in time with his magical surges, his wand emitted a few sparks, keeping up with the tide inside of him. He moved his team into a guard position near the opening and stayed there as they had been briefed to do earlier. The excitement of the situation left his senses heightened, but his nerves had calmed the same as they often did during a game of Quidditch. A shout of help forced him into action again as he dove into the building ready to help the other team. When he rushed through the hanging cloud of debris, he was met with utter destruction inside the house. The far wall had a hole in it that a person could climb through, and the furniture in the front room had been thrown backwards with such force that parts of it stuck out of the side and rear walls. The true destructive power of magic displayed itself for any witness. Harry heard shouts and saw flashes up the stairwell on his right. He sprinted over a shattered crate and ducked under a hanging ceiling beam that had been severed. The floor above him creaked from the movement of the others. He bounded up the stairs, taking them two at a time, reaching the first landing halfway between levels. When Harry turned the corner, wand out, he saw a fallen Death Eater splayed out eagle, face down, on the stairs. Blood had pooled on the upper step and was running over the lip of the stair, falling on the lower step in a steady drip into an ever-growing pool of red. Leaping over the blood-coated stairs completely, Harry landed on the top step only to slip on the plastered dust that had been exploded from the wall. As Harry fell to the floor, hard, a spell whizzed past his head and hit an undamaged chair, leaving it in flames. He rolled to the side, out of the hallway, and into an adjoining room. A quick scan showed the room clear of people, giving Harry a chance to regain his feet. A deep breath stolen from the fast-moving events, Harry moved out of the room and hurried towards the shouts and lights. The long corridor showed signs of increasing magical damage as he grew closer to the main fight. When the doorway was breached, Harry found 3 unspeakables battling 5 Death Eaters in a vicious battle. With a growl, Harry jumped into the fight, firing the bone spells at the black-robed enemies. It was easy for Harry to see that the Death Eaters in the room were skilled fighters. They moved to the far ends of the room to avoid deflected spells or getting in the way of others meant for someone else. Harry chose the nearest enemy and attacked. His opponent didn't have an unspeakable personally attacking him, so the fight became a one-on-one fight for life. Harry was glad that his guy didn't use the killing curse, but the frequent Cruciatus curses kept Harry moving or putting up his marble shield. After a series of Reductor, Stunner, Conligo, and both bone spells, Harry landed the Severing Ribbon spell and removed the man's right hand. Harry tried to look away in time, but he saw the wand snap in half and 3 fingers fall to the floor, trailed by a stream of blood. More out of self-preservation than anything, Harry stunned the man to end the screaming. Swallowing the bile that was creeping up his throat, Harry took on the next target. The man was slower but very efficient with every spell he cast. Harry fired spells as fast as he could to overwhelm the man. As the volume of spells grew, the slower man couldn't keep up and was struck with the bone, breaking one to the left shoulder, followed up by a stunner. The group of Death Eaters had been moving back as the fight advanced. Numbers against them, the Death Eaters started using more area spells and less target-specific ones. An unspeakable fell when his shield collapsed under the force of 2 spells at once from 2 of the more skilled Death Eaters. Harry slid over and took up the attacker his fallen ally had been fighting. 2 Death Eaters ran for a doorway, leaving the last one to fight off 3 unspeakables alone. Harry sent 3 consecutive Reductors at him, while Robin or Jocelyn sent stunners. With the Death Eater effectively distracted, Thor ended the fight with a killing curse. Before the black cloak had even touched the ground, Thor was past him and moving after the others. Harry hesitated a second and saw Robin or Jocelyn send off 2 messages before chasing after Thor. Harry went to follow them, but saw the doorway led to another stairwell. Thinking quickly, Harry retraced his steps and returned to the front stairs. Jumping over the blood pool and fallen person again, Harry reached the bottom of the stairs. He heard shouting in the rear of the building, and a few errant spells struck the hall across the way. Harry gave a quick look in the direction of the fight and saw the Death Eaters retreating towards him. Harry decided to wait for them to pass in front of him so he could hit them from the side. A thought of attacking from behind was stomped out of his mind when a killing curse struck the floor in the hallway and tore up a handful of boards and material from under the floor. Harry continued taking quick looks to monitor their progress. He saw Thor send a Reductor curse at the woman and missed by only a few inches, but it caught her hood and sent it flying. Harry's brain skipped a beat when he saw the long dark hair of Bellatrix Lestrange. Once he had regained thought, Harry realized that the battle had brought them into his hallway. His heart beating wildly and hands sweaty, Harry saw the edge of a black cloak and a footstep into his view from the stairway. With a growl, Harry fired a series of bone-shattering spells at the Death Eater. In a chance of terrible luck, the Death had moved beyond the doorway and the spells missed him and leveled the far wall instantly. Bellatrix held up her retreat as her partner fired 2 quick spells at Harry, sending him for cover and allowing her to fall back to the alley exit. Angry at himself, Harry ducked out into the hallway and continued his attack on the evil pair trying to escape. Harry ignored the man and focused on Bellatrix. He herded them down the hall and out of the destroyed entrance. A shout and a series of spells proved that Cal and Tonks were waiting. The man sent up a shield and moved away quickly before tucking his hand into his pocket and disappearing, leaving Bellatrix alone to fight or flee. Harry saw his window of revenge closing, and he seized the chance to stop her. He dropped all offensive spells except for the Cruciatus Curse, and he used it as aggressively as he could. Bellatrix backed up and away from Harry's attacks as he ran from the building after her. The battle lit the alley as they traded Crucios. Team 2 moved out of the building and held back from joining the battle since they were more likely to get hit than help in any way. Harry poured his magic into every spell he cast at the woman who had killed Sirius. A shout of pain and determination grew as he fought her. She always seemed to stay half a second ahead of his attack, but most of her return volleys were misaimed because she had to dodge an attack. Harry advanced on her only to slip a little on a broken cobblestone from a missed spell. The break in his attack was enough time to let Bellatrix land a quick Crucio and apparate away, saving her life and freedom. Harry felt the white-hot knives strike at every nerve ending, causing him to stumble. His anger and fury chased away the pain as his frustration boiled over at letting her get away. "Fuck!" Harry yelled as he stared at where she had stood seconds before. "So fucking close and she gets away. God damn it." Harry swung his fists in a half-circle, stopping them in front of himself before turning around. He saw Thor standing proud and dusting off his cloak, while the other member of Team 2 sent off a quick message before re-entering the building. 3 new people appeared in the street dressed in the same unspeakable cloaks and spilt up. 2 followed the man into the building, while the 3rd moved to Tonks, and Cal, who had just walked out of the alcove they had hidden themselves in. "Chamel Cal, Thor," a woman barked. 2 people to the south saw what happened and 1 to the north. Wipe their memories of these events and us. Seps, get over here. Harry assumed that the woman was Jillian, since he had never met another female unspeakable other than Tonks. He looked at Tonks and saw her give him a wide smile and nod reassuringly to him before hurrying up the street to find the witness. As Cal and Thor passed Harry, Cal told him he had done well and Thor clapped him firmly on the shoulder. "Damn fine job, Seps," Thor commented as he followed Cal in search of their witnesses. Harry took a few breaths to calm his mind and body before he allowed himself to move at all. His magic was humming in his ears, and he didn't want to have an accident involving it when Jillian was going to talk to him. He took slow, deliberate steps towards her as he calmed down as much as he could. The street was littered with evidence from the fight. The mist spells left large scorch marks on the buildings and the street. Stones were loose, broken, or completely missing from the alley. The broken sign above the pub had been obliterated, and all that remained was the twisted hanger bent in every direction, but the right one. A faint trail of smoke escaped the second-floor window of the building, as sounds from inside made their way through the shattered windows and holes in the walls. Harry took the last few steps and came to a rest in front of Jillian and looked up at her expectantly. She seemed to debate something for a second before speaking. "Report." Not sure what to say, Harry did what he did best. He started talking and thinking at the same time. "Bellatrix Lestrange and another man got away. One of our guys fell from 2 spells inside. One Death Eater was bleeding on the steps pretty badly. Another was killed by the killing curse. I severed another's hand and stunned him, and then broke another's shoulder and stunned him as well. Then the 2 out here which..." Harry looked around and saw they were gone, are gone. Jillian nodded before sending a message into the sky. "Excellent job, Seps. Aside from going after Lestrange by yourself and getting injured, you did better than I expected." "Injured?" Harry checked himself and saw nothing out of place or bleeding for once. "I am not injured." "Unless you walk like your leg is 4 inches too short," Jillian said. "You are injured. Medical for you. We have things in hand here. Go, you earned it." Harry started to argue but stopped himself before anything more than a few stutters left his lips. With a weary sigh, Harry apparated back to the team room. His landing was terrible because his hip gave out, causing him to fall to the floor. Bloody hell, that didn't work right. He ran his hands down to his hip and applied a little pressure. The shooting pain told him that he did need medical attention after all. Gritting his teeth, Harry pushed himself over to the couch and pulled himself to his feet. I will be damned if I don't walk there myself. Tonks found her witness and obliviated the hag with nary a thought. She wanted to get back to Harry and make sure he was all right. He is never careful when things like this happen. He could have a broken arm or leg and not know it. She turned around and hurried back find Harry. Tonks reached the building in time to see Harry apparate away and not looking happy. She rushed over to Jillian to see what was going on. The damage to the building was terminal, but the alley fared far better. As she dodged debris, Tonks was close enough to hear what Jillian said after Harry left. "Silent apparition, I thought they were pulling my leg." Jillian turned to come face to face with Tonks. "Chamel, as long as Jocelyn is alive and healable, this was a superb mission. 6 Death Eaters captured or killed is a victory for us all." "Whatever," Tonks waved off the numbers without a thought. "Where did Seps go? Was he all right?" Jillian settled back on her feet and made an odd sound. "Not now, Jillian." Fine, Jillian replied. "Seps had something wrong with his foot, leg, or hip. I do not know which, but I sent him to medical either way. He did really well in there. He did even better out here. Did you see who he was fighting at the end? That was Lestrange, and he seemed to hold his own pretty well until he slipped." Tonks scanned the area before asking to be released from the scene so she could check on Harry. Jillian agreed after a little chiding and subtle hints. Tonks apparated away as Jillian used her wand to clear the street of any loose wreckage that had been left in the alley. She appeared in the team room and bolted into the hallway in time to see the doors to the medical wing close. Sprinting the length of the hallway to medical, Tonks burst into the room to see Harry pushed down onto a bed by one of the healers. "You again," he snapped. "One day you aren't going to be so lucky and end up dead, Seps. You know this, right?" "If you call my life luck," Harry countered, "you can have it. This isn't even the worst of it. So what is wrong with me this time?" Not knowing when to hold back, Tonks laughed as she moved to Harry's bedside. "But you already knew that, so I guess I have to give you something new that is wrong with you." The healer moved his wand around Harry, spending extra time on his left leg and hip. "Cracked femur, dislocated hip, bruising, and short-duration cruciatus exposure. A rather varied selection of injuries this time. Now, hold still while I get the proper potions for you." The healer moved away so Tonks moved in close. "You did a great job, Harry," she whispered. "I am so proud of you. You earned your bath tonight and then some. You get better so we can have some fun." "I will try, Nymph," Harry said with a sigh. "I am tired of getting hurt all the time. Can't I just stay safe for once?" "As long as you do this job," Tonks smirked, "you will always be at risk. As long as you act the way you do, you will always get hurt." Tonks laughed at him as she said the last part and rubbed his head. "I can handle the injuries as long as you stay alive." "I only hope I can as well," Harry joked as the healer returned to tend to him. "Drink these," the healer ordered, handing Harry 3 bottles and vials of varying sizes with different colored mixtures in them. "The pain should subside in a few minutes, and everything should start knitting itself back together. Tell me when you feel your bones starting to itch. That is when I have to cast some spells to make sure everything goes back together properly." "Sounds fun," Harry said between drinks. The doors swung open as a body floated through the air ahead of an unspeakable. "Jocelyn is down," Robin yelled. 2 other healers ran from the back room and took over directing the body into a bed. There was a flurry of movement and orders as Jocelyn was cared for. Spells were cast, and a few potions were gathered and poured down his throat. Harry watched them work and wondered how many times he had received the same kind of treatment over the years. Spears spoke to Robin loud enough for everyone to hear. "The combination of the spells overcame his shield and he collapsed. Is that right?" "Yeah," Robin said. "That is what happened." "So the spells went through his shield or were at least affected by it?" Robin nodded. "Lucky for him that only one of the spells was meant to kill him. If both had been that way, he would have died there. One was a stunner, albeit a dark stunner, but the other was some form of the organ decay curse that I haven't seen before. We should be able to counter the effects in a few days. Give us an hour and I should be able to give you an accurate answer." "Thank you," Robin said before stepping back and letting his shoulders fall. He looked around the room after a few minutes. Upon seeing Harry and Tonks, he moved to join them. You okay, Seps? I am fine, Harry replied, getting a stern look from Tonks. I am well enough, considering. I will be fine in a little while. I am sorry about Jocelyn. I should have tried harder. Robin laughed lightly before waving away the comment. Any harder and the building would have collapsed in on us. I could feel your power as you hit the doorway, but that was nothing compared to you attacking Lestrange. Is there some history there that I don't know about? Harry thought for a few seconds before replying. I want that woman to suffer, but I would accept seeing her in prison. I would have guessed you wanted her dead, Robin offered with a hint of humor to his voice. Maybe next time you will get to see her suffer or in prison at the end of it all. I know I wouldn't mind seeing that. You did a wonderful job today. No matter what anyone says or suggests, you earned my respect and that of my team. If I didn't know for a fact that Thor was straight, I would think he liked you or something the way he goes on about you. He values the ability to fight and win above all else. You keep showing us that you can do that. Thanks, Robin, Harry answered. He took a deep breath as a sudden, odd feeling swept through him. Ah, Chamel, I think that itching thing the healer was talking about is happening. I want it to stop as fast as possible, so could you let them know, please? Harry felt his magic surge up in response to the uncomfortable feelings racing through his bones. The urge to dig at his skin in an attempt to reach his skeleton was nearly overpowering his mental control. How are you doing? The healer asked. Make it stop, Harry requested. The healer slowly waved her wand over Harry as it lit with a soft pink light. She moved methodically and precisely over every inch of Harry's body. As the wand passed an area, the sensations lessened but didn't go away completely. On the second pass, Harry felt the weird urges fade away. He sighed in relief and let his head sink into the pillow. Thank Merlin, that is over, Harry mumbled. It is as it should be now, the healer said before continuing. You need to stay off your feet for a day or two. If you must move about, use a cane. The bones are healed, but there was some soft tissue damage from the dislocation that needs as neutral a position as possible to heal correctly. Of your options, which do you choose? Bollocks, Harry murmured. Fine, the cane I guess, but it is under protest. Protest all you want as long as you use it, the healer answered. I am only trying to help you. It will not be me with permanent joint damage in 10 years if you disregard my orders. I can hold you here until tomorrow if you like that option better. The healer smirked at Harry as he weighed his very limited options. With a disgruntled sigh, Harry held his hand out for the cane. A summoning spell later, Harry had a polished wooden cane in his hand and a victorious healer standing over his bed. Glad you saw it my way, Seps. Bully for you, Harry grunted as he tried to swing his feet off the bed. With Tonks' assistance, Harry managed to stand even though his hips screamed in pain. How long until the pain goes away? I am surprised you stayed on your feet, actually, the shocked healer said. Well, here is a pain potion that should get you through the worst of it. Remember to keep your weight off of it as much as possible. Harry downed the potion and dropped the vial on the vacated bed. I wish Jocelyn luck in getting better, Harry told Robin. Luck has nothing to do with it, Seps, the healer told him. All the same, Harry turned and aimed his labored steps towards the door. Tonks walked with him and offered him support for his other side as he walked. Harry quickly learned how to manage the cane, Tonks, and walking. By the time he reached Marcus's office, he was going at about half his normal walking speed. Tonks knocked on the door and it opened, revealing Cal, Thor, Jillian, and her team along with Marcus and Horace. They kept talking, but each looked at the door in turn. Once Marcus finished hearing what had happened from their sides, he looked to Harry. I would like to hear what happened in your words, Seps. Harry gave his account as he took a seat in a vacant chair that seemed to be left open for a reason. As long as Jocelyn makes a full recovery, Horace prompted, this will be a successful day. I congratulate all 3 teams on carrying out this important and potentially disastrous mission. I second that sentiment, Marcus followed up. Superb job, all of you. I would like Seps to receive extra acknowledgement for today, Jillian spoke up. He made the whole thing work. He breached the wall faster than we expected, and he provided assistance when it was needed. Robin told me that they were only just holding their own against the Death Eaters inside until Seps arrived. He changed the tide, and allowed us to achieve what we did with minimal loses or even the chance at loses. He proved himself to me today." Harry accepted Gillian's words but didn't believe them. The years of his exposure to the Dursleys prevented him from taking the praise to heart. He looked around the room and found everyone looking at him. Horace broke the silence first. "Injured again, I see. What you won't do to get out of training." Horace smirked for a second before turning cold again. "Monday for Team 3. Should give Seps enough time to heal up and get his beauty sleep." The meeting broke up shortly after Marcus praised all of the teams again for their expert execution in achieving their goals. When Harry and Tonks started back to the team room so they could apparate home, Horace followed them from a few feet behind. Once they entered the room, Horace closed the door behind them. "You told us you didn't have a vendetta to settle with Lestrange," Horace growled. "Day, you showed me that you do have one, and it could get in the way of our missions. Fortunately, no one was killed because of it, but we may not be so lucky tomorrow or the next time. I suggest you use your time off getting your head squared away and putting this behind you. I do not want you getting yourself killed or your team killed because you want her dead for what she did to someone you cared about. There are others here with bones to pick with that woman. You do not own exclusive rights to hatting her." Harry closed his mouth tightly as he stared Horace down. "Noted," Harry forced out, not giving away anything. Horace watched him for a few seconds before giving him a sharp nod and left the room. Tonks ran her hand behind Harry's back and pulled his hood down. She looked into his eyes and watched the simmering anger settle, then lessen. She smiled and kissed him softly. "Well done, Harry. You did brilliantly today. I owe you 1 bath for 2 at your request. I doubt we will be able to get home and up to our room without someone noticing. We might have to hold off on it until later." Tonks nibbled on her lips seductively before pressing her body against his. She changed back to her normal appearance, letting her breasts grow a little. "Just let me know, Harry." He groaned when Tonks moved away and grabbed his hand. "To home we go." They apparated away and reappeared in the foyer. Harry dropped Tonks' hand and saw her shift back into the Tonks most people saw on a daily basis. Harry walked into the living room leaning heavily on his cane, heading for the empty couch and ignoring the gasp from Hermione. "Harry, what happened?" she demanded as expected. "What?" Harry asked weakly. "Oh, this, nothing much, don't worry about it. I will be fine by tomorrow. What did you do today?" Hermione wanted to press the issue, but she saw Harry staring her down, telling her to drop it. Huffing, Hermione told him, "I spent the morning reading and the afternoon trying to apparate with Remus. I have almost got it and I am getting quieter every time." "She is doing a wonderful job," Remus said, watching Harry intently. "She will get it in a few days or less. Care to share your day with us?" "Not now, Moony." Harry smiled his best mischief-laden smile. "Not now." Friday and Saturday were spent with Harry watching and coaching Hermione in her attempts to apparate and her shield work. Per the doctor's and Tonks' orders, Harry spent most of both days sitting in a chair or laying on a couch. On Sunday morning, Hedwig arrived during breakfast with a piece of parchment tied to her leg. Harry untied it and read what was written. "We have a meeting with the goblins today to review their progress and key the wards to you 3, Harry explained. "Hermione will be the only one to have the ability to add people since she is the only magical person in your family. Griffook said they will be finished with the wards tonight, and we need to be at your house no later than 6. "We are going home tonight?" Hermione asked, surprised. "I figured it would take a few more days to finish them." "Don't you want to go home, honey?" David asked her. "It is not that I don't want to go home," Hermione told her parents. "It's that I want to keep learning and practicing magic. I have learned so much in the last week. I can almost apparate, and I can do shields that I didn't even know about before I came here, not to mention all the other spells I have worked on at night." "You were supposed to be asleep when we went to bed," Jane scolded her daughter. "Well," Hermione looked at the floor as she hung her head guiltily. "It is not every day that you get to practice magic like this. A little lost sleep was worth the knowledge." Hermione had raised her head as she spoke and looked more defiant at the end of telling her parents that she had traded sleep for learning magic. "Nothing new there," Harry joked as he nipped into his pancakes and sausage. "What do you mean, Harry?" Jane asked. Hermione is used to studying instead of sleeping, Harry answered, getting a kick in the shins for his loose lips. Her parents noticed the exchange and sighed as one. Hermione, David spoke in a defeated way. You haven't changed one bit, have you? No, Daddy, I have not, Hermione responded, holding her head high. It should be no surprise to either of you. The Grangers agreed that they weren't really surprised, but they expressed disapproval in her methods of gaining the knowledge. Night came as Harry prepared the portkey back to the Grangers' home. He smirked at Hermione as she watched him intently trying to figure out how to cast the difficult spell. He wiggled his eyebrows at her as he tapped the ring, making it glow blue. You have to tell me how to do that, Hermione sternly told him. But it is against the law to make an unregistered portkey, Hermione, Harry prodded. Stuff the law, she uttered before covering her mouth with both hands in shock as she looked to her surprised parents. Harry looked to Tonks and smirked. I blame Ron for her attitude towards the law. I am as shocked as anyone at her behavior. Harry laughed as Hermione recovered enough to smack him in the head. Both of you are bad influences on me, she said while laughing herself. You allow it to happen, dear, Jane offered, joining in the humor of the situation. You corrupted the Grangers as well, Tonks mentioned to Harry as she smiled at both parents. You are a bad boy. Going to punish him, Tonks? Remus asked, enjoying Harry's shock at the suggestion being made. In the worst way, Remus, Tonks replied, giving Harry a kiss and mussing his hair happily. Enough of having a go at me, Harry announced, ending the fun at his expense. Does this place make you childish or something? Harry asked no one in particular while scanning the living room suspiciously. You do, Harry, Tonks answered, keeping a straight face. Hey, Harry exclaimed, while everyone grabbed a hold of the portkey and any belonging they had brought along, causing it to take them to the park near Hermione's house. They arrived behind some bushes and started the short walk to the home. Harry took the lead, checking for any dangers. They arrived at the address and found the house missing. My house, said a shocked Jane. I thought it survived the attack, David mentioned, looking around for remains. It is there, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, called a bodiless voice. Harry spun his wand around looking for the source and saw Griffook appear in front of them, holding his hands out for all to see. I have the list of wards and spells that need setting on the chosen person. Who will it be? Me, Hermione said hesitantly while stepping forward. Who will be casting the spells? Griffook queried. If you don't need any special training or experience, Harry said, I will do it. Otherwise, Tonks or Remus should do it. You simply need to read what is on the parchment, Harry, Griffook smiled. If it is all right with you, Harry asked the Grangers as one. That is fine, Harry, Hermione answered for the family. Harry took the offered parchment and read the words while aiming his wand at Hermione. Smoky white, yellow, and light blue mist was emitted and encircled Hermione while Harry kept reading. As each sentence was completed, a mild burst of light would appear and fade into her. Everyone watched the process with eagerness, and in the Grangers' case, a moderate amount of fear. When he finished, Harry lowered his wand and held the parchment out to Hermione. You should keep this in case you want to learn about all the wards. Ms. Granger, Griffook interrupted, you must read the bottom portion of the parchment to accept the knowledge you have been granted. On the back are the instructions for permitting others access to your home. The business has the same protections, but only Muggles can enter without being affected. An emergency portkey has been placed in your office at the business, and it will bring you here. The item is described on the parchment. Hermione read through the document, and her jaw dropped as each protection was listed. The complexities of the wards were staggering as she reviewed the number of them and their incantations. The list was longer than her longest essay from McGonagall. She found the part she had to read and did so. She glowed for a second before returning to normal. Wow, that was, I don't know, amazing. As it should be, Ms. Granger, another voice said. Harry saw Ragnarok appear before him from out of nowhere. How many more people are going to appear? Harry asked. There are no others, Ragnarok answered. Are there, Ms. Granger? No, there aren't, Hermione said with a smile. I can see the house and it looks fine. The new door is different, but I like it. Both of her parents wore looks of doubt on their faces. Oh, let me help you out. Harry tried to stop her from using magic, but Ragnarok interrupted him. Ms. Granger can do magic outside of the wards if it is related to the wards. It is an old law that is a carryover thanks to the pure-blooded families. As a special thanks to you, Harry, we added in a ward to block the ministry under aged magic censors. Hermione jumped in place before she read off the document and waved her wand around each of her parents' heads in turn. After a couple minutes of recitation, both muggles looked surprised, then relaxed. It is wonderful, Jane said. It is perfect, David added. Amazing trick. I assure you that it is not a trick, Mr. Granger, Ragnarok said. What you saw or didn't see was the expert application of Gringotts' warding skills. Harry tasked us to protect your home, so we did. Ms. Granger must permit every single visitor access to your house now. Without her granting access, no one will be able to see it. Now that myself and Griffook are beyond the ward line, we cannot see the house any longer. The activation of all wards was accomplished when Harry read the document and granted Ms. Granger the knowledge. It is very technical and confusing if you do not have an intimate understanding of the processes at work, Griffook explained further. Fortunately, I only had to supervise the project and not execute the warding. Now that our business has been concluded, Ragnarok continued, we will be leaving you to your very safe home. Harry, I have this information for you to do with as you please. Ragnarok handed Harry a scroll that was sealed and tightly bound. Thank you, a confused Harry said as he looked at the scroll before depositing it in his cloak. And thank you for helping me out with this. It was our pleasure, Harry, Ragnarok smirked. Besides, you paid us quite well for our efforts here. Good evening to you all. Griffook pulled out a galleon, and when both goblins touched it, they disappeared instantly. Harry looked around, getting a bad feeling. Perhaps those going inside the house should do so, and those not should leave. Hearing the anxiousness in his voice, Hermione repeated the process she did for her parents to Harry, Tonks, and Remus. Seeing the house sitting safely in its lot, Harry urged everyone onto the lawn. Right quick, please. Once they had crossed the boundary and reached the front step, Harry looked at the street and waited. Tonks and Remus joined him as the Grangers stood behind them, wondering what was going on. Harry looked for the cause of the unsettling feelings he was getting. A bit of movement down the street caught his eye and drew his full attention as well as his wand. A figure moved down the street, hiding in the shadows cast by the street lights in combination with the old trees. Harry waited, ready with a spell, and watched the figure grow nearer to the home. When he was within 30 feet, Harry saw the glint of something silver sticking out of the man's cloak. Wormtail, Harry growled softly, and started to move towards the person who betrayed everyone he could have betrayed just to save his own life. Tonks and Remus were the first to grab onto Harry and hold him back enough to give Hermione a chance to move in front of him. Harry, Hermione pleaded, I know you want to get him, but not now, please. Hermione pushed on Harry to back him into the house. The others followed her lead. I can catch him, Harry growled, keeping his eyes on the advancing traitor. He never travels alone, Harry, Remus tried to reason. Severus has said that at meetings. He doesn't go anywhere alone. He is alone right now, Harry argued, never removing his eyes from Wormtail. He fought against the group as they forced him closer to the open front door. A sharp flash of pain struck Harry in the head, dropping him to his knees and nearly upsetting the entire pile of people. Harry seethed against the pain and forced his magic and occlumency to fight the crippling agony. His vision swam, but Wormtail was clear enough to be seen. Harry, Hermione whispered into his ear, pointing down the block. Look. Harry gained some ground on the pain as Tonks rubbed his neck and back. He saw another figure that seemed to be floating down the street. It paid no heed to the light or darkness as he moved in and out of the shadows without hesitation. Wormtail, hissed the voice of everyone's nightmares. I fail to see the Mudblood's house as you promised. Harry had stopped fighting the effort countering him once they stopped pushing him backwards. The entire group stood transfixed as they viewed the Dark Lord in person. Harry regained his footing and stood. In one fluid movement, he pulled Hermione and Tonks behind him. He took one step forward only to be pulled to a stop by Remus. "The odds are not in our favor, Harry," Remus spoke softly. "We would need Dumbledore here before we could try anything. Please, let it go this time. Think of us. You might survive the fight, but we wouldn't." Harry stilled in his resistance as the words registered in his mind. Horace's constant barking about numbers and plans reminded him that his luck could run out at any time, and his friends may not have enough to survive this time. He watched and waited, as did everyone else. "Master," stuttered Wormtail, "it was here, I swear. This is the street we attacked before. It has to be here." "You tipped our hand too early, Wormtail," Voldemort hissed vilely. "I sense magic at work here. So much effort for a few worthless muggles. What a waste of good magic. If Dumbledore wishes to expend his energy to save these things, then who am I to lessen the number of them? We will add to his never-ending list. The old man will tire soon, and then I shall be there to kill him, to squeeze the life from his failing body as those he tries to save watch their leader break. Oh, the pleasure of that day will last me a lifetime." Yes," Master Wormtail said, trying to hide his failure behind his master's words of expected victory. "Your failure has cost me the opportunity to hurt Potter," Voldemort hissed. "Crucio." Wormtail writhed on the sidewalk as Voldemort tortured him. The failing screams and cries caused a smile to spread across the snake-like face of the Dark Lord. The curse was maintained as black-cloaked people appeared with various sounds. They circled their leader as he punished one of their own. The cruelest man in the world released the spell and turned to his followers. "Failure is an option that is no longer tolerated," Voldemort spoke softly, causing frisons of fear to run down the spines of those protected by the wards. "I will take great pleasure in slowly killing those who fail me further. We will increase our numbers this week to replace those no longer worthy enough to serve me. To make my point, Crucio." At Voldemort's command, Wormtail was struck by the torture curse again. Harry could see enjoyment play across the face of his enemy. The screams faded quickly as Peter's throat and voice gave out from the strain. The curse was held for minutes as the victim twisted upon himself. Harry could not find it in himself to feel pity for the person who sentenced his parents to their deaths, killed Cedric, or brought Voldemort back to life. Ending the spell, Voldemort looked in the direction of the Granger's house. His eyes slid from one neighboring house to the other without pausing. "Impressive magic at work here. We have exposed ourselves enough for the evening. It has been enjoyable, but not as enjoyable as promised." Voldemort turned his gaze towards the broken man on the ground. "We begin our move next week. The magical world will fear me more than they ever have." In a swirl of his cloak, Voldemort apparated away, leaving his followers to follow his actions. Harry let out breath he had been holding in. "Wormtail is still there. We can get him if we are quick." "No," Tonks whispered, holding Harry in place, as movement appeared on the opposite side of the street. A cloaked figure advanced on Wormtail and came to a stop while standing above him. "Pathetic effort, Pettigrew," said the man barely loud enough to hear. "I tried my best, Severus," Wormtail whimpered. Harry saw red as he nearly jumped out of the grasp of Remus and Tonks. "Let me get him, both of them." Tonks put her hand over his mouth to stop him from making any additional noise. "Your constant failures are getting old," Snape sneered. "He will kill you next time." "I brought him back to us," Wormtail argued weakly. "He knows I am a loyal follower." "Loyalty only goes so far," Snape answered. "You know all about that," Peter spoke from the ground as he tried moving his legs. "Don't you, Severus?" "My loyalty is not in question, and neither is my ability to serve. You should remember that before talking about things you do not understand." "You have failed him lately," Peter pointed out. "Our Lord will kill you too." "You would do well to keep your mouth shut, Wormtail." Snape pulled out something and dropped it on Wormtail. They both disappeared as one, and the street was as empty as it had been minutes earlier. Harry stopped all resistance and let himself be moved into the house. Once inside, with the doors closed and the windows checked, everyone gathered in the living room to sort out what they had seen. Harry was the first to assimilate the information and spent the remaining time watching the others. When everyone seemed finished, Harry spoke up. "Thank you for stopping me. I would have risked us all to get Wormtail. I am glad you were there to stop me. At least we seem to be safe here. If Voldemort can't find us or isn't even willing to try, that is a good thing." "That is what he looks like," Hermione asked, and Tonks agreed by nodding her head. "Yep," Harry answered offhandedly. "Kind of off, isn't he? The missing nose and snake-like face kind of ruin the mystic, doesn't it?" "How could you stand up to that?" Remus asked introspectively. "How could you fight that?" "Easy," Harry said, rubbing his scar, which had calmed the second Voldemort left. "I have no choice in the matter. I stand up, I fight, or he will kill me anyway. At least by fighting, I have a chance to win. Running or hiding will only make my suffering last longer." "What did he do to that man?" David asked hesitantly. "That was the Cruciatus Curse," Remus explained. "It gets you a life sentence in Azkaban for using it on someone. It hurts a lot." "You have had it used on you?" Jane asked, appalled. "I haven't, but I have heard about it," Remus said sadly. "I have," Tonks answered. "Just once, and it hurt more than I can explain." "Harry has," a tearful Hermione said. The Grangers gasped at the new bit of information they had learned about Harry. Everyone looked at Harry, who sat peacefully on the couch between Tonks and Hermione. "It happens," Harry waved it off. "Been under it a couple times. It hurts, don't get me wrong, but it isn't fatal. Some sleep and a warm bath and you feel loads better." "Master of understatements, isn't he?" Tonks quipped. "I think it is time to get home." Harry received extra long hugs from Jane and Hermione, and handshakes from David as Harry, Tonks, and Remus prepared to leave. Harry created a portkey home and smiled at his best friend as they portkeyed away. Appearing at home about an hour and a half after they left, the three looked at each other. "I owe Harry something," Tonks said coyly. "If you will excuse us, Remus." The couple made their way up the stairs and into their room, closing the door behind them. Tonks pulled Harry into the bathroom and started to draw a bath. "What do you have in mind, Nymph?" Harry asked quietly. "I plan to share that bath with you, Harry." Tonks smirked and twitched her eyebrows. "And you will enjoy it." Clothes were removed, and the bath was enjoyed as Tonks and Harry moved as one into it. They rubbed, kissed, and touched each other. Tonks took the controlling position and slid down onto Harry slowly, but with determination. She moaned at first before changing to muffled screams as she worked her way towards pleasure. Harry followed closely behind, letting his hands roam her soapy body. They both let out loud, satisfying sounds as they fell into each other and slid deeper into the water, leaving only their heads above the surface. Harry ran his hand over her submerged body and played with her breasts a little before kissing her passionately. "Thank you for thinking for me today, Nymphadora. I could have gotten all of us killed if you hadn't stopped me." "We are a team, Harry. I am there to help you when you need it or when you don't know you need it. I will always be there if you let me." "Thank you, I mean it." Harry and Tonks kissed each other softly and with as much emotion as they could. It was nearly 10 o'clock before two wrinkled bodies crawled into bed and fell asleep in the other's arms. 16. Enemies of the State. Harry and Tonks arrived at the Ministry on Monday morning, leaving Remus in the house alone with the elves. The last thing they saw before they left was an irritated Paul following the older man around the living room, mumbling about banisters, bathrooms, stink bombs, and yard work. Remus wore a reminiscing smile on his face the whole time he putted from room to room. They were greeted in the training room by the sight of Horace and Cal having a serious discussion with Marcus looking on. "I wonder what they are on about," Harry pondered as the pair walked closer. He couldn't hear a word of the conversation, so he figured that some kind of privacy spell was at work. As the meeting came to a close, they separated, and Cal and Marcus moved towards the exit. "Chamel," Marcus called, "could you join us? Horace wants a few words with Seps before the day grows any older." "Okay," Tonks replied. "I will tell them what we heard last night at Hermione's. Maybe we can stop whatever you know who has planned before it happens." "You have seen him," Harry frowned. "You can call him by name. It really isn't that hard, trust me." "I am working up to it, Seps." Tonks patted his arm. "I will get there someday." Harry followed Horace over to the classroom area and took a seat in one of the seats that had appeared as they neared. Much to his surprise, Horace spun his seat around a few feet away from him and mimicked his posture. Harry watched and waited as Horace looked him over, obviously in deep thought. Breaking the silence, Horace spoke. "What have you learned in the last few weeks?" Puzzled and thrown by the unexpected tone of the conversation, Harry hesitated before responding. "Personal vendettas could get me or my team killed. Jones hates me and wants my spot on Team 3. Harry waited to see how Horace responded to what had been said. Horace did nothing but sit patiently. "I have a lot left to learn." Clapping his hands together slowly, Horace smiled. "That is exactly what you should think at this point in your training. I am glad to see you are on schedule. I had my doubts. Jones has been an ass for years. His head is a little too big for his abilities, and he needs to be careful. In opposition, your head is too small for your abilities. You are good enough to hold your own against 99% of the wizarding populace. Granted, you know less than 50% of the spells most people do, but you utilize your knowledge faster, more precisely, and with far more power than they do. Usually, someone with your skill would overreach and endanger everyone in the process, completely stuffing everything up. You haven't done that, and that proves you are the type of person we want and need. I may have seemed like a bastard to you, but I have my reasons. The biggest one is keeping you humble while I teach you to be the best you can be." "Jones is ruthless and determined," Horace offered with a chuckle. "He is also the greatest prick you will meet here. That man could drive a bishop to kill in cold blood. He wants what he thinks he is entitled to, and as it so happens, that is Team 3. Thing is, he couldn't have taken over your team and been as effective in a year, let alone in a month. His personality lacks that special quality and Marcus, and I know that. The last I will say on that subject is this. Defend yourself, your team, and your position as their leader against any who challenge you regardless of where the threat comes from. I will support you because you have proven yourself worthy of that support. Now, you accepting the fact that you know very little is important. Your knowledge is limited by your experience with magic, and for that matter, life in general. You are very young, and your training has been extremely minuscule. A few years of Hogwarts only gets a normal person to the point of not blowing off their own head while trying to walk down the street. Having lived with muggles and those particular ones, you are at an even greater disadvantage. You never had the chance to see how magical people live their lives and how magic fits into it. My guess is that you tend to do most things the Muggle way simply because you do not know another way to do it. Harry reflected on that statement and realized that it was completely true. Harry thought about how the Weasleys and Tonks did everyday things. Magic was used whenever it could be. Harry couldn't remember using magic just for the sake of using it. He would always do it the Muggle way unless magic would really make a difference. Your silence tells me that I am correct, Horace observed. You may not have an encyclopedic list of spells, but the ones you do know are more effective than the average person. You can make the magic do what you want it to do with so little effort. You having the ability to perform magic wandlessly is an incredible gift. Given a few years of constant effort, you should be able to expand your list of wandless spells in much the same way others do with wanded ones. Do yourself a favor and practice that skill whenever you can. Vendettas. Horace leaned back in his chair and folded his arms, looking at Harry with a piercing stare. Blind vendettas are dangerous. You will ignore common sense and good reason on the off chance of getting your revenge. We cannot have that here. Too many lives depend on you and your head staying out of your arse. I hear that you only went after her when she was the only one left, and you didn't risk the rest of your team to do so. Whether it was by plan or luck, I respect your decision that time. Things could have gone horribly wrong, and I could be wiping your memory as we speak, but they didn't. As I have said, I respect results. The result was positive enough for me not to get all bent up over your actions. Jillian coming to me and defending you helps you out more than you can guess. I wasn't there, so I have to trust her assessment of the situation. I will warn you that Thor may try to take you under his wing later on. You impressed him, and frankly, all of Team 2 as well. Robin has requested any joint missions involving his team be coupled with yours. Back-patting aside, why in the bloody hell didn't you kill that bitch when you had the chance? You should have switched to killing curses the second one of those sods started using them. By orders, we should have gotten 0 prisoners out of that strike. Your first spell was blocked, but you slipped in a second one fast enough so it didn't matter. You violated the mission orders in an attempt to avoid killing someone. Next time, you may not be so fortunate." Horace sighed. "Again, the results count for a lot more than the means that achieved them. Do not violate orders again. I will not be lenient next time." "I will keep that in mind, Horace," Harry replied, feeling relieved and guilty at the same time. "Everything is a learning experience as long as you survive, Seps," Horace told him. "The trick is to survive to learn the lesson. Do not take the same risk again. Things rarely work out so well from mission to mission. Second chances are rare even if you seem to be the exception." There was a relaxed silence between them as Harry thought about the risks and chances he had taken. Images of different results swam around in his head. Every time he saw Tonks die, something inside of him tightened. An ache bored into his very being as he thought of all the ways she could have been killed because of his unwillingness to take a life. As the tension in the air grew, Harry felt his magic surge up. He was on edge and he needed to regain control quickly. "Welcome to life, Seps," Horace said, breaking the stillness. "So many different outcomes from one little decision. What will really burn you up is the sheer, overwhelming number of things that can happen from the smallest of choices. Life is a series of interconnected options that we weave our way through until we die. Learn from past choices, do not bemoan them." Harry nodded his acceptance and understanding of what Horace had told him. The volume of things Harry worried about weighed his mind down so often. It was only this summer that he changed that pattern, and Tonks was the real reason for the change. "You have earned my respect, Seps," Horace said, standing up and placing his arm on Harry's shoulder. "I think you understand what I have been trying to teach you. I think we can move beyond the adversarial teacher-student phase and try the companion phase, don't you?" "That would be a welcome change." "I will be honest," Horace said, leaning in a little. "You respond so well to confrontation. I could see your potential and it was intoxicating. That is my reasoning for using it for so long. Well, actually it wasn't that long compared to others, but it was far more intense for you." Harry balked at his comment, earning himself a smirk from Horace. "It was effective, and I stand by it, Seps. You have such a need to prove yourself to others that I couldn't help myself. I truly enjoyed teaching you that way. The only downfall is that the technique can create resentment that can really change people. You were showing signs of that change beginning to take place, and I had to stop. Don't think I will hold your hand and give you hugs, but I am not going to beat you down as much as before. I tested your limits, and I am pleased with what I learned about you. I hope you learned something about yourself, too." Harry merely nodded his understanding before taking a deep breath and letting it out. "Thanks. I was getting tired of never doing anything right." Horace smirked. "What makes you think you did anything right?" Horace got an evil glimmer in his eyes that caused Harry to rethink the benefit of this change in their interaction. "Come on, next time I want you to kill that woman when you see her, and sitting about over here isn't going to get us there any faster." Tonks returned to find Harry and Horace working on spells and the tactics to use them to their fullest. As she watched, she saw some she knew and some that she didn't. When Cal joined them, the team worked together on learning as much as they could from Horace. Both noticed the dramatic change in teaching style and welcomed the more relaxed tone. Tuesday was filled with more team instruction lessons from Horace. Harry learned a lot and only saw the rough side of Horace when he failed at getting something after a few tries. A happy medium was worked out among the group that seemed to get the best results out of everyone. That night, Harry looked at the scroll he had received from Ragnarok. The contents confused him at first, but after some reading and comparison, he figured it out. "Nymph, is this what I think it is?" "I have no idea," Tonks said playfully, as she ran her hand down his leg as they sat on the couch together. Remus had looked up from his book, which was one he had found in the library. "It looks like a list of companies that I have a stake in. What stands out in my mind is the second list that shows other major shareholders in those companies. I recognize some of those names, and it isn't because I like them." "What are the names?" Remus asked, since Tonks seemed more interested in looking at or playing with Harry at the moment. Her hands had just reached his hair and began mussing it up. "Carrows, Crouch, Malfoy, and Rockwood are just a few that jump out at me," Harry answered. Most of these companies came from the Black Estate and not the Potters. Why would he give this to me? Did you read all of the pages? Tonks asked him with a soft coo to her voice. Not yet, Harry said as he flipped through the pages. He passed more lists of companies and shareholders. He found a letter at the end and read it. A smile grew on his face as he read. Oh, that sneaky goblin. They are as bad as everyone thinks they are. He kept reading, and when he finished, Harry smiled a smile that could scare Hermione. What is it? Tonks asked, returning to play with Harry's hair after she had moved on to his ears. There is an old law that was put into place when the Minster at the time wanted to increase his holding in certain companies. The thing was, his biggest rival owned a controlling share in many of them and wouldn't allow the sale to take place. The minister passed a law that allowed the ministry to remove control of shares if the person was deemed an enemy of the state. Now, it wasn't that simple since the person had to go through a hearing, be judged, and found guilty of being an enemy of the state before the court. Long story short, the Minster lost his bid to destroy his rival. The rival, in turn, ousted the minister and leveled charges of abuse of office and so on. Thing is, the law is still on the books, but it hasn't been used since. I guess they forgot about it since it didn't work. If I understand this correctly, as long as the ministry declares the Death Eaters as enemies, I can buy them out of these companies. Wouldn't that give them all the money then? Tonks asked, giving Harry a soft kiss on the lips. It would, Remus said, remembering back to what happened the first time around. But if I remember the First War correctly, the ministry froze or took away money from convicted criminals as punishment. Even if that didn't happen, the money itself would generate less money than it would as stocks. So the worst that would happen would be a short-term cash infusion for the family of a Death Eater. Oh, that is sneaky. Good thing I am not an enemy of Ragnar's. You can see why he runs Gringotts, can't you? Tonks asked aloud before focusing back on Harry with an intensity that had Remus looking away now and then. Nymph, Harry said quietly, I think we are bothering Remus a little with our friendliness. Perhaps we should wait until later. Tonks looked to Remus and smirked before sighing and putting on a perfect childlike pout. A minute passed before she looked at the clock. It is later now. Tonks happily slipped out of Harry's lap and stood up, pulling him to his feet. Have a good night, Remus. Tonks directed Harry up the stairs and into their room. She pushed him onto the bed and cast the proper spells on the room before crawling up Harry's body with slow and deliberate movements. Nymphadora, Harry queried softly, fighting his desire to ravage her. Hush, Harry, Tonks told him and placed her finger on his lips, following up with her own mouth. She proceeded to kiss him, starting off soft and warm before moving on to hard and eager. She tossed her clothes off when she had the chance, and Harry followed her lead. 10 minutes after entering the room, both had removed all traces of clothing and settled into a slow and passionate rhythm. Between breaths and sounds, Harry asked Tonks what brought all of it on. After a rather loud moan, Tonks opened her eyes and stared into his, trying to see deep into his soul. You jumped in front of that Cruciatus curse for me today. How can I not do this for you? No one has ever taken a curse anywhere close to the level of that one for me. You didn't even think about, did you? Not a chance of that, Harry smirked, driving deeper into her, shuddering slightly from the effort. I figure that was explained well enough for all in the room at the time. Tonks looked at Harry with shining eyes before pulling him to her. She gave him a wet and hungry kiss before wrapping her legs around him, pulling down and flipping him onto his back. Taking on the control position, Tonks forced herself down onto Harry with long, determined motions. Thank you for doing that. You never stop showing how much you care about others. You are a one-of-a-kind, Harry Potter. As she continued with her actions, Harry felt the building urge in him. Nymph, Harry called out with a stuttering voice. Tonks ignored him and drove on harder and faster. Harry bunched up his hands, fisting up the sheets in the process as he focused on maintaining control. Sensing him fighting against her goal, Tonks shifted her leg a little so she could add a slight twist at the end of her motions. She was rewarded with a growl and both of Harry's hands flying to her breasts, giving them a squeeze before settling on her hips. Without thought, Harry aided her thrusts by pulling her down and rotating her as well. In a short time, Harry lost control completely and was reduced to shuddering mass quivering under Tonks' driven body. After spending all he had, Harry put up a feeble effort in trying to stop Tonks from continuing. Feeling her need growing even more, Tonks fought off his quelling hands and kept stride to reach her climax. As he moaned but responded anyway, Harry gave up all attempts to stop her. He was completely enthralled in her and wanted her to be happy even if he lost his mind because of it. As she shuddered and gripped his shoulders tightly in an effort to keep from falling off, Tonks screamed out. It was the kind of growling scream that came from deep inside. She fought through the urge to collapse on Harry and kept moving. Every nerve ending sparked, and her sense of touch was so acute she thought she was going to pass out from an overload. Harry growled in time with her and managed to meet her downward thrust with a couple of his own upward ones. As their energy failed about the same time, Tonks collapsed onto Harry's chest and slipped to the side. She curled into him as her breathing and heartbeat raced on. She sighed and mumbled something into his chest. "What was that, nymph?" Harry asked as he slipped into a peaceful and satisfied sleep. Wednesday had more training and team-building exercises. Horace pushed on but left out threatening Chamel with the Cruciatus curse. The day before, when Harry jumped in front of her and took the spell instead, Horace ended it a few seconds later to find a very angry Harry staring him down. Horace went home that night thinking of those eyes, and that stare, wondering if he would survive their next encounter. Harry had relaxed, but there was an air of danger for the first few hours of training. Horace knew that if he repeated the events of Tuesday, Harry would prove that he could take a life by ending his. During the lunch break, Harry and Tonks apparated out of the ministry only to return by way of the phone booth. As Harry traversed the atrium, he remembered breakfast that morning and the request of a meeting he sent to Minister Bones via Hedwig. The response had been intercepted by the unspeakables and rerouted to Harry at the ministry. Reaching the guard station, Harry returned to the matter at hand. "Present your wand for testing," the guard repeated as he had recited many times before. Harry drew it instantly and offered it to the guard. The speed of his draw got a rise out of the guard and almost pushed him to the point of hitting the alarm. Only Tonks telling the guard to hurry up prevented a mess from occurring. Once his wand had been weighed, documented, and returned, Harry led Tonks to the proper lift and pressed the appropriate button for their floor. As the lift took them to their destination, Harry smiled as he rethought his plan. "Looking forward to something, Harry?" Tonks asked with a slightly cheeky tone. Smirking eagerly, Harry replied, "Only if it is a repeat of last night." Harry relished the shiver of pleasure that shot through him as the memories swam to the front of his mind. Tonks looked to be doing the same thing as she closed her eyes and ran her hand down her front slowly. "Maybe we can work something out for later this week, Harry," Tonks answered softly. "I am not sure my body could take the punishment again so soon. I loved every minute of it, but I am still sore. I don't know what you did, but—" Tonks was cut off as the doors opened with a clatter. They exited the lift and headed for the minister's office. The hallway was lined with rich wood and plush carpet. Glittering gold accented anything that could be accented, and paintings of previous ministers lined the walls. Some openly watched Harry walk down the hallway towards the gilded double doors at the end, while others were more discreet about it. The simple fact of the matter was that every painting followed Harry in one fashion or another. Opening the doors, Harry entered the reception and waiting area where the same wood and carpeting decor continued unhindered. A heavy desk with a modest amount of decoration sat in the center of the room with another set of doors behind it and to the side. Harry saw the same woman behind the desk as when Madame Bones' office was in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A few very soft chairs sat against a far wall around a small table that had various publications piled about it. Harry couldn't help but catch the image of him smiling from underneath one of the circulars. Harry walked up to the woman giving his name and reason for his visit. She checked the schedule and told him that he was early and to have a seat for a few minutes. Harry saw her eye Tonks in a way that was far from subtle. The pair moved the chairs and sat down. Harry couldn't help but move aside the other circulars to find the one with him on the cover. He was shocked when he found it. Which weekly had a cover story about him, and the fact he was 16 and mind-blowingly wealthy. The article had the headline, "Most Eligible Minor." Harry snorted and tossed it back onto the pile. He scowled when Tonks reached out, grabbed the magazine, and pulled it into her lap before flipping it open. She scoured the pages until she found the one about Harry. She settled in and began reading, completely ignoring Harry's disapproving grimace. Did you know that you have been to Africa this summer and dated more than 10 girls while you were there? You cad, you are the father of 3 children there too. My, you have been busy. Where do you find the time? Tonks laughed playfully as she continued to comment about the article. Normally, Harry would have been angered by the lies that had been printed about him, but Tonks' laughter told him that it didn't really matter. The claims were so ludicrous that he found himself laughing with her. You stopped over in the colonies to shag a few witches before coming back home to your mansion and the harem of 5 women you currently shack with. Should I go looking for these women, or are going to bring them around sometime? Tonks batted her eyelashes at him a few times before reading on. Whispering, Harry said, I think the one woman I have is enough for me right now. Granted, waiting a day or 2 might be too long, but I am willing to give her a chance. Git, Tonks muttered under breath while wearing a coy smile. You are currently testing out of half of your classes, so you can lessen your class load to work on becoming the next wizarding playboy. Oh my, when were you going to tell me? It says in here that with Gilderoy Lockhart having an extended stay in St. Mungo's, you are his most logical replacement. My, you are a busy one, aren't you? Beginning to find the absurdity as amusing as Tonks, Harry couldn't help but play along. Now and then I barely find the time to sleep, what with running around, and... Harry leaned over to read a paragraph or 2. Shagging up to 3 different women a night. Bloody hell, I am busy. He smirked at her and laughed before settling back into his seat. It may be funny, but the thing is you could probably manage this if you wanted to. Tonks pointed out, hopping to hear the right answer. Please, Harry waved off her comment. I am lucky not to stuff up what I have right now. Merlin knows that depends more on her than me. I am hopeless when you get right down to it. You keep thinking that way, and you will have no problems, Harry. I will put in a good word for you. Tonks rejoiced inside and resumed reading. Finishing up the article, she closed it and dumped it back on the table. What else have I gotten up to? Harry asked. Well, you are being trained by the ministry's best in politics and leadership. You slay dragons on your off time when you aren't doing your civic duty or shagging any woman that moves, Tonks offered, while tapping her bottom lip with her finger and thinking. Oh, and you have your secret team of fashion experts designing next year's line of clothing that you are going to model yourself. Really? Harry asked, trying to avoid the ministry part. I guess I need to meet with them and coordinate a time for the fashion show before my schedule fills up. Maybe I should spend more time relaxing and enjoying life. You could, but that wouldn't fit with your persona, Harry. You have to be bigger than life and more public than they make you out to be. It is the only way to be the next playboy of the wizarding world. I will just have to wing it then, Harry said as the other set of doors in the room opened of their own accord. I never was much one for planning. The minister will see you now, announced the woman as she followed Tonks with her eyes as they entered the minister's office. Mr. Potter, Amelia said, it is a pleasure to see you again. I still have not made a decision whether or not I hate you for this. It is Harry, Minister, Harry corrected with a smile. If you end up hating me, please just send notice. I will need to add you to the list. I am planning on having a party for the members before the end of summer. I am so glad you are in high spirits, Harry, Amelia added. Call me Amelia when we are among friends. Or Tonks, are you enjoying your time with Harry this summer? Tonks couldn't help but smile widely at the comment. I am having a great time, Minister. Amelia eyed the woman carefully. I think I should leave that one alone. I might not like what I would find if I looked into it. Enough of the small talk, Harry. What did you wish to discuss with me? As always, I enjoy your directness, Amelia. Harry rubbed his hands together. Are the Death Eaters and Voldemort, for that matter, enemies of the state? Amelia fought her shudder at the easy mention of the Dark Lord's name. You say that name so easily, Harry. It is rather shocking. Sorry, your answer is yes. They are enemies of the wizarding world, and therefore the ministry or the state, as you put it. Why? If you declare them enemies of the state, Harry began, then their financial holdings can be bought out from under them against their wishes. I have a list of the known Death Eaters and a partial list of their holdings. The list only shows the companies that I have more than a passing interest in. Many are from the Black estate, which explains why so many Death Eaters invested in those companies. The Blacks were sympathetic to Voldemort's cause and most likely offered financial assistance to his followers. If you declare them enemies of the state, I can buy their shares and remove a large source of their income and ultimately Voldemort's. It will be pretty simple to accomplish what with Fudge out of the way and not protecting them any longer. I only need you to make the declaration. We can handle the rest. Who gave you this information and who is we? Amelia asked, knowing it was not some half-arsed plan concocted by a well-intentioned do-gooder with no means to carry it out. They are one and of the same, Harry toyed. I have a financial advisor that has been doing well for me. He found a few things to assist me in my life. Have any of those been financial? Amelia said, looking suspicious. Harry thought about it for a second. Up until now, no. This will be the first financial thing he has done for me as long as you look at it as getting new money. Your fingers are deep into Gringotts, aren't they, Harry? Amelia asked, smiling. I have no idea what you mean, Harry retorted, looking guilty. Director Ragnarok does not help humans like this just because they have money, Amelia pointed out. Ragnarok has made a decision about some things, and it seems that I am involved in that decision, Harry offered. The fact that you called him by his name tells me you are more than client and advisor. Am I correct, or Tonks? Amelia queried. Tonks looked to Harry before answering. He nodded with a little thought. You have always had excellent instincts, Minister. And if Harry had not agreed to you answering my question? I wouldn't have answered it, Minister, Tonks replied without hesitation. Like Director Ragnarok, I know whose side I am going to be on regardless of what happens. Amelia looked Harry over and thought back to the recall hearing. One consistent feeling dominated all of her interactions with Harry in the past month: determination. She knew Harry was determined to survive, but his dealings with the Ministry as of late involved more than survival. I would like to ask a personal question if you will humor me. At his nod, she asked it. Who has won an argument with you lately? Tonks broke into laughter as Harry scowled, trying to fight off the smile. Her, Harry offered, pointing his thumb in Tonks' direction. The house elves, they are wickedly stubborn. Amelia smiled, but was surprised to hear Tonks add another to the list. Jules, don't forget Jules. Leave it to you to bring her up, Harry joked. If you would just be nice, things would get along smoothly. I have nothing to do with it, Harry, Tonks argued. It isn't like she listens or anything. She even ignores you. How can I win her over when you can't get her to listen to reason? Harry held up his hands in defeat and sighed before looking at Amelia. I definitely want to leave that one alone, Amelia said, looking between the pair. So if I name them as enemies of the state, you will buy their shares in various companies. That is the plan right now, Harry told her. If the Ministry can freeze that money, take it, or at least watch it, everything will work out fine. I am prepared to move fast on this. You know that it will take a meeting of the Wisengamot to enact it, Amelia asked, receiving a shrug in response. It could go either way, and if it fails, you will be tipping your hand. Doesn't matter, Harry said. Not trying would be the biggest mistake. It would also give you a chance to see who is on their side. Any member who refuses to support it will look involved with them. Politically, they have to support it or risk the public seeing them in a rather nasty light. The only real risk is doing nothing. There is only an upside here. Unless the companies tank and you lose a lot of your money, Amelia pointed out. It could cost millions. I have millions and I don't care, Harry waved off her concerns. It is only money. If I can hurt them, it is worth every nut. Remind me never to gamble with you, Harry. Amelia shook her head. I will call a session for tomorrow. If it passes, you will have to act fast to secure the plan, or other unknown Death Eaters could do the same thing. I will notify my supporter to be ready, Harry replied while standing up. Thank you so much for your time, Minister. I really do enjoy speaking with you more than your predecessor. He was hopeless. I feel the same way, Mr. Potter. Amelia walked them to the door and told her assistant to notify the Wisengamot of the next day's emergency meeting. Harry and Tonks left the office and returned to the lift. They exited the ministry and apparated back just in time for more training at the hands of Horace. The pair fought hard and managed to learn a few things while avoiding the worst of it. They arrived home weary and tired to find Remus sitting on the couch laughing to himself. Harry thought he had finally cracked and gave Tonks a worried look. "I think he has gone round the twist for the last time." "I am perfectly sane, Harry," Remus said, fighting the last of his laughs. "Been like that for about an hour. Paul brought up something I had long forgotten. We were all here one summer day back before our 7th year. Your father was complaining about your mother not noticing him and such driving Sirius, and I completely upped the wall. It was going on week 2 or 3, and we had had enough." Being the evil genius when it came to ideas, Sirius thought about altering your father into something that was sure to get her attention. Now, Sirius was full of ideas, but couldn't carry them out if he had to. He didn't have the gift of planning or spell writing to make it happen. That is where I came in. I was always the planner and spell writer, at least until Lily came into the group. She was gifted with spell creation, and not the silly ones we worked on, but real spells that mattered. Anyway, we researched the spells that did each of the parts we wanted. Sirius ended up complaining about that, so both of them were whining about different things and driving me mad in the process. Remus paused to take in the wonderful memories before continuing. Once we had the components, I began the week-long process to put them together into a pair of spells. Sirius wanted it in one spell, but the complexities were staggering. Once I had the pair of incantations finished, I gave it to Sirius, and he lied in wait. Your father had calmed down about Lily as we worked on humiliating him, so the timing was all off. Sirius was getting more impatient by the day, and nearly used the spell on Paul because he yelled at us one day for something we didn't do. Fortunately, Sirius maintained control, and the moment arrived. Sirius baited your father and got him going again. I had managed to get a camera ready in case it worked. As James began listing off what he had to offer her, Sirius struck. I had thought a Muggle motif was in order as she grew up as one and lived with them during the summers. The spell turned your father into a clown, and a mighty odd one at that. His hair resisted the funny parting style we had wanted and simply changed colors and stuck up all over the place like normal. His nose did expand, but Sirius stuffed up that part of the incantation, so it grew to twice its normal size. His ears folded forward for some unknown reason that we never figured out, and his eyebrows disappeared. Harry laughed at the picture in his head, and Tonks chuckled as she tried to imagine the scene as it happened. Remus continued. His body puffed out, making him look rather roly-poly. His feet doubled in size, as did his hands. The best part was the makeup. His skin bleached out as if he was a vampire. He had bright red circles on his cheeks, and his nose turned green. He was forced to smile at all times, and his teeth grew turning bright yellow. Sirius busted out laughing after a second of shock, but I was dumbfounded for a good minute. By the time I came back to reality, James had been chasing after Sirius, and they were on their second circuit of the downstairs. As graceful as he usually was, James could barely run with feet that big. He fell down every time he tried, so he had to jump. Sirius called him the amazing kangaroo clown, which only made James want to hurt him more so. I finally gathered up enough of my wits to start up the camera and take snapshots of James and his stylish new look. Sadly for us, your father reached his humor limit for the day and drew his wand. Sirius never knew what hit him before he was laid out on the stairs while trying to get away. I, on the other hand, saw it coming. James was a formidable person when it came to spells, so I thought fast. I blamed everything on Sirius. It was all I could think of at the time. James was a smart man and knew Sirius couldn't work it out himself to save his life. So James knew that I had helped far more than I had let on. The only evidence that survived was one picture I managed to pocket before James stunned me and destroyed the camera and pictures. I think he would have obliviated us if he had known the spell or even heard of how to do it. "What happened to the picture?" Harry asked as he propped Tonks up with his shoulder as she laughed uncontrollably. "Of course we couldn't let it rest," Remus answered. "On the train ride to Hogwarts, Sirius and I left James and him in the carriage and sought out Lily. When we found her, Sirius bowed to her and handed her the wrapped picture. She knew better than to accept anything from him without being cautious first. She did a revealing charm and a few others before feeling safe enough to open it. It was a good 10 minutes before we could leave her carriage. Shortly after the first few nights back, they were together, and that was that. I can't say that picture caused it or helped it, but I would like to think that James Potter looking like he did helped soften his appearance to her. It was rumored that on their honeymoon she brought it along and asked him to reenact it for her. The only fact I know is that Sirius and I received an express owl the next day threatening our lives when he returned. With tears in his eyes, Harry held Tonks close to him. He loved hearing stories about his parents, and the only thing he could do to keep from crying was to hold Tonks tightly and keep laughing. Tonks felt more than knew what Harry was doing and melted into him. Remus waited for Wright before they went to bed to tell them that he had to leave the next morning. Harry asked why, and Remus told him it was the full moon. No amount of reasoning or options would change Remus' mind on the matter. He felt he had to be as far away from people as he could be during those times. With Tonks' help, Harry accepted Remus' decision on the condition that they get together before Harry returned to Hogwarts. Remus accepted the terms and bade them good night. Thursday began with Harry and Tonks walking Remus outside of the wards. Once the door opened, Harry had to run interference for the others by repeatedly blocking the path Jules had chosen to confront Tonks and, more importantly, Remus. At one point, Harry grabbed Jules' head and held it in front of his own. Tonks thought Jules was going to snap Harry in half, but she relented under his firm grasp. Once they left the property, Harry released Jules and patted her on the head, thanking her for cooperating. He joined the others and hugged Remus goodbye. The older man held him a few seconds longer before holding him at arm's length. "You are a wonderful man, Harry," Remus told him. "Both of your parents would be immensely proud of you. Know that no matter what happens, they would be so very proud of you. Thank you for giving an old wolf a chance to remember the good times and create new ones. Take care of him, Tonks, even if he won't let you." "You sound like I am never going to see you again, Moony," Harry pointed out warily. "As I learned the first time around, Harry," Remus wavered, "you do not know what tomorrow will bring. Whatever you do during the day, I know it isn't safe. Both of you need to stay safe, if not for yourselves, then for each other. You are good together and make each other happy. That is a rare find." Harry smiled and stepped back, wrapping his arm around Tonks and pulling her close. "I will see you later." "Yes," Remus stated firmly before apparating away. They returned to the house, got ready, and went to the ministry. They were met with an empty training room, so they waited. After a few minutes, Horace opened the door and waved them over. The pair followed him to the briefing room and found Team 2 and 5 waiting around the table. Harry was able to pick out the shape of Jones sitting between Michael and Tarus. They took seats with Cal and watched Marcus stand up with his hands clasped together. "Today, we are moving some of the prisoners to Azkaban. The 3 captured recently are remaining here for interrogation, but the others will be transferred. I understand it has been some time since we have done such a large transfer, so I will refresh your memories on the procedures. We are assigning 2 prisoners to each team. You are responsible for them getting to the prison in one piece one way or another. If they resist, stun them. If they escape, kill them." Horace stepped away from the wall and continued. "Due to the wards, we have to portkey to the outer boundary of the prison. Then we have a few hundred yards to travel to reach the boats that will ferry us to the prison. From there, we have to move them to the prison intake room just inside the entrance, at which point we leave the same way. Any use of magic inside the boundary triggers an alarm and a lockdown of the prison. If we cause a lockdown, we will be up to our necks in Aurors looking for a fight, or so the brochures say. Assemble in the training room while Team 2 brings out the prisoners," Marcus ordered. "They will be kept unconscious until we arrive at our destination. Enervate them once we have regrouped. We move as teams and stay together. If there are any problems, yell out. Everyone will hold on to their prisoners while the team having the problem resolves it one way or another. Use of magic will be the last recourse. Questions?" No one asked a thing, so they made their way back to the training room. A few minutes later, Team 2 brought in a pair of Death Eaters wearing a simple black cloak and cloth boots. The men were levitated into the room and dropped in front of Team 5. Harry watched as Jones took the opportunity to kick one of them sharply before the team circled the pair lying on the floor. A few minutes later, Team 2 returned with 2 more cloaked people. They were set on the floor at Harry's feet, and his team circled around them drawing their wands. Harry looked at one and recognized him as someone he had captured a few weeks prior. The second person was a woman that Harry didn't know and hadn't seen before. Cal volunteered to handle the man, letting Harry take the woman. Tonks told them that she would cover both of them. When the last group of 2 arrived, Horace handed out portkeys. "We will leave in 1 minute. Everyone touch the portkey and grab onto your prisoner. Remember the plan and avoid magic unless you have no other option." Harry and his team grabbed onto their people, and the portkey waiting for it to activate. As the seconds passed, Harry took a deep breath and calmed his mind as much as he could. He knew that at least a few Dementors were going to be at the prison. Not every vile creature had abandoned the Ministry and joined Voldemort. Some remained at the prison since they were guaranteed victims to feed on. When Harry felt the pull on his navel, he let his mind slip into a state of numbness, preparing for the worst. They arrived as a large group in a clearing. He saw the old and weathered trees covered in moss, and the air was heavy with cold moisture. Following the lead of the other groups, Harry enervated his woman and pulled her onto her wobbly feet. She gasped when she looked around and saw the other gray cloaks muscling fellow Death Eaters forward onto a hidden path in the tall grass. She frantically spun her head around and figured out what was going to happen to her. "Please," she begged. "Let me go. I will do anything. Anything you want. You can beat me, fuck me, whatever your heart desires. Please let me go. I will be your slave if you want." The woman had turned and moved close to Harry. Her hands were still bound behind her back with bindings tight enough to limit the flow of blood, making her hands very pale. Harry couldn't help but be disgusted by the repeated offers. He gripped her arm tighter and pushed her forward. "Be quiet and move," Harry snapped, ignoring her pleas. He followed the others as they wound their way in and out of the trees. When they came to a ridge, Harry saw Horace standing off the path watching the teams move past. When he drew even with Horace, Harry heard him say they were inside the wards. The path carried them down a short hill, and a small cove could be seen in the distance. When one of the prisoners saw the boats, he balked and tried to move backwards. Jones rewarded the resistance with an elbow to the base of his skull. The man stumbled and was dragged by Jones and Tarus the remaining way. Team 5's second captive merely slumped his shoulders and shuffled on without fighting. Team 2 was in the middle of the column and had the largest of those being transferred. When they were about halfway to the boats, the 2 Death Eaters broke free of their handlers and ran in opposite directions. The smaller of the pair was too slow to get away from Jocelyn and Robin, who knocked him down into a puddle of muck. The second man was large but quick. He dodged out of Thor's reach and ran flat out towards the trees. When Thor chased after him, Cal ordered his prisoner to his knees, and Harry forced his to do the same as he watched Thor chase after the fleeing man. When they passed a small pile of rocks, Thor reached down and picked one up, losing only a step or two. With a throw any chaser would be proud of, Thor launched the rock at the head of the escaping man. With dull thud, the rock connected with the man's head, and he tumbled forward onto his face. The black cloak tore as the limp body skidded in the soft earth and rolled into a pile, stopping against the base of a tree. Thor ran up and placed his hand on the man, holding him down while he caught his breath. After a few seconds, Thor checked the man for signs of life before picking him up and tossing him over his shoulder. He joined the group without saying a word. Once the other Death Eaters had seen what would happen if they tried to run, all of them did as they were ordered with little comment or resistance. Getting into the boats, the group set off on a prearranged course. The water was choppy, and a light drizzle started making everyone that much colder and wetter. Harry felt the boat rise and fall as they traversed the rough seas, heading away from the shore. The woman had started crying once the boat launched, and it was annoying Harry to no end. Thoughts of her torturing and killing people for the hope of power made him ill. "Shut up," Harry spoke softly, but with an edge to his voice. "You earned this the minute you took Voldemort's brand." The woman inhaled sharply at the mention of his name. "With any luck, that bastard will be joining you soon." "You have no idea how much power he has," the woman muttered as her gaze drifted to the bottom of the boat. "I think I have a better idea than you do," Harry countered. The woman started whimpering as they drew nearer to the unseen island. Even though the fog had gotten heavier, Harry felt the island in the distance. The overpowering cold and evil permeated the very air cycling through his lungs. The cold caused him to shiver once as he longed to reactivate the temperature control feature of his cloak. As they broke through a bank of thick fog, a dark looming shape began to appear. A towering structure as blocky as any government housing in the Muggle world disrupted the gray, hazy view. The waves crashed onto the sharp and jagged rocks surrounding the most feared prison in the entire magical world. A rickety dock jutted out far enough for a few boats to dock at once, meaning that they would have to dock in shifts. Team 5 and Horace docked first, leaving Harry's team and Team 2 to queue up. As the boats emptied, they took off around the island and disappeared out of sight around a large boulder. The next 2 boats came to a stop on either side of the dock, allowing the passengers to disembark. Harry had to drag his sobbing woman out of the boat and practically carry her off of the dock before she had finally quieted and managed to walk on her own. Harry looked up the twisting path that ascended at least 30 feet to the only visible opening in the structure, a large black door with mighty black hinges. The jagged rocks presented an imposing greeting to all who arrived. As Harry directed the woman along the path, he felt the Dementors on the island. It felt like a cold, dead hand reached into his chest and was trying to squeeze his heart until it stopped. A faint scream started in the back of his head and began the long journey forward, growing in volume the whole way. Vague images of green light and the feeling of death materialized against Harry's wishes. He knew it was the effect of the Dementors, and he had to stop it quickly before it got out of control. Focusing on occlumency and the more recent nights with Tonks, Harry used his mind to fight off the soul-draining efforts of the creatures behind the walls of the prison. Harry wasn't the only one suffering from the close proximity with the guards of Azkaban. Tonks had fallen back and drifted closer to Harry as they walked. A couple of the captives had developed bad cases of the shakes, and the woman Harry was urging on had nearly stopped altogether. "Move along," Harry told her firmly. "You aren't the only one suffering." Harry placed his free hand in the small of Tonks' back and rubbed it, willing her encouragement. The group reached the door and Horace rapped on it a few times. No sound was heard inside, but the door opened a few minutes later. It opened slowly and silently, revealing a dark, empty room inside. Harry felt the despair wash over him when he guided his prisoner inside and deposited her. He left as quickly as he could so the next unspeakable could deliver their ward. Once he was outside, he moved next to Tonks, and they leaned against one another. After the last person was put into the room, the door closed quickly and with a resoundingly solid noise that made everyone jump because it was in such sharp contrast to the silence of the rest of the process. As one, the group turned to leave the desolate island. They made quick work of the path back to the boats waiting to return them to the mainland. The return trip was twice as fast as the arriving one. Harry didn't bother to watch the prison disappear behind him as he held onto Tonks both to support her and himself. They shared a skip with Team 2, but no one talked. Even the second boat was silent. They reached the far shore and hurried on to land. Once the boats were empty, they returned to the island empty. The group followed the faint trail back to the starting point and away from the wards. Once they crossed the line, Horace told them they were free for the day and to eat as much chocolate as they could tolerate. Harry and Tonks apparated home and found an advanced copy of the Daily Prophet waiting on the table. It had been sent by Amelia prior to the official publication, along with a note. "Harry, here is tomorrow's paper. The Wisengamot was hesitant to pass this order, but I was able to talk them into it. Dumbledore seemed more thoughtful than normal as he voted in favor of it. Those who refused to vote or voted against it are named in the paper. I hope you are ready to act on your plan, because it is going to happen tomorrow. Amelia." Harry smiled and grabbed a sheet of parchment from the table. "It looks like Amelia was able to get the other stuffy people to declare our friends enemies of the state. I hope Ragnarok and Griffook are ready." "We will find out tomorrow, won't we?" Tonks asked as she nibbled on a bar of chocolate while sitting across from Harry. She had a faraway look about her, and it worried Harry. "Doing okay, Nymph?" Harry asked. The only response he got was a weak smile from the normally playful metamorph. He finished the letter and sent it away with Hedwig after giving her a demanded amount of attention first. Come on, nymph. I think you need to rest. Tonks looked into Harry's eyes and saw the same drawn appearance she was sure she was wearing. I think we both need rest. They climbed the stairs hand in hand and went into their room. Harry closed the door and joined Tonks under the covers. The cloudiness outside did little to lift their spirits after such, and wearing day in the middle of the darkest and coldest place in all of Britain. As they cuddled together, Harry felt a little warmth re-enter his body. It started where his hand rested on Tonks' arm. It slowly spread, chasing away the feelings of despair. 12 years of that, and he kept his sense of humor, Tonks whispered. Harry felt his heart lurch in his chest as Tonks voiced his own thoughts aloud. It takes quite a man to do that. He was special. Tonks sighed before curling into Harry and capturing his eyes. You are special too, Harry. You must know that. I am beginning to understand it, Harry answered softly, looking at her moist lips. He ran his hand down her side, pulling her to him bit by bit. Touch me, Tonks whispered. Show me that you understand. Harry kissed her warmly and felt the sensation race through him, chasing the gloom away. He kept running his hand around her body, moving her clothes further and further away from covering her. At one point, Harry placed a row of kisses between Tonks' breasts, stopping only an inch from her special place. She cooed at him the entire time, fighting her way out of her clothes. Harry looked into her eyes as he slowly massaged her breasts. He kneaded them gently and placed kisses on them when her nipples caught his eye. He gave her neck a series of kisses and nips with his mouth as she growled while reaching out for him. They played around until Tonks had become too worked up to sit idly by. She gave a throaty hum and pulled him onto her. She wiggled around to position herself beneath him strategically. With a hungry kiss, Tonks wrapped her legs around Harry and forced him down to her. She grabbed onto him with her hand and directed him into her eagerly. Even with Harry on top, Tonks was directing the show from below. She ran her fingernails down his back, squeezing his bum when she reached it. She tightened herself when Harry tried to slow down a bit and urged him on faster. What started out as a leisurely stroll ended in an all-out sprint. Tonks' breathing was forced and shallow as she seemed to excise something from her body, and she used Harry to do it. As Tonks' breath stuttered and changed to gasps, she emitted halting shrieks. Harry felt her egg him on as he let go of all control and drifted to meet her heaving chest. Harry waited as Tonks regained the ability to think. She opened her eyes and gazed into his longingly. You always seem to know what I need, Harry. Thank you. I am more than happy help, nymph. If you need anything else, let me know. Tonks sighed and smiled at him. I will set my wand for 2 hours, and then we will get up and eat something. I am too worn out right now to do anything other than be held by you and fall asleep. Like I said, anything you need, nymph. Harry smiled as he pulled Tonks back to his chest. She wiggled her bum against him a few times to get comfortable, chuckling when Harry responded. If you are a good boy, I might let you do that later, Tonks teased as she closed her eyes and drifted off. Harry awoke with shock as Tonks jerked in her sleep. Harry, we have to go now. What? Harry asked groggily. Horace is calling us in right now. Tonks hopped out of bed, her breasts bouncing and her pert bum working its way around the room, gathering up her clothes. It is serious, Harry. He said it was an emergency. Harry followed suit and began summoning his clothes into his hands and putting them on. He caught both cloaks and waited for Tonks to finish tucking in her shirt before handing it to her. Once they were ready, cloaks on and hooded, Harry grabbed her hand and apparated them to the team room. They arrived a couple seconds before Cal did, and Team 3 ran to the training together. The hallway was a bustle of other unspeakables, some of which Harry recognized even in their cloaks. Once they filtered through the doorway of the training room, Harry saw Horace and Marcus speaking quickly with Gillian. They broke apart, and a booming voice silenced the chatter. Shut up, Horace yelled. Azkaban is under attack and has been for about 4 minutes now. Marcus has Team 2 and 4. Gillian has Team 1 and 6, and I have Team 3 and 5. We are going in to help the Aurors defend the prison and keep the prisoners inside. If anyone on scene fires a killing curse, it is open season. Is that understood? No one escapes alive if we can help it. Cloaks to Auror Blue so they won't attack us when we show up. We will start at the normal entry point and work our way forward. We do not know if there are any enemies on the island itself, but there were recorded spells near the docks. Remember, you cannot apparate or portkey inside of the wards. You will find out the hard way if you try. We go in waves with Marcus first. Send a message back to let us know if we can come through. Go. Marcus and his teams apparated away with varying pops or cracks. Harry looked to see Tonks taking a few controlled breaths. Try it, Seps. It helps when things are exciting. Harry tried the safe technique and found it did help. Going to keep it together, Seps? Jones asked in a biting tone. Put that shite away right now, Jones, Horace snapped. If it gets in the way today, I will have Seps kill you when we get there. This has nothing to do with teams. Do you want every fucking criminal of the last 30 years back on the streets? Jillian must have received a message as her and her teams apparated away. Harry waited for Horace to signal them to leave. He continued the breathing technique along with Tonks, and even Cal had joined them. Love this kind of thing, don't you? Cal asked with a smile. Horace stood with his eyes closed waiting, his wand held limply at his side. Harry could have sworn he heard Horace humming as he waited patiently. When he opened his eyes and squared his shoulders, everyone looked at their teacher. Go! Horace barked and apparated away. Harry appeared in the clearing silently and led his team into the trees following Horace. Team 5 trailed behind, watching their backs and the sides. Horace motioned them ahead as he fell back to tell Michael something. As Harry passed the old trees he had seen only hours before, they bore the traces of spell damage. A few trees in the distance were alight, and others had been completely demolished. Shards of timber had been strewn in all directions, a few were coated in blood, yet the operatives moved forward. Once they breached the trees and entered the open space ahead, Harry saw groups fighting furiously. Spells were volleying back and forth as if it was a game. The signal it wasn't was the occasional person failing to the ground unconscious, screaming, or dead. Harry felt the need to help those he could and went to run and join them. Horace called for them to stop and find which group needed the help most. Harry saw a pair of Aurors against 5 Death Eaters and led his team in that direction. Numbers even, Harry lined up his wand and fired a repelling spell at them in an attempt to give the Aurors a rest and allow his team to choose their targets. The spell worked and knocked the 5 black cloaks in various directions and all of them off their feet. When the Aurors' immediate enemies posed little threat, they turned to Harry's team and aimed their wands at them. Not us, them! Harry yelled as he bound one of the fallen Death Eaters. The other 4 started attacking again and tried to finish off what they had started. Tonks selected her opponent and began working them over with a variety of spells. Cal had held back and launched his assault from a distance, covering everyone before helping whoever was outclassed. Harry slid into his normal fighting routine and let his magic dictate the speed and frequency of his spells. As Harry dropped his second enemy with a bone-breaking curse to the leg, he had a chance to survey the battlefield. The number of Aurors was nearly equal that of the Unspeakables. There were at least 20 or more Death Eaters still on their feet. Snape said there were no more than 30, didn't he? And we caught more since then. That bastard has been lying to us. His angry thoughts were disrupted by a severing curse barely missing his head. With a growl, Harry launched into a furious series of spells, alternating between using his wand and wandlessly to cast them. The teams had formed a crescent shape around the Death Eaters and were forcing them into a tighter shape. Thus far, Harry hadn't seen the killing curse cast by anyone. A few Aurors lay on the ground motionless and were most likely dead, but many had nasty wounds caused by more than a few curses. The fight waged back and forth as Harry had to fend off 2 Death Eaters who had moved from the other group to personally hold him off. Things seemed at a standstill while Harry blocked a series of spells and returned a few of his own. The temporary stalemate allowed a Death Eater to free his fallen comrades so they could rejoin the fight. Harry could hear Horace telling Thor to hold back and not go there yet. Tonks was fighting next to Harry and holding her own against a rather fast opponent. She wasn't getting many offensive spells off, but she had avoided getting hit thus far. Cal continued firing shot after shot from his vantage point on the hill. For the most part, his spells were distractions, so the front-line people could take them down. Marcus was flicking his wand, quickly keeping his enemy at bay and preventing them from gaining ground and breaking free of the grouping they had been rustled into. Harry was getting frustrated because as soon as he dropped one Death Eater, another would take his place, and third would get the first one back into the fight in whatever shape they could. One thought kept playing over in his head. They are stalling. Harry couldn't stop thinking that as the minutes ticked by. His side was beginning to take down their enemies and gain a little ground after Harry started firing 2 spells at once at one person. He had taken down 3 in a row before checking on Tonks again. His concentration was thrown as a shout came up from the far side of the group. "Holy shite, run! Merlin, help us!" Harry looked in that direction to see a group of Death Eaters walk away from the dock area. Most had a wild look to them, and their movements were jerky and feral. Harry guessed the balance had just been tipped in the Death Eaters' favor. The Black Cloaks seemed to fight harder, and with more determination when their allies joined their ranks. The final nail in the coffin for the momentum of the fight was driven home when the Dark Lord appeared behind his followers. "Enough toying. Now we show these blood traitors what death really looks like. Kill them all," Voldemort said smoothly, with a demented smile playing on his lips. Harry saw his side fall back once Voldemort showed his ghastly face. He knew it was all over unless something dramatically changed. He watched as 2 of the freed Death Eaters leveled their wands and fired the killing curse at 2 Aurors. They never had a chance since they were still staring at Voldemort frozen in fear. "Fuck it!" Harry yelled as he moved around the quickly spreading group of unspeakables. Everyone added distance between their neighbors to avoid getting hit by an errant killing curse that missed. Harry circled around to Marcus' side, which was trying to contain the new additions to the fight. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy strike down another Auror with a sickly green bolt of light from his wand. Harry watched the man fall limply to the ground, releasing one last breath before he went silent. Lucius laughed joyfully as he relished in the man's death. Feeling his anger move to the front of his mind, Harry fired a bone-exploding curse at the white-haired man. Lucius managed to raise a shield in time to stop most of the effects, but some of Harry's spell breached the shield's barrier. A crack of a bone was followed quickly by the normally arrogant man falling into a puddle of mud and muck screaming and grabbing his left arm. "We have a hero in our midst," Voldemort sung as he turned his feared wand on Harry. "Your only chance to run away, mortal, before I kill you." Slowly, the snake-like man added menacingly. Harry thought up his best response or witting remark. None seemed to fit the situation well enough, so he answered with his wand. "Avada Kedavra," Harry forced out, thinking of his parents and their attempt to save him. Harry didn't wait until the spell reached its target before following it up with Crucio, Assis Disfringo, and Rumper Lemnitius, moving his wand in a whipping motion trying to strike Voldemort down regardless of what the other spells did. The battle around him had seemingly stopped completely. Everyone had stilled to a certain point when Voldemort had spoken, but no one moved when Harry responded with the killing curse against the most feared man in the world. The Death Eaters were angered that anyone would dare attack their master, but the Unspeakables were shocked that their newest member would carelessly throw his life away by attacking the strongest enemy they had ever met. Voldemort expected the man to run away or cower while he dismembered him slowly. What he got was his most favored color in the world fired at him. He conjured an obstacle to absorb the spell so he wouldn't look stupid diving out of its way. He heard the next spell and managed to sidestep it half a second before it landed. The third spell struck Voldemort's imprimis shield that sprung to life on his arm, but the severing ribbon nearly knocked Voldemort over when it lashed against his shield the first time. After the second and third time, Voldemort had to drop into a crouch to avoid being sent airborne. The sheer force of magic gave Voldemort cause to make a vital decision as to the future of his current mission. "Grab our brothers and leave. We have gotten what we came for." He barely had time to speak his words before another series of spells splashed into his shield. Returning the greeting, Voldemort sent the same spells against his blue-cloaked opponent. Harry saw his spells stopped by Voldemort's shield and tried to follow them up with more, but the return volley forced him to defend. Not caring if he looked like a fish out of water, Harry dove, jumped, and spun away from as many as he could. His own imprimis shield flared to life as he fired a few spells back at the man he was destined to kill or be killed by. Harry couldn't worry about the other Death Eaters as he needed his entire focus on the Dark Lord before him. The oars started falling back, and the unspeakables were forced to keep in line with them or risk getting caught in the middle. As the line shifted, the wounded Death Eaters were levitated, carried, or banished out of range of the wards. Once free of the magical oppression, they were portkeyed away or apparated under their own power. With only a few able-bodied followers left, Voldemort began his retreat to the ward line with Harry attacking him the entire way. "Don't know when to quit, do you? Maybe I should remind you of why I am the most feared man in the world. Avada Kedavra, Crucio." Harry dropped his shield and conjured the marble slab to absorb the killing curse. The rock exploded in a cloud of powder and bits of rock. The Cruciatus curse slipped through and hit Harry in the leg. With a stifled cry, Harry collapsed to the muddy ground. That sounded familiar, Voldemort pondered aloud. Harry fought the pain using occlumency and memories of Tonks only hours before. As a reward to Voldemort, Harry forced every ounce of will and intent he had left in him before the pain took control. Ossie's Fragmen. Tonks watched Harry fall under the torture curse and heard what was said. She willed Harry to fight the spell. She willed him to live. A spell shooting from Harry's wand told her that he was going to survive. She watched the spell hit the Dark Lord in the right arm, breaking the spell. Harry fell forward into the mud, gasping for breath as his entire body screamed in agony. At first he thought it was him screaming, but the taste of earth in his mouth told him it wasn't. The unearthly scream that was emitted by the Dark Lord, as he gripped his broken arm and apparated away, left an unforgettable memory in the minds of all who were conscious. The Dark Lord could be hurt. He wasn't invincible. "Ha!" Tonks stopped herself from finishing her yell as she ran to Harry. "Seps!" She fell to her knees more than a meter away from him, but slid on the mud, coming to rest at his side. "Are you okay? Anything more than the Cruciatus?" Taking a forced breath and fighting the white spots in his eyes, Harry looked into the frantically worried expression on Tonks' face. Many others had grouped around Harry, but kept a safe distance from the only person they knew of who had ever landed a spell on the Dark Lord. "I am a little sore, but I think everything still works," Harry said, coughing a few times. "Did I get him in the head?" "No," Tonks answered him, trying not to kiss him in front of everyone. "You did get him in the arm, though." "Fuck, missed. Next time I will do better, Horace." Harry's voice faded as exhaustion took a firm grasp on him. "Chamel, Cal," Horace ordered. "Get Seps to medical now. Everyone else secure the remaining enemy, prepare the wounded for treatment, clean up, and count the dead. Auror's over here." Harry felt Tonks grab his arm and try to pull him up. She slipped a few times in the mud until Cal took Harry's other arm. Together, as a team, they left the field of battle and headed to the edge of the wards. Tonks took out a portkey and tapped it, taking them all back to the team room. When they arrived, Cal started to pull Harry towards the door, but he resisted. "I will walk there if I can," Harry said firmly. Cal shrugged and let go of Harry's arm. Tonks kept a hold of him, refusing to let go. "I am not letting you go," Tonks told him. "If I do and you get hurt more, what will I do then?" Beginning to lose focus as his body and mind started shutting down from exhaustion, Harry smirked, looking Tonks in the eyes. "It will guarantee me more affection, Nymphadora." "As if you need more of that," Tonks quipped before she realized that Cal was still in the room. "Not a word, you, not a word." Cal moved to take up Harry's arm again. "Never let me call you by that name without taking my life into my own hands. You two must be really close." "Help me get him to medical," Tonks begged as Harry had almost passed out on her. "He is stubborn and heavy." The last thing Harry remembered was the floor sliding under his feet as he was dragged into medical by his teammates. Harry's eyes fluttered open as he fought against the ache in his body. Everything was sore, and the chatter in the room wasn't helping his already frayed nerves. He looked around and saw Tonks discussing something with Cal at the foot of his bed. A few other beds were occupied, and their team members stood by waiting for them to be released. Harry moved his foot, getting Tonks' attention and ending their discussion. "Seps," Tonks whispered, "I am so glad that you are awake. If you feel up to it, we can leave. You need to take 2 potions to boost your energy and deal with the soreness before they let you out, though." "Whatever it takes to get out of here." Harry said at a volume high enough that many of the occupants in the room took notice instantly. Where are they? The faster the better. I hate hospital. Mimi hurried over and handed him 2 potions. Harry downed them with practiced efficiency and tried to stand. His balance was slightly off, but he fought through it using Tonks to steady him before aiming for the door. It was hard not to notice the fact that everyone in the room followed him with their eyes, even though most had their heads shrouded by their hoods. Harry pushed on counting the number of beds occupied. 3. How many Aurors did we lose? Tonks provided the answer. 5 died, but considering the number we were up against, that is amazingly small. How many of them escaped? Harry wanted to know if it was worth it at all. Who got away? 8 won't be joining their master again, Horace informed Harry when he entered the very door Harry was trying to leave. We still have the 3 from Nocturne Alley and 3 more that didn't make it out when he left suddenly. Any of them worth the time? Harry asked, guessing at the answer. Horace squinted before answering. If I understand your line of questioning correctly, no, none of them are worth the effort to keep alive. Tomorrow should be an interesting day, press-wise, what with everything that happened today and what the minister is most likely going to do tomorrow. So Azkaban fell before we got there? Harry asked, rubbing his face in weariness. We were kept busy with those on the shore. He breached the prison. Horace scanned the room, looking at everyone who was paying attention. They waited until we had left and were home before they attacked. There was an inside man. They waited until we transported the bulk of our lot to the prison before breaking in. Thing is, every member of the prison's guard staff was killed, well, the humans at least. A couple Dementors remained, but they won't for long. With no victims to feed off of, they will move on. So, the group we fought was a diversion, Harry figured out. I thought they were trying to kill time. Makes sense until their friends and Voldemort could show up. The sound of air being sucked in irritated Harry further. The Unspeakables, his allies, were acting like a bunch of Hogwarts students. What? Can't hear his name without wanting to run home to Mum? Pathetic bunch you are. If you weren't so damn busy watching me and Voldemort, you could have stopped more of them. Think you are hot shit, Seps, Jones challenged. Just because you lived you think that makes you better than the rest of us. Harry stepped away from Tonks' arm and took labored steps until he was directly in front of Jones. I can say the name Voldemort without whimpering like a little girl. I not only lived, I fought him. Where were you? If I am the only one willing to stand up to the Dark Tosser and fight, then we might as well all lie down and die. He is willing to pick us off one at a time if need be. I am not stupid enough to poke a dragon in the eye on the off chance. It is having a good day and won't kill me for my trouble, Jones retorted. You would rather sit at home and wait until Voldemort shows up at your door and blasts it in, Harry snapped back. That wasn't the first time I have fought him, and it isn't going to be the last either. Now you are just talking out of your arse, Seps, Jones laughed. Only 2 people have lived after standing up to him, and you are neither. Do you think he advertises how many live after he tries to kill them? Harry asked, forcefully trying to cover his mistake. Wouldn't do well for the greatest murderer of all time to have so many loose ends laying about now, does it? Now get out of my way so I can go home and rest up in case he shows up again. Merlin knows where you will be when that happens, probably hiding under your bed or in a cupboard. Jones went for his wand, but Horace grabbed his hand firmly and pulled it down. Draw your wand on him, Jones, and I will bury you myself. He proved his worth last week, and he proved it again today. A smart man would learn from what he sees and hears. What are you? Jones said nothing, but slowly lowered his wand and stepped back. Harry sighed and took a few steps before faltering slightly. Tonks rushed to his side and propped him up. They walked out of the room and into the hallway where Harry leaned against the wall trying to regain some strength. I need to relax and get some sleep, Harry complained. That bastard took a lot out of me. Tonks grabbed his arm and led him to the team room so they could portkey to Potter Estate. There is a very good reason you are weak. The amount of power you were putting into your spells was a big reason most of us watched the fight. It is one thing to see magic being thrown about, but to feel it as well is something completely different. Glad I could entertain everyone, Harry forced out between clenched teeth as he weakened with each step. They finally reached the team room and portkeyed away. Tonks had to levitate Harry up the stairs, through the bedroom, and into the bathroom. She deposited him in the bath and removed his clothes before running the water. To soothe away your aches and pains. I let him get away, nymph. I could have stopped him. I tried, but I wasn't good enough. He nearly killed me again. When is he going to get it right and finish me off? As long as we work together, that won't happen, Harry. You are better than him in every way. You will get him sooner or later. At Harry's dismal look, she reinforced her point. It will happen when it is supposed to happen. And how many more will die before then? Less than if you gave up, Tonks prodded. Now you be quiet and let me work away your troubles. Harry submitted to her soft and small hands, massaging his body until he was a picture-perfect prune. He hobbled to bed and curled into Tonks for a change. Her soft breast made a wonderful pillow for his sleepy head. Friday was a recovery day for the teams. The ministry had swooped in after everything had calmed down and taken over. Rumor had it that Amelia Bones was livid at the response time of the Aurors to help at the prison. An old directive from Fudge's stint as minister was blamed for the chain of command breaking down before Kingsley or Bones were notified. It was a good 30 minutes before the information had filtered through the ranks and reached them. Amelia had never had to deal with an incident like a mass prison break during her stead as director of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, so she hadn't ran into the problem. She corrected the situation and followed up by looking at every order Fudge had put in place and vetoed any that seemed to stall the response to a catastrophe. The papers were all a-thither over the prison break that they mostly ignored the notice that every Death Eater was declared an enemy of the state. Any holdouts within the ministry to the efforts Amelia was putting forth kept quiet as the public rallied around her. The vast amount of unfiltered information leaving the ministry and going to the papers kept the press on her side. Nothing secret was revealed, but it didn't need to be leagues ahead of the drivel Fudge shared. Everyone had the sense that for once in a long while the ministry was working for them and not against them. Tonks received a message from Dumbledore that an order meeting was scheduled for Sunday, and it was important that Harry be there even though that was part of the agreement reached during the first meeting of the summer. Saturday was uneventful as Harry lounged around the house and played with Tonks. They either worked on different spells or each other. Ticky had walked in on them more than a few times and had finally given up on cleaning some of the rooms until she knew they were asleep or sequestered away in Harry's room. Sunday slipped away as Harry spent much of his time working on his occlumency with Tonks. She proved to him that she was rather handy with the skill even if she didn't slam into his barriers. She was very adept at distracting him and slipping through his defenses. I know they won't use my particular techniques, but it is best to be skilled in all forms of detection, Tonks explained as she rebuttoned her shirt. Now, we try again. Tonks worked on his mental shields for hours until they had to get to the meeting. Harry created a return portkey and checked his cloak for all of the important bits he might need. He stilled his mind until Tonks joined him on the bed. Ready to go, Harry. No time like the present, I guess, Harry said noncommittally. That is my Harry, Tonks joked, roughing his hair more than normal. She gave him a solid kiss before grabbing his hand tightly. If you will assist me through the wards, dear sir. Harry apparated them to the park, where they began the short walk to Grimmauld Place. They climbed the stairs and Harry knocked sharply. When they heard the locks being disengaged, they released each other's hand. When the door opened, Harry was greeted by Remus smiling at him. Wonderful to see you again, Harry, Remus spoke in a soft tone. I hope everything is well for you. Remus looked at both of them smiling and getting his real question across. Things are wonderful, Moony, Harry answered. This has been the best summer yet. Everything go all right over the past few days. Remus frowned. With me, everything went fine. It's the rest of the world that has had a hard time of it. I am sure you read about Azkaban. Yes, I did. Funny that Snape didn't warn us before it happened. Harry closed the door behind him as Tonks slipped in next to him. She ran her hand over his shoulder before leaving them alone and walking into the living room. A chorus of greetings told Harry that many had already arrived. I see things are just as good as or better than they were when I left, Remus observed, giving Harry a one-armed hug. I am in over my head, Moony, Harry sighed with a smile stretching across his face. But it feels so comfortable, and I don't know, perfect. Like I said, best summer yet. They entered the living room to find they were the last to arrive. Dumbledore stood from a conjured chintz chair and moved to join them. Remus, perhaps you can take my seat while I speak with Harry for a moment. Remus looked to Harry and saw the relaxed way he had entered the house had left. Is that okay with you, Harry? Fine. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze and never let it go. Once they were alone and Dumbledore had moved them into the kitchen, he sighed deeply, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. Of my mistakes in life, Dumbledore spoke with a regrettable tone, you have suffered the most from them. I am truly sorry for that. Not as your headmaster nor your teacher, but as any other man, I ask your forgiveness. You do not need to give me an answer now, I prefer you don't. Please, reserve your reply until a later time after you have thought it over and I have had time to show you I am sorry. Now, let's rejoin our friends and discuss recent events and plan for the future. Completely thrown, Harry followed Dumbledore back to the living room where everyone was waiting. The first thing Harry really noticed was that Ron and Ginny weren't there. Where is Ron and Ginny? Oh, they are at home, dear, Molly told him as she finished hugging him and trying to straighten his hair. More stubborn than a Weasley, Molly commented as she gave up on his raven hair. Harry gave her a warm smile and joked, have to fit in with you guys somehow. He scanned the room and saw the regulars along with a few extras. Next to twins were Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Oliver Wood. What are you guys doing here? Harry asked in a slightly demanding tone. Taken back by the forceful way Harry had asked, Wood was the only one to answer. The twins flued me and asked if I wanted to help out. Made more sense than anything else they had asked me before, so here I am. Harry turned and looked Dumbledore in the eyes, demanding an answer. You challenged my willingness to act, Harry. We needed more people, so I got more people. They have a right to fight for what they believe in the same as you. Not like I have a choice, Harry relented, knowing he should have guessed as much. I am glad to see you here and not on the other side. Harry received smiles and nods from the past Gryffindors. Red and gold always sticks together, Harry, Angelina said with as much zest as any speech she gave as Quidditch captain. Now, we have a lot to cover since both sides have been rather active in the last few weeks. Dumbledore looked over the group with a measured gaze. Harry, care to give us a rundown of what you have been up to? Harry met the look and smiled. Death Eaters attacked Hermione's. She stayed with me for a bit until I had her house protected. They went back last week. I think Snape can tell us why Voldemort stopped by shortly after the Grangers were returned home. Snape sneered and glared at Harry. Oh yes, I was there. I was 20 feet away when Voldemort was looking for the house. I cheered when Wormtail was tortured. By the way, what were you and he talking about before you portkeyed him away? Dumbledore snapped his head to Snape and waited for an answer. Our discussion is no concern of yours, Potter. I am surprised you held back and didn't try to be the hero again. Learning for once. Harry laughed. No, Hermione and Tonks held me back. I learned shortly after that. I wonder where else you have been when things happened. Harry, please continue, Dumbledore prompted. I know you have been doing more than visiting the Grangers. Oh, and a wonderful job with their security, too. I have yet to be able to find their home or business. Excellent ward work. Cost a fortune, Tonks mumbled, but it was loud enough to be heard. Bill was visibly nodding his head in the corner. Money is just that, Harry dismissed the comment. Been flying some and enjoying my summer. For once, I don't want to go back to school. That would be a treat, Snape hissed. For both of us, Harry agreed with the potion's master for the first time in his life. I know there has been more than that, but I will not press the issue now. Dumbledore took control of the meeting again. The events of a few days ago have the entire world on alert. Voldemort has his best Death Eaters back in the fold. The breakout was a huge hit against us and the Ministry. I know none of this is a mystery to any of you, but I am confident that many didn't read deeper into that issue of the Prophet. It seems that all Death Eaters have been declared enemies of the state. I am sure there are few here who know what that means. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Would you mind informing us, Harry? Harry smirked as all eyes turned to him yet again. It means that all of their holdings may be purchased away from them. Any ownership in companies, ventures, or the like can be taken away without their consent at market value. Am I safe to assume that you informed the minister of that long-forgotten law? Dumbledore asked, his raised eyebrows and a thoughtful look on his face. You would be safe in assuming that. And who would be able to buy up the shares released by such a maneuver? I believe a couple goblins are working on that, Harry pondered. More like 10, Bill added. On Dumbledore's query, Bill elaborated. Gringotts was a madhouse on Friday. Ragnarok called in some of the best financial minds the bank has at its disposal. They were generating more activity in an hour than the bank normally does in a week. I was put on a secure detail that ferried goblins between your vaults, Harry, and over 20 others around the system. Care to enlighten us, Harry? The headmaster requested, leaving little doubt that he wanted an answer. I haven't met with Ragnarok yet, but it seems that I most likely spent quite a bit of money on Friday, though I am sure I got something for it. Harry couldn't help but enjoy the looks he saw on everyone's faces. The best was the one Albus wore. Are there any more surprises, Harry? Dumbledore asked, but only found a smirk as a reply. I see that you are going to let us find out the hard way then. Regardless of what happens, that was an inventive strategy to tackle Voldemort's financial base. Ragnarok brought it up, Harry informed him. Thank him, not me. Albus inclined his head in response. It took both of you and an army of goblins to execute it. Well done, Harry. Now, something happened in Nocturne Alley earlier in the week, and the Ministry has no record of it. It would seem that our belief that the Department of Mysteries is involved in this war is indeed true at this time. I asked everyone that would know about something like this, and only 3 people declined comment. Those people are in special positions in the Ministry, and the fact that they refused to answer told me what I needed to know. And how does that affect us, Albus? Moody rumbled. For our safety, if we are on a mission of our own, and we come into contact with people in slightly odd-looking gray cloaks, do what they say and do not point your wand at them, Albus stressed. They are most likely unspeakables, and not the ones locked away in the basement of the Ministry researching Merlin knows what. They are empowered by the Ministry to do what needs done to protect the Ministry. They can and will kill if they feel threatened. I will say that they are generally on our side, and will make for a formidable obstacle against Voldemort. They were at Azkaban, Headmaster, Snape interrupted. They were the bulk of the force against the escape. One of them even fought the Dark Lord personally. Amazingly, he managed to land a spell. He wasn't happy afterwards. Snape shuddered as he went silent. Things are looking brighter for us, Albus said cheerfully. I will have to work with the Ministry more closely so we aren't getting in their way. Harry wanted an answer to a question that had bothered him for a while. Professor. Albus tilted his head graciously. Yes, Harry. It seems that Snape has been at every Death Eater mission lately, Harry said. Why haven't we been alerted before these things happen? Did you know about the attack on Hermione's before it happened? Snape fumed as Harry splayed open a very touchy subject. Harry, Professor Snape is in a difficult position almost daily. He tells me what he can when he can. I wasn't asking you, Albus. Harry never took his eyes off of Snape. I would like an answer, Snape. If you knew about Hermione and Azkaban before they happened, you should have told us. Snape had enough and reached his limit of being chastised by a Potter. And do what, Potter? Trade my position for the life of one know-it-all girl and her muggle family. To stop the first attempt at breaking into Azkaban, he would have kept trying until he broke in. The greasy-haired man realized too late that his comment about Hermione was a misstep. Harry had been moving towards him slowly in a non-threatening way until he was about 6 feet away. Once Harry reached that distance, he struck. He leapt at Snape, pulling out the knife he had in his cloak. With the tip pointing in the same direction as his elbow, Harry made a V-shape with the two and placed both on either side of his neck and pinned him against the wall. Harry's growth spurt had equaled out the height difference to the point that it didn't matter. Harry grabbed Snape's wand with his left hand and pinned it against Snape's chest, holding it in place. The movement had forced the spy to the side and put his neck in direct contact with the blade of the dagger Harry sunk into the wall. Snape saw the fire in Harry's eyes and exhaled through his mouth at a loss of what to do. Harry's eyes bored into Snape's. He tried to set the man alight with his gaze. He heard a rustling behind him, but he didn't care. He heard Tonks order people back, and he knew that she had her wand out. "Yes, Severus," Harry hissed, nearly bordering on parcel tongue. "You should give up your position to stop an attack on Azkaban. You should give your life to stop an attack on Hermione and her family." Mustering all the fortitude he had, Snape asked, "And why should I?" Harry allowed a feral smile to show on his face. "Because I promise you that if you let her or any of my friends die to save your fucking position, I will kill you myself. No Dumbledore or Voldemort would be able to save you. That is my vow to you. Let them die and you will join them." Harry squeezed Snape's hand until his entire arm was shaking from the stress. Snape's expression broke first as he saw the truth in Harry's words. He felt Harry fight against the desire to end his life. He saw the look of a killer beneath the surface of Harry's eyes before the normal softness returned to the bright green eyes. Harry pushed away slowly and let the edge of the knife trail equally slowly along Snape's neck. A surgically fine cut was left in its wake, and blood was pulled in his collar by gravity. Harry maintained eye contact as he wiped the blade on his cloak and returned it to its place. Harry slid back to his place against the wall and saw half of the room had their wands out, but they were aimed at the floor. When he reached Tonks, he saw that she did have her wand out, and it was aimed directly at Dumbledore, who still looked ready to stop Harry. "I am willing to trade my life for my friends. Are any of you willing to do the same thing?" Albus sighed and lowered his wand and put it away. He seemed deep in thought as he mulled over what he would say. A smile told Harry that things were going to be okay, so he pulled his hand away from the portkey in his pocket and tapped Tonks on the foot to signal she could let go of his cloak. "The passion of youth," Albus said longingly. "Invigorating as always, Harry. Severus, perhaps you should tend to that wound before you pass out." Snape left the house quickly and quietly as Wood blurted out, "That is how he plays Quidditch. I knew he was going to be perfect the minute I saw that look on his face." Alicia smacked Wood on the back of his head to stop him from going off on one of his frequent tirades. The meeting continued with Harry and Tonks standing close together and waiting for someone to yell at them. It never happened, and most people left that night thinking about what Harry had said. Were they willing to die for their friends? Their family was an easy decision, but their friends was a more difficult choice. Before he left, Harry felt a strong but thin hand on his shoulder. "I admire your passion, Harry, but Severus deals with so much, and he never gets a break from it. The mark is more than a simple mark." Harry lifted his hair to show his famous scar. "I, more than anybody, know exactly what that means, Professor, but that has never stopped me from doing what is right." Albus smiled in a grandfatherly way before speaking. "And that is why you are Harry Potter and not Severus Snape. You have yet to make that choice at a moment of weakness. Someday Severus might tell you his story, and you may find sympathy for him. Until then, keep doing what you are doing, Harry. You have shown me this summer that you are up to the challenge that will ultimately be Voldemort." Harry relaxed and tried to look at his life from a neutral point of view. The only thing he saw was himself as an old man, second, guessing the decisions he made decades before and always finding faults with them. Harry wasn't sure if they were his own thoughts or ones Dumbledore planted in his mind somehow, but it was a valid worry if he lived long enough for it to matter. "You do not have my forgiveness," Harry began and saw Dumbledore visibly slump. "Yet, given time, honesty, and survival, I believe we will be able to work beyond the past." Harry held out his hand in a truce for everything that had happened between them. "Always what is right, never what is easy," Dumbledore said, grasping Harry's hand firmly and with surprising strength. "I believe this is yours." Albus pulled out an envelope marked like every other Hogwarts start-of-term letter. "Choose your classes wisely, Harry. The future does not always go where we think it will. Were it so, I would have been the best confectioner in the wizarding world had I had my way." Harry couldn't help but laugh at such a silly image that sprouted in his mind. Dumbledore with cotton candy sticking to all of his hair, lollies poking out of his pockets, and chocolate covering his hands as he fumbled with bits of wrapping. "Care for a sour, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, holding out a bag of lemon sours. "No thanks, Professor, but thank you for offering all the same." Harry smiled and walked out the door with Tonks at his side. The words were felt more than heard. Harry felt his heart swell and crumble in the same moment. "I love you, Nymphadora." Harry knew what it meant. The puzzle was solved, and the beautiful creature in front of him had showed him the way. He knew that he was the only person who could save her life. He was the only person who was more valuable than her to Voldemort. "How touching," Bellatrix crowed. "My pathetic relative falls in love with Golden Boy Potter, and then he gets to watch her die at his feet. Oh, this is too precious for words." A series of pops sounded at the end of the alley, alerting Bellatrix to more arrivals. A group of 5 gray-cloaked people moved down the alley and surrounded Bellatrix in a crescent shape. Their wands were trained on the woman without flinching. Harry looked over and saw Horace angrier than he had ever seen him. Judging by the size and shape, Harry guessed that Horace had brought Team 2 with him. Cal had accompanied them as well, and his wand was trained on the Death Eater too. "Get the fuck back or the bitch gets it," Bellatrix screamed, pressing her wand deeper into Tonks' neck. Harry bristled and felt his magic surge up again. He felt his limits being reached before his aura started to show. Harry heard Horace cast the wards preventing apparition and portkeys from working. Harry knew this was where things would be decided. "Me for nymph," Harry offered without hesitation. "Voldemort would praise you forever for bringing me to him." "No, Harry," Albus yelled. Everyone else behind him had said the same thing. "Shut up," Harry spoke calmly. "Me for her." "You will give you life for this worthless half-blood?" Bellatrix asked, seeing the huge upside to taking Harry to her master. "In a second," Harry answered without thought. Seizing the opportunity, Bellatrix jumped at the chance to trade. "Throw your wand on the ground and come here. You," Bellatrix ordered Horace, "remove the wards you put up. Now." Horace looked at Harry and saw him nod his head discreetly. Harry turned his body slightly and slipped his wand back into its holster. With his right hand blocked from Bellatrix's view, Harry summoned Ron's wand into his hand. As luck would have it, the group was still in a state of shock from before, so they didn't really react when Harry wandlessly summoned something. Albus watched Harry's every move carefully. He was beginning to understand things and chose not to interfere. Harry brought his hand into view and dropped the wand on the ground. He turned his body again and drew his real wand instantly. "I am unarmed. Now you let her go and you get me." "Even you aren't this stupid, Potter," Bellatrix said. "You know that death awaits you, but you are still willing to trade your life for hers." "Death awaits us all. I am not afraid to face it when I can save the life of someone I love. My mum did that once. I completely understand it now." "Good for you, Potter," Bellatrix said snidely. "Enough of this shite. Get over here so we can go see my master." Harry nodded his head and looked at everyone briefly. He smiled at all of them before letting his repressed magic swell up again. When Harry took his first step forward, Bellatrix pulled her wand back a little in preparation for the exchange. He gave Tonks a loving smile and nodded once. From Harry's point of view, everything happened in slow motion as if he was playing Quidditch and closing in on the snitch. Tonks twisted her body to lessen the grip Bellatrix had on her and pushed her wand further away. Harry wandlessly summoned Tonks to him and put his wand on target. Bellatrix fired a severing charm harmlessly into the air while Harry let his magic loose. He said no words, but he felt every bit of the spell as his thoughts drove the magic forth. Death. The sickly green jet of light shot from his wand, while Tonks flew past it in the opposite direction. Harry dove to the left, grabbing Tonks and pulling her to the side. The flare of green light lit the alley and nearly seared the eyes of all who were witnesses. Bellatrix Lestrange was hit in the head by Harry's killing curse. Her lungs released one last breath as her body slumped to the ground with a soft thud. Her eyes were wide and showed the shock of being killed by a 16-year-old kid with no real gift for magic, or so she was told. Harry held Tonks to him. Tears leaked from his eyes as he hugged her to him. He wouldn't let go. "Nymph, please be alive. Please, for me, say something." He hoped for the best. The more he thought about it, the more he knew that losing Tonks would break him. She had helped him overcome too much to leave him now. He had never known what love had felt like until Tonks showed him. Every kind thing she had said or done during the summer proved what it was to him. Harry held his breath, too afraid to look in case she was gone. "You owe me a long bath, Harry," Tonks mumbled against his chest. Harry held her at arm's length before kissing her as if his very existence relied on it. Whatever you wanted is yours, love. Harry pulled Tonks to him and held on tightly as he fought against the emotions ravaging his body. Fear, elation, despair, and what he now knew as love all vied for prominence as images of what could have been kept popping into his mind. Tonks allowed herself to be held and reveled in the sensation. Harry's hugs had always warmed her heart before, but she knew Harry now understood what she had been feeling for weeks. She had always been quick to express her love for others in the past, but Tonks knew from the beginning that Harry wasn't ready for everything that came with it. Any fear she had of just being Harry's passing interest for the summer evaporated when he told her he loved her. She may have heard the words, but she felt his intent to her very core. He meant what he said, and he proved that to her. The unspeakables stood amazed at seeing Harry Potter strike down Voldemort's favorite. The stories they had heard made him out to be larger than life, when in truth he was just a young man. A young man who negotiated a deal that meant certain death for himself to save another, and ended up killing a very lethal woman by the end. They were pressed into action by Horace barking orders. "Death Eaters, go with us," Horace commanded. "Stun and bind them before transport. Kill all who resist if they are conscious." After a second's debate, Dumbledore moved to block their access to Snape. "He is one of ours, leave him to us to take care of." "He is a Death Eater to me," Horace spoke forcefully to the old wizard. "I think you have enough to take care here without messing about with a murderer like him." "I will not give him up to you." Albus did his best to look as impressive as he could be, but his wand remained at his side, pointed in a safe direction. "He is the only spy inside Voldemort's inner circle. We need to keep him out of the Ministry's hands." Horace laughed once. "Do you know for a fact that he is the only one in the fold?" Horace looked over at Harry, who still held on to Tonks as if she would fly away. He checked his people and found most of them carrying out his orders as given except for Cal. The only hidden member of Team 3 kept his eyes fixed on the pair. "Seems to be figuring it out. I will leave it to the minister to decide his fate then," Horace prompted graciously. Minister Bones stepped from her spot near the front of the group. She had moved to protect Ginny when the fight broke out. The parental nature she had earned by caring for Susan had forced her actions without conscious thought. "Albus, are you sure that Snape is one of yours?" "Yes, Minister, I'm sure of it." "Leave Snape with us, then," Amelia ordered Horace, not sure if he would follow her directive. Surprisingly, Horace nodded and moved the two unspeakables away from the bleeding man with a hand wave. When the issue of the spy seemed resolved, almost everyone seemed to focus on the fate of the young man holding onto an Auror. They watched as Harry stood up, lifting Tonks with him. He cradled her close and kept whispering things to her. She responded back and seemed to test her legs a bit before Harry forced himself to let go. He kept one arm around her for the simple fact that he couldn't let go and didn't want to. As a pair, they started walking to the group, who remained in shock from the events of the evening. "What of Potter?" Horace asked, hoping he could arrange a debrief before Albus or Amelia got a hold of him. "I will take him," Albus offered strongly, while directing Hagrid to pick up Snape and handing him a portkey to the hospital wing. "A death has occurred, and he must be interviewed by ministry officials." Amelia spoke in a slightly uncertain way. Harry and Tonks maintained their slow pace to rejoin their group and continued their private conversation. Knowing the best way to resolve the issue, Horace made the most diplomatic gesture he had made in years. "All things considered, I suggest we ask Mr. Potter what he wants. It is not like he will go to Azkaban for killing Lestrange. She is after all an enemy of the Ministry and an escaped prisoner. Rather positive outcome as I see it." Harry heard the words and formulated a response to everyone. He knew Horace would treat him well. He knew Amelia would ask questions he couldn't answer. He knew Albus would ask questions that didn't matter, all the while trying to figure everything out on his own. "Tonks and I are going to return our guests to their home. Then she's going to be treated for cruciatus exposure. Finally, we are going home for the evening." Harry looked into Tonks' eyes and saw her agreement. "Tomorrow, we can meet with whoever need us to. Pick a place, one place, and we can all hash it out at one time. If you can't decide on a place, then I choose Gringotts since it is a neutral place, and none of you will have more clout than the others." Horace figured that the compromise offered by Harry was acceptable and agreed, while the last of the Death Eaters were portkeyed away. Amelia frowned at the loss of leverage of the ministry, but she knew that nothing bad was going to happen to Harry, especially considering the ultimate victim of the night. Albus, on the other hand, chuckled. "It is not us who have the advantage of Gringotts, Harry." Harry ignored the apt comment and kept moving Tonks closer to his friends. He also ignored the looks he received from Hermione, Ginny, and especially Molly when he reached them. "You lot okay?" Harry asked, worried that they would always see him as a killer. "Fine, Harry," Hermione offered first. "Are you sure you want to take us home? We can take the tube instead." Harry waved off the offer and urged them toward Diagon Alley and ultimately the car. "Tonks is just sore from the curse. Let's go." As the Grangers broke from the group, Hermione showed her parents how their daughter became who she was. She proudly led them away hopping she wouldn't break down as the crumpled form of a human slid past the edge of her eyesight. Harry read the expressions on his friends' faces and sighed. He saw Ron wearing his normally confused look, but there was a touch of fear and awe added into it. Ginny still had tears in her eyes from the emotional shock of what had happened. Molly only just managed to hold her own daughter in an attempt to protect her. Remus watched him with a large amount concern and worry. Hugging Tonks to him, he spoke. "I am sorry we all had to see that, but—" Harry paused and looked from Moody to Minerva and finally resting on Albus. "But I lived, you lived, and Nymph lived. That is what matters at the end of the day, and I am not going to feel sorry for that woman. Not now, not ever. She stole Sirius from me, and I would be damned if she was going to take Nymphadora from me too. I will talk to you tomorrow after the meeting at Gringotts. Thank you for coming tonight." It was great until they showed up. Harry said the last, looking over at the crumpled body of Bellatrix. He felt saddened by the fact that it ended the way it did, but he saw no other option then or now. "You made your choice when you took Nymph hostage. Your last, worst choice." Harry looked down at Tonks and hugged her to his chest. He felt the sadness vanish as if a spell had been cast on him. He breathed in her scent and let his mind drift back to all the mornings of waking up next to her. "I would do it again if I had to." As Harry walked past Horace, he found a vial being slid into his hand. The fluid had the same color as what Harry had taken when he was recovering from the same kind of exposure in medical. They followed the Grangers back to Diagon Alley, through the pub, and to the car. With a tap of his wand, Harry portkeyed the car and its occupants to Hermione's neighborhood. He dropped them off, accepting a hug and a kiss on the cheek from Hermione, before he portkeyed the car and Tonks home. Once inside the garage, Harry looked at Tonks, who had laid her head in his lap. He watched her breathing and heard the click of the clock in the dash. He saw the hands swing past midnight and closed his eyes. "I know what love feels like, and it is Nymph. Time to go to bed, Nymphadora." Tonks opened her eyes and looked up at him. She smiled the same smile she had been giving him for weeks, only he felt the meaning behind it now. "After I take that potion and you give me a nice hot bath, I hope we do more than sleep, Mr. Potter. You did, after all, save my life tonight. I have a lot to pay back after something like that." Harry smiled and leaned down to kiss her. He opened the door, planning out how to nurse Tonks' injuries away. 17. I would do it again. Monday was a busy day filled with training designed to further improve the teamwork within Team 3 and their interaction with Team 2. Harry thought things were going really well, but Horace had a sense of tension about him that made Harry uneasy. The relaxed feel of the lessons the week before were gone, and replaced by a tautness that weighed on everyone present. Tonks felt it and told Harry it happened every time things looked really bad for the wizarding world. "The ministry comes to Marcus and Horace to try and fix things. We don't understand the pressures placed on them from above, but they are most likely tasked to find the escaped Death Eaters and bring them in. The Aurors have the same job, but speaking from experience on both sides, it is worse here. We always deliver, and that is a formidable record to work with." "I can certainly understand being weighed down by your past," Harry offered. Tonks smiled and rubbed Harry's shoulders as she leaned towards him. "I know that you do, sweetie. Teach us all how to handle it as well as you do, since you are the expert." "Well," Harry started talking in his best impersonation of McGonagall. First, you put all the expectations in the bin where they belong. Harry and Tonks were enjoying their break in the corner of the training room and never noticed Team 5 enter for a prearranged meeting with Horace in the classroom area. They didn't see the shrouded glare from Jones when he walked in, and they didn't feel his growing anger as he watched them the entire time Horace spoke to his team. When the briefing was over, Horace called Team 3 over to him. Jones watched and waited for the opportunity to insult Seps as they walked closer. Horace simply looked on and waited for the confrontation to happen, as he knew it needed to occur or things would never be resolved. As Harry and Tonks walked closer to Horace, Jones spoke out. "Better watch your bitch, Seps, or someone might come along and prove to her what a real man is like." Harry tried to let the comment slide, but couldn't get beyond the insult to Tonks. "I suggest you watch yourself, Jones, or I might show you what a real man does when his friends are insulted." "Friends my arse," Jones challenged. "You are just another in a list of people she gets close to and casts off when she gets bored." Harry never had the chance to respond when Tonks got in Jones' face and threatened him. "You know nothing of it, you pathetic yob. You are just mad that I refused to date you all those times you threw yourself at me. Sad sack you are." Jones reacted to the slight against his manhood by backhanding Tonks across the face. The smack and resulting snap of Tonks' head triggered a series of events that left most in the room flat-footed. Tonks reeled from the impact of Jones' rather solid hand against her cheek. She did manage to stay on her feet and was able to witness Harry's retribution. Jones almost got out a laugh before he saw Harry's wand appear and strike unmercilessly. "Crucio," was Harry's simple reply to Jones striking Tonks. Harry watched Jones fall to the floor and writhe around in pain. He howled in agony as Harry held him under the torture curse. Horace had winced when he saw Harry lash out. He remembered the sting of that spell from Harry's wand, and he never wished it on another even if they deserved it. Members of both teams watched as one of their own shuddered on the floor of the training room. They did nothing but watch since no one wanted to interrupt the only person they had ever seen fight the Dark Lord and live. No more than a minute after it began, Tonks placed her hand on Harry's and asked him to stop. Harry released the spell and felt his mind regain control of his actions. The sick feeling that he had fought with weeks before as he learned the dark magic came back with a vengeance. He was swimming in darkness again, and somehow it freed him from his worries. As he looked at the still squirming man on the floor, he felt oddly detached and invigorated at the same time. Only when Harry looked in Tonks' soft and understanding eyes did he completely return to the world. The first sight of blood on the corner of her lips renewed his anger at Jones and almost led to a repeat of the curse. "Thank you," Tonks told him. "Thank you, and I consider it finished. You do not need to do anything more on this, Seps." Harry nodded, but felt he needed to do something more even if she thought he didn't. Harry took a few steps and closed the distance with Jones, who was finally taking gasping breaths to refill his lungs. Harry looked down and saw a pathetic man trying to be more than he could accomplish, and not the more experienced operative that Jones had been. Bending down to look at Jones under his hood, Harry said with quiet force, "Strike Chamel again, or insult her like that once more, and you won't make it another day." Harry stood up and stepped back, catching a glimpse of the spectators. Most were surprised, but none looked hostile. Horace moved next to Jones' recovering form and stared at the man for a few seconds before posing his question. "Is this conflict settled? And I mean the one between you and Seps." Jones scanned the room and saw the reaction he had received. He was in the wrong, and no one looked ready to support him. Taking a few deep breaths and fixating on Harry's still exposed wand, Jones replied, "It is done. I know my place." Horace waited for Harry to accept the answer before doing the same to Tonks. Receiving a positive nod from both, Horace addressed the room. "Seps is the leader of Team 3, and that is that. As I would expect, the leader of a team defends his people when necessary. This matter is closed, and no mention of it need be made moving forward. Is that understood?" Everyone voiced their understanding and moved off to their appointed locations. Horace helped Jones up by offering his hand. Pulling him close, Horace said, "Hurts like hell, doesn't it? I learned early on to leave Chamel alone. If you try this shite again, Seps will most likely kill you, and I will obliviate what is left and dump it in the nearest gutter. Do not pull something like this again. I promise you will not survive it. Now, see medical before returning. You will hurt for a few days after this, trust me. Jones mustered his strength and worked his way to medical, taking a lot of time and numerous breaks to regain his composure. The bite of Harry's spell had firmly set a rule in his mind. There is a reason Seps could attack the Dark Lord and survive. Harry and Tonks worked the remainder of the day with Cal and Horace. Harry found a letter waiting for him in the team room from Gringotts. A quick discussion between Harry and Tonks led them to making plans for a visit at Gringotts after work. Harry guessed that it had to do with all the activity on Friday and how much it cost him. As the day wound down, Harry finished leading his team on individual missions similar to the one in Nocturne Alley, or grouped with Team 2, and Robin leading the overall mission. Harry found Robin to be agreeable and willing to let Harry handle his part of the mission his own way without telling him how to do it step by step. Team 2's leader also accepted Harry's ideas willingly and only turned them down after explaining how the goals could be accomplished in another way that was easier or safer. Harry, along with Tonks, left for Gringotts having learned a lot about leading and his team's abilities. The pair arrived in Diagon Alley at the normal apparition point and began the trek to the bank in the end-of-work crowds. Harry felt Tonks holding on to him as they were buffeted by witches and wizards hurrying about. Many looked over their shoulders as if the escaped Death Eaters were going to pop up and kill them on the spot. Everything seemed stupid and ludicrous to Harry as they traveled halfway up the alley. A loud crash at one end of the alley sent many to the street covering their heads, while others fumbled with their wands trying to draw them and find a target. A frightened shopkeeper holding an empty tray and staring at the remains of her shattered glassware on the stone street caused Harry to laugh. His laugh was the only one as many put their wands away in a shaky fashion. One person seemed annoyed at Harry's laugh and grabbed him by the collar. "Something funny," the man said as he spun Harry around to look at him. The unsuspecting man found 2 wands pressed firmly in his throat and chest. After his eyes traveled from the wand tips to Harry's face, his expression grew even more scared. He almost trembled as recognition of who he held on to dawned on him. Harry stopped laughing the second his was grabbed by the man. All too often Harry had been grabbed, pulled, shoved, or struck for no reason, and it wasn't going to happen again. "I suggest you release me, sir." Harry spoke quietly as Tonks pressed her wand into the man's chest even harder. "I am not the one jumping at my own shadow." The man swallowed hard and released Harry, instantly trying to smooth out Harry's freshly rumpled robes. He saw the unspoken threat in Harry's eyes. In that instant, he knew what it took to look death in the face, and he knew he didn't have it in him. The young man never trembled or blinked from fear like he was having trouble preventing as he tried to move away. "Most of us still remember the first time, Mr. Potter." Harry snorted, brushing the comment aside. "Learn from the mistakes of the first time so we aren't repeating them. Otherwise, Voldemort is that much closer to victory than us." The collective gasps and screams around the alley caused Harry to close his eyes and shake his head. When he opened his eyes, he saw many looking around as if the devil was after them. "If mention of his name reduces all of you to this state, then we truly are lost." Harry returned his wand to its place and led Tonks to Gringotts, ignoring the stares and whispers that grew around him. They entered the bank with 2 goblins bowing him in and another inside the bank, waving him back, allowing Harry to avoid the lines completely. A few people inside the bank watched as Harry moved past them. They seemed captivated by his presence far more than ever before for some reason. "What are they on about?" Harry asked Tonks and Griffook, who joined them just inside the gilded doors. "I believe that you have missed the Daily Prophet today, Harry," Griffook asked. "Yeah, I missed that one," Harry answered. "Anything good in there for a change?" "Only if you follow stocks and business," Griffook said, as he grinned the evil smile that all goblins seemed to possess. On Harry's visible confusion, he elaborated. "Aside from the rumors about mass killings and other Death Eater activity, your recent acquisitions have made news. The reasoning behind your actions has been printed, but the information did not come from us, I assure you." "It wouldn't be that hard to figure out, would it?" Tonks asked. "If you really looked at what was going on, you could figure it out, right? If you had a keen mind for business and its inner workings," Griffook pondered out loud. Maybe. They were directed past 2 guards and goblin security on the double doors to find an impressive office. It had a large table in rich wood surrounded by chairs with a matching desk and high-backed chair behind it. On the table were piles of papers and other documents. Griffook, Harry asked, not sure what was going on. Harry, you are here to affirm our activity on your behalf, Griffook said, before being cut off by the doors opening again, allowing Ragnok access the room. Ragnok, Harry spoke warmly. Pleasure to see you again. Harry shook the goblin's hand and assisted him into one of the seats at the large table. As I have grown accustomed, Ragnok greeted. I look forward to our meetings, Harry. I need you to authorize our purchases of the last few days. We only have 1 week to approve them before they are statutorily rejected. It is a carry-over of old times, but it is merely a formality. I can explain each and every transaction if you want, or I can give you the highlights. Which would you prefer? Harry didn't need to think about it before giving his answer. Highlights, please. Excellent, Ragnok replied as he pushed the largest pile of papers away and pulled the smaller stack closer. In summation, the entire Black family inheritance was depleted to acquire what you asked us to carry out. We also made noticeable inroads into the Potter family account as well. The stocks took an initial hit from the aggressive purchasing pattern we initiated, but many bounced back once news of your involvement became public knowledge. The boards of the affected companies are notified when a purchase of more than 1% of the total corporate shares are made by one person. Ragnok smiled as he hesitated for a few seconds. I have never received more owls in one day than I did on any of the days between Friday and today. Most executives saw their controlling 5 to 10% of ownership disappear into nothingness as you added thousands of shares to your portfolio. I have a list of the companies where you own a controlling stake and are required to attend their board meetings or select a designate in your stead. Ragnok slid the list across the table to Harry, smiling the entire time. I also have a list of those companies where you own more than 50% of the shares. Ragnok laughed an evil laugh after telling Harry that. Since you most likely are unsure what that means, I will tell you. Having that many shares makes you not only a controlling owner, but the majority owner. Even if every other shareholder disagreed with you on a vote, you would still win. Essentially, you can direct the company in whatever direction you wish. Many of these companies are in questionable industries with equally questionable products or practices. I will tell you that they tend to have some of the highest rates of return, though. Financially, it would be best to leave them as is until you earn back enough money to become as stable as you once were. Don't get me wrong by thinking that you aren't stable now, but you are a distance from being as secure as you were before this spending spree. In 5 to 10 years, you should have regained about 30% of your expenditures. Patience is the key to investing, Harry. The complete list is here. Ragnok slid another list towards Harry, smiling the whole time as well. I can tell you that after the darker holdings, you have many perfectly legitimate companies firmly in your portfolio. The International Broom Company, makers of the Firebolt line and other specialized brooms, and the Clean Sweep Broom Company are 2 of the more famous and profitable ones considering the cost-to-profit ratio involved in production. You have considerable stakes in a potion supply company, a wizarding publisher, a Muggle bookseller, 3 Muggle petroleum companies, an auto manufacturer, and a series of shops scattered about the world. What do you mean by a considerable stake? Harry asked while looking over the list. His eyes popped out as he saw a few of the names printed on the sheet. Ragnok folded his hands before answering. Considerable means a respectable voting share. Nothing as arrogant as 40% or more, but nothing as weak as 1%. You seem to be at 5 to 20% ownership for at least 20 different companies. Harry continued through the magical list before scanning the Muggle one. He stopped dead when he saw a name that he had figured was long behind him. Grunnings. Ragnok tapped his fingers together in thought. Yes, Grunnings. If I remember correctly, a Muggle company of some sort involving drills. Your 15% share of the business came from the Potter side of things. It was purchased during a market downturn years ago. I believe the infusion of money propped up the company enough so it could survive the lull in business. I have no idea why the purchase was made, nor why it has been kept for so long. The company has a lower rate of return than most of the others in the portfolio, too. There is, however, a sealed document attached to the purchase agreement. Only a family member can break the seal on our side, and the Muggles haven't been forthcoming on the terms despite our requests for clarification. My uncle works there, Harry said, not knowing why his father or maybe his mum would have helped the company Vernon worked at. Maybe this is why they took care of me. No, Vernon would have tried to get to the shares years ago if he knew about them. I have no idea why they did that, but there must have been a good reason. Of the Potter history of investments, that purchase makes the least sense, Ragnock explained while shaking his head. If you wish to dissolve your involvement in the company, tell me and it will be taken care of immediately. The papers will find out who made these purchases, Harry. Once the fervor over the escape dies down, they will check their backlog of stories, and this massive financial shift will not go unnoticed even by those fools at the Prophet. Please be aware that it will happen sooner or later. Will they know about all of them? Harry asked while he slid his hand into Tonks under the table. Some were hidden to all but the board members, but enough of them were publicly handled as usual. Ragnock shook his head. You know the Prophet only needs a few examples before printing that you did all of them. Fact has always been of the lowest priority to them. Shopkeepers will treat you differently when they find out. They will give you free items as fast as you can take them. They will hope for a snapshot of you holding their product to be printed. Ragnock laughed before adding, as if it wasn't bad enough before, you will be the businessman's best friend now. Why? Harry asked, looking rather sick. Ragnock waved his aged hand at the lists of companies Harry owned. You have access to nearly every stage of production here, from the raw materials coming out of your mines or mills, to the design or invention stage from some of your firms, to the finished product and distribution of the items your companies make. Any business would have an edge over the others if you were to help them out. You are effectively a conglomerate of your own with links to most industries. I am very interested in learning how to leverage your influence on these businesses to maximize your income. In the last few days, I have been helping Griffook learn the delicacies of this kind of venture. If this is done correctly, you could make your investment back in a few years should the market keep improving. Harry stalled as he turned to Tonks wearing a lost look. What do you need from me? You can do whatever you think is best at this point as long as the money doesn't get into Voldemort's hands. Ragnock chuckled before signaling to Griffook. The younger goblin leaned over and placed a box on the table. Ragnock opened a bottle of ink and produced a normal-looking quill before sliding them towards Harry. I simply need you to sign these documents affirming our work over the last few days. I know it is a tedious task, but only you can do it. I will leave you to it then. Ragnock and Griffook left the room to Harry and Tonks as they stared at the box. Tonks removed the lid and laughed. What? Harry asked, knowing he wasn't going to like answer. It is full, Harry, Tonks smirked. Hope your hand is well rested, dear. With a sigh, Harry grabbed the quill and dipped it in the inkwell. Bloody hell. On Tuesday, Harry and Tonks worked with Team 2 some more and more often than not. They were combined missions. Harry's team took up the support role, while Harry and Thor usually made entry into the buildings or structures they were assaulting. Harry learned a lot of spells designed to force enemies to seek cover, and a few new offensive ones. As warned, Thor seemed eager to take Seps under his wing and teach him all he knew about attacking and winning. The day was filled with aggressive magic and debris flying all over the training room. Harry spent 2 short stints in medical to repair a cracked rib and a gash on his right leg, but he always hurried back to learn more from Horace and Team 2. Horace told them near the end of the day that they would be required to come in on Wednesday, early in the evening, for a mission they had been assigned. No details were given other than an order to resume their training. As the lessons ended, Harry and Tonks apparated back to Potter Estate to plan for the next day. Harry had yet to open his Hogwarts letter, and Tonks couldn't help but bounce in place in expectation of him opening it. Come on, Tonks whined. Open it already. Troll or not, I will still kiss you. Tonks proved her word by snogging Harry until he fell over the arm of the couch, causing them to land in a pile on top of each other. Open it, or you won't get to play with my breasts tonight. It is that simple. Are you threatening me? Harry asked while cocking his eyebrow in challenge. Tonks met his eyes and never wavered. You know that if you won't let me play with them, I most likely won't do anything else with you. Harry watched as Tonks' expression cracked for a second before she tried to recover from it. Tonks bit her lower lip slightly. That is a terrible thing to say, Harry. How can you be so cruel to me? I am hopelessly cute and endlessly playful. I can do that thing with my tongue that you like so much. Putting on her best pout, Tonks gazed into Harry's eyes. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Harry held his position and looked into her eyes for a few seconds. I can and I will, Nymphadora. Harry slipped into Tonks' willing mind and let her essence creep into his. You aren't serious, Nymph. I know you aren't just like you haven't been all the other times. Harry desperately hoped his interpretation was correct, and Tonks was just kidding again like she had been the many times before. You know me too well, Harry. I can't get enough of you, and that, good sir, is my only weakness. Except for stairs, Harry added, playfully counting off his fingers. Runners, curbs, cloaks some of the time, the covers after a really good. Hush you, Tonks scolded him before planting a warm kiss on his lips. She held it for a few minutes, allowing her tongue to explore his wanting mouth. Now, open that letter so we can plan for tomorrow. I have a few things I might want to get. Tonks' wink and flutter of a laugh sent Harry into a mental spin as his mind tried to figure out what she meant and how that could affect him. Harry was distracted from his increasingly wild thoughts by Tonks flipping the letter onto his chest. He kept seeing the same thing in her eyes when she was relaxed or being playful. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew he liked it all the same. Fine, I will open it just to make you happy. Tonks quickly slid off of his chest and into a sitting position. She beamed at him and watched the letter intently. Harry sat up and picked up the letter. Next to the first letter that he had ever received, the letter in his hands meant the most. His entire future at Hogwarts depended on the grades he got on his owls. He hesitated before opening the envelope, and Tonks gave him a muffled whimper to urge him on. With a painfully slow motion, Harry drug out the letter opening process, earning himself a few more whimpers from Tonks and a couple of pouts. Why are you so anxious? It is not every day that I get to see an owl letter opened, Tonks answered, trying to look into the envelope. Oh, hurry up. Harry couldn't help but slow down. I will get to it when I get to it, Nymph. Harry relished in how Tonks fretted and pouted at him. She really wanted to see the results, and her hair began changing colors without her consciously doing it. Your hair is visiting a carnival, Nymph. Tonks looked up and saw the colors rotating wildly. She looked back at Harry and smirked. It will go back to normal when you finally open that bloody letter. Harry laughed and finished breaking the seal on the letter. He discarded the outer cover and held the contents in his hand, waiting for Tonks to return to normal. She closed her eyes and her hair changed back. Now, read it off and no dragging it out or you will get it. Harry chuckled at the serious look Tonks gave him. He laughed even more when her lips twitched, fighting her own laughter. The contest lasted until Tonks gave in and kissed Harry firmly. In a throaty growl, she told him to open the letter so they could make plans and then run upstairs to have fun. Swallowing deeply, Harry flipped open the letter and read the scores without wasting an extra second. Owl results, Harry J. Potter. Astronomy, A. Care of magical creatures, E. Charms, E. Defense against the dark arts, O. Divination, P. Herbology, E. History of magic, D. Potions, E. Transfiguration, E. Total owls, 7 of 9, congratulations. The following classes are available to you during the upcoming year. Newt level, care of magical creatures, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration. Standard level, astronomy, potions. Electives, ancient runes, apparition, arithmancy, business, healing, magical languages, muggle studies, politics. You are required to carry a minimum of 5 classes at the beginning of the year and must maintain no less than 4 classes at all times. Professor McGonagall added in that not getting into potions complicates my hope of becoming an Auror, but she would be willing file a protest on my behalf if I want her to. Do you want her to do that? Tonks asked, congratulating Harry with a kiss and rubbing her breasts against his arm. Do you want to become a stuffy old Auror when you kind of have the best of it as an unspeakable? Besides, you can live off of your holdings unless everything goes downside up. Harry thought about his choices. Auror is a long shot at best considering Snape is a lying Burke, and I can't learn anything from him in the first place. I should probably learn more about business since I guess I am into that whether I like it or not. There is always Quidditch if I live long enough. Harry took a sound rapping on the head for his comment as Tonks struck him with her hand. Don't you ever talk like that, Harry. Her eyes glistened as she stared him down. Don't even joke about it. You are going to live through this, and that is the attitude you have to have. Do you hear me? Harry was completely shocked by how Tonks reacted to his flippant comment. I was only trying to be honest, nymph. If you were honest, Tonks corrected, wagging her finger at him, you would say that you are going to become the best Quidditch player this country has ever had. You are going to take England to the World Cup and win it a few times. I never want to hear you talk about your death like that again. Do you hear me? The last was whispered so softly Harry found himself leaning forward to hear her. He pulled Tonks into a hug and kissed her head. I hear you and I am sorry. I won't joke about it again. I have never really had much of a future to consider before now. This is all new to me and I am a little scared. Of course I will deny that if you ever bring it up. I am Harry Potter after all and I am scared of nothing. Harry puffed out his chest, trying to get a laugh out of Tonks. It worked as she laughed into his neck and ran her hand down his chest. Harry followed up the pleasant action by trailing kisses down her forehead and temple to her neck and the hollow of her collarbone. Harry kept kissing for a few minutes until Tonks cooed softly and relaxed into his efforts. Deciding to be mean, Harry pulled back and brightly asked, So what classes should I take? Tonks groaned and smacked him on the arm. You will suffer for that one, Potter. I promise you that. She stared him down before looking over the list of classes to choose from. Potions, divination, and history of magic should do you well along with healing, herbology, and politics. There, that makes 6 classes and a solid year for you. Harry looked at Tonks like she had turned into Voldemort himself. You have got to be daft. I hate most of those classes and am no good in the others. Are you joking? Harry watched as Tonks' serious appearance slowly cracked under the pressure. Before she outright laughed, she said, Stop when I am getting going, will you? This is only a taste of what you can expect, Harry. Harry shook his head and laughed. I was only teasing. You know I will make good on my promises later, but this is important. A lot depends on this. I don't want to stuff it up before I even get going. Oh, Harry, this is so easy, Tonks chided. She scanned the list quickly before offering her real opinion. Defense, charms, transfiguration, magical creatures, apparition, since you can test out of it now, business and politics would be the best ones to sign up for. But, Harry whined, I hate politics. I'm no good at it, not even close. You have been doing it all summer long, Harry. Amelia, Ragnock, Horace, Jones for that matter, Dumbledore, and Fudge are all examples of your political savvy. You have got to be touched in the head to think that. I hurt Jones and Horace. I argued with Dumbledore and befriended Ragnock. Amelia was just being in the right place at the right time. Fudge was just telling people what they needed to hear. There wasn't an ounce of politics to it. Tonks simply looked at Harry as if he was a little child that couldn't figure out how to put on his own shoes. Right place, right time, befriending, use of force, talking or arguing, sounds like politics to me, Harry. You really don't know what you can accomplish, do you? You need a lot of work. Good thing you have an amazing girlfriend like me to mold you into something, otherwise you could end up being some dodgy git with a complex. Harry sighed as Tonks leaned in closer. She moved to sit on his lap as he looked over the form. Tonks unbuttoned his top button and walked her fingers around his chest before repeating the action to the second button. Harry summoned a quill and marked the ones he decided to take. With a careless flick, Harry chucked the quill and the form over his shoulder and buried his mouth into Tonks' neck, resuming his activities from before. Her shrieks of enjoyment sounded through the house as Harry lifted her into his arms and carried her up the stairs. By the time the bedroom door closed, Tonks' shirt was falling down her arms to the floor and Harry's mouth was firmly ensconced in her mounds. Harry closed the door with a kick of his foot. Wednesday dawned as Harry pulled his head out of the spot between Tonks' head and shoulder. A deep breath awoke her enough that she reached out and pulled Harry back into place. A hug followed that had Harry feeling safe and secure in her arms. He didn't know how she managed it with such a simple act, but time and time again Tonks made Harry feel safe and very welcome. "You were the one wanting to go shopping so bad," Harry quipped. "We have a mission tonight, and it could be a long one. There is no reason to get up so early. Now, we are having a lie-in, and that is that." Harry placed a kiss on the back of Tonks' shoulder, allowing his hand to roam under the sheets and over her naked body. "If you insist, Nymphadora Tonks." In a soft but throaty sigh, Tonks breathed, "I insist, Harry." Harry awoke from a relaxed sleep that had been aided by the enjoyable exhaustion that Tonks helped him achieve. He felt soft fingers trailing along his chest and heard an equally soft hum coming from the woman sharing his bed. "How long have you been up?" Tonks giggled and kissed his chest. "Not as long as you, but that wasn't what you were really asking, was it?" Harry felt the heat wash over him as Tonks laughed, causing her nipples to brush his side. "I can still make you blush, Harry. Never forget I will always have that over you." "Need I mention what I can do to you?" Harry asked, hinting at a few things he had found that drove her crazy. "No need, Harry," Tonks submitted easily. "It is nearly noon, so we should be going so we can get everything taken care of before Horace expects us in." Tonks tried to slide out of the bed, but Harry held her to him tightly. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. He focused on the scent and the feel of her before letting his arms relax. "All right, I guess we should go." After 2 quick showers, Harry found his completed form in the living room. He sealed it with wax and sent it off with Hedwig, who soared out of the open window in the kitchen. He deposited his school letter in his cloak pocket before grasping Tonks' hand. With a smile and a wink, Harry apparated them to the alley next to the leaky cauldron. With a few fun-filled steps, Tonks and Harry stumbled into the pub on their way to the back and the entrance for the alley. Harry found himself to be quite the spectacle as he moved through the bustling pub. There were kids scattered about along with their parents, in addition to the normal patrons. What struck Harry odd was that even some of the people he knew from school followed his movements as if he was a first year again. "What are they on about now?" Harry saw Ernie Macmillan in the corner of the pub eating lunch with an average-sized woman and a little boy that looked frighteningly like Ernie. "Hey, Ernie," Harry called out, ignoring those who quieted to hear what he had to say. Harry and Tonks walked over to Ernie and most likely his mum and brother. "Ernie, what is going on around here?" Harry asked, gesturing to the room, who still watched Harry intently. "Oh, hi, Harry," Ernie said as if he hadn't been watching Harry as well. "Great seeing you again. Had a good summer." Harry eyed him carefully, wondering if he was ill or something. When he saw the little boy almost wetting himself as he quivered in his seat and tugging on Ernie's sleeve, Harry took a guess. "You must be Ernie's brother. Pleasure to meet you." "Jimmy," the titchy boy mumbled as he shook Harry's hand like it was made of very fragile glass. "You're Harry Potter." "Right in one," Harry humored him. "So, care to tell me why everyone is acting like they are? It is not like they haven't seen me before." Well, Harry, it's like this." Ernie paused. "Haven't read The Prophet today, have you?" "No," Harry responded, knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. "I gave it up for summer. What rubbish have they been writing about me this time? Haven't checked into the mental ward at Mungo's, have I? That would be a shock to more than a few, I can tell you." Ernie laughed nervously and checked over his shoulder before leaning in close and speaking, just loud enough for his table to hear him. "They said you went off and bought up most the wizarding world. I always figured you had some money, but—" Ernie stopped when Harry sighed and looked to Tonks. "I guess the escape news wasn't captivating enough." Harry rubbed his face in frustration. "What else have they been saying?" Harry looked up to see Ernie openly gaping at him as if he was a spectacle on some low-budget sideshow. "What now?" "You mean it is true?" Ernie gasped. "I made a few purchases," Harry defended. "But it was only to get the Death Eaters out of the companies so their money would be out in the open again. I asked Amelia to seize it, but I haven't heard what happened with that idea." "You mean Minister Bones?" Ernie asked and received a simple nod in return. So did you threaten Fudge at the ministry and toss him out too? I wouldn't go that far. Harry tried to put the picture into perspective. I did challenge his abilities and question his motives. I guess I insulted him too, but I couldn't help myself on that one. He makes it so easy sometimes. Harry looked up to see Tonks smiling at him and Ernie still imitating a fish. His mum had the presence of mind to fight her urge to gawk, but she did a poor job on it while Jimmy merely stared with open awe. That was true too. Ernie looked to his mum for some help and found none. They also had an article about you challenging all of Diagon Alley and you-know-who. At least they have gotten most of the high points accurate enough even for them, Harry commented to Tonks. It wasn't like I called Voldemort out for a duel or anything. Harry jumped at the sharp gasp of breath Ernie's mum took in and the stifled shriek from Jimmy. Oh, it is just a made-up name. Quit being scared of only a name. Now the real thing is kind of frightening, but the name is just a name. With a revered gaze, Ernie spoke. Says the man who slays dragons, fights dementors, and breaks into the ministry, while managing to avoid every teacher in the process. There was only one dragon, Harry said firmly while quietly slipping in. A couple different times. I will give you the dementors, though, but I never broke into the ministry. I simply walked in. The door was open, I tell you, and there were no guards. Only a dozen Death Eaters and him, Tonks added, nudging Harry in the shoulder. She glowed as Harry nodded to the truth she mentioned. I just get lucky, Ernie, nothing more, Harry said, and was rewarded with a smack to the head. Some would disagree with me on that, though. As much as I wish I could be as strong as you, Harry, I think I would do better just being me. Ernie looked to his mum and found her smiling at him like most mums would when they heard their child was satisfied with who they were. Harry stood and Tonks followed. Being me isn't all it is cracked up to be. See you on the train. Harry and Tonks made their way through the crowds with quite a bit of ease since most people moved aside for Harry if they saw him coming, and everyone did. The last thing Harry heard as he opened the door to the rear alley was Jimmy shouting, "You really do know him. You weren't lying to me." Harry drew his wand and tapped the proper bricks, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley. What Harry saw was an alley filled to the brim with people bumping into each other at every turn. Children ran in and out of adults whose arms were laden with bags and books and animals. Is it Hogwarts letter day or something? Harry asked Tonks. No idea, Harry. Remember, I spend all my time with you. I am not all that connected to the real world right now, what with living in Potter fantasy land and all. Hey, that is my home you are besmirching. You would do well to remember that Jules sleeps all alone in the stable. I am sure she would love to have company. Tonks shuddered with images of the griffin and her making nice. You wouldn't dare do that to me. You aren't evil enough for that kind of treatment. Harry laughed and led the way to Flourish and Blots. He received the same kind of treatment from the alley patrons as the ones in the leaky cauldron. Many moved out of his way as if he was some celebrity who was better than them or a leper that couldn't be touched for fear of life and limb. Harry did his best to ignore both kinds. He waved to his friends from school and kept an eye out for potential threats. Tonks did the same and counted the number of Aurors in the crowd. She was surprised by the number of them patrolling the alley. Harry, we are surrounded by Aurors. If anything happens, the crossfire situation would be atrocious. Let us hope nothing happens then, Harry sighed as he looked over the crowd too. He spotted the Auror cloaks easily enough and the wandering eyes of normally dressed people scanning for threats. Bit of everything here today, huh? They entered the bookseller with a very specific list of books they needed to get before they could leave. Harry found the next book for Newt-level defense. In the same section, Harry saw a few books that normally would have piqued his interest, but they failed to appeal to him in the same way. He knew many of them wouldn't have the right spells to use against groups of people or an enemy willing to do anything. As those thoughts swam in his mind, Harry wondered if he was becoming like those he fought against. Did they think what spells would kill the most people? Did they ponder the effects of a well-placed reductor curse as opposed to a cutting spell? Harry grew more confused as he stood in the aisle holding the book for another year of defense at Hogwarts. What criminal element are we going to be exposed to this time? Vampire, maybe? How about a banshee? We haven't had one of those yet. Don't you want someone that you can learn from and not worry about them trying to kill you? Tonks asked, appalled at Harry's attitude. With the exception of Remus, they have all tried to kill me at one point or another, and learning from them is second to that. Either way, I guess I could do Dumbledore's army again, but I think I will have to change the name first. I am not his Solider any longer. They moved around the shop, picking out the books Harry needed for charms, transfiguration, business, and politics. Harry skipped the apparition text since it was redundant, and Care of Magical Creatures used the 2 books from 4th and 5th year for the Newt level class. With Harry's arms nicely weighed down with books, they made their way to the teller's stand. They stood in the long line and crept forward as people paid and left. When Harry reached the front, one of the clerks saw him and went quiet before calling a manager over. Harry watched as the man stumbled over himself, apologizing for making Harry wait in line. Harry just shook his head in response, trying to end the scene playing out in front of him. Fed up with the fuss, Harry asked, "How much?" Harry's frustration grew as the manager refused to take Harry's money. "You are a partner in our business. Your money is no good here." Harry attempted to keep his calm, but he was failing as fast as the seconds ticked by. Reaching his limit, Harry dumped his books into a provided bag and set a handful of galleons on the counter. "For the next person, since you won't take my money." Harry turned and left the store, grumbling about arse-kissing salespeople and managers grabbing at those who might be able to help them out in life. "Bad taste in your mouth, Harry?" Tonks asked, watching Harry deal with his frustration at being who he was in public. "Yes." Harry kept his desire to return to the store and curse the manager in check as Tonks led him to Florian Fortescue's. She sat him down in a seat looking out on the busy alley before she went inside for ice cream. Harry settled his angry thoughts as he watched parents and children hurry about. The noise was a welcome distraction from his surreal life. The hustle and bustle of people moving around him allowed Harry a rare moment to be himself and go relatively unnoticed by most people. He happily watched the world pass him by with no shouts of death threats or curses against him. A small smile spread across his face as he thought about the last few weeks and how much better it had been than all the others combined. He thought about Tonks and how important she had been in the summer being so pleasant. "Dreaming about your near-future death, Potter," called a familiar voice. Harry sighed and let his memories slide back behind his mental barrier just in case. "Actually, I am patiently waiting for the day that your Death Eater father receives the Dementor's kiss right before Voldemort gets his." Harry smiled evilly as he turned his head to spy Draco and his friends cringing from the easy mention of the Dark Lord's name. "Even you are afraid of the name. Tut-tut, Malfoy. I expected better from you at least." "Joke while you can Potter," Malfoy eased out with practiced intimidation. "You know things are only going to be worse now that the Ministry has misplaced a few people. They might even show up at your house or maybe your friends' houses." "You are far too weak at intimidation to scare me, Malfoy," Harry drolled on as if he was bored. "And you are showing exactly how out of touch you really are. Voldemort has already tried to get quite a few of my friends this summer, and he has failed each and every time. Sad, really, but what could you expect from a half-blood like him? His father was a Muggle through and through. Seems like misplaced hatred from his childhood to me, but I am not a psychologist, so I can't be sure." "It is bad enough you speak his name as if he isn't the strongest person to ever live, but you further insult him with your lies." Malfoy seethed, glaring at Harry as he casually watched the Slytherin and the 2 goons behind him. "I can and will insult the Dark Tosser whenever it seems prudent. Please take your insults and your threats and leave me in peace," Harry dismissed Malfoy with a wave. "You have monopolized enough of my Wednesday, so be off with you." "Or you will what, Potter?" Malfoy challenged. "Attack me in front of an alley full of people who think you walk on water. Might damage your golden boy appearance." "I have no concern for what they think of me, Malfoy." Harry kept his casual appearance, but readied for something to go wrong. "Now, please leave. Your puttering about has interrupted an otherwise superb day." "Problems, Harry?" Tonks asked as she set the ice cream down on their table. "Nothing that I haven't dealt with many times before, Tonks." Well, if it isn't my disowned slut of a cousin," Malfoy said, never noticing how close he came to losing his head. Harry had drawn his wand and been halfway through casting the Severing Ribbon spell when Tonks placed her hand on his wand hand to stop Harry from bringing it into view out from underneath the table. "You could only wish to know all the things you think you know, Draco," Tonks said as silkily as any Malfoy could have accomplished. "How is your father these days? I heard he has gone rather feral and got himself hurt during his last escapade." Draco eyed her carefully. "What do you know of it?" "I am an Auror after all," Tonks explained. "I have access to all of the reports filed by the department. My father is fine, and I haven't seen him since before he was wrongly accused of being a Death Eater." Malfoy looked around as he said the words. Either hopping, the right people were listening, or the wrong ones weren't. "Keep trying to convince yourself of that, Malfoy," Harry added. "Now, again, please leave. I would hate to see you make a scene in the middle of Diagon Alley." "And how would I do that, Potter?" "Why, by getting your arse kicked by me, of course," Harry said slowly, without hesitation, before taking a large bite of ice cream. "This is excellent, Tonks, thank you." Malfoy watched how calm Harry was and how effortless the comments were spoken. He felt his own body nearing failure as his heart raced, and his vision shrunk into tight focal points. Trying to get in the last word, Malfoy said, "He is going to come for you, Potter. And when he does, Malfoy, I will be sure to let you know how it ends up." Harry smirked before looking back to Tonks and striking up a conversation while completely ignoring Malfoy as he fumed in place from being soundly dismissed. Harry looked at Tonks but kept his true focus on Malfoy the entire time. He watched the furious teen storm off with his goons trailing behind him. Thank Merlin he left finally. I was beginning to wonder if I would have to curse him to get my point across or not. "And you were the better man for not resorting to that," Tonks complimented. "Still would have been a smashing good time, though." Harry and Tonks ate their ice cream in a surprising amount of anonymity. Harry still felt the eyes of passers-by, but they didn't linger long enough to raise the alert. When they were finished, Harry led Tonks away from Diagon Alley and into the same small offshoot that led to the fancy restaurant they had eaten at weeks prior. Harry asked Tonks to wait for him at the door while he slipped inside for a few seconds. When he returned, they wandered back to the alley, and Harry couldn't help but drift into quality Quidditch supplies with Tonks following close behind. Harry wandered the moderately busy shop looking at everything that was Quidditch. He saw new pads that he figured he would need for his 7th year since his current ones were starting to show their wear. A few new brooms hung in the front window like the Comet 320, Nimbus 3000, and the same display model Firebolt. "Bugger, I thought they would have a new Firebolt out," Harry complained. "Want a new one?" Tonks asked, looking thoughtful. "I would hate to keep using mine in case it gets destroyed like my Nimbus did. Sirius got me that broom, and I think I should try to keep it safe or something." "Getting sentimental in your old age, Harry?" Tonks asked, laughing at his reaction, which was trying to hide his head. Harry recovered quickly and held his head high. "Speaking of old," Harry slid his eyes from the 320 to Tonks and smirked. "Life in your own hands, Harry, in your own hands," Tonks said as she patted the pocket she kept her wand in. In response, Harry lifted his eyebrows, accepting her threat happily. They continued perusing until Harry was cornered by the shopkeeper. "You seem to have an eye for brooms, mister." The man looked closely at Harry for a second before realizing who it was. Harry held his hand out in a quick attempt to still the man's imminent outcry. "Pleasure," Harry hurried on, trying to distract the man. "I was looking for something to replace my Firebolt. I wish to protect it from damage. It has sentimental value." Harry said the last, giving Tonks a glare. "I am sorry, mister." Harry stopped the man from saying his name out loud. "The Firebolt is the fastest broom out right now. It is rare that anyone can afford a top-of-the-range broom that isn't being sponsored by a professional Quidditch team. Why, I still remember the day I sold that very Firebolt you speak of. It was the only one I sold to a private citizen, albeit anonymously." "Nothing better, huh?" Harry said, looking discouraged. "I guess I will just have to keep using it then. Well, we should be going. Thank you for your help, sir." Harry and Tonks left the store and traveled to Aelip's Owl Emporium to pick up a package of owl treats for Hedwig. Harry had been running low and knew that she would be quite cross with him if he ran out. "Can't forget these, or I will be hated for weeks." Still wrapped around Hedwig's talon, I see, Tonks chided in good humor. When they left the Emporium, Tonks led Harry to Madame Malkin's. I have enough clothes, thanks. Who said I am looking for you, Harry? Tonks stated, depositing Harry into a chair near the back of the store before disappearing for a few minutes. Harry spent his time working on his occlumency skills since he had time to kill. Tonks returned with a moderate bulge in her cloak and a coy smile on her face. When they left the clothier's, Tonks got a weird feeling and hurried Harry through the fatting crowd and back to the leaky cauldron. She urged him forward and out into Muggle London so they could apparate away safely. Care to explain all that, nymph? Harry asked. Bad feeling is all, nothing for sure. Did you feel anything that was off? Harry thought about it but shook his head. Nothing stands out. Maybe you were overacting. Maybe. Tonks relented but didn't look all too confident. After a nice meal prepared by Tiki with Dobby's help, whether it was wanted or not, Harry and Tonks arrived at the ministry in their cloaks and ready to carry out whatever they were asked to do. They entered the training room and were quickly rounded up into the briefing being led by Horace, who looked more relaxed than normal when an assignment was given. Team 1 has been on scene for a couple days, rotating out with Team 6 as needed. We have chosen our target based on its significance, visibility, and for the sheer fact that we know the sodding owner is a fucking Death Eater who has, until recently, stayed out of our grasps. With the Ministry protective circle broken, we will be traveling to Wiltshire tonight to execute what I hope is a thoroughly destructive investigation and apprehension. The coordinates are listed on the board behind me, so memorize them. We will have to travel the remaining distance on foot, since the wards protecting the target are quite strong and have triggers built into them to alert the occupants should an attempt to temper with them fails. As is common with most aristocratic knobs, they have layered their wards in the most arrogant way. They left the repelling wards on the outside of the triggers, so those wards have been down for days already. Merlin, I live for this kind of thing. We will strike on 2 fronts. Team 2 from the front and Team 3 from the rear. Team 1 will monitor the perimeter for any escaping targets and they will try to escape. We have reports of hidden tunnels leading away from the target, and that is where one comes into play. They will attack and subdue who they can. If the enemy resist, they will be struck down. 2 and 3, be aware that there is most likely a couple of non-targets inside the objective and may fight back in due course. Your goal is to subdue them but not kill them unless they act on it first. We are hopping to reacquire a few lost souls who are going to be founts of intel for the war effort. As such, we want prisoners, Thor. I know your life is important to you, but perhaps your tolerance for danger can be elevated for one night. Watch your wand tip since the other team will be coming in from the other side. I do not want to receive a message stating that we offed one of our own. I will be extremely cross towards all of you if that happens. Now, prepare a working strategy, then apparate in, and let's get a few of our Death Eaters back. They have been on holiday long enough. Horace clapped his hands together before walking off looking very buoyant. Did he get knocked in the head recently? Harry asked Tonks, but loud enough that Thor heard him. Nah, he just loves this sort of thing, Thor explained. Horace loves sticking it to the better-than-you crowd. If I am not mistaken, this should be a wonderful mission even if we come up blank. Nothing like trashing another's home and not having to fix it up afterwards. Remind me never to have you over for a party, Harry quipped, jokingly thinking of the scolding he would get at the hands of Tiki, and Paul not to mention what Jules would do to the guests if she had the chance. Harry and Robin gathered together for a few minutes to figure out a simple plan of timing and coverage areas when they breached the target's defenses. Both teams traveled to the coordinates in Wiltshire and walked the remaining way to meet up with Gillian. They gathered near the border of the property line and well away from the last wards protecting the building, which was an old estate home sporting firm's stone blocks and ivy dangling from every surface. A couple of towers loomed over the squarish structure, adding more height to everything. Stained glass cast an almost soft glow to the home that accommodated killers. Harry watched the ancient trees surrounding the home move with the light breeze that also teased the grass beneath them. The house was nice, but there was a feeling filth that seemed to exude from it, tainting everything that it came in contact with. Harry forced himself to focus on the matter at hand and participated in the briefing. The assault seemed simple enough, with 2 hitting the front and 3 hitting the rear simultaneously. One would put up wards to stop the targets from escaping and keep them inside the house for the other 2 teams to finish them off. Harry and his team knew what they had to do, and they seemed ready to accomplish it as they snuck around to the rear of the property. Harry looked around the property and saw a small shed near the tree line on the edge of the manicured lawn, a stone bench near a small fountain, and rows of flower beds. Team 3 moved together and took up a triangle formation, waiting for the appointed time. Harry knew Gillian and her team would take down the last of the wards and put up their own in quick succession. He also knew Cal would lag behind to cover them as he and Tonks entered the rear door, while at the same time Robin and his people stormed the front. Harry knew he had to sweep through the ground floor quickly because Robin was taking the upper floors. He had to prevent anyone from escaping while keeping the innocents from getting hurt. The thing was, Harry had no idea who he was going up against or who the innocents were. Finally, the time came and Harry saw a faint flicker of a ward being taken down. He readied his spells and the approach they were going to take. He visualized sneaking up to the house and entering the rear door quietly and undetected. Harry was startled out of his mental preparation by a loud gonging sound. A message spell struck him seconds later as he hurried his team forward. "Stuffed it! Go!" Harry broke into a run as he pulled ahead of his team. He raised his wand and launched 2 reductor curses at the door, one wanded, one wandless. The force of the spells obliterated the door and most the frame holding it in place. Bits and pieces erupted into the home as Harry sprinted through the unobstructed doorway. Once inside, Harry scanned the kitchen and dining room, finding nothing. Tonks took a hallway to the left and cleared the cupboards and a loo before they both advanced down parallel hallways leading to the foyer. Harry caught movement out of the corner of his eye and fired a stunner at the moving form. When Harry hurried towards it, he saw a small house elf, unconscious, who had been cowering under a chair. Following procedure, Harry bound the poor thing and moved on, ignoring the guilt that flooded his mind. He and Tonks teamed up again and swept into the drawing room. They met opposition in the form of a wand-wielding Narcissa Malfoy. She got off a nasty-looking pinkish spell before Harry started returning fire. He alternated between stunners, blasting curses, and expelliarmus. He destroyed most of the furniture and parts of the walls as Narcissa dove for cover behind a large statue off to the side of the room. "Surrender, or we will continue leveling this room," Harry shouted as Tonks circled to the left in an attempt to flank the woman. "Fucking Ministry can't leave us alone," Narcissa yelled back, following it with a cutting curse and the entrail expelling curse. "Get out now! You have no right to be here." Harry threw up an imprimis shield and moved closer to Narcissa's position, but further away from where Tonks was coming from. "Throw out your wand and you will not be harmed. Keep attacking us and you may. We have been authorized to enter your home to search for." Harry was cut off by another series of dangerous spells being launched at him by the only female Malfoy. The curses were cut short when a flash of light struck the woman in the chest and laid her out. Harry moved ahead and swept the corners of the room, searching for other targets, as Tonks bound her relative, with glee making the binds extra tight. "Clear!" Harry called as he focused on the door and waited for Tonks to rejoin him before moving on to check an empty sitting room. Harry saw the front door, or what was left of it, embedded in the wall opposite of the doorway. Harry levitated the elf into the drawing room and set her next to Narcissa while waiting for Team 2 to finish with the upstairs. No yells or screams were heard. No spell work lit the hallways as far as could be seen from the first floor. When the 3 members appeared at the top of the stairs looking disappointed, Harry swore. "Where is Draco? I know he is here somewhere." Harry looked around for anything they could have missed during their search as the others descended the ornate and curving stairs. "The drawing room floor," Harry called out and hurried into the room. He had just finished levitating the elf out of the way and banishing Narcissa into a corner when the others joined him. "What are you doing, Seps?" Robin asked. "There is a hidden compartment under the floor in here." "How do you know?" Jocelyn asked, casting revealing charms around the room. "The Aurors have been through the place and found nothing of the like." They aren't Malfoys for no reason, Harry replied, giving up on the soft approach. He began firing reductors into the floor, starting underneath the couch first. The thing was, Harry didn't bother to move the couch before the first spell erupted from his wand. The lone, untouched item of furniture in the room exploded into unrecognizable remnants as Harry systematically repeated the action around the room. Thor laughed as he watched Harry thrash the room. Never invite me to a party, eh? Thor had his laugh and joined in the fun. It was Tonks who hit the hidden door in the floor, revealing a tunnel below the room that was encased in stone. Harry was about to jump down when a series of cutting curses shot up from below. Bugger, that was close, Harry said as he pulled himself up off the floor. Surrender now or we will attack. Fuck off, blood traitors, yelled back a familiar voice. Found Draco at least, Harry thought. He watched as the spells continued to be fired from under the floor. They weren't aimed at anything, so they traveled up to the ceiling, tearing chunks from the stone and wood beams holding it up. Enough of this, Harry yelled before acting. Accio Draco, Harry commanded, and launched repeated stunners at the mouth of the hole. When the shrill scream of Draco broke the plane of the floor, he was hit instantly by 2 in-flight stunners from Harry. Harry bound the boy as he still flew through the air before crashing to the floor across the room. Settled that. Thor Jocelyn, Robin commanded. Clear that room. Both unspeakables moved to the edge of the hidden door when Harry yelped and sprinted to the doorway. Cal! Harry yelled as he left the room, running as if his life was in danger, and he was a normal person who ran from that sort of thing. Chamel chased after him, with Robin following them both. Robin saw Harry banish a bench out of his way and completely through an adjacent wall to clear a path to the kitchen and ultimately outside. When Robin caught up, he saw Harry attacking a group of 3 men in black robes who had pinned Cal behind the stone bench from the garden that had been overturned. Robin fired a series of spells that seemed to get lost in the flood of magic seps was raining down upon them. Chamel had moved away from seps and into a position to cover any kind of retreat Cal would attempt. They have teamwork, Robin thought. Harry fired reductors, bone spells, and was lashing the severing ribbon around as if it was an extension of his own body. He attacked the 2 slower enemies, first trying to worsen the odds for the last person. Harry dropped one with a bone-breaking curse to the shoulder, who was bound by Robin immediately. Tonks attacked the quicker Death Eater, trying to draw his focus away from Cal so he could retreat to a safer position. The maneuver worked, and Cal was able to fall back to join Robin and support Seps, and Chamel's attack on the last 2 enemies that had been found. Harry saw that Tonks was more than a match for the quicker opponent, as she felled the man with a series of moderate spells that changed his visual orientation, increased the affect of gravity on him, and finally rendered him unconscious with a bludgeoning hex. Harry continued his assault on his man by trying to move him into a place where the remaining unspeakables could join in safely. When the man started retreating to the tree line, Harry let loose with repeated bone spells followed by the Cruciatus curse, just long enough to land a stunner. The scream was silenced in a wash of red light that gave Harry a chance to take a deep breath to ease his racing heartbeat. Cal Chamel, Harry yelled out. All right. I am fine, Seps, Chamel answered, binding all 3 again. Fine, thanks to you, Seps, Cal answered, holding his left arm. Harry saw how Cal was nursing his arm and moved to confront him. What happened to your arm? Less than what would have happened, Cal responded. I am fine for now, nothing a quick visit to medical couldn't cure. Harry was about to argue his point, but a noise behind him forced him into action again. Harry spun and localized the noise to be coming from the shed near the trees. He fired 2 reductor curses at it. Harry heard a yell and saw 2 figures dive to either side away from the shed right before the spells connected. The sturdy-looking shed exploded under the oppressive forces from the spells. Debris scattered in all directions, and a few yelps could be heard from the taller grass surrounding the area where the shed had been. Ow, shite, that is going to leave a mark. Hold your fire, Seps. Thor Jocelyn, Robin yelled as he lowered his wand from the perceived threat. Yeah, Thor called out, holding his wand above his head, signaling his position. That was our mistake. Should have announced our position prior to appearing. Thor and Jocelyn stood up, brushing dirt, grass, and bits of shed off their clothes. The tunnel led us here after a small detour in a very interesting room filled with many illegal things. I am sorry, Harry apologized as he moved to help the two people he almost killed. No problem, Jocelyn said. We knew better, but when we heard all the excitement up here, we kind of got ahead of ourselves. The bruises I am going to have are entirely my fault. At least it wasn't one of your crucios. That would have been downright vicious. Robin, Tonks, and Harry levitated the three enemies inside the home and deposited them in the drawing room next to the others. Harry looked over the collection of prisoners and didn't see any innocents among them except for the house elf. When Jillian arrived, she took charge of the situation. These three will be sent to our holding cells and kept there, Jillian said, pointing her wand at Lucius, Crabbe Sr., and Goyle Sr. The wife and boy will be obliviated and released once the Aurors and other ministry personnel arrive and fix things up. What about the house elf? Harry asked. What would you like done, Seps? Jillian queried with interest. Let's free her so the Malfoys can't keep abusing her. How do you know they abuse her? Thor asked with interest. Educated guess, Harry said firmly. Do what you think is best, but remember the imperious curse cannot be used to void a magical contract like the binding of a house elf to a family. Harry nodded his understanding before reviving the elf. He crouched down and watched the elf wake up. She shrieked and cowered away from the people in the gray cloaks, all who had their wands out. What is your name? Harry asked kindly. Mora. The elf managed to shudder out, more frightened than Dobby had ever been. Would you like to be free of the Malfoys? After much encouragement, the elf answered. Master would never free Mora. Master needs Mora too much to stay hidden. Well, Master won't be back again, Harry informed her. He is going with us, and this is the only chance you have of getting away from him. Where would Mora go then? Mora be lost in a free house elf. Go to Hogwarts and speak to Dumbledore. He could help you. So, are you interested in my offer? Mora looked at her unconscious master and family. Mora stolen from family and made to serve master. Mora won out. Harry turned to Lucius and bound him again with ropes that cut deeply into his skin, nearly drawing blood. He revived the Death Eater and waited for him to regain the ability to think. The Dark Lord will kill you all. Good to hear Voldemort hasn't forgotten about us, Harry said, ignoring the gasps from his allies and the sneer from his enemy. I have a deal for you, Malfoy, Harry offered, tapping his wand against his hand in a way he had seen Voldemort do in the past. Free Mora and I will allow Draco to remain intact. Thor laughed out loud as Tonks looked on, waiting to see what he meant. What do you mean by that, Ministry Stooge? Harry walked over to Draco and pointed his wand at his crotch. Free her, or I will end the Malfoy line here and now. I think it is a very beneficial deal for you, actually. Malfoy had the decency to look shocked as he strained against the tight ropes binding him. You can't do that. You work for your precious ministry. You would end up in Azkaban for it. Maybe, but the Malfoys will die with this pathetic excuse for an heir, Harry countered, twitching his wand slightly. Actually, Jillian chimed in, he wouldn't go to Azkaban. We are given greater latitude in our dealings with criminals. Besides, I am sure all of us will be busy doing something else when it happens, so we will see nothing. Decide now, Harry ordered the blonde-haired man. After some thought, Lucius dropped his head in defeat to the idea of his family line, ending on the ravaged floor of his drawing room. Fuck you. At least we agree that she goes free, Harry asked, leaving little choice in the matter. Fine, Lucius barked. Worthless servant anyway. Harry removed Lucius' shoe and placed it in his hand. Make it good, Lucius. I can always end your line if I am unsatisfied. Lucius snarled at Harry and barked out Mora's name. You are free, you pathetic elf. Be gone from my home and never return. Mora took the shoe and hugged it. Thank you, sir, Mora said before disappearing with a snap of her fingers. Excellent, Harry said, raising his wand and stunning Lucius again. I hate talking to that man. Gillian ordered Team 2 to collect the 3 prisoners and take them to the holding cells. Before leaving, Thor clapped Harry on the back and laughed again. "Damn fine work, Seps. Every day I see more of myself in you. Brilliant." With the numbers lessened by 6, Gillian released Team 3 from the scene and waited for the ministry personnel to arrive. Thursday and Friday was more training with Team 2. Horace was pleased with the outcome of the mission and pushed the 2 teams harder in an attempt to improve their functionality together. Improvements were made, and Harry gained a lot of confidence in his abilities to manage his team and at the same time interact with another. Harry disappeared for an hour on Friday night up the tower stairs and refused to tell Tonks what he was up to. On Saturday, Harry flew around on his broom during the morning. He chased the snitch for hours, keeping an eye on Tonks, who had stayed on the ground to watch. Tonks, on the other hand, kept an eye on Jules, who had settled near the edge of the Quidditch pitch. Harry flew down to Tonks every so often to kiss her or make her laugh. When lunchtime arrived, they settled onto a thick blanket Dobby had provided for the picnic Harry had requested without Tonks knowing about it. They ate slowly and spent much of the time playing around. After they finished, they snogged for a while before resting and watching the clouds drift by overhead. "What is that one?" Harry asked. A Plimpy and a fish swimming together," Tonks answered while slowly rubbing her hand up and down his chest. "What is that one?" "A beater getting ready to hit that bludger at me," Harry told her. "That is the 5th Quidditch-related cloud you have seen today. I think you are in a rut, Harry." "Hey, I like my clouds and rut, I guess." "Yes, you do," Tonks said softly as she looked into Harry's eyes with that same weird look he had been seeing for days, maybe even weeks. They spent until late in the afternoon kissing and just being together, enjoying each other's company. Sunday morning came along with breakfast and a host of correspondence arriving via Hedwig. Harry made sure to keep the letters away from Tonks while he read and destroyed them once he was finished. Tonks watched him carefully, but let him have his fun for the time being. After breakfast, Harry wanted to fly around a little more, but Tonks begged off, tempting the fate that was Jules. Once Harry was outside of the house, Tonks raced upstairs to confront Hedwig. When she found the owl, she was preening her feathers and looking to settle down for a nap. "Hedwig!" Tonks called out, trying to be friendly. In an effort to appease the bird, Tonks held her hand out containing treats. The snowy owl eyed her carefully before nicking the treats one after the other in quick succession. "There, that is a good owl. Now, can you tell me where all those letters came from?" Tonks only got a blank look in return. "Oh, come on, Hedwig. I know you can answer questions. You do it for Harry all the time." Not to be discouraged, Tonks tried to get ingenious. "How about you make a noise when I say the name of the person who sent them? Okay, ready, the Weasleys, any of them." Hedwig merely stared at the hopeful woman, revealing nothing. "Oh, come on now, Remus." The owl closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep. "Oh, no, you don't," Tonks told her. "I expect something for my effort here. Dumbledore?" Hedwig continued to ignore Tonks to the best of her ability. "Harry gets whole conversations and I get a stare and closed eyes. What a crock." "And you give me a hard time for losing arguments with her," Harry's voice sounded in the room. Tonks spun around, trying to hide her guilty look. She saw the man belonging to the voice hovering just outside the window. "Trying to ruin my surprise, nymph." Tonks folded her arms and pouted as well as she could. "Please tell me." "That would ruin everything then," Harry told her, hovering in through the window, stopping in front of his girlfriend. "I can't have you ruining my plans. I spent a lot of time on this. Now, you leave Hedwig be so she can get a good night's sleep." "It is the day, Harry," Tonks pointed out, smirking. "To owls it is night," Harry countered while pulling Tonks to him. They kissed lightly before things progressed as they usually did. Harry ended up carrying his broom down the stairs before setting it outside his bedroom door. Seconds later, Tiki appeared and returned the broom to where it belonged, shaking her head the whole time. Harry woke to Dobby nudging his shoulder. Harry asked Dobby to tell him when it was 5. "It is 5, Harry." "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, making sure the sheet covered Tonks enough. When the elf left the room, Harry turned so he could lightly nibble on Tonks' ear. She purred at him until she woke up enough to remember her driving question for the day. "What do you have planned, Harry?" "Get dressed and you will find out, Nymphadora. And wear your nice robes, too." Harry slid out of the bed and pulled open the wardrobe, trying to find the best robe to fit with his plans. Deciding on the deep red cloak with a nice shirt and pants that Tonks had picked out at the beginning of the summer seemed to fit perfectly for his plans. When he was dressed and ready, Harry found Tonks still trying to choose between two robes to go with her black muggle dress. "Which one, Harry?" "The left one," Harry answered, knowing that things could go terribly wrong in the blink of an eye. "Why not the right one?" Tonks asked, holding both up, trying to decide. Are you going to keep this up until I tell you where we are going?" Tonks deflated some before blowing a breath out of her mouth. "Was I that transparent?" Harry tapped his head lightly but said nothing. "You didn't use it to figure me out, did you?" Harry pointed to the left one and helped her into it. When they were ready, Harry led Tonks down the stairs and into the garage. He helped Tonks into the Jaguar before getting in himself. "Where are we going in a car, Harry?" "Wherever we want, actually. Any ideas?" "You are enjoying this, aren't you?" Harry smirked and leaned over to kiss Tonks. "Every second of it." Harry started the engine and revved it a few times before pulling out of the garage and leaving the grounds after the normal inspection from Jules. Harry drove beyond the wards before pulling over and stopping. Tonks eyed him closely when he pulled out a scrap of paper and read it. Harry thought for a minute before pulling his wand and tapping the steering wheel, turning it blue for a second. "Care to touch the wheel, Nymph?" Harry asked politely. Tonks touched the wheel after caressing his hand first. When both had touched the wheel, they and the car disappeared only to reappear in a darkened industrial center. Harry gave Tonks another kiss before accelerating away and following a series of road signs. "Need some help finding where you are going?" Tonks asked playfully. "I think I got it," Harry admitted. "Like I said, I planned this out." Tonks started to recognize a few landmarks and guessed where they were going. "You planned this?" "Well," Harry faltered, "I had the idea and made the arrangements, but someone else made the technical plans. As I have been taught, I know my limitations and how to overcome them. Usually, we work on getting better in the areas we aren't good at, not by using others to pick up the slack. Some make 3 lefts when 1 right would work just fine, Nymphadora." Tonks couldn't help but laugh as she learned she had been correct in her guess. They bantered back and forth until Harry came to a stop in front of the Grangers. "I will be back in a second. Keep the car warm." Tonks watched Harry run up the steps and knock on the door. Minutes later, Hermione, David, and Jane filed out of the house, following Harry back to the car. Both parents were dressed in the wizarding clothes Harry had bought them, and Hermione wore a long, flowing, light blue robe that seemed to float after her. Ever the gentleman, Harry opened the rear door for Hermione and Jane to slide into the car, while David circled around to the other side. Harry made sure everyone was in before closing the door and getting behind the wheel and pulling away from the house. "I didn't know you could drive this well, Harry," Jane commented, looking over the interior. "Tonks taught me this summer, and I seem to be a quick learner," Harry told them as he came to a roundabout. He seemed slightly confused until Hermione reached up and discreetly tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to make the next left and take that road. Tonks watched Hermione slide back into her seat as if she hadn't done anything. "Put a lot of effort into this, Hermione." The young woman smiled and shook her head. Harry did everything he could have been expected to do. Anything that needed an extra level of attention, I offered my assistance when necessary. Hermione leaned forward and across her mother to tap Harry's left shoulder. When the next turn came up, Harry turned left and merged into traffic. "I see," Tonks said, truly amazed at how the teens worked together. "Harry refused to tell me where we were going tonight, no matter how much I tried to get him to." Harry smiled as he pulled away from a light. "I only know the first stop," Hermione said, "and my parents only know as much as you do." The journey continued as they made their way deeper into London. After a few things went by the window, Tonks figured out where they were going, and she nearly squealed with joy. She couldn't stop herself from leaning over and kissing Harry's cheek for all the effort he had put into the evening. "You sweet man." Harry smiled wide and happily as he navigated the city streets with minimal direction from Hermione. When they pulled up outside the big bookshop, Tonks' guesses came true. Harry hopped out of the car and opened the door for Hermione and her mum before doing the same for Tonks. Harry leaned in and whispered in Tonks' ear as he took a hold of her arm like any proper gentleman would. "I don't care anymore. If you do, let me know." Baffled by what he said, Tonks allowed Harry to lead her into the leaky cauldron. She found out quite quickly what he meant when she went to pull away, but he held on tightly for a few seconds before slackening his grip. Tonks looked into eyes and paused before leaning into him gratefully. She looked over her shoulder and saw David with both of his women hanging on either of his arms. When they got into the pub, Tonks saw that they weren't the only ones attending whatever Harry had planned for the evening. She saw the Weasleys, the entire group except for Bill, Charlie, and obviously Percy, who hadn't taken Fudge's removal well. Remus stood next to the group of redheads while talking to Hagrid, Minerva, and Moody. The biggest surprise was the pair who looked like they were in a very deep conversation, Albus and Amelia. Tonks checked Harry again, catching his eyes, and looking at their entwined arms and hands before gazing into his eyes again. She saw life behind his glasses. He was nearly bursting with eagerness to show her off. She knew he had been thinking about a lot lately, but this subject had never been brought up outside of the bedroom before. The more she watched him, the more she knew that Harry was ready to take on the world if he had to. Tonks ignored the possibility of being seen and placed a soft kiss on Harry's lips before turning to face their companions for the evening. They hadn't been seen by most of the waiting group yet, but Tonks saw a disapproving look on Minerva's face. She returned it with a glorious smile and leaned against Harry with purpose. Tonks saw a slight smile form on the professor's lips before it was gone as fast as it appeared. "Ready," Harry whispered in Tonks' ear before taking a decisive step towards the group. Tonks allowed herself to be led by Harry as her heart raced with excitement. Ginny was the second person to catch sight of them. She gave them thumbs up before nudging her mum and tilting her head towards Harry. Molly frowned at first, but relaxed when she saw the look on Tonks' face and how happy Harry was. "Everybody here?" Harry asked in a deep voice, watching everyone turn around. Harry released Tonks' hand so he could shake hands with everyone who had come. He received hugs from Ginny and Molly and an affectionate handshake from Minerva if that was possible. Amelia and Albus watched Harry return to Tonks' side as soon as he was able without making a scene. Ron was fumbling about until Ginny kicked him in the leg and pushed him over to Hermione. With quite a lot of effort, the Gryffindor in Ron showed itself, and he offered his arm for her take as the other men had done. Ginny slid in behind Harry and on Hermione's other side before slipping into girl talk. Harry motioned everyone forward and led the way into Diagon Alley with Tonks firmly in place on his arm. Even with the festive nature to the evening, Harry and Tonks still scanned the alley for threats as they traveled up the sparsely populated road. A few Aurors nodded to Amelia, while others watched one of their own in the company of Harry Potter. The trip to the restaurant, whose name Harry still couldn't pronounce, was rather quick. When they arrived, Molly looked worried. "Harry, dear, I know that we have some money now, but this is a very expensive place for all of us to eat at." "It is my treat," Harry offered, waving them forward. "When we were here before, it didn't seem too expensive." "Says the man," George began. "Who probably owns it," Fred finished. Molly was about to tell them off when Harry went quiet. "I don't know if I do or not, actually. I would have to check with Ragnarok or Griffook to be sure. Too bad they couldn't make it." Amelia looked to Albus and eyed him carefully. When she saw surprise on his face as well, she sighed and chuckled. "Something funny, Minister?" Albus asked privately. "Only Harry would invite goblins to dinner with his friends, and whatever he considers me," Amelia said, shaking her head. "If you asked him," Albus clarified with a smile, "I believe he would call you a friend." They entered the restaurant and gathered near the stand. A prim and proper man strolled over to them. He eyed the Weasleys and Hagrid cautiously until he saw the Minister and Dumbledore. "Minister, what a pleasure to have you in our establishment. How many in your party?" "I am only a guest," Amelia told him, looking to Harry and Tonks, who moved forward. "We are all together," Harry told the man, who snapped to attention once he saw Harry and Tonks again. "Yes, sir," the man said clearly and formally. "We arranged the VIP room for you, sir." Thank you," Harry muttered as he and Tonks followed the man to the private dining room. When they entered, everything in the room sparkled. The crystal ware refracted the candle light. The plates on the long table nearly glowed, and the silverware was polished to a mirror finish. Harry pulled out Tonks' chair and helped her pull it in. Harry gave Ron a look that told him to do the same. Harry settled into his seat and looked over those he had invited. His goal was to enjoy himself with those he considered family, friends, or in Dumbledore's case allies in progress. Once the man had led them to the room, he slipped out the side door. Seconds later, 3 servers entered the same door and staged themselves around the room. One walked up to Harry and provided him a wine list along with the menu. "Is this your list or mine?" Harry asked, earning a few stares from around the table. "It is a complete list of your wine, Mr. Potter," the server told him. "After your last visit, we inventoried your stock. That is an accurate list." "We will take the same as last time," Harry gestured to Tonks, earning himself more looks. "Go ahead and pick out what you want," Harry offered to everyone, passing the list to Arthur, who nearly swallowed his tongue. The Grangers were soaking up everything they saw, and David made an odd sound when the list made its way around to him. In total, 5 bottles of wine were ordered. The families each selected one. Harry and Tonks had another. The twins picked one out when their mum was intentionally distracted by Harry, and Amelia, Albus, and Minerva shared one. Moody broke his own rule and chose a bottle of 40-year-old Scotch. Hagrid elected to go with the house ale to save poor Harry's stock. Molly chided Harry about having an entire bottle for just Tonks and himself, but her heart wasn't in it. She couldn't help but smile at Harry when he looked so happy. Ron and Hermione each had a full glass of wine with their parents' approval, and Ginny was poured a half glass. The twins kept it at a half glass through the entire meal, managing to avoid capture. Harry and Tonks ordered the same thing as before and enjoyed the conversation around the table. The twins poked fun at people around the room. Harry was a favorite target of theirs. "Wouldn't tell us who," Fred began. "And it was Tonks all along," George finished. "A true Weasley at heart," they chimed in together. "Rotten sister, though," Fred quipped. "Wouldn't tell us," George added. Ginny responded by smirking and giving a slight bow. Harry told them about the possibility of helping them get better prices on their supplies. "Talk to Griffook tomorrow and see what he can do for you." Albus spent much of the night simply watching Harry and how he interacted with each person. The most surprising to him was the genuine honesty and cooperation the young man had cultivated with the minister. Albus knew that the minister got to where she was because of Harry, but he also knew she didn't play favorites because it was expected. Confirming his worries, Albus saw firsthand how close Tonks and Harry had become. Visions of the meeting, where he asked for a volunteer to help Harry, swam to his mind. Albus saw the entire thing replay in his head. The eagerness Tonks had displayed then had been misinterpreted as a simple desire to contribute. Now, he knew that she had feelings for Harry at the time and most likely wanted the chance to explore them. Comparing the past to the present, Albus knew that her feelings had grown tremendously, and Harry was right there with her. When he was done reflecting, Albus found himself staring into the piercing green eyes of Harry. He was taken aback by the sheer intent behind the once innocent orbs. Memories of those eyes peeking out from under shuttered lids wrapped in a blanket and left on a doorstep came to mind unbidden. It was then that Albus realized what was going on. His bespectacled bright blue eyes widened as he figured out why those specific memories were coming forward. His suspicions were confirmed when Harry smirked and leaned back in his chair, raising his glass in a toast. Albus shook his head in confusion, increasing Harry's smirk. Only when Harry tilted his glass and took a drink did Albus figure it out. "My boy, you have been busy this summer, haven't you? So much for laying about like most students on holiday." Albus conceded to Harry and toasted him and took a drink from his own glass. "To you, Harry Potter." Minerva and Molly both watched Harry carefully as he joined in conversations in a way he never would have before. He gave his opinion where it fit and held back when it didn't. They were acutely aware of how close Tonks and Harry sat to each other. They also noticed that their hands were only on the table when necessary. Molly looked to her only daughter and wondered how she was taking it. She found Ginny watching them too, but the sadness she expected was absent. What she found was an honest smile filled with hope for them. When her daughter caught her eye, she glanced at Harry and gave her a knowing smirk that she had learned from her mum. She knew all along, and she is happy for him. Bless her heart. Reckon that's a good thing, Moody asked Remus as the meal wound down. Remus followed Moody's good eye and couldn't help but see the joy in Harry. I think it is the best thing for him, Alistair. He has earned it and then some. Remus nearly choked on his food when Mad Eye responded. That it is for both of them, Moody said before taking another drink of scotch. No wonder Tonks defended him so. She can't help herself. Just look at her all happy and fawning over him. She's got it bad all right. Harry finished his second glass of wine and enjoyed the slight light-headed feeling he had. Dinner had lasted for hours, and most of the older people were beginning to tire. Hermione and Ron were arguing about something which was no surprise to anyone since no one paid it any notice. Harry signaled the server to bring the bill. When she returned with it, Harry quickly signed for it and provided the vault number. When people realized that it was time to leave, Harry had to refuse multiple offers to help cover the expense. The Weasleys were the most vocal, but Harry refused every offer. As they gathered their belongings, Harry shook hands, hugged, and kissed the cheeks of the appropriate people. Each of the twins tried to get a snog from Harry, but Tonks was able to fend them off without cursing them with her wand. As they filtered out of the restaurant and into the smaller alley, Harry got the feeling that they were in danger. The whole night had gone so well, but he knew something was bound to ruin it. Cloaked figures emerging from the shadows signaled the end of the warm and happy feeling Harry had been working on. Death Eaters! Harry yelled as he drew his wand and sent a stunner at the nearest target. In a flash, Harry's spell was accompanied by many others. Moody was the second to fire since he saw them about the same time as Harry felt them. Harry's spell was blocked, forcing him to let go of all hesitation at showing off his magical skills. Tonks' first spell was a message to Horace, followed by a reductor curse at a shape trying to level their wand at the Weasleys. Apparate away, Harry commanded before launching a furious attack at the two Death Eaters advancing on their position. With the narrow alley working against them, Harry, Tonks, Moody, and Remus were at the front of the group, preventing those behind them from aiding in the fight. The rest had to retreat down the alley and erect shields to stop any spells that came their way. Harry's quick count put the number of Death Eaters at 6. 5 were on the ground with one on a nearby roof. When a spell came from above and nearly hit Tonks, Harry let his magic take over. Akio, Death Eater! Harry yelled, summoning the man off the roof. Harry paid him no mind as he moved on to another who was trying to hex Remus. Harry fell into his rhythm and repeatedly fired the bone spells at the man attacking Remus. In a series of cracks and screams, the man collapsed under the sheer force of Harry's assault. Remus managed to stun and bind the man before he finished tearing at his clothes, possibly searching for something. Tonks used reductors, bludgeoning spells, and stunners to overwhelm a second enemy. Moody bound and stunned the man before his friends could help. Moody was going to attack another person, but Harry had advanced ahead of the group, taking the fight to the opposition and preventing others from helping. When Tonks followed Harry's actions, Remus and Moody found themselves in the second line. Albus had moved to join them, but even he couldn't risk shooting a spell anywhere near Harry, who never stopped moving and firing spells with enough power to amaze those in the alley watching. The man who fell from the roof had been injured, but he trained his wand on Tonks. Before Harry could stop him, the Death Eater shot the Cruciatus curse at Tonks. Harry threw up the Patriciner Fidelis shield on Tonks to try and block the effects. When the dull gray shield erupted into existence around Tonks right before the unforgivable hit her, she looked to Harry. Harry saw her weak smile instantly fade when she fell with a whimper from the effects of the curse. Harry reacted by banishing the man down the alley and into the corner of a building. The crunching sound of his back, followed by the dull thud of the man's broken body hitting the ground, would prove testament that magic couldn't fix everything. The man who hurt Tonks never walked again. Harry moved to protect Tonks with his body and continued a ceaseless barrage of spells at the 3 remaining Death Eaters. Harry heard Tonks cry out behind him and he snapped. Harry felt his magic surge forward from inside of him. The spells were leaping from his wand with barely a thought. Harry had gone silent, but the spells kept coming. Harry dropped another Death Eater under repeated reductors. The man landed in a smoking heap down the alley, crying out in pain. Albus moved ahead of Remus and attacked one of the 2 remaining enemies. With a complicated series of charms, transfiguration, and hexes, Albus got the best of the 5th Death Eater. Harry turned his anger on the last man who had threatened his family and friends. Harry leapt forward, lashing out with the severing ribbon. It flicked against the man's shield, rocking him backwards. Harry swung it low, then high, then at the middle. The man in the black cloak held his shield as well as he could, but after the high shot from Harry's flaring ribbon, the shield fell. Harry seized his chance and whipped it back on the 3rd pass, aiming at the man's midsection. He connected and dropped the man with a scream and a light spray of blood. Harry moved in for the kill as Thor and Horace had shown him. Never stop until it was truly over. When Harry rushed to the man, wand ready to send a bone-exploding curse to his head, the Death Eater torn his hood off. "Potter, no!" the man cried while staring into the same eyes he had seen so many times before. Only this time those eyes spoke of imminent death and not the usual anger, fear, and hatred. Albus moved as quickly as he could to stay Harry's wand and spare his spy's life. "Harry," Albus yelled, pulling against the young man's wand and having little luck. "It's Severus. He needs medical attention immediately." "He needs a fucking caretaker." Harry snapped, leveling his wand at Snape's head against Albus' every effort. "Harry, I will be okay," Tonks called from her spot on the street. "Just a little sore, but I will be fine. He is on our side." "He has yet to prove that." Harry ground out, boring holes into Snape's head with his fierce gaze. "I am asking you to leave him alive, Harry." Tonks hoped her plea would save Snape's life. She knew Harry would never be able to live with himself if he killed Snape. She knew their history was so intertwined that nothing between them was going to be easy. "Please, Harry." Harry heard Tonks' words and couldn't stop himself from listening to them. He knew she was right. He knew that it wasn't the time or place for ending the man's life. Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "You owe your life to Nymphadora, Snape. She saved it tonight. Remember that." Harry pulled his hand free from Dumbledore's grasp and turned to see Tonks trying to sit up on her own near the right edge of the alley. Harry looked at his friends. "You lot okay?" Most were in shock at both the battle and the amount of magic Harry had cast in only a few minutes. Hermione was the first to speak up. "We are fine, Harry. Thank you for protecting us." Harry waved off the comment at the same time. He felt the sick feeling in his gut. "There are more." Harry turned to run for Tonks' location when a crack of apparitions signaled an arrival. When Harry looked at Tonks, he saw Bellatrix Lestrange standing behind her. Her mask was gone, and she leered at him as she pulled Tonks to her feet by the neck. "Nothing funny, Potter, or I will remove the head of my darling cousin with only a word." Harry froze as he took in the situation before him. Tonks was shakily standing on her feet with Bellatrix directly behind her. The woman's wand was nestled in the side of Tonks' neck, right where Harry would kiss her to make her squirm with pleasure. Harry looked into Tonks' eyes and saw so many things in them. He saw a little bit of fear and anger swirling in them. He also saw the look he had been trying to figure out for a few weeks. In that moment, Harry figured it out. He knew what it was. The pieces fell into place and everything made sense. Sadly, everything began to fall apart in the same instant. Harry felt his very soul break. He had spent a lifetime trying to figure it all out. Most of the summer had been spent piecing his life together and figuring it out. All of it was in thanks to Tonks. And now Harry stared into her eyes as she came to terms with the reality that seemed to be unfolding. Harry felt his world crumble as Tonks looked defiant, then sad, and finally resolute. Harry shook his head slowly as Tonks seemed to accept her fate. She swallowed deeply before blinking her eyes. A couple tears had escaped the corners as she stared at Harry. He felt her emotions. He heard her voice repeating the same words over and over again. Every moment, every laugh, every touch replayed in his head. He knew Tonks had accepted the fact that she was going to die in that alley staring at him. "I love you, Harry." Tonks spoke so softly that Th. 18. Aftermath. Harry helped Tonks out of the car and into the house carefully. He had one arm holding her waist, pulling her to him, and the other grasping her near hand tightly. As the energy of the night faded, Harry couldn't help but reflect on what had occurred. The fact that he had taken a life began to bare its teeth in his mind, and the reality of it started to weigh on him. As a result, he held Tonks closer in the hope that she wouldn't see him as a killer and run off. The dark feelings he had been fighting against throughout the training, and the missions, as an unspeakable, emerged, slowly creeping into his senses. The only thing that kept his focus planted in the real world was the soft woman next to him. As asked and promised earlier, Harry escorted Tonks up the staircase and into the master bath. He handed her the vial Horace had slipped him. She downed it without a second thought while Harry drew a bath and helped Tonks disrobe. Once the outer layer was removed, and the black dress after it, Harry saw a bit of something that sparked his more primal urges, eliciting a hungry twinkle in his eyes. The feathery, thin fabric of light blue lace and silk beneath the dress stopped Harry cold. He searched her body and found an exquisite creature standing before him, ever watchful of his quivering hands poised over the barely there straps. Harry unconsciously released a breath and stilled all movement. "I was hoping for it to be a surprise when we got back, Harry," Tonks said softly, while she ran her hands slowly over her flat stomach, coming to rest on her hips. "I see that it is still a surprise, just not quite the one I was hoping for. The circumstances may be less joyous than expected, but I am alive and more than pleased that you are too. If you will help me out of this and into the hot bath, perhaps I can model it for you a bit later." Harry merely nodded and averted his eyes away from Tonks' penetrating gaze. She rotated so Harry could pull free the lace bow in the small of her back and begin the process of loosening the wondrously sexy underwear. He couldn't help himself from running his hands over her shoulders and down her back as he tugged and pulled while she writhed her way free. When the top slid down her shapely, firm legs and settled at her feet, Harry allowed himself a quick caress of her bum before she spun to face him. The soft brown eyes tried to catch his elusive green ones, but failed. Tonks ran her hands down her sides, catching the edges of the panties and letting them join the top on the floor. Tonks stepped forward and relaxed into Harry for a couple seconds before she drifted back to the now full bath. She placed each leg into the water slowly and let her body follow them into the bath. When her breasts disappeared under the surface of the bubble-coated water, Tonks watched Harry carefully. He kept his head lowered and his eyes elsewhere. "Harry, care to tell me why you have found the tiles so interesting in the last few minutes?" Harry knew he had to tell her, knew she deserved to hear what he was thinking. He formulated his thoughts as well as he could before speaking them aloud. I am a killer. I took a life and that makes me no better than them. I feel the darkness inside of me trying to take over. I replay it in my head over and over again. You accepting your own death and looking at me while you did it. I just couldn't let you do that. I couldn't let someone I love die. Not again. I could save you, so I did." Harry drifted off and Tonks let him be. She let him speak without hinting at an attempt to interrupt. As his eyes shifted to the darkened window on the other side of the room, Harry spoke again. "As evil as I feel right now, if I had to save you again, I would do it exactly the same way. I wouldn't change a thing because you lived when she died. I may feel dirty and tainted now, but I am so happy that you are still here. I love you," Harry said the last in a whisper. Tonks looked him over and cooed softly while she ran her damp hand over his as it rested on the edge of the bath. "You knew what was going to happen. She was going to kill me to hurt you. I accepted death when I knew you would try to sacrifice yourself to save me. I knew you would. It is in your nature to be selfless. All those years of abuse didn't turn you evil. It turned you good. Better than any I have met, and that is one reason I fell in love with you. How could I not? In all honesty, the minute you asked me to just be myself, I was sunk, and I haven't regretted it for a minute since. even though I am a killer?" Harry asked, the floor looking disgusted. Tonks reached out and raised his head until she locked onto his pained eyes. The torrent of emotions in them went straight to her soul. She felt his pain and conflict as if it was her own. "Harry, I have killed before. Do you see me as a killer?" Tonks watched Harry shake his head furiously but stopped his comment with her finger. "How could I see you as a killer when it was my life you were protecting? I would be dead if you hadn't saved me." "But I feel so filthy," Harry said forcefully while keeping eye contact. "I feel Voldemort itching inside to get out. I have felt his evil before. He tried to possess me in the atrium. My bloody scar links our emotions, well, at least it did until you came around. Not sure how that worked, but there it is. It is a constant fight not to become like him. I don't know if I can do it." Tonks shifted and placed both of her hands on either side of Harry's face, running her thumbs against his cheekbones. Harry, shush," Tonks cooed. "The fight gets easier as you win each battle, but it never goes away. It will always tempt you, and that is a good thing. When it stops tempting you, you will know that you have succumbed to it. Keep fighting, my lovely man, and you will always be free of it." Tonks smiled, the same smile Harry had been trying to figure out for days and even weeks. Feeling confident enough to ask, "What is that look you are giving me?" Tonks laughed loudly as she pulled Harry closer. "What do you think it is?" "I wasn't sure for the longest time, but I think I figured it out tonight." Harry examined her face, intently looking for any signs of fear or disgust. He found none. "And what do you think it means then?" Harry ventured his guess out loud. "I would have to say love, since nothing else made sense. Am I right?" Tonks smiled the same smile again and asked, "Care to join me? Seems such a waste of warm water to keep it all to myself." She raised her chest out of the water a little, letting her breasts push the bubbles off to the sides. Harry returned the smile with his own, causing Tonks to sigh happily. He felt safe and loved just by the look in her eyes. With a quick thought, he vanished his clothes and climbed into the bath with Tonks. He blew the bubbles away from his mouth as they rose up to greet him. With a few clusters of them sent airborne, Tonks followed up the attack on Harry's mouth with her own. The soft, warm kisses quickly gave way to hungry and forceful ones. Tonks moved Harry under her as she shifted farther around until she was on top of him. Her hands fisted into his hair and held his mouth in place as she attacked him ferociously. He did his best to prevent her movements from sinking them both, but only just succeeded in his efforts. She drove on devouring his lips, mouth, and tongue, ignoring his attempts to keep them above the water. Tonks growled her finest tone as she slid her lower region over him while continuing her aggression. "I plan to show you just how much I love you, Harry, even if it kills you in the end." Between kisses, Harry asked, "What about your soreness?" With a throaty laugh, Tonks answered while sliding further onto Harry. "When I am done, I will be sore in a completely different manner and loving every minute of it." His fears of Tonks seeing him differently were misdirected. She did see him differently, but in a far more positive light than he had expected. She proved time and again that she wanted Harry with her and as close as possible. She never got around to modeling her underwear for him as they passed out from exhaustion in the early hours of the morning. Tonks snuggled her head into Harry's chest, purring all the way. Consciousness found her enough that she realized that Harry was awake and most likely fretting, judging by his rigid posture. Tonks ventured a hand from under the covers up his chest before stopping on the other side of his neck. Leveraging her body up, Tonks found his mouth and kissed him soundly. "What you thinking about?" "Last night a bit," Harry admitted. "But before you flog me, I have spent most of my time thinking about today and all the questions people are going to ask me, not to mention how I am going to explain everything to the Weasleys. Oh shit, they will be able to see the Thestrals because of me. I hate to say it, but it was bound to happen, Harry," Tonks said softly. "With so much happening, death will be a companion to many. At least they got to see some good come out of a death instead of it being a loved one. Those are the hardest to deal with. But they saw it because of me." Tonks tutted at Harry while shaking her head and flicking her hair around Harry's face. "Hermione will analyze the event like a Muggle scientist and figure it all out before you make it out of this bed. Ron will chalk it up as you beating the bad guys and smack you on the back like any other male would after a superb Quidditch match. Ginny will most likely worry about you as much as Molly and have a good cry over it." As I see it, you are going to have the worst time of them all, and thankfully, I am here to help you along. Any questions?" Harry sputtered a bit before he really thought about what she had said. Hermione was spot on aside from her worry for him, which normally included irritated gestures and exasperated breaths. Ron was simple and rarely differed from his common reaction to everything. Tonks' prediction about Ginny gave him the most pause. Would she really cry over what had happened? Would she have nightmares about it like her first year? Not to ruin your brooding, but your friends are made of much stronger stuff than other people's friends. Whether they come that way or you help make them that way, they will be just fine. Give them the credit that is due. Tonks smirked as she looked up and into Harry's unobstructed eyes. They have put up with you this long. They aren't going to fall apart now. Harry knew what she meant and played off of it. Put up with me. Yes, I hear you were rather a bother this last year with all your mopping about and yelling for no reason. No reason, Harry yelled before he caught on that Tonks was baiting him. Oh, you are a bad little minx, aren't you? Tonks bowed as best she could while still lying on her side and against Harry. I aim to please, dear sir. Harry let his laugh become a dirty smirk. Oh, you did that all right. Harry kissed Tonks a few times before his urge to hug her took over. He pulled her into a warm but firm embrace. After a few minutes, Harry told her, I have never told someone I loved them before. In all honesty, I never really knew what it felt like. Sure, I dreamed about my parents loving me like the other children's parents loved them, but I couldn't remember it. The closest I came to it were a few times Petunia seemed to come over all odd, and she touched me like other parents before returning to normal and jumping back as if she was burned. Those times only happened when I was younger, though. A couple times the parents of classmates would show concern for me, but it only lasted until Dudley would threaten their kids to stay away from me. Looking back, I could say that I loved Sirius and Hermione and Ron are close behind, but it isn't the same. I love you differently from the rest of them. When I look at you, I see the last several weeks. Moreover, I see tomorrow and the next day. For the first time in my life, I see tomorrow as something more than one more day to survive or outlast. Sure, they are part of it since it is me and all, but it is so much more. Tonks curled into him and hugged him with all her heart. In your own way, you captured it pretty well, Harry. Don't ever change, please. When they finally reached the kitchen, Dobby made quick work of the breakfast preparations, while Harry relieved Hedwig of her numerous burdens. A corner of bacon and 3 minutes of petting later, Harry opened the first envelope. The ministry crest shone at the top of the official piece of parchment as Harry read it. Next, he opened the letter from Dumbledore before setting it aside only to see it snatched up by Tonks. The last letter was shorter, much shorter, and it read like any order from Horace. Gringotts, 11 o'clock. Well, at least they all agreed on a time and place, Harry quipped. The pages of worthless stuff really show against Horace's brevity. I kind of like that the more I think of it. We have a convert in our midst, Tonks exclaimed, drawing the attention of Dobby and Ticky away from their ongoing rivalry over the kitchen. Sooner or later, everyone likes the way Horace does things, simplicity at its finest, leaving no room for error or confusion. Usually people fight it longer than you have just out of spite, though. I would like to think I am more practical than that, but you never know. Harry and Tonks ate their breakfast and finished with enough time left to relax for a few minutes in the living room before leaving. As they sat discussing various questions that might come up, Harry wondered if the press was going to find out about what had happened. Images of the possible cover story nearly made him ill. Breakfast eaten and cloaks donned, Harry and Tonks apparated to Diagon Alley. They found the streets rather empty considering the hustle and bustle they had been met with the week before. Harry saw a few Aurors walking the streets and could feel the tension in the air. He scanned the area for anything that might tell him why everything felt the way it did. He found nothing. With a hand in hers, Harry and Tonks walked the length of the alley together. He paid no mind to the Aurors watching them intently, nor did he hesitate when a few camera flashes went off. They stayed the course and reached Gringotts without stopping. Once they entered the grand entrance and were bowed in by a pair of goblins, Harry saw that he was a few minutes early. In the rear of the bank, Horace stood alone and was ever watchful of those who passed by. With a subtle incline of his head, Horace signaled to Harry that he wanted to speak with him. Seeing a chance to get their stories straight before the others arrived, Tonks pulled Harry over to Horace as smoothly as possible. When they drew even with him, Horace lowered his head and spoke quietly. "Answer their questions if you can, safely. If they are too close for comfort, refuse to answer. They have nothing on you to leverage what they want out of you." "I killed her," Harry said hurriedly. "Isn't that leverage enough?" Horace smiled evilly. "If they could dictate the situation, we would be in the ministry right now. You killed Lestrange to save Tonks. How do you think that would play in the papers? Harry Potter kills Death Eater to save girlfriend and protect the minister. Even you are better at politics than that, Harry." Harry thought about the point Horace was making. Even twisted as much as the prophet could manage, Harry stopped Bellatrix from killing an Auror and most likely others. "Self-defense, Harry," Horace told him firmly. "If you feel pressure from either of them, just say that. People can do amazing things when their own lives are threatened. If they ask about me, play dumb. Better yet, act annoyed that the ministry has another person here. I can handle the rest." "What about everyone who saw Harry using magic, and quite spectacularly, I might add?" Tonks asked, while leaning into Harry with her warm body. Horace snorted at her actions before answering. "None of their business as I see it. Otherwise, you have access to any number of people and books to learn from. You are Harry Bleeding Potter after all. Use it to your advantage. Helps that you have an aura on your arm too," Horace offered, pointing at Tonks and scanning the room quickly. He stepped back quickly and grew stern before whispering, "Any who figure it out and aren't under the proper secrecy spells must be freed of the information. Also, stop by the department today before 5. Cal has figured it out." Harry saw the abrupt change in attitude and fixed an annoyed scowl on his face before turning around. Entering the double doors at the front of the bank were Dumbledore and the minister. A contingent of 4 Aurors followed behind her before taking up positions just inside the doors. As the pair came even with Harry, Albus smiled, keeping a watchful eye on Horace, while Amelia offered her hand graciously to Harry. "Mr. Potter, a pleasure as always," Amelia said formally, giving Tonks a nod. "I received your note this morning suggesting we meet here." Harry didn't want to let on that he had no idea what she was talking about, so he simply nodded his acceptance of what she said. Greetings were made all around except for Horace, who stayed back from the conversing group. Harry looked around and saw Griffook walking towards him. "Griffook," Harry called, "do you have that meeting room available that I asked about?" Always perceptive, Griffook smiled his toothy smile and bowed his head. "I reserved a conference room that would befit you, Harry. If you will excuse me for a few moments to assure everything is prepared to receive you." Griffook slid between the gilded doors, leaving Harry flat-footed as how to proceed. Dumbledore presented the perfect opportunity. "I didn't catch your name the other night," Dumbledore asked Horace, extending his hand. "That you didn't, Professor," Horace spoke firmly. "I see little reason to change that now, with all due respect, of course. Minister," Horace nodded at Amelia, getting the same in return. Tonks tapped Harry on the side, trying to tell him something. Doing his best at interpreting it, Harry spoke up. "Speaking of, who are you and why are you here?" Harry asked, trying to look annoyed and suspicious at the same time. Stepping into her role as diplomat, Amelia interceded. "Harry, if you would allow this man to remain, things will be easier. I can't tell you who he is, but suffice to say he is a concerned party in this matter." The doors opened at that very moment, providing a chance for Harry to dodge a touchy situation again. "Whatever, just so long as we get this over with soon. If my guess is right, I have many people waiting for answers." "Harry," Griffook announced, "the room is ready for you. Please follow me." The goblin led the group deep into the recesses of the bank. They twisted and turned so many times that Harry hoped an escort would be available to lead them back out when they were finished. After one final turn, they came to a pair of doors. They looked to be made of polished black granite with gold inlays. If Harry hadn't already been in Ragnarok's office, he would have sworn that it could be found behind the doors before him. Harry heard Amelia breathe rather loudly as Griffook pushed open the door on the right. "After you, Harry." With thanks, Harry entered the room with his hand still firmly in Tonks. Once inside, a funny sight presented itself in the form of Ragnarok carrying a stack of files in his aged hands. "Ragnarok," Harry said, hurrying to take the burden from the elderly goblin. "Let me help you." "You are too kind, Harry," Ragnok said, smiling at the young man and watching the others out of the corner of his eyes. "It is fortunate that I happened to be using this very room before you arrived, since all of this goes to you anyway." "To me?" Harry asked, puzzled, as he set the pile of files on the black granite table in the center of the room. It matched the doors beautifully and was a nice contrast to the numerous lighter wood chairs that surrounded it. "Why, yes, Harry," Ragnok said softly. "Between Griffook and I, we have spent the better part of the last week handling your accounts with us. I can say with all honesty that I haven't worked this hard in decades, and I am loving every minute of it too." Ragnok looked over the others and nodded once to show he had seen them. "If I may monopolize an additional minute of your time, Harry, an emergency meeting of the board of directors of one of your primary companies has been called. We were about to send out the notice, but since you are here, I can tell you in person. The meeting is scheduled for noon here at the bank. I can redirect them here if you would like." Not sure what to say, Harry tried to be accommodating. "Whatever is easiest, Ragnok." "It would be most beneficial for you if it was held in here, Harry," Ragnok offered. "I shall make the arrangements then." The aged goblin left the room with the assistance of Griffook. When the doors opened, everyone saw a gathering of goblin security guards standing outside of the room looking as surly as any goblin could. Harry looked at the pile of numerous files and papers stacked on top of each other. The top file had some paper in it, and a quick glance told Harry that his next meeting was going to be with a potion supply company that he had a 53% share in. The second file contained nothing but black sheets and was the same as the third. Harry put the pieces together about what had happened and smiled to himself. Always thinking ahead they are. "Shall we get started?" Harry asked before sitting down at the head of the table. Tonks slid into the seat next to him, worming her hand into his and giving it a squeeze. "Apparently my time is limited this morning, so let's get this over with." "Harry," Amelia began formally, "I need to ask you some questions concerning last night. No one here is looking to get you in trouble, but I am sure you can understand our concern when a 6th year commands magic in the way you did, not to mention the use of an unforgivable on another." "I thought no one was here to get me in trouble," Harry replied with a slightly challenging tone. "Obviously," Amelia relented her formal tenor, "the use of certain spells is understandable considering the victim, if you could call her that, and those threatened." "Forgive me, but what was your question?" Harry asked, feigning ignorance. "First off," Amelia said, "how did you learn to use magic in the way you did?" Harry shrugged and shook his head. "I am not sure. I just did what I needed to do to survive. That happens a lot to me." Harry inclined his head at Dumbledore, expecting a response from the older wizard. "Minister," Albus prefaced, "Harry has always been exceptionally gifted in his magical strength. Both of his parents had similar gifts, but nothing on the level we saw last night. Granted, I was unaware that Harry had learned to harness his magic as adeptly as we witnessed, but I can say that it was never unexpected, only a little premature." Harry eyed Dumbledore carefully as he heard the play with words that was all too familiar. He was rewarded with a sigh and a guilty look away by the professor as he was held under the penetrating gaze of a student. "Is that so?" Harry asked rhetorically. Amelia missed the look Harry was giving Albus and pressed forward. "How did you become so fast and fluid in your magic, Harry?" Harry laughed to cover up his nervousness. "When a Death Eater is trying to kill you, you go faster and never let up. The same applies to when Voldemort is trying to kill you, and I am well acquainted with that scenario as well." At the mention of the Dark Lord's name, Amelia stilled and shuddered slightly but never made a sound. "You are doing better, Minister," Harry offered in a friendly mood. "If a 16-year-old can say it," Amelia added, "the bloody Minister of Magic should at least be able to hear it without squealing like a little girl. Lead by example, right?" "My thoughts exactly." Harry smiled, warmly seeing that he had made his point, and shifted her attention away from his magic for the moment. The questions continued, as they seemed to dance around the big point of the entire meeting. Dumbledore interjected from time to time, but stayed quiet most of the time. He seemed to be holding most of his urges to press for information. Horace was so quiet that Harry almost believed that he had fallen asleep 10 minutes into the interview. If it weren't for the turning of his head, Horace might as well have been asleep since he offered no comments or questions of his own. As their time wound down, Amelia was forced to ask the tough questions. How did you learn such advanced spells, Harry? What do you mean by advanced? Harry countered, trying to buy himself some time. The bone spells you used, Amelia ticked off her fingers. The severing ribbon, the shields. Superb work, by the way, but still, how did you learn them? Harry scanned those in the room before answering. I choose not to answer that question, if you will forgive me. Harry, it is a valid question, and I really must have an answer on it, Amelia pressed. Fine, Harry responded curtly. I came across a book that contained them in excellent detail. Where, Harry? Albus asked, one of his few direct questions. His eyebrows were knitted with uncertainty as he awaited clarification. I moved into my family's home this summer, Harry admitted. I found a rather comprehensive library and started with the spells that made the most sense considering we are at war, and I always seem to be in the middle of it no matter what I do. Surely you must have had to practice these spells, Amelia queried. One does not produce effects similar to yours without significant practice, no matter how powerful you are. Which brings me to your ability to avoid our detection instruments. None of the spells performed that night by you were recorded. How is that possible? As an emancipated minor and head of an ancient magical family, my use of magic, detected or otherwise, is of no consequence, Harry said, leaving no room for interpretation. Next question. Harry let his impatience show, trying to force them along as the time ticked by. Did Tonks teach you those spells? Albus probed. Next question, Harry stated again, staring Albus down the entire time. How did you learn the killing curse? She had asked the biggest question of them all. Harry found Tonks' hand in his to be a lifeline that never lessened. She held his hand tightly, and her warmth calmed him. For the first time since it started, Horace actually sat up and leaned forward. This was the question that he knew was coming, and the answer to it would make all the difference in the world. Harry took a deep breath and blew it out before answering slowly. Who says it was the killing curse? Harry, Amelia spoke softly. I saw it. It was the killing curse. I never said the words. Harry offered another excuse. As you proved, Albus countered. You do not need to say the words to initiate magic, Harry. You showed that you had learned some wandless and wordless magic recently. Granted, you will learn about it this year to some degree, but nowhere near the way you performed. It takes people years to master even the most basic of wandless spells. Perhaps if I wasn't kept in the dark about everything that has to do with magic, Harry argued, I wouldn't break so many of the accepted rules pertaining to it. You have only yourself to thank for that, Professor. Albus sighed and accepted his responsibility. In a gracious move, the wizard gestured for Amelia to continue on. What were you thinking when you fired that spell at Lestrange? Amelia asked, simply trying to get some level of understanding. I thought about Tonks dying. Harry gripped her hand tightly. I thought about Sirius dying at her hand, and I wasn't going to let her take Tonks too. I wanted it to stop. I wanted her to stop. The only thought that came to mind was death. I thought that and willed it to happen to save Tonks. I am sorry that someone died, but I am not sorry it was that woman. The right people lived, and I can live with that. Harry felt his heart swell as he spoke the words. He knew they were true, and felt the reality in his hand. Nymphadora's warm hand in his proved to him that he had done the right thing. Harry, I am concerned that you will suffer the effects of taking a life in the near future, Albus spoke kindly. You had a terrible time after you saw Cedric murdered. So soon after Sirius's death gives me great pause concerning your mental and emotional health. Perhaps we can discuss it later today. Thanks, but no thanks, Harry declined. Tonks has helped me in dealing with Sirius's death. I came to terms with it earlier in the summer. Last night happened because a person threatened someone I care about. She left me two choices. Tonks dies or she dies. I know I made the right decision. I had all the information I needed to make the choice, and it turned out as well as I could have hoped. Next question, and time is running out. Amelia set her quill down and shook her head, relinquishing the floor to others. Albus seized the opportunity and addressed his question to Horace. How did the Department of Mysteries become involved in the events of last night? Trying to play up his role, Harry jumped in. Is that who you are with? Harry saw Albus smile and Amelia look away. Deciding he wasn't going to get another chance to say it, Harry took advantage of the spectators. By the way, shoddy security on your department. A bunch of kids got in without any trouble. Horace gave Harry a biting stare before answering the proposed question. We, along with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, have been tasked with the retrieval and apprehension of the Death Eaters. Last night provided the magical community a tremendous victory against those who are trying to destroy it. 1 dead and 4 captured makes for a positive in my book. He leaned in and eyed Dumbledore carefully. I suggest you keep your spy away from me. I will not be so lenient with him next time. You didn't answer my question. Albus pointed out, pointedly ignoring the threat against Snape. Didn't I? Horace retorted, smiling all the while. Image that. Horace went silent and took on a bored look as he waited for the meeting to end. The door's opening proved to be the signal of the end of the meeting as Ragnarok and Griffook entered together. They walked over to Harry and handed him a sheet of parchment listing the people on the board. They will be here in a few minutes, Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. As much fun as this is, we must move on. I hope you got everything you needed, Minister. No, not everything, Harry, Amelia admitted, looking disappointed. But it will have to do. I don't suppose you will give me better answers, will you? No, I think those given were good enough. I am sorry to rush you along, but it seems that some other people want to pressure me on some things. Harry shook everyone's hand except for Horace's and wished them well. Albus asked Harry to stop by Hogwarts later if he had the time. Professor Snape wishes to speak with you, Harry. I have no idea what it is about, but he seemed rather troubled by it. A most entertaining look he has been wearing. I might just stop by since I need you to show Tonks something, was Harry's reply. Albus looked at Harry as if he was afraid to confirm his assumption. Yes, that is what I want you to show her. If you are not willing, I will do my best to tell her, but I will mess it up for sure if I try. It is your choice. Albus sighed again and let his shoulders fall. The act did not escape anyone's notice. I will be ready, Harry. I leave it to you to decide on those matters. Getting some color back, Albus continued, You leave me little choice anyway. You always were good at getting what you want when it really counted. I learned from the best, Harry hinted before turning his attention to the doorway. He saw the original 4 goblin guards stationed on either side of the doors. Another group of men had queued up and were nervously huddled near one wall. Behind them were additional guards who looked as surly as the first set. A man wearing a dark green cloak stood as tall as he could among the intimidated assembly. He was a stout fellow who looked like he would challenge a goblin to a fight if he could win some money in the process. Harry instantly disliked the man. He watched Albus and Amelia leave the room and took note of how the men in the hallway reacted to seeing the Minister of Magic and Albus Dumbledore. All of them took notice and showed the proper respect afforded to people of their stature, except for the obvious leader of the group. When Horace left, he put extra effort into looking intimidating and unapproachable. 2 of the goblins escorted the trio into the labyrinth of hallways and back to the lobby. Harry looked at Ragnarok to see him patiently waiting for something. Harry gave him a puzzled look but kept quiet. When the group began funneling into the meeting room, Ragnarok spoke out. Harry, I hope this room is acceptable to you for your next meeting. It is our finest meeting room. Ragnarok spoke louder than was necessary while keeping an eye on the advancing board members. Everything has been wonderful, Ragnarok. Thank you for fitting me at the last moment. Harry caught on to what the old goblin was doing and was grateful. Whatever you need, Harry, you know that. Ragnarok nodded and turned to leave the room. Griffook remained in a corner nearby with a quill and parchment ready. Harry remained standing as the men filtered around the table. The leader of the group eyed Harry carefully before sliding his eyes to Tonks and her pink hair. Mr. Potter, the man spoke formally but slightly down to him, I am the chairman of the board for Arnott's Potions and Supplies. It is good you could attend this meeting on such short notice. His words said he was happy, but his body language and facial expressions told a different story. Harry watched the man carefully before letting a false smile show. Not a problem, since I was already here for a previous meeting with a few people. Harry saw that Dumbledore and Amelia had left a decisive impression on most members. Your timing was perfect, since the meeting was beginning to drag on. The Ministry and I have never seen eye to eye on certain things, but I have high hopes of improvement on that now that Amelia is minister. We share the same opinion, one skinny man said before the chairman stared him down, ending the comment. Harry inclined his head a little before extending his arms to all the open chairs. Please be seated so we can begin. I have other things that need my attention today, so my time is limited. Harry sat down in the same chair at the head of the table that he used previously. Tonks returned to the seat she had used before as well. The chairman looked unhappy and scowled. Since you have obviously never been part of a board meeting, I must educate you on the finer points. The man puffed out his chest, taking on an air of self-importance before continuing. The chairman sits at the head of the table, for one. Secondly, visitors are not permitted, he said, eyeing Tonks with distaste. Harry accepted the challenge and replied as if he didn't hear the condescending tone. There are two ends to this table. Feel free to sit over there. And Tonks is here as an advisor, not a visitor. Harry watched the others take their seats, quickly trying to stay out of the power struggle. He figured they should all have had a stick-on nameplate reading, "Yes, men." Harry pulled the file on the company out of the box Ragnarok had given him. He scanned it quickly and found out the chairman's name was Aras Buque. Advisor or not, she has no place here, Aras complained. Harry closed his eyes and took a breath during the man's objection. The file had a note scribbled in the margins. You own a controlling share. They work for you. Aras, sit down, Harry said in a weary tone before opening his eyes again. He fixed the man with a stare that told him there was little room for debate on the matter. Aras made a show of making it look like it was his idea to sit down in the first place. He tried to take control of the meeting, but Harry was having none of it. I will cut to the quick here. Your attempt to hold this meeting at the last minute without me failed. Now, why have you called a meeting like this only days after I bought into it? I can call a meeting any time I want, young man, Aras spoke up. It is Mr. Potter to you, Aras Buque, Harry replied. Now, why am I here? Aras' scowl grew even deeper. We have a new ownership directive to approve and a few financial deals to brief you on. Harry looked around the table and saw that only a few people looked eager to discuss the points of business. The ownership directive says that no one member may own more than 49% of the company. As such, you must divest yourself of 4% of your ownership immediately. Aras slid 2 sheets of parchment towards Harry. Various members of the board passed the sheets down the line to him. When Harry looked them over, he saw that the ownership directive had been drafted the previous day and needed a majority approval before being enacted. If I read this correctly, that directive hasn't been approved yet. A majority is needed, and it seems that I hold the majority vote personally. Just sign the thing, kid, and nothing bad will happen. Aras leaned back in his chair, looking confident that his threat was received. Harry laughed before leaning forward. And just what do you think a hollow threat like that means to me? I have been threatened by people far worse than you. Aras matched Harry's posture before answering. Perhaps they are one of the same. Aras leaned back, smiling in apparent victory. Harry looked to Tonks and Griffook before smiling in response. If you think a threat from you carries the same weight as a threat from Voldemort, you are sorely mistaken. Harry ignored the gasps from the others, but reveled in the abject fear that shone on Aras' face. I see that you are far more scared of him than I am. That should tell you something about me. Since my ownership came mostly from Death Eaters and the Blacks, I will take a leap of faith and surmise that the Dark Tosser has his fingers into this company. Harry watched the members react to his comment. Some looked scared, some looked downright petrified. Others appeared pleased at how things were going. If any money is being funneled to Voldemort, it ends now. I will have the goblins go through the entire company if I must to see that it stops. Anyone approving or involved in the transfers will be sacked and the ministry will be notified. The majority shareholder doesn't have that ability, Potter, Aras growled. Maybe not, Harry relented. But I have the voting power to remove the president of the company, and he does have that power. I am sure I could find someone to see that my wishes are carried out. My biggest problem now is you. Anyone who relays threats from Voldemort is either a follower of his or just some Burke toying with death. Sounds like you are describing yourself there, Ares pointed out with less confidence than before. I have played Voldemort's games before and survived, Harry offered with a smirk. I am not worried about the next one. Are you? Many of the members looked at each other before slumping into their chairs. Harry tried occlumency on a few of them, and they all said the same thing. They had no part of Ares' power struggle or his connection with Voldemort. They only wanted to run the business and live their lives. Griffook, Harry turned to the goblin as he took notes. I believe the ministry would be interested in the threats made here today by Mr. Buquet. I agree, Harry. Griffook smiled a toothy smile. If there is a connection, Harry continued, I think a few shares will be up for sale in the near future. In the best interest of the company, I am sure we don't want a chairman with such tainted links to criminals. Perhaps we should elect a new chair with a less questionable past. You can't do this, Ares barked while looking around the room and finding his normally supportive and fearful following looking elsewhere. And I suppose you want the job then, Ares yelled as he saw his maneuver explode in his face. Me? Harry asked. Heavens no, I can't run a business from Hogwarts. I am sure we can find someone capable of doing the job who isn't threatening everyone. I will not be bullied by you or anyone. Harry watched the members before clapping his hands together and standing up. As much fun as this is, I have things to do today and they do not involve sitting here with all of you. Harry helped Tonks up and thanked Griffook before walking towards the door. When he reached the door, he turned to one of the men he had tested with his limited occlumency experience. Would you contact the Weasley business here in Diagon Alley? From what I hear, they need potion supplies all the time. Might make good business sense to extend them a reduced rate since they know how to run a proper business. I can do that, Mr. Potter, the man said. Excellent, and Ares, don't look so depressed. Fudge tried the same tactic and look what happened to him. Do not make threats you cannot enforce. Good day. Harry and Tonks left the room and one of the guards showed them the way to the lobby. That was tiring. Give me a snitch any day. You love confrontation and you know it, Harry. Tonks rubbed his hand softly. No, I just like making sure people are treated fairly. Ares might not be a Death Eater, but he is friends with those who are. I tried to read 4 of the board members, and 3 of them were good people stuck in a bad situation. That arse has all of them scared of what could happen. Like Valdi would waste his energy on a few suits to keep a man like Ares in a power position. I have unleashed a monster in you, Harry, Tonks said, laughing. The Harry from the start of summer never would have done what you did today. I like it. Harry had become hesitant on the monster comment, but eased quickly when Tonks continued. It is all learning how to manage my life. Everything is much more complicated now than 2 months ago. So, where to first? Hogwarts, the ministry, the Weasleys. The twins are right here if you wanted to try them out first, Tonks offered as they left the bank hand in hand. All right, sounds good to me, Harry replied, eyeing a small pocket of people who had cameras and notepads waiting to attack. Bloody hell, the reporters are all over the place now. Like you didn't see the cameras going off when we entered the alley, Tonks quipped. You knew that by holding my hand in public everyone was going to find out. You did that on purpose and you loved every minute of it. You are damn right I did, and I am still loving it. Let them find out. I am not going to let the press force me into hiding. Besides, according to the list Ragnarok made for me, I own a modest share in the profit. Let's see if they figure that one out sooner rather than later. Harry put an arm around Tonks and hugged her. The snap of flashes went off in a dizzying fury. Am I just a trophy to you then? Tonks asked, smirking while Harry thought quickly. I had you there, Harry. I am glad to see you learning to overcome the expectations others put on your head. You shouldn't hide from the world anymore. Let them see you enjoying life. In response, Harry placed a kiss on Tonks' cheek mid-stride as they reached the Weasleys' shop. Always the gentleman, Harry opened the door and motioned Tonks in first before following closely behind. He heard the people outside the door starting to bicker with each other while trying to get the best position at the windows and door. Might not be able to leave the same way. I hope they still have that back door, or we will be fighting our way out." The patrons in the store heard the noise coming from outside, and all turned to see Harry and Tonks enter the building. They got quite the memory by seeing Harry standing in the doorway looking happy and slightly defiant as he scanned the very busy room for one of the owners. They saw the intent swimming in his bright green eyes as his line of sight swept over them. Once he spotted his target, a smile flitted across his face. Everyone watched Harry wrap an arm around the woman with him and whisper to her. A few women in the shop sighed as others shot hateful stares at Tonks. They all watched the pair walk across the room and stop near one of the Weasley twins. Every female noticed Harry take Tonks' hand in his and hold it while they conversed with the Weasley. "Fred," Harry called out as he and Tonks walked over. "I need a minute." "Harry," Fred answered as he checked the store windows. "Looks like you need more than a minute judging by all the people staring at you from outside." "Well, an escape route would help too, but I will take what I can get," Harry said as he held Tonks closer to him. "Hey, Lee." "Hi, Harry," Lee answered when he exited the back room and joined the small Gryffindor reunion. "Who's the friend, Harry?" "Nim," Harry was stopped from answering by a sharp elbow to his side. "Ow." "Tonks," Tonks told Lee, extending her newly released hand. "Don't mind Harry, he has issues to work out right now." "Yeah, like how to get my ribs fixed before school." Harry cocked his eyebrow, waiting to see what Tonks would do next. "You are the only one, other than my parents, who can say my full name without getting in real trouble," Tonks lectured. "Your privilege does not extend to introductions, though." "Thanks for telling me earlier then." Harry eyed her closely. Tonks took pity on him and pulled him into a hug and kissed him lightly on the lips. "I will make it up to you later, okay, Harry?" Harry smiled eagerly before realizing that others were present. "Oh, sorry about that. She is a handful sometimes." Lee managed to mumble out a confused, "I missed something," as Fred joked. "She looks to be more than a handful to me, Harry." Fred was rewarded by Tonks' wand appearing in her hand and pointing at him. "Just kidding, Tonks, just kidding." "Is George around?" Harry asked, looking at the back of the shop. "I would like to apologize about last night, among other things, if you catch my meaning." "Yeah, Harry, he's around." Fred motioned them back, telling Lee to mind the store while they were busy with important business stuff. "No need to apologize, though. You did what you had to. A bit scary, but then you never were all that balanced to begin with." Fred joked to lighten the heavy atmosphere that had descended on Harry as they searched for and found George in the workshop. George looked to Fred and saw the serious look on his face. He held his comment until he figured out what was going on. Harry eyed both of them before speaking. "I am sorry that you guys got caught up in what happened last night. I never wanted either of you or your family to see what happened. I can't tell you how badly I feel about that." As one, the twins rejected his apology. "No need, mate. She had it coming, and we are glad no one else was hurt." "You were incredible," George said. Fred continued. "It was the only thing to do, really." "I wanted to keep your family out of this," Harry spoke out. "Never happen, Harry." Fred shook his head. "The Weasleys are in this until the end," George finished. "We never know when to quit," Fred added. "We blame Mum for that," George slipped in. "She's the stubborn one, you know." Tonks placed her hand on Harry's arm to quiet him. "They understand the reality of it, Harry. You know better than to try and argue that point. You can't save everyone from the evils of the world. There is only one of you and so many of them. Be happy with what you accomplished and never forget what we talked about last night." Harry saw the twins nodding their heads slowly as they tried to guess at what Tonks had told him the night before. Harry let out a breath and found Tonks watching him. "You aren't going to let me wallow, are you?" "Not a chance, love." Tonks hugged him tightly as Harry slowly accepted the fact that she would never let him slip back into how he used to handle his problems. Harry looked at the twins again before asking them if they had any questions. The troublesome pair looked at each other and seemed to have a conversation that only they could hear. After a few minutes, they turned as one. Fred spoke for the pair. "How did you summon Ron's wand away from him, and could you teach us? That would be wicked fun to do to others. Think of the mayhem we could cause." Both got whimsical looks on their faces as they drifted off into their own land of mischief. Tonks answered, "Willpower and intent. Magical ability can help, but you must have the other two to stand a chance." "Well, Harry has all three and then some," Fred said sadly. "Poor bloke is destined to be the next Dumbledore." "Nice knowing you, mate," George consoled. "Alas, you were so young and had such a bright future ahead." "Gits," Harry quipped jokingly as the tension faded. He was about to leave via the back door when the other reason he was there came to mind. "You guys need potion supplies pretty often, right?" "You bet your arse we do," both intoned. "Someone from Arnott's Potions and Supplies should be meeting with you soon," Harry told them. "If he doesn't show in the next week, let me know as soon as you can." "No problem, Harry." The couple bid the twins goodbye and snuck out the back into an empty alley. Tonks told him that they should probably go to the Ministry now, and then Hogwarts last. Together, they apparated to the team room to find one person waiting for them. He sat in the corner with his hands folded in his lap in deep thought. Harry felt the man's presence and drew his wand instantly. They hadn't bothered to put their hoods up since Harry had decided to tell Cal who he really was anyway after Horace told he had figured it out. The man in the corner of the room watched the wand with interest before clearing his throat. "It all makes sense, you know," Cal said calmly. He looked from Tonks to Harry before leaning out of the shadows and revealing his unhooded face. "I never would have guessed you were Harry Potter, but who else could have had Horace all giddy like he was? The only person ever to have survived the killing curse. The only one to have seen you-know-who, fought him, and lived to fight him again as many times as you have. I knew Seps was good from the first day, but I always thought you were lucky." Harry swallowed before asking, "And what did you decide I was, good or lucky?" Cal laughed heartily. "Oh, you are both, Seps. You are both and then some. You have proven your skill here faster than anyone else I have seen before. You have earned everything you have by showing us what you are made of. I may be twice your age and then some, but I could never hold that against you. You might be used to your fame getting you things whether you like it or not, but here we earn them. And you have done that on your own merits." "Well, you know who I am, but I don't know who you are," Harry posed. "Harold Fenwick," Cal said. "My brother was killed by the Death Eaters the first time around. I had no family left after he died, so I offered to move from the research side to ours. I was just getting into it when you took that bastard down the first time. After that, I learned to relax and enjoy my life and work in equal parts. I may not have your intensity, but I hope I offer enough to hold up my end. I do have one question for you, though. How do you stand up to that thing so easily?" "Voldemort," Harry asked, receiving confirmation. "Who else would bother if I don't? They all look to me to show them how, so I do it. I really don't have a choice in the matter anyway." Cal took in Harry's words, nodding as he processed them. "If that is how you get through the day, then who am I to say different? Well done last night. She deserved worse than she got, you know." Harry bowed his head once before looking into Cal's eyes. "I know, but I still killed a person." "Never give up on your humanity, Harry," Cal spoke softly. "Without compassion, you will become like him. It is an honor to be on your team." Cal smiled at Tonks and clasped his hands together. "I am glad you finally found one who treats you well, Tonks. You have never looked so happy in all the years I have known you." "There is a good reason for that, Fen." Tonks smiled and leaned against Harry. "He makes me happy." "Glad to hear it. We have the rest of the week off while information is extracted from our new or reoccurring guests," Cal said before smiling and apparating away with a soft crack. "That went well," Harry said to the empty space where Cal had been standing seconds before. "He is a great man who has listened to me whine about my problems more than a few times," Tonks admitted. "I knew he would take things well. Kind of hard to work him up, really. So we only have Hogwarts left, and it is getting late in the afternoon." Harry dreaded the trip to Hogwarts. He knew that Tonks was going to learn something that might scare her away, but he hoped that it wouldn't. He also knew that the necessary meeting with Snape wasn't going to end well, since nothing ever did when the snarky professor was involved. "Do we need to see Horace before we leave?" Harry asked Tonks, hoping they didn't. He had to deal with far too many people in one day, and he wasn't close to being done yet. Tonks answered by sliding against him and giving him a soft, wet kiss on the lips before letting it linger longer than was needed. I'll take that as a no then. Exactly, Harry dear. To Hogwarts and then home for some fun. I still owe you for saving my life. Didn't you thank me last night? Harry asked as Tonks kissed him again. That, oh no, she said seductively, lightly playing with his hair. That was just me warming you up. It should take me all week to properly thank you for it. Harry went all fuzzy and vague as he thought about all the things Tonks hinted at by her statement. A few soft kisses on his neck brought him back to the present. Let's get this day over with so we can go home. In a flurry of magic, both apparated to an area just outside of Hogwarts grounds. With his judgment properly derailed, Harry hurried along the winding path to Hogwarts and two of the worst meetings of the day. As the couple, hand in hand, passed the gates and started up the hill to the entrance, Hagrid saw them. He walked over to them at a faster pace than he usually walked to catch up and keep even with them. In a hurry, awry. Yes, Hagrid. Actually, we are in a hurry, Harry forced out while he fought off images of Tonks in silk things and bubbles. What Harry is trying to say in his unique way is that we have a few things to take care of here before we go home, Tonks explained as she laughed at Harry, who pulled her along. I have to thank him for saving me last night, if you understand my meaning, Hagrid. Oh, Hagrid chuckled. Dawn let me slow you down then. I was young once. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry called over his shoulder. I will stop by the first chance I get when school starts. Tonks laughed the whole way to the school and through the doors before Harry came to a halt in the entranceway. The lightness that Tonks had fostered died immediately. She noticed Harry still as he squeezed her hand tighter. She managed to rub his back for a little while before he spoke. We should see Dumbledore first, Harry said in monotone. You might change your mind about me after that, and there is no reason delaying it at this point. Tonks couldn't believe how defeated Harry had become in such a short time. Nothing he could tell me would change my mind about you. Now stop being like this. You really let the small things get to you, Harry. Small things, yeah, Harry mumbled as they walked towards the office entrance. They had made it halfway when they were spotted by Peeves. He cackled in preparation for his attack before remembering Tonks' threat from earlier in the summer. He almost overcame his hesitation when he caught sight of Harry. The amount of determination that shone on the young man's face told the poltergeist that it wasn't the time to press his luck. Knowing of another target who was far more limited in his ability to get revenge, Peeves soared off in the direction of his next victim. As they reached the gargoyle, Harry started listing off sweets. As that list was exhausted, Harry switched to Weasley products. Tonks watched Harry become more frustrated as item after item got them nowhere. With a disgruntled growl, Harry stared the statue down. Oh, for Merlin's sake, open already. I don't have all day to keep guessing things. Mr. Potter, Minerva said from behind them. Professor, Harry replied without turning around. Did you know she was there? Tonks asked Harry. Yeah, Harry replied, waving his hand around as if it was nothing to speak of. She has been there for a few minutes listening to our guesses. Minerva inclined her eyebrow as she heard what Harry had said. How did you know I was here, Mr. Potter? I made a special effort to remain quiet. It's a gift, Professor, Harry said, losing patience and drawing his wand. If it won't open on its own, then I will open it the hard way. Potter, McGonagall scolded, put that away before you get into trouble. Conundrum. At Minerva's words, the statue began to swing away to reveal the ascending staircase. Not a sweet for once, Harry asked as he pulled Tonks onto the 5th step in the series as they ascended upwards. It is a reflection of his current mood, Potter, Minerva told him with a worried look. Please do what you can to alleviate that problem. That depends on him, Professor, Harry said before they disappeared up the tower, climbing ever closer to the headmaster's office. Harry turned to Tonks and kissed her on the mouth before running his hand along the side of her face. I know what you said before, but no matter what happens after you see it, know that I do love you. That is all I can ask. Harry stifled her comment with his finger by lightly laying it on her lips. Any further discussion was held as they reached the top of the tower, and the solid door swung open of its own accord. Inside the office, Harry saw Dumbledore sitting at his desk looking very weary and as old as his years. Fox sat on his perch crooning, as if it was the wind making the noise and not a phoenix. Harry held Tonks' hand as they entered the office before stopping in front of the ancient desk, holding a few destroyed silver trinkets and a pile of parchment on the opposite corner. They remained silent as Albus rubbed his face and adjusted his glasses. "Harry, Tonks, always a pleasure. The memory you spoke of is in the pensive, Harry. I believe you can show Tonks how it works if she isn't already familiar with one. I would like to speak with you both before you view the memory." Albus paused before adding, "If you would be so kind." Harry took a breath and nodded his affirmation before sitting in a rather wide and comfortable chair that was behind him. A second chair was next to his, and Tonks ended up settling herself in it after pushing it against Harry's. All seated and mildly comfortable, Albus looked out the window as he formulated his questions. Harry found that his recent frustration with the old man's constant delays wasn't present. He read the headmaster's face and movements, and could tell that he was really thinking and not stalling as usual. Breaking the silence, Albus posed his first question. "Are you truly safe wherever you have been living?" Harry heard the desperation in the question asked and felt compelled to be confident in his response. "I am perfectly safe, Professor. I have Tonks, Jules, Ticky." Harry laughed slightly before continuing. "Dobby and Paul to look out for me. I have never felt safer in my life as far as I can remember." Albus inclined his head obviously in thought again. "Who are Jules, Ticky, and Paul?" Seeing no danger in answering, Harry offered the truth. "Griffin, Elf, Ticky and Paul served my family before they went into hiding." Albus laughed after a few seconds. "What?" Harry asked with interest. "Something your father always told me privately when your family's safety was brought up. He always told me that I may have Gryffindor house, but he had a griffin at his house. After puzzling for a few months on that, I chalked it up to his mischievous ways having one over on me. Little did I know then. How I miss him. He was always good for a mental puzzle. Once I finished figuring out one of his riddles or stories, he would give me another. Not to discount him or his abilities, but I am confident that your mother thought them up in the first place. She was the crafty one in that relationship. She had a flair for style, too. Minerva misses her greatly. I know they worked on projects together from her 4th year on. A mind like Ms. Granger she had." Harry absorbed the information like a sponge. He reveled in the stories that included his parents and how they were from day to day. Harry gripped Tonks' hand tightly, willing her to help him keep his emotions in check. "I am truly sorry for keeping so many things from you, Harry," Albus said painfully. "I only wanted to save you from the pain of learning how wonderful they were to end up knowing only their memory. I know that you wanted to know everything, but I felt it was too harmful for you. My concern for you overshadowed my objectivity. Painful or not, you deserve to know them in whatever way I could provide you. I promise to change that this year. I will be available to you in my free time, and if that isn't good enough, I will make time." Harry could see the honesty in Dumbledore's words, and on his face as he smiled sadly at him. With a nearly broken voice, Harry thanked him for the offer with a promise to hold him to it. The entire time, Tonks held his hand and rubbed it lightly. "If I may be so bold," Albus prefaced carefully, "how close are you and Miss Tonks?" Harry looked at Tonks and smiled a heartfelt smile. "Close enough, Professor. I took a life to save hers, and I would do it again without hesitation. I hope you understand that." Tonks matched his smile and leaned against him as well as she could. "I see that you have both found someone that you care about. I am happy for each of you. I know Ms. Tonks' life has not been easy finding someone who wanted to know the real person beneath the surface. I also have an idea of how bad it has been for you, Harry." Albus raised his hand, halting Tonks' objection. "But I will not claim to know it well or in detail. So much of your past has been kept concealed from me. You did some of that yourself, but most of it falls on my head for not being more watchful. Again, I apologize for that as much as you will let me." "It has been difficult," Harry admitted while watching Albus carefully. He saw the man look down and wither slightly before his eyes. "So much to repair from my mistakes," Albus hung his head in shame. "I can only hope you will allow me to try and repair those mistakes. I know I can never fix them completely, but I wish for the opportunity to try." Harry felt the sincerity in his words and looked to find Tonks frowning. She patted Harry's hand lightly as she looked at him, looking up. Hope for so many things shone in her eyes. "Professor," Harry began slowly as Albus met his eyes. "I am still here, aren't I?" The wise wizard smiled a wide smile in answer. "You have grown into the best possible person you could have, Harry. Let no one tell you different." Albus shared his smile with Tonks before folding his hands and becoming more like his old self. "With a good base to build from, I hope you will honor me with additional answers. Feel free to refuse if you must, but the more information I have, the better." Harry nodded but added one caveat. "That works both ways, Professor." He received a nod in answer. "How much magic have you done over the last few weeks?" Harry smirked before answering. "Enough to hold my own, sir." "How have you done so undetected?" Another smirk and a smarter remark. "I believe Amelia asked the same question, and my answer hasn't changed since this morning." "The Potter in you comes out," Albus quipped. "How many spells are you proficient in?" "Enough to get by in everyday life, and probably more to fight a few battles, should the need arise," Harry said evenly, finding some enjoyment in the banter. "And there is the spark that Lily always brought into a conversation." Albus looked at Fawkes before turning back to Harry. "The fight last night wasn't the first one of the summer, was it?" Harry's smile deepened as he formulated his response. "I had to protect myself from the Dursleys once or twice, so no, it wasn't." "Have you fought with any Death Eaters this summer other than last night?" "Why, of course I have," Harry offered. "I have fought with Snape on multiple occasions. We never had an order meeting without one." Albus returned Harry's smirk. "Is Professor Snape the only Death Eater you have fought with?" "Asked and answered, Professor. Please move on to something else." "How many spells can you cast wandlessly?" Harry began counting, but stopped after he reached 6. "I will say that I know enough to get by. I have to keep some surprises, don't I?" Albus laughed outright on Harry's answer. "You have done nothing but, Harry. It is one surprise after another, and they just keep getting bigger. The Ministry, your financial situation, not to mention your activity involving the purchase of companies out from under the Death Eaters, your unwavering determination in everything you have attempted this summer, and Ms. Tonks as well, just to name a few. I know there are more, and you are greedily holding them back." "I do what I can, Professor," Harry said, simply causing Tonks to laugh. "That you do, Harry." Albus rubbed his hands together like an eager child awaiting a present. "How have you increased your use of magic to the degree you have achieved?" Harry weighed his choices before giving away some of the truth. "Tonks took the time to explain magic to me. The whole thing about willpower, intent, and magical ability made sense after I thought about it for a while. She used my past experiences to explain the different parts to me." "A personalized lesson in magic?" Albus queried in an offhanded way. "Things make more sense now, but let me see if I have some of it figured out. Obviously, the place you are living has ancient wards preventing the detection of magic use. Tonks has used that opportunity to teach you to harness your magical potential. As such, you are afforded the chance to practice said magic and learn how it all works in relation to everything else. It is obvious that you have been practicing, because there is no way you could have done what you did last night without knowing your own limits with all of those spells. Many are beyond Hogwarts completely, and we are not likely to teach the bone-exploding curse to 6th years. The students are far too emotionally driven for that to be safe." Harry looked at the headmaster and smiled in a childlike way. "And then what happens?" The glee was contagious, and Tonks soon joined him in fits of laughter. "And there is your godfather showing his influence." Albus hung his head and couldn't help but shake it from side to side in a defeated way. "I told your parents that you were impressionable from a young age, and they should keep an eye on you. Sirius always did make promises of corrupting you when they weren't looking. He would be happy to know it worked." Harry regained control of himself and pulled Tonks into his lap, where she happily found a comfortable spot to sit. "You are forgetting what this wonderful creature has done in the last few weeks. She is the real corruption, Professor." Tonks smiled impishly and shrugged, not even bothering to deny her role. "And I would do it again in a heartbeat, Harry. You were always too serious and didn't laugh enough. I am proud of what I accomplished." Harry hugged her and couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Sorry, Professor, but you can see how she has messed with my mind. She is nothing but trouble. And you love every second, Tonks challenged. Go ahead and try to deny it. Why would I? Harry asked, staring her down playfully. This has been the best summer yet. Albus sat back and watched the two banter back and forth as if he wasn't there. It warms my heart to see you happy, Harry. It really does. Now on to school-related items. I received your class selection, and I was rather surprised by the fact that you didn't take Minerva up on her offer to get you into potions. Could you explain to me why? My career choices have changed, Professor. Thanks to a little prodding from someone, I am looking at Quidditch as a real option instead of only a dream. Otherwise, I have my holdings to manage, hence the business class I selected. And the only way Snape would let me into his class would be if he got something really big, and the last thing I want is to give him anything he wants. Professor McGonagall deserves better than to deal with him for me. Besides, I loathe to spend another minute in a classroom with that man. He hates me more than anyone else in the world, and I can't take the high road on this one. I hate him as well. Avoiding him makes the best option as far as I see it. That makes sense to me, but politics. You have always seemed resistant to dirtying your hands with politicians. I blame Tonks. She made me do it. Harry pointed at her as she kept her place in his lap. You put up such a fight over it too, Tonks mocked. If you have done anything this summer, it is proving you have a gift for politics. If you still don't believe me, what has happened this summer that you haven't had a hand in? Name me one thing, mister. Harry tried hard to think of any. Minister, Gringotts, the Order, being an unspeakable all came to mind, but he couldn't say anything about the last one. Harry looked at her, almost consenting before looking at Dumbledore for help. He received none. Don't look at me, Harry, Albus threw his hands up. As you have shown to me, I know very little about your summer and their goings-on. And of what I do know, I would have to side with Miss Tonks on this one. Harry grimaced at him and his lack of help. A word to the wise, Harry. I found that agreeing with determined women is usually easier than fighting them. You have used that skill many times in your friendship with Hermione, I believe. Harry looked to Tonks and saw her wearing a triumphant look. Bollocks! Tonks held her hands up in victory and did a little dance proclaiming her win. Harry responded by tickling her until she collapsed into him. Ah, youth, Albus smiled fondly before checking his watch. I feel that our meeting has pretty much come to an end. As a frequent visitor to the hospital wing, I am sure you know how stringent Poppy can be with visiting hours. I believe your primary reason for coming here has yet to be resolved, and the hour is growing late. I urge you to see Professor Snape before you leave, Harry. He looked rather preoccupied the last time I saw him. Harry sighed and hugged Tonks tightly before standing up and bringing her with him over to the pensive. Do you know how they work, Nymph? Yes, I have used one before, Tonks said, watching Harry the whole time. What is such a big deal about this memory? It is the prophecy that everyone was protecting last year, Harry told her. It has to do with me and Voldemort. You deserve to know the truth about it. Tonks rubbed Harry's arm and cheek. It won't change anything, Harry. You will still be the same person. Watch it and then tell me that, Harry said sadly and motioned to the basin. With a smile, Tonks stuck her head in the basin and fell into the memory. Harry watched her body for movements or tension. He saw her clench her hand, so he reached out and held onto it. She clamped her hand tightly onto his but never left the memory. As the minutes ticketed by, Harry waited very impatiently. When Tonks pulled her head from the magical device, she wiped a tear away from her eye with her free hand before turning around and asking Dumbledore, "Is that an accurate prophecy?" "Yes, it is," came the saddened reply. Tonks turned to Harry, who hoped she wouldn't leave him out of fear. Tonks took a step towards Harry and took a deep breath before pulling her hand free. Harry feared the worst, but it never came. She placed her hands on either side of his fretful face and made him look her directly in the eyes. With a strong voice, Tonks said, "Nothing changed, Harry. I still love you." She gave him a passionate kiss before looking in his eyes again. "All it means is that you have to beat him. I always thought you could do it, and now I know you can. You can be such a silly man about things sometimes." Harry pulled her into a searching embrace. He felt her words in his soul and knew she meant them. He knew she believed in him, but for the first time he believed it too. The challenge before him didn't seem so insurmountable anymore. Things look easier when you aren't alone. Tonks kissed him while Albus sighed. They always look easier when you have your friends and family around to help. He waited until the couple separated from each other at their own pace. As such, Harry, I will not interfere with any, how should I say this, liaisons you may involve yourself in this coming year. When Harry eyed him skeptically, Albus elucidated. I know about most things that happen in this castle, Harry. Not all I will grant you, but most. I have always taken a wait-and-see approach on most matters, and this will be no different. With a boyish smirk that belied his true age, Albus finished. I have teachers for a reason. Let them chase the students around the castle trying to catch them out of bounds. I am far too old to be doing that any longer. In nearly a whisper the headmaster expelled. The Weasley twins were the best show around since your parents and their friends. Harry couldn't help but laugh, and Tonks happily joined him. Now, I believe a rather surly instructor is hopping for a visit, Harry. Please try to be accommodating. Harry let the mirthful feelings he had fade into his memories before putting up his mental shields. I promise nothing, but I will go down there to hear what he has to say. That is all I can ask of you, the old man said. I fear that his hate will never completely leave him in this lifetime. It has been a wonderful time with you both. Thank you for giving a chance to make amends, Harry. I will use every day to show you that I am trying to help. Harry offered his hand and accepted Dumbledore's in a shake. I look forward to seeing that, sir. Good evening. Tonks and Harry left the tower and walked to the hospital wing. Once they arrived, Harry prepared for every kind of battle Snape had waged in the past. Here goes nothing, then. Harry led the way into the wing with Tonks at his side. They found only one bed occupied at the far end opposite from Harry's normal location when he found himself under Pomfrey's care. The dark, greasy hair of the potions teacher stood out among the stark white sheets of the bed. The man seemed to be resting and didn't move when Harry drew near. The hospital top Snape wore had a thin red line wrapping around his midsection. A noise at the end of the room caught Harry's attention. He turned to see Poppy coming out of her room holding a gauze pad and a wash basin with a bottle of reddish-green potion in it. Mr. Potter, Miss Tonks, Poppy said. I understand that my patient has been asking to see you. I advised against it, but the headmaster overruled me as long as the professor still wishes to see you. You will have to wait while I dress his wound, though. It won't heal properly, and the cut was so very deep. I still haven't heard who or what did this. Harry remained quiet, as did Tonks, while Poppy pushed the gown up and cleaned it before vanishing the soiled gauze already in place. She poured the potion into the basin, removed an unseen cloth, and began to clean the wound methodically. A hiss and pop from the razor-thin cut sounded in the room. Harry watched as his most hated teacher remained perfectly still during the process. Enjoying yourself, Potter, Snape bit out between clenched teeth. Harry caught his eyes and held them while showing no emotion to what was going on around them. Not particularly, Snape. That is Professor Snape, Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape growled. It is Mr. Potter to you, Harry countered. 10 points from Slytherin. See, I can do that too. It is Summer, Snape, or did you hit your head too? I should. You should what? Harry challenged. That is it, Poppy said forcefully. I will not have you disturbing my patient, Mr. Potter. Leave me be, Poppy, Snape barked. This has been a long time coming, and I am not going to miss the opportunity. Remain silent. Poppy huffed, but let the nasty man have his say. She knew he wouldn't listen to her anyway, since he had yet to do so in all his years. Come to finish me off, Potter. Would you like me to, Snivellis? Harry inclined his eyebrow. I see that your shield blocked most of the effects. Lucky for you it was there, or you might have ended up in 2 pieces. So you admit to trying to kill me, boy. I admit to trying to save myself and everyone else from a Death Eater attack. It is not my fault you happened to be wearing your cloak at the time. You did attack us, and you were, therefore, my enemy. You got what happens to those who threaten my friends. All things considered, you got off rather easy. Harry pointed at the long cut across Snape's stomach as proof. Bellatrix didn't make it in case you forgot certain parts on last night. Oh no, Potter. I remember you killing Lestrange. By the way, how are you doing with that? You know, being a killer and all. Tonks ran her hand over Harry's back before he answered. I am doing rather well with it, actually. Tonks lived, she died. A fair trade, if I must say. In the future, you would do well to stay away from those I care about. I might just finish what I started. Would be a shame to leave things unfinished now, wouldn't it? The threat hung in the air like the odor of the potion, still working away on Snape's abdomen. Poppy gasped as she heard Harry's words and felt the air drop in temperature. She was about to stop everything until she saw Snape. He was actually scared. The man who worked with the most evil person in the entire magical world looked frightened. You would like that, wouldn't you, Potter? Not in the least, but no one threatens my friends, Harry spoke with a deathly calm to his voice. Tonks is much more than a friend, and you would do well to remember that. Hurt her, and Voldemort will look like a picnic compared to what I will do. That is a promise. I am done losing loved ones to him or his followers. Never forget that. Snape fought to regain his composure, but he had a terrible time doing it. The fire in Harry's eyes and his voice struck right to the core of the potion's master. Playing the only card he had left, Snape used it. I know who you are, Potter. All the trouble you have caused this summer. The people you have been hanging out with, particularly at night or in the woods or maybe even in alleyways. Snape had hoped to rattle Harry some, but it failed miserably. Madame Pomfrey. I believe that Snape is experiencing some pain. Maybe you should go and get him a potion for it. Snape saw Harry tuck his wand away as Poppy stood and moved back to her office without a word. Once they were alone, Harry became even more terrifying. It was you. Every time it was you who got away at the end. How? Harry let his word hang before finishing. Annoying. Think what you want, Snape. You won't remember a word of it in the next few minutes. Snape strained to pull his wand from its place next to his leg. When he began raising it to strike at Harry, the wand flew from his hand and landed neatly in Harry's before being tossed over his shoulder carelessly. Only Dumbledore saved you from suffering at the hands of the unspeakables. They would love to get certain information out of you, but you were protected. Thing is, I am at the end of my tolerance for you, Severus, and I will not allow you to be protected next time. Snape looked from Harry, as he stepped back from the bed, to Tonks, who had her wand trained on him. The last thing he saw was a white flash, and the last thing he heard was, "Obliviate." You will forget everything about the unspeakables and how it pertains to Harry Potter, Tonks ordered. You will remember the battles, but not know who it was you were fighting. You will remember Harry cursing you in the alley last night, and every time you see him, you will remember that he is not someone to fuck with. I saved your life that night by asking Harry to spare you, but he should have finished it. Tonks put her wand away as Snape's eyes regained their focus. He scowled when he saw both of them, but his face faltered when he looked at Harry, and his arm moved to protect his stomach. Good evening, Snape. I guess I will see you on the first then, Harry said formally, before wrapping an arm around Tonks and pulling her towards the exit. Tonks gave Snape an evil stare before melting into Harry as they left the room. Poppy returned at that moment with a vial of pain reliever. She watched Harry and Tonks leave while holding the potion out for her patient. I suggest you steer clear of Mr. Potter this year, Severus. For some reason, I get the feeling that he is a different person now. Severus grabbed the vial and downed it without hesitation. His arm moved back to protect his stomach unconsciously. I hate to agree with you, but I get the same impression. Snape went asleep that night slightly confused and trying to figure out what had happened. Every time his thoughts turned to Potter, he wrapped his arm a little tighter around himself. The couple walked out of the hospital wing hallway and headed back to the main doors. As they descended the stairs, Dumbledore was hurrying up them. When he saw the pair, he slowed to a stop. What happened? He was worried and tense as he looked over Harry intently. We had a discussion, Harry told him as a slight scowl appeared on his face. Snape was as pleasant as ever, but I didn't do anything to him. Last I saw, Madame Pomfrey was giving him a potion for the pain. Is that so? Albus asked, looking confused. Remember that I know about most things that happen in this school, Harry. And with all the students gone, I can focus my attention from the many onto the few. Would you like to try that again? The headmaster role Albus had filled for years was shining brightly as he interrogated Harry about the events of only minutes ago. Knowing what was happening and not really caring, Harry smiled. Nothing bad happened, Professor. If you think something happened, just ask me what it is you really want to know. You will never know until you ask." Albus watched Harry's posture and knew he was going to get nothing out of the young man. Harry had proven he was capable of withholding information if he wanted, and no one was going to pull it out of him against his will. A glance at Tonks showed the same thing, even though extracting the information would be easier than with Harry. The retribution that would follow would destroy any chance of a peaceful alliance. Knowing the objective was lost, Albus submitted. "He is well, at least." "As well as when we showed up," Harry provided. "He still hates me, and that is fine. I will say that we should be kept separate this year, though. I get the feeling that our hatred of each other has reached new levels that even you will find too hard to overcome. Keep him on a short leash and I will stay away." "I will do my best, Harry," Albus said, "but he is his own person. I cannot control him completely." Harry tilted his head away from Tonks, who remained attached to him in an embrace. "As am I. Only I will fight back this year whether you want me to or not. I will stand up to him no matter what will happen to me. I am not afraid of him, and he knows that now." Albus sighed. "I will try, Harry. That is all I can promise you." "I am glad to see you aren't overreaching on this," Harry pointed out. "I don't expect everything, just an effort." Harry nodded before squeezing Tonks. "We really should get home. I know a few elves who will yell at me for not eating a proper dinner on time." Harry, with Tonks, resumed their course down the stairs and out the door. They followed the path off Hogwarts grounds and apparated home. As predicted, Harry was met with one stern elf holding a plate of food for Tonks and a bouncy elf trying to keep the food from hitting the floor. Once the meal was eaten, Harry and Tonks retired to their room after a long, stressful day. Harry rubbed his head, trying to release the tension that had built as the day progressed. "Not for your thoughts, Harry. Just wondering how much worse tomorrow will be than today." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about tomorrow," Tonks said before a smirk grew on her face. "Think of what you have to look forward to on the train ride back to Hogwarts. That should be what you are worrying about." Harry answered with a groan and put both of his hands over his eyes and rubbed them hard. The weight on the bed shifted, but Harry didn't look to see why Tonks moved. When he finished rubbing, Harry pulled his hands away and opened his eyes. As the stars faded and the colors returned to normal, he saw Tonks removing her shirt and tossing it onto her cloak, which was already piled on the floor. "Do you need something to take your mind off of things?" she asked in a seductive tone. Harry smiled with a hint of primal urge to it. "Yes, please." "So easy to distract." Tonks unfastened her pants and moved to Harry. She put her hands on either of his shoulders and forced him back on the bed while devouring his mouth with hers. She kissed him forcefully and drove her tongue into his mouth. Harry responded instantly, all weariness forgotten, and brought his hands up to her sides before sliding them lower to push her pants over her bum and down her thighs. She wiggled them off and worked on freeing Harry from his clothing as well. Her bra ended up across the room, and her knickers crumpled into a small pile after they landed near the foot of the bed. Harry's clothes flew off of him as fast as ever, and soon the two were throwing the covers off the bed in their frantic attempts to reach the soft sheets underneath. Harry and Nymphadora, exhausted and satisfied, collapsed into a heap, gasping for breath. Once their heart rates had slowed enough, they curled up together and went to sleep, dreaming of endless hours doing the same things over and over. 19. Goodbyes. The sun crept over the horizon as the new day showed itself to the people of Britain. Most Muggles were leaving their nice, orderly homes and climbing into their cleanly washed vehicles to battle the other commuters doing the exact same thing. Horns would honk, people would become agitated, words were spoken in anger, and yet the sun still ascended into the sky as light, fluffy clouds slowly drifted to the east. The magical world was stirring as well. Witches and wizards were leaving their eccentric homes for work or sitting down to breakfast with their children a few last precious times before they returned to Hogwarts for another year. Hesitant laughter could be heard as parents worried about their own. They worried about each other as the mother and father of fortunate families made eye contact. The future was so unknown, and fear was running rampant. As the noise of flying owls and various chirps or screeches were heard in magical kitchens everywhere, a guilty cheer went up. Letters were written, flu calls were made, and visits were planned as the news spread. One family in particular cracked open the finest bottle of champagne they had on hand and rejoiced as revenge had finally been achieved even if they hadn't needed it. When Tonks rolled over, the sun pained her eyes enough that she groaned. As she prepared herself for the act of opening her eyes, Nymphadora stretched out her arms and legs feeling for the man next to her. She found the comforting feel of flesh and curled into it eagerly. Finally, her eyes fluttered open, and she saw the puffy clouds lazily roll by the window. "Beautiful day today." Harry heard her words and sighed while pulling her close to him. "That only means something bad will happen, Nymph." "Bright ray of sunshine you are," Tonks chided. "Care to set my hair on fire too while you are being so cheery? Might make for a nice distraction to your optimistic view of the day." "I am just saying." Harry tried to fix the mood, but was stifled by Tonks' lips on his. "Hush, you sexy thing," Tonks scolded before attacking him. The events of that night were still on her mind, and she owed her life to Harry. The more she thought about it, the more Tonks became attracted to him. There is no turn-on better than having your life saved by a sexy man. When Harry's mind caught up, he processed what had been said. What if I had been ugly? Tonks laughed into his neck as she nuzzled him. "Thank Merlin that didn't happen." "No, really," Harry pressed. "I might have given you a kiss and left it at that," Tonks joked. "Not as much fun as shagging your brains out, is it?" Harry answered the only way he could in his hopeful state of mind. "Nope." The playful banter and kissing continued until Hedwig appeared in the room. She bore a few letters and a copy of the Prophet and a bored and slightly annoyed stare for Harry. He shook his head and tried to coax her down to him. She resisted his efforts by continuing her glare. Harry wasn't really motivated to read what he had been sent since he had noticed the edge of the Daily Prophet, but called her down anyway. Relenting, Hedwig puffed out her chest once and finally flew to Harry. He removed the burden and flipped through them. He kept the letter from Hermione and Ginny on his side of the bed before dropping the paper and another letter into Tonks' lap. As expected, Ginny wanted to know how he was doing and asked him to stop at their house as soon as he could. She mentioned something about Mrs. Weasley worrying about him, but Harry knew that she wasn't the only one in the house thinking about his well-being. Hermione's was very businesslike and couldn't have been more direct and to the point than if Horace had written the letter for her. Harry was instructed to visit and prove that he wasn't depressed. With a chuckle, he got out of the bed and walked to the loo in search of a toothbrush. It was one Muggle habit that he hadn't resorted to using magic in the place of. "Ginny and Hermione need a visit, and soon if I read the letters correctly," Harry stated as he entered the bathroom. "The Prophet published the fact that Bellatrix is dead, finally," Tonks told him with a smirk. "With cause unknown, Bellatrix Lestrange was reported dead late Sunday evening while attempting to subvert the magical community. The Ministry has been tight-lipped about how she died and where she was found. All we know is that you-know-who's most vicious Death Eater is no longer a threat to us." "I guess Marcus decided that her death should be made public," Tonks pondered. "It might help us fight them if everyone knows they aren't invincible." Harry grunted in response as he exited the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth. Tonks smiled and flipped the page. A humongous smile grew on her face as she flipped a few pages in quick succession. "We made the paper, dear." Harry scowled and sucked back in some of the toothpaste that had managed to escape his mouth. "They are wonderful pictures, too. My rear looks quite perky in most of them, and we are either holding hands or kissing. I am keeping this copy for my scrapbook." Harry had retreated back into the cold confines of the bathroom and spit out the used toothpaste. "Scrapbook." "Of course a scrapbook," Tonks called out to him. "I may not act like a girl all that often, but I have my moments and us in the paper is one of those moments." "Bloody women," Harry huffed quietly as the ramifications rolled around in his head. "I heard that, mister," Tonks yelled good-naturedly. Harry expected the comment and let it slide. If he was in trouble, he would find out shortly. As he cleaned his face and had a quick shave, Harry noticed the lack of noise coming from Tonks. "Nymph!" He left the bathroom and found Tonks staring at the other letter he had given her. She ignored him and stared at the letter in her hands with her mouth open and her eyes bugging out noticeably. "Nymphi." "My parents want to meet you," Tonks told him, still in shock. "Today, no exceptions." She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. You cursed the day, you know that, with all your negative emotions. How bad can it be, nymph? Harry said before he thought it over. Oh, shite. Oh, shite is right, Tonks added. You are going to meet the parents of the girl you have been sleeping with. But that is nothing compared to the fact that I am going to be meeting my parents after they found out, from the prophet no less, that I have been dadding you. I am in for it. It won't be that bad, nymph. Harry tried to convince her, although if pressed he would admit that it was himself he was trying to convince. Now who is singing a different tune? Tonks asked, and then answered her own question with a frown. Both of us. Damn clouds and sun, why can't it be dark and dreary like I feel? A quiet breakfast was eaten as Tonks laid out the plan for the day. They were going to visit Hermione first, then the Weasleys, and finally the Tonkses. If we work this just right, we can stop in after dinner and be out of there in less than 2 hours. My mum might corner us by then, but not if we keep moving. The trick is to use my dad as a shield for my mum. For the most part, you should be safe since you are. I am a dead woman, though, if she gets her way. They can't be worse than the Dursleys, Harry contrasted. I think we will be safe enough. Harry's fear had lessened to the point that his anticipation of meeting Tonks' parents took over. He was going to meet her family, a magical family that wasn't the Weasleys. Harry had always learned something when meeting magical people. Sometimes the things were good, sometimes they were bad. With his broom shrunk and tucked into his pocket, Harry and Tonks apparated to Hermione's, or at least the park nearby. They walked around watching the children play and laugh with each other. A few parents followed Tonks' movements closely as her pink hair stood out among the normal colors of everyone else. They crossed the street, and with a thought, Harry saw Hermione's house appear before him. As they approached the stoop, Harry steeled himself for the barrage of questions that he was going to be inundated with. A quick knock on the door and sounds from inside told Harry that at least 2 people were home. When the door opened, Harry saw Jane and greeted her warmly. They had just entered the house when hurried steps were heard above them. "Mum," Hermione yelled, "don't open the door until I get there. They could be Death Eaters." Just as a pair of feet rushed down the stairs and the tip of a wand angled towards the door, Harry spoke out. "I doubt many Death Eaters would knock and wait for someone to answer the door, Hermione." Once the bushy-haired girl saw the pair, her anxiousness evaporated and was replaced by a genuine smile. In an efficient way and a sincere tone, she answered, "Constant vigilance, Harry." Harry nodded to her and couldn't help but agree with the statement. At least you didn't curse first and then figure out if we were dangerous. Hermione finished descending the stairs and pulled Harry into a hug. She looked at Tonks and sighed when the other woman smiled and nodded in answer to the unasked question. "I may be a little paranoid, but I haven't become like Moody yet." Releasing Harry, she looked him in the eyes. "How are you doing, and don't tell me you are fine. I am not going to let you get away with that one this year. If I have to curse you into a stupor to get an honest answer, I will. I can brew Veritaserum if I must." Harry held his arms up and retreated back to Tonks' side. "I am fine, Hermione. Only this time I mean it. Tonks has helped me with my normal way of reacting to these kinds of things, and I am doing much better. I had to make a choice, and I made the right one. I don't know, at peace with it." Hermione looked at Tonks and saw her confirmation of Harry's statement. "Far too young to comment about such a thing being common," Jane said, looking sad and worried. She reached out and ran her hand against the side of Harry's face. "Far too young." Harry lowered his head before speaking. "It is what it is, and I have to live on. I will not let them dictate my life with their form of terror. I will not let them win even that much." Hermione smiled. "That is the Harry we need. Never give up, never give in." The visit with the Grangers was short and compressed, since Harry knew the Weasleys were going to take much of his day. The sheer number of them led him to expect an all-day affair with the possibility of crying, and with any luck, Quidditch. With a wave and a smirk, Harry and Tonks drifted across the street in front of Hermione's home and apparated to the Weasleys. Harry had suggested the back garden for safety and some level of concealment. Prior to disapparating, Tonks told him that the ward over the Weasleys had been keyed to let the both of them through. "It lets us in whether it is by apparition or portkey. Easier than blocking each way separately, you know." Right," Harry responded before projecting himself into the back garden of the oddly shaped house. They appeared, one silently and one with a soft pop, and were met with a few screams and a couple wands pointed in their direction. "Nymph, down!" Harry ordered as he threw his body over hers and drew his wand, bringing it to bear on the people aiming at him. "It's only Harry," a female voice yelled, putting her hand and wand in the air. "Harry, you surprised us," Ginny hurriedly said before spells started volleying about. From his position on the ground, covering Tonks completely and a spell rolling in his mind, Harry lowered his wand from the nearest target to him, Ron. Harry let out the breath he had inhaled and pushed the words of the spell out of his mind carefully. Ron stared wide-eyed at Harry's wand as the slight glow faded. "Bloody hell," Ron uttered, mind blank. Molly didn't scold her youngest son for the curse, as she was completely taken aback by Harry's reaction and speed. What spell were you going to use, Harry?" Ron managed to ask as he settled back into the rickety chair he had been sitting in seconds before. A normal, large Weasley lunch sat on the table waiting to be consumed. Harry put the pieces together and guessed that the family had elected to take an early lunch in their back garden. His guess would explain why Molly, Ginny, and Ron were seated around the table, no more than a few feet from where they apparated in. "You don't want to know, mate." Humor me then," Ron asked lamely. Harry shook his head, but reluctantly answered his friend. "You wouldn't have the same problem as nearly headless Nick." "I wouldn't be dead." Harry looked away and pulled himself off of his girlfriend and helped her up. "You wouldn't be nearly headless," Harry said, quickly hugging Tonks once before trying to distract them all. "Great day for a picnic, isn't it?" Ginny joined him in attempting to move beyond the near disaster and joined them. She gave Harry a long hug before sharing a shorter one with Tonks. Molly had returned her wand to her apron slowly and stood in preparation to mother Harry to within an inch of his life. Ron used the seconds available to process what Harry had meant. "Oh, cock." "Ronald Weasley," Molly yelled. "You will not use that kind of language around your sister or me. You know better, young man." "Sorry, Mum," Ron said automatically, as if it was a common thing to say. "How did you get here?" Ginny asked when her mother elbowed her out of the way so she could reach Harry. Completely wrapped up in a Molly hug, Harry thought up a way to explain his appearance. When Molly moved back, she waited for an answer too. Harry looked at all of them nervously before averting his eyes to the ground in front of him. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, trying desperately to give an answer that didn't sound really stupid. A jab from Tonks' elbow spurred him on. "We apparated," Harry said quietly, and tried to start a different conversation. The matriarch was having none of it. "Excuse me, Harry, but did you say apparated?" Caught and stuck, Harry looked to Tonks for help and found her laughing at him. "Can duel Bellatrix and win, but you get all flummoxed when asked how you get around. Harry, Harry, Harry." The cute, pink-haired woman was given a playful scowl as Harry nodded in affirmation. "How can you apparate?" Ginny asked, ignoring his hesitation. "Tonks showed me," Harry responded. "It isn't all that hard to do, really. You just mentally project yourself where you want to be. It took me an afternoon to get the basics at, I think." Ron and Ginny eyed him eagerly, hopping for lessons on the skill, while Molly frowned like only a mother could. "You could have been splinched, not to mention that you aren't of age, and you could be expelled or even arrested for trying it without a license." "Molly," Tonks interrupted, "go on, Harry, show them." Shrugging, Harry apparated behind Ron and tapped him on the shoulder. Ron spun in his seat, causing the chair to creak dangerously before leaping to his feet and jumping backwards with his mouth hanging open. Harry disappeared and reappeared behind Ginny, who had turned around at the same time as Ron. He reached out and tickled Ginny's sides before vanishing and reappearing next to Molly. "See, Mrs. Weasley," Harry spoke softly as everyone focused on his new location. "No splinching, no letters, no trouble." Molly's hand had sprung to her chest in shock. "But you are silent. How can you be silent? You are only a child and just beginning to apparate." Harry looked to Tonks, who was wearing a knowing smile. "Molly, never underestimate Harry." "What's the big deal, Mum?" Ginny asked. "Can't Dumbledore apparate silently?" "Yes, he can, dear," Molly told Ginny. "And a few others in the world too, but Harry as well. Molly seemed a little apprehensive and had to fight against the realization she had just been let in on. Tonks placed her hand on the mother's shoulder and patted it gently. "Harry is still the same person you always tried to feed to the point of bursting, Molly." Tonks knew she needed to distract the woman quickly. "And he is also the man I have been spending the summer with." Tonks broke away from Molly after her last comment and herded the children back towards the table, ignoring the sputtering that was occurring behind her. Under her breath, Tonks whispered to Harry, "You owe me one for jumping in front of that train just now. She will hassle me all day long about corrupting you and being too old. As if I won't get enough of that when we see my mum later." Molly directed Harry into a spare seat at the table next to Ginny and pushed a freshly laden plate in front of him without saying a word. The order was obvious, and Harry complied, instantly, trying to appease the mother and save his girlfriend from touchy questions. The meal was eaten, and conversation was limited, as Molly spent most of her time just watching Harry. Ginny leaned in and asked about the Prophet article. Harry waved it off. "It will be old news in a day or two," Harry answered, finishing off his dessert. "I'm not worried." The intelligent redhead read between the lines and Harry's facial expression. "It is nothing you haven't dealt with before, Harry." "True, but they have pictures of us and so many people will talk about her being older," Harry worried. "In a few years no one would notice or care about our ages, but right now that will be all they see. I am happy and I care about her. Why can't they leave it at that?" "Harry," Ginny consoled him with a touch of humor to her voice, "you have never cared about what others think. Why start now?" "Because I'm not alone in this. She goes where I go." Harry looked across the table at Tonks, who was involved in a conversation or argument with Molly. "It is bad enough she is a target because she is with me, but now the rest of the magical world will notice her. She deserves better than that." Ginny shook her head and patted Harry's hand. "She has you. Doesn't get much better than that if you ask me." Ginny froze for a second before shrugging to herself and eating the last of her ice cream. Harry heard her words and, with his new level in understanding of women, took a chance to respond. "I'm sorry I never saw you as a potential girlfriend, Ginny. If it wasn't one thing or another, there was always the risk of losing your family if something bad happened between us. I had never had a family before." Ginny stopped him before he talked himself into trouble. "Harry, I am okay with it. You are happy and that is what I always wanted for you." Ginny looked at Tonks and her mum arguing over something and had a good idea what it was about. "Besides, you aren't married yet." She quirked her eyebrow at Harry as she moved her chair back and stood. "Care for some Quidditch? Such a great day to fly around." Harry took the opportunity to avoid dangerous territory and nodded his acceptance of the offer. "Mate, Quidditch," Harry called to Ron while he pulled out his shrunken broom and enlarged it. With a firm kickoff, Harry shot away from the ground as fast as his broom could take him. He soared over the treetops, scaring half a dozen birds who had also been enjoying the clear day until Harry happened. The feathered animals scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives from a partially possessed young man. Harry felt his heart lurch at the freedom and ease with which he flew. A few casual loops around rogue branches and a couple impromptu dives left Harry completely at peace with himself. A light breeze moved his hair as the sun warmed his exposed skin. A lazy cloud floated off near the horizon as Harry's eyes followed it. Much better than being stuck in an office doing paperwork, Harry figured out as he came to terms with his possible career choices. Definitely Quidditch. His daydream was cut short when a flittering golden ball zipped past his head en route to a location away from people. His eyes tracked the snitch until he was shouldered out of the way by another person. Catching his balance in time to prevent a fall, Harry refocused his concentration on the retreating back of a redhead pursuing the object. "Oh no, you don't, Weasley." As Tonks and Molly watched from the safety of the ground, Harry lowered himself to his broom and took off after Ginny as Ron ascended into the air to join them. "He loves flying so much," Tonks said. "He will be one of the best seekers the game has ever seen in a few years." With a sniffle, Molly answered, "If he makes it that long." Tonks turned and stared the woman down with a burning glare. "How in the hell can you say that?" Tonks ground out slowly. "There is so much against him," Molly wept. "There are so many people out to get him, Tonks. He has an entire side of this war after him. They want him dead. Harry, our sweet, loving, dear Harry. Tonks swallowed as her own fears were voiced out loud. She forced the dreadful images in her mind away. And that is why I refuse to let this summer be another in a series of shitty summers. I wouldn't let Dumbledore ruin it. I wouldn't let those pathetic muggles ruin it. I wouldn't let him ruin it. Losing Sirius almost broke him beyond recovery. If that had happened, there would be no reason to continue all of this. Molly brushed away the few tears that had escaped before she regained control of herself. What do you mean, Tonks? A moment's thought left Tonks scrambling for a response. What do you think Harry's future is in this thing? To sit on the sidelines and watch? Maybe plan a battle or two? Harry is a fighter. His entire life has been one fight after another, either for love and respect or his own precious life. The other day should have shown you what Harry is made of. Molly thought of the events of that night, her first real time thinking about them, and she puzzled for minutes on it. He was brilliant. He never let his guard down, not once. He killed that bitch with a little deception and quick thinking, Tonks finished for her. Harry is as soft and fragile as you know him to be, but corner him or threaten a friend, and he will strike with a terrible vengeance. I have worked with some of the most frightening and lethal individuals in the business, and I can say for a fact that Harry has no equal when adequately threatened. The fire in his eyes can sear your soul if you are against him. But you know who is. Molly stammered as she thought of how Harry could become the person Tonks was describing to her. Nothing compared to Harry, Tonks corrected. Voldemort may have all of the murderers and evil people in Britain on his side, but they can't compete with Harry. He has more heart in him than all the others combined. They fight for money and power. Harry fights for friends and those he loves. He might not have known for sure what love was before this summer, but he knows what it is now. You only have to look into his eyes and you can see it. I don't know. Drive inside of him is so great that we could never understand what it is like to be Harry Potter. What do you mean, Tonks? Molly asked, beginning to feel a little scared. Tonks turned away from watching Harry and looked Molly in the eyes. Have you ever seen someone who could only be described as intense? At Molly's nod, Tonks continued. That is Harry in everything he does, except for school, of course. He has too much of his father in him, so I hear. For that to happen, not to mention Hermione needs some balancing factor in her life, or we would lose her to the library forever. He is intense. He has such purpose when he is motivated. It drives me crazy when he is like that, if you get my meaning. Tonks, Molly scolded. He is only a boy and you are a woman. Still feeling playful, Tonks retorted. He is a man, Molly, and has been for a number of weeks now. Molly reacted as Tonks had hoped and looked ready to attack. The only thing that saved the aura were her next words. Harry relives his mother's death every time Dementors get near him. He saw Cedric killed in front of him. He saw Sirius die. He has faced Voldemort in person. Tonks sniffed once. He killed Bellatrix to save my life. You didn't see his eyes, Molly. They said so much to me in just a few seconds. He would have given himself to her in exchange for me. Me, I am nobody special. I am just a foolish little girl who got older and fell in love with Harry Potter. I'm so completely at a loss when it comes to him. He is not a boy at heart. Molly heard the young woman's words and couldn't help but try to soothe her. But you are someone special. Harry thinks the world of you. I may not agree with the age difference, but Harry has made his choice and I will support him as if he is my own child. How could I not? He saved my husband's life. He saved Ginny's life, bless him forever. He helped Ron grow up and the twins to never grow up. I still need to yell at him for that one. He is a member of this family, whether by name or not. He is loved by us all. I have seen the amount of love he has in him, Molly, Tonks said. I have felt it in my heart and my head. Harry cannot lose as long as he has that driving him. That night in the alley was the first time in his life that he told someone he loved them. He figured it all out right then. I saw him as he did it. The Imperius had nothing on him then, I can assure you of that. Molly listened and heard the intent behind Tonks' words. I watched him today when you arrived. He put himself between you and us without thinking. He did the same thing in the alley. He ran ahead and put himself between them and us. He is so selfless. I am worried about him doing it again and losing. He might have made it this long, but it can't last forever. I am afraid of him doing it one too many times. Harry will always do it, Molly, Tonks informed the worried mother. He cannot be stopped when someone he cares about is threatened. I said it before and I will say it again. Harry can do anything if properly motivated. I love him more than my own life. I owe him my life and I will gladly offer it to save him. Trouble is, Harry won't hear of it. He would tear through a legion of Death Eaters to save me, you, or any of your children, really. He knows what love is now and won't let it get away. He doesn't see what is safe or practical or in his best interests. Harry only sees what is right and not right. Oh, that silly boy is going to worry me to death, isn't he? Molly fretted. With all the love he can manage, Tonks prefaced. Yes, he knows no other way. And that is why I know he is going to survive this. He won't let it be any other way, and neither will anyone else around him. Do you know that he is the only guy, other than my father, to have seen the real me since I was 8? I learned early on to hide who I was behind my gift. Then one day, Harry asked to see what I really look like. It was such a direct and honest request that I showed him. For the first time since I learned about being a metamorph, I have spent more time these last few weeks in my normal form than with any adjustments, and I can't help it. He is such a dear, isn't he? Molly asked with a knowing smile. The pair went silent as they watched the children flying above them. Harry flew after Ginny on her third frantic chase for the snitch. Dodging a tree branch that appeared as Ginny cut a tight corner, Harry saw that she was chasing nothing. "Good try, Ginny," Harry shouted before spinning in place like a top and shooting off in the opposite direction. "I had you for a minute, Harry," Ginny called after him before he was out of earshot. The two had to avoid Ron on several occasions, as he did his best to chase after the elusive object. Ron's large body fit best in the keeper position he hoped to maintain for the upcoming season. Harry's increase in mass over the summer slowed him down a little, but it also made him harder to knock around while in flight. It was a fact that Ginny tested and discovered quickly when it was her spiraling out of control, and not Harry after a shoulder block during a particularly contact-heavy chase. For the 5th time, Ginny found her course altered as Harry drifted in front of her. "I used to be able to hold my own against you, but now I can't. What happened?" As Harry slowed slightly and let Ginny come up alongside of him, he thought up an answer. "This summer has been very productive, Ginny. It has been wonderful, all things considered." "Besides learning to apparate and other things," Ginny corrected before mentioning something best left unspoken. "What else have you been up to?" "This and that," Harry answered, searching for the snitch again since he had lost sight of it. "And how many of those things made it into the paper?" "Far too many," Harry replied, seeing a glint of gold on the other side of the clearing. "Sorry, Ginny." Harry took off, closing the distance with the object, and snatched it out of the air before his only real competition had made it halfway after him. "Bugger," Ginny said, turning to Ron. "Time to switch positions and give Ron something to do for a change." Ron had heard his sister's words and gave her a dirty look. "Oi, I heard that. You just try and get one past me." Ron changed his direction and flew over to the hoops they had fashioned. In a quick succession of moves, Ginny scooped up the quaffle, gave Ron a few false moves, and scored a shot in the lower left hoop. "You were saying, brother," Ginny challenged, wearing a smirk and pulling her hair back into a twist since her old one had fallen out from her aggressive flying with Harry. Ron bristled and accepted the challenge without hesitation. Harry saw the look the brother and sister had shared and knew he was only going to be a distraction for them, so he flew down to Molly and Tonks and accepted the glass of pumpkin juice that was put into his hand before his feet had even touched the ground. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." Harry was going to sit in another chair, but Tonks pulled him into hers and settled in his lap after he was comfortable. She placed a few soft kisses on his lips before hugging him tightly. "Love you." Harry felt his heart soar at the words. "Love you too." He held the beautiful woman in his arms and closed his eyes. He breathed in her scent and let it out, slowly enjoying the feel of her in his arms. He was having a great day. "I am happy for you, Harry, dear," Molly said from her seat next to them. "I still think you are too young for her, but if I learned anything from my own sons, it was that they rarely listen to me when I tell them things they should hear. So I will only say that you should take your time here. Do not be in a rush to grow up even more than you already have." Harry thought about her comments and formulated an answer. "Mrs. Weasley, I am not looking to grow up, I am hopping to live. I am having a great summer and I'm not with the Dursleys. Anything more than that and I'm a very lucky man." Molly huffed before her face slowly shifted to a smile. "If you are happy, I am happy for you, Harry, dear. You deserve some good in your life." With a true smile on his face, Harry slid out from under Tonks, kissed her, and returned to the quickening war raging above them. Ron's taunts had become more personal and referenced embarrassing childhood occurrences, pushing Ginny to aim for his head instead of the hoops. "I have never seen him this happy," Molly said. "He said as much to me," Tonks revealed as she watched Harry attempt to referee the two-person match overhead. Molly, Ron and Ginny seemed to be less than playful." Molly followed Tonks' pointing finger to her youngest children. "Oh, well, don't repeat this, but Ginny can take care of herself when it comes to her brothers. She has always kept them in line when it was needed. Bill stood up for her until he left for Egypt, but by then Ginny had learned how to handle the others. I too came from a family of brothers where you have to learn how to fight with the best of them. There is a reason the twins respect her and rarely make her a target of their musings." "Why is that?" Tonks asked with a conspiratorial air to her question. "I only know that she was 9 and the twins did anything she asked that summer," Molly offered. "It would seem she has sworn the pair to secrecy over the matter, though. Trust me, I have tried to find out the details and failed. Not very Weasley of me, I know, but my excuse is that I only married into the family." The sun rolled further towards the horizon as the Quidditch game slowed down. Ron learned that Ginny was more than capable of scoring goals when she wanted and was going to be a shoo-in for Chaser in the upcoming season. Harry showed that he could manage playing Chaser in a pinch, but his new size moved him more in line with professional seeker standards. A couple hours before dinner was going to be ready, Harry pulled them out of sight so he could show them something. "Harry," Ginny asked coyly, "what are we doing out here?" Harry smiled a mischievous smirk before apparating behind them instantly. "How about a quick lesson? Not that you will get it right away, but you have a chance to think about how to do it before you are taught properly. I only needed to know what to do, what it felt like, and the proper motivation to get it." "Cool," Ron said, eager to try it out. "And what was your motivation, Harry?" Ginny asked, smirking worse than if she had beaten Malfoy in a fist fight herself. Harry stuttered for a second as he thought up an answer. "That is a private moment between Tonks and myself, thank you very much." Harry apparated each of them a few times so they could get used to the sensation, and he instructed them on the correct mental exercises to use for the spell. After an hour of tutoring, Harry was satisfied there had been no real accidents and of the progress both students had made. Ginny had jumped into the lesson without looking back and found herself being held back by Harry a few times from actually attempting to apparate. Harry's reasoning was the fact that he had no idea on how to reverse any mistakes that could be made. Ron, on the other hand, had grown hesitant in his efforts after getting mad at Ginny for a comment she had made. During his rant, his focus was divided, and the pinky finger on his left hand disappeared for a few seconds before slowly reappearing. Harry chose not to press the subject, since he was glad that they had all retained their own body parts at the end. They wandered back to the house and found that the twins and Bill were home. Harry greeted all three with a handshake and a smile. Bill regarded Harry carefully, looking for any signs of trauma or other emotional issues that he knew could occur after the events of the weekend. Surprisingly, he found Harry engaging and happy. During dinner, Harry would go quiet every so often, but the moment would pass and he would back to normal. Arthur arrived right about the same time. Molly was setting the food on the table and was welcomed by a chorus of, "Hi, Dad," or "About time, dear." He watched Harry and Tonks sit at one end of the table and converse with his family. He couldn't help but feel proud of how Harry had dealt with the last few months of his life. So many things had went wrong, and there was little Harry could do to control them. In a private moment with his wife after the meal, Arthur found a free minute to speak with her. "He's doing well, dear." "He is, isn't he?" Molly said, looking out the kitchen window, spying her children still sitting around the table laughing about something the twins had caused, no doubt. "I hate to admit it, but Tonks has a lot to do with how well he has weathered the summer. You know, I can't think about those muggles without risking being locked away. The things they did to him." Molly, Arthur soothed his worried spouse. You know that if Harry wanted them punished, he could do it. A few well-placed comments around the right people, and the Dursleys would be flooded by ministry personnel looking into everything that had to do with Harry. I have a feeling that a couple of our sons have even been told to leave them alone. Dumbledore keeps the order in line on this, but Harry has the rest of them holding back or in the dark. It shouldn't all be on his shoulders, though, Molly fretted. He should be 16 and worrying about girls and Quidditch. Her eyes followed the raven-haired boy as he walked with Ron over to the garden where a few adventurous gnomes scurried about. She could see Harry constantly keeping tabs on Tonks, who was involved in a rather expressive conversation with the twins and Ginny. Seems to me that he has the girl part down, Arthur said with a chuckle. But she is. Just what he needs as far as I can tell, Arthur interrupted. She is fun and outgoing, both things Harry has lacked for very specific reasons. Who else could get Harry to kiss her in public and in front of the cameras? They knew those reporters were there. She got him to live a little and not worry about the rest of it. The parents watched the couple in question gravitate towards each other and share an embrace. Once the remainder of the meal had been dealt with, both joined the younger crowd outside to enjoy the fatting light as gnomes were acrobatically removed from the garden. After Harry finished pitching the last of the gnomes in his area over the hedge, he drew his wand and cleaned his hands without a thought. Ron and Ginny watched his movements with anxious stares, waiting for the time when they could do the same. As the conversation slowed, Tonks grew more quiet and pensive. "What is it?" Harry asked. "About time to make our last visit," Tonks said quietly, but was overheard by George. "And who is the lucky person you are visiting tonight?" George asked loudly, and was rewarded with a similar pair of fearful looks. "My parents," Tonks spoke firmly in a resolute manner. "The prophet kind of let the cat out of the bag on this one. I was ordered home to be yelled at." "Oh," George replied in an eager way. "Got your wand on you, Harry?" Fred asked, enjoying the situation unfolding before him. "Yes, he does," Ron answered for him. "Scary when he points that thing at you." "It won't be that bad," Ginny tried to sympathize. "My mum was still a black," Tonks clarified. "Don't forget that. She can be as mean as she wants to be. It runs in the family as sure as red hair does for you." Goodbyes were exchanged, as were hugs, and a funeral match hummed by the twins along with a few fake tears. Harry and Tonks stood together in the back garden as the Weasleys watched. "Harry, will yourself to follow me, okay? Do everything you do to apparate, but don't have a location in your mind. Just follow me. Understand?" "Sure," Harry said, automatically hoping he would do it right. With a soft pop, Tonks disappeared, quickly followed by a silently disappearing Harry. "He was silent," Arthur said as the Weasleys drifted back inside. Harry and Tonks appeared on a quickly darkening street that would look at home in any nice, outer London suburb. The lawns were well maintained, as were the hit-and-miss fences scattered about the neighborhood. All of the homes were single-family dwellings with at least a few feet between their neighbors. Hermione's home could fit in well, but it would easily be the most expensive house on the block. Tonks pulled Harry along the street and towards the south end of the cul-de-sac. Harry watched for anyone moving about, but he found it to be relatively quiet with most open windows curtained. A gray house on the east side of the circle seemed to be Tonks' target for them as they got closer with each step. Harry felt Tonks tense and saw her stand a little taller and thrust her chest out. It looked as if she was readying for a fight. Once they reached the stoop, Harry pulled back on her hand, stopping them completely. He turned her until she met his eyes. "I love you. No matter what is said or done, that won't change here." Tonks searched his face for something Harry couldn't figure out. "I know, Harry, but I am glad you said it. Thank you, and I love you too." Tonks turned back to the house and breathed out deeply. "Here goes nothing." She climbed the set of steps and knocked on the door. Her hand was firmly in Harry's, and she refused to let go until they were both in the house. Thoughts of "Stand United" came to Harry's mind as he waited for someone to greet them. The door opened to reveal an average-looking man with a slight paunch and a fatting hairline, wearing an aged t-shirt and worn blue jeans. "Nymphadora, sweetie, come in." Tonks wasted no time in returning the welcoming smile and entering the home. "Thanks, Dad." Tonks quipped quickly as she pulled Harry inside, not trusting her luck any longer than she already had. "This is Harry, but you knew that already." "Honey," Ted Tonks said softly, "your mother has been going spare since she found out. At least an owl would have taken away one of her yelling points, but you never were one to write home much." "I have been busy," Tonks offered as her only excuse. "Theodore Tonks," Ted introduced himself to Harry, offering his hand. "But call me Ted, or the missus will take the mickey out of me all night." Harry shook hands, while his left remained firmly in the grasp of his girlfriend. "Harry Potter, but please call me Harry." "Have a seat before she figures out that you are here." Ted ushered them into the living room and to the couch. Harry and Tonks sat together, and as close as they could, while Ted sat down in a very comfortable-looking chair just inside the doorway. A noise from above them signaled that there was at least one other person in the house. "She might have figured out that we have guests. It should be any moment now." With a crack, a woman about as tall as Tonks apparated into the living room facing her husband. She wore a light blue cloak with silver trim, and her long brown hair came to the middle of her back. "Are they here yet?" she asked her husband. "I don't know, dear," Ted said airily. He leaned to the side and asked, "Are you guys here yet, or do you want me to tell her 5 more minutes?" Andromeda spun around instantly, and Harry saw that at least some of Tonks' beauty was inherited from her mother. "Nymphadora, why didn't you tell me the second you got here?" Harry was trying to read the woman, but found that even though her voice was level and at a normal volume, she was holding back a lot of emotion. "Mum, you know that Dad and I like a few minutes to hang out before you show up and do your thing." "My thing, young lady, is what mothers do," Andromeda responded. "Pry and take charge of things," Tonks bantered back. "If it suits me, yes," was the mother's answer. "Fine," Tonks stood dragging Harry with. "Mother, this is Harry. Harry, this is my mother. Now get on with the yelling so we can make this visit quick and less trying." "First off, Nymphadora," Andromeda started in much the same way Molly would begin a tirade. "I find out you are seeing someone from the bloody paper, no less. Second, it seems to be something more than a passing fling judging by the pictures. And third, no offense to you, Mr. Potter, but it is Harry Potter. Did you forget how to work an owl? Did you run out of flu powder? Is there an anti-apparition ward on the neighborhood?" Tonks smiled at Ted and counted off her fingers. "I am seeing someone. It isn't a passing thing. It is Harry, no, no, and no. They are all caught up. So glad we could do this. Until next month, then." Tonks stood only to be pushed back into her seat by her mother. "We aren't through," she spoke as if Tonks had just set fire to the house. "We haven't even begun. Andromeda paused as she looked at Tonks more carefully. She turned to Ted with a shocked look on her face. "When were you going to point it out?" "When you stopped for a second and realized it yourself," Ted answered, reaching for a bowl of Muggle candies that was sitting on a sturdy table near his chair. Harry leaned over to Tonks and asked, "Realized what, Nymph?" Harry's movement caught both parents' attention, but his words crystallized their attention. "That my daughter looks as she is supposed to, as she did when she was home for the summer or relaxing with us without a care in the world. And the fact that she didn't yell at me to stop using her full name. I was so worked up I didn't notice. And she sees the light," Ted announced, popping a few candies in his mouth and ignoring the scowl his wife gave him. "Mother, this is Harry," Tonks offered and released his left hand for the first time. Harry stood and shook hands with Andromeda for the first time. "Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Tonks." Andromeda held onto his hand after the gesture had finished and looked at him carefully. "How did you get her to stop hiding her natural beauty?" I asked," Harry said lamely, not sure how else to say it. Andromeda turned to Tonks and eyed her carefully. "And why did him asking get results where my asking didn't?" "Because," Tonks said proudly, "he wasn't family and he was sincere when he asked. Besides, Mum, how could I not? Look at him. He is too cute for words." Harry spun and looked at Tonks as if a Dementor had taken her place. She laughed at him and Andromeda joined her. "Steady there, Harry," Ted commented while putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Nymphadora lives for things like this. Weather the storm and plan your revenge for later. It is the only way to survive their kind." Harry was completely confused and dropped into his seat. He watched Tonks and her mother laugh together. He had been set up. He had been set up, and it had been good too. "Oh, you are an evil minx." "You bet your arse I am," Tonks replied. "You really think my mother would be anything like Narcissa or Bellatrix?" "I would hope not," Harry answered, still in a haze of confusion. "One hates me half as much as she should, and the other, well, you know." Tonks wasted no time in joining Harry on the couch and hugging him instantly. She planted a kiss on his lips and looked him in the eyes. "That doesn't matter anymore. It is over." Andromeda and Ted watched the byplay and waited for the answers they hoped would be forthcoming. Tonks and Harry looked at them and knew what needed to be done. "It is your story, Harry. Tell it if you want or not. They will respect your privacy if you want them to." Harry thought about his options and knew he had to say something. "I got the bulk of the Black Estate and Narcissa contested it. She lost, badly. Bellatrix, she threatened the wrong person. Tonks can tell you the rest of it." Harry went quiet and clung to Tonks' hand for comfort. He wanted to be strong in front of the people in the room, but some things were still too fresh in his mind. "Nymphadora," Andromeda pressed carefully. "We were at dinner," Tonks began the story, listing off the attendees. "Death Eaters showed up and we fought them off. Bellatrix grabbed me and threatened to kill me. Harry tricked her and, well, you read the paper. They can't publish the facts for obvious reasons. He saved my life. This is not a passing fling if it isn't apparent." "I would say not," Ted added. He offered his hand to Harry again. "Thank you, our baby is everything to us." Harry found himself wrapped in a hug from Andromeda after he stood and shook Ted's hand. "No more playing around," she whispered to him. "Before was all an act because Nymphy asked us to do it." "No problem," Harry replied, letting his negative emotions drift back under his efforts at occlumency. "I know a certain griffin that needs a playpal this year while I am away at school." Harry's threat was met by a look of sheer terror on Tonks' face. "You wouldn't dare," Tonks breathed. "You love me too much to do that to me." Harry saw he had regained equal footing with her. "Maybe I do, but Jules needs a friend too." "Let her have the elves." Tonks' voice rose to a high level. "I want nothing to do with that creature. No thank you, Mr. Potter." Harry shared a smile with Ted, as the father appreciated seeing the tables turned on his own daughter for once. With the ruse revealed, the night progressed with humor and embarrassing stories about Tonks growing up. Harry committed everyone to memory, as Tonks spent much of her time holding her head in shame, mumbling in hope about parents torturing their children being illegal in Britain. When Harry left for the loo, Andromeda asked Tonks a question she couldn't hold back. "Nymphadora, how serious are you two?" Tonks waited a few seconds before answering. "I love him. I have since the beginning. He calls me by my name and I like it. When others aren't around, I am in my normal form. On top of all that, he saved my life. He was going to trade his life for mine that night, no hesitation at all. In short, I am as serious as he wants to be. I can be patient on this for as long as is needed." "Congratulations, honey," Andromeda said, giving her daughter a motherly hug. "I am so happy for you. You finally found it. I told you you would." "A crying 16-year-old doesn't always understand things like that, Mum." "I know, but we all figure it out in the end." When Harry returned from the loo and an impromptu tour of the house by Ted, he leaned into Tonks and hugged her. "What is it, Harry?" "Nothing much," he said, tapping his scar once and shrugging. "Must be mad about something." The evening ended with Harry and Tonks being walked down the stairs by the Tonkses. They shared hugs and handshakes and wished each other well. "My, how heartwarming of a scene we have here," called a cold and terrorizing voice. "Too bad I don't have a heart any longer." Harry turned around in a blink, drawing his wand and finding the source of the familiar voice. He thought up a series of spells to cast, varying in the shields required to stop them. Harry's initial idea of attacking first and often was stopped before the severing ribbon left his wand. "Voldemort, what poor timing you have. Kind of a habit for you, isn't it?" Harry saw Voldemort standing about 20 feet away on the far side of street. His black cloak fluttered in the light breeze that brushed the leaves of the trees above them against each other, as if an orchestra was tuning their instruments. The evil man's bald head shone in the light of the half-moon and the street lights overhead. His piercing red eyes tore through the night and blazed as brightly as any fire. Behind him stood 3 masked and cloaked Death Eaters. A round, dumpy-looking one could only be one person. "Wormtail," Harry called calmly, as if a mass murderer wasn't breathing the same air as him. "I see that you are never too far from your master, afraid of getting stepped on by others when they aren't careful." "Harry, Harry, Harry," Voldemort sung in his sweetest voice. "I must admit I am surprised by your open animosity for those who are beneath you. Dumbledore would be very disappointed in you." Andromeda and Ted had grabbed onto Tonks and attempted to drag her back towards the house, but she resisted fiercely. A flash of silver emitted from Tonks' wand before it went as dark as the night that was seeping into their souls. Both parents watched as Harry continued his conversation unflinchingly. "Dumbledore can think what he wants, Tom," Harry pressed, and was rewarded with a twitch from the man before him. "I fight for my own now. I believe you heard about the latest. My goal tonight was to kill the worthless blood traitor behind you and her filthy mate as a way of hurting you," Voldemort explained as he paced slowly back and forth on the far sidewalk. "It seems someone has foreseen my plans and put up a few wards around this house. They are nothing of consequence, given time, but lo and behold, here you are. My ultimate goal in life right now. The only one to have survived me so many times. Your luck has to be at an end by now, Harry. Surely you are running out of human shields, both parents and a godfather. You wouldn't happen to have a godmother lying around waiting to jump out and save you perchance." "None that I know of, Tom," Harry answered, watching Voldemort's posture carefully. "If I may ask, how are your finances lately?" Voldemort laughed a shrill tone, causing his followers to shy away from him. The only person who didn't move was Harry. "You have been a bother in that area as well, dear boy. You have found a new way to be even more troublesome than in the past." Voldemort was working himself up into a near fury. "You have caused problems you cannot even begin to understand. Plans ruined, alliances disintegrated, faithfuls questioning my abilities, all because of you. Your pathetic mother is the cause of it all." Voldemort finished in a fuming storm that everyone could feel rippling on their skin. "Oh, but there you are wrong, Tom." Harry pushed, hopping for a reaction, and he got it. Voldemort's control was slipping, comment by comment. "You are the cause of it. You killed them and you made me who I am. You took them from me, so what did I have left? This isn't about power or revenge or anything else as cheap as that. I want to survive this, and so far I am doing a good job at it. Wouldn't you agree?" Voldemort inclined his head slightly. "Annoyingly good job of it. But it will come to an end soon, boy." "Maybe," Harry relented but shot back immediately. "But Bellatrix won't be there to see it. She was your favorite, and now she is gone." "Yes, and how did that happen, my boy? How did that come to pass?" "Simple, Tom," Harry set up. "She threatened the wrong person." Harry squared his shoulders and stared the man down as his gaze turned cold and menacing. "Any future threats of the like will be met with the same response. I will kill them and not look back." Voldemort became pensive as he processed the information. A smile grew on his face as he answered the challenge. "So, how did it feel, Potter? How did the power feel? The raw, unencumbered power of life and death at your fingertips. The touch of God and Merlin himself. Was it everything you expected it to be?" Harry sighed and shook his head. He used his left hand to push Tonks behind him and back towards her parents. "I felt nothing until later. Then I felt the anger, the hate, the sickness that you love so much. It was terrible, but sadly something that wasn't avoidable at the time. You came here to hurt Tonks and me through her parents. Isn't that a little childish for you?" "Oh, my dear boy, that is exactly what I am," Voldemort said sweetly as he extended his hands out from his body in a pose that was frightening by all accounts. The confidence and sheer power of his presence ensured that all felt his being on the street that night. "I am the terror that all parents fear. I will kill man and woman, son and daughter if it will serve my purpose. Killing the 2 fools behind you would mean nothing to me as long as you suffer for it." "And you failed, yet again, Tom." Harry caught one Death Eater move slightly to one side and closer to a bush. "I do not fear you like everyone else, Tom. I have fought you and survived. You can be beaten like any other." Harry's words were met with an instant response. A red twisting light erupted from the Dark Lord's wand and struck a shimmering shape before him. The light slowed for a second before continuing on to Harry, who had thrown up every shield he could manage. With the various levels of magic between him and Voldemort, Harry only felt a tickle from the Cruciatus curse that had been cast. "Practicing your tickle charm, Tom. You must work on that one when you find the time." Harry was hoping that his efforts wouldn't leave him in a worse way than if they had fled from the start. He saw the message spell Tonks had sent and knew he needed to stall as long as possible. The fact that Voldemort didn't attack from the beginning showed Harry that it was possible to delay the impending fight for at least some amount of time. "You will pay for your lack of respect, Potter," Voldemort shouted before he took control of his demeanor again. "I must commend the mage who weaved these wards. They are quite intricate. I will pass along your praise to those who erected them. I must say it was worth every nut too. It's easy to remove a few charms from a long list and give them another address to work on. Only took a few days from what I was told." The Tonkses heard what Harry said and had just begun to understand what he meant. Nymph smiled when she heard the gasp from her parents behind her as she slowly retreated as Harry had wanted. "You have been most annoying this summer, Potter," Voldemort said evenly, as if in a normal conversation with a passing acquaintance on the street. "What else have you been up to?" "This and that," Harry answered, catching sight of a team of unspeakables appearing in the distant park via Portkey. "How about a deal? You leave Wormtail for me to deal with, and you can take Narcissa and whomever else you brought over back to your hold to plan my death this year. There is no reason to embarrass yourself more than you have, Tom." "Who do you think you are, Potter, to threaten me? I am the Dark Lord Voldemort, and you are just a pathetic half-blood teenager." "Do I remind you of someone? Is that why you chose me that night?" Harry watched the teams converge on the four and level their wands. "I am willing to fight. I will not run away again. Bellatrix learned that the hard way, Tom." Voldemort raised his wand at the same time Harry raised his. They stood facing each other when Voldemort yelled, "Leave, trap." The unspeakables converged on the Death Eaters, launching numerous spells at them at one time. The initial volley was all that was needed. A lamp post was destroyed, as were a few bushes and a small tree. Narcissa and the other Death Eater disapparated upon command, leaving Voldemort and Wormtail to dodge the assault. Harry fired a reductor and a severing spell at Wormtail, missing with the first, but landing the second, neatly removing 3 fingers and a thumb from the traitor's silver hand. The Animagus's wand was cleaved in half, failing in a shower of colored sparks. The silver bits fell to ground, disappearing in a puff of grayish smoke. "Master!" Wormtail jumped and grabbed onto Voldemort as he slashed his wand at Harry one last time before disappearing with the rat in tow. Harry erected his shields, protecting himself and the family behind him from the dark spell fired at them. It crashed against the shields in a spectacularly bright burst of light, nearly blinding the onlookers. "Damn it!" Harry yelled at the empty space before him, once the blinding light had faded, as the unspeakables descended on the last place the enemy had been. So close to getting at least one of them. Harry turned to see Tonks rushing over to him. She ran her hands over his body, checking for injuries and finding none. "You stupid, noble but stupid man. Yet again you put yourself between me and him. You need to stop doing that." "When he stops showing up, I'll stop doing it, agreed." Harry was answered with a kiss and a hug. Tonks handed him off to her parents, who could only grab onto him and keep him in place. They didn't know what else to do, so they kept Harry where he was while Tonks walked over to the group of people in gray cloaks. "Yes, that was who you think it was." Tonks spoke clearly, doing her best not to slip. She put up her best Auror front and continued, "Everyone is fine here. A few neighbors may have seen something, but the ministry should be able to handle that. Please let one of them know on your way back if you will." She turned around and ushered Harry and family back into the house. Once the door had been closed, she received a message from Horace requesting a quick meeting the next day. Harry calmly guided Andromeda and Ted over to the couch he and Tonks had vacated minutes before. When the husband and wife settled into a comforting embrace, Harry turned to Tonks. "Nothing like a visit from Voldemort to liven up the evening. Too bad they got away at the end. I would have liked to see at least one Death Eater captured this summer." Harry did his best to play ignorant of the summer's events that normal people hadn't been told. Andromeda and Ted looked from Harry, who was being very aloof about the uninvited guests, to Tonks, who was nodding her head in understanding. "How can you be so flippant about this? He was here. I saw him with my own eyes." Andromeda's voice drifted off as she puzzled over the reality. "Well," Harry started off, "I am sure you are shocked and scared right now, but I am used to him trying to kill me. Actually, this was one of the least terrifying meetings I have had with him. Usually someone dies and everyone else gets hurts." Harry shrugged as he found a seat in a chair near the far wall. He looked around the room a few times before settling into a meditative state and working on his mental shields, which were being lightly assaulted by Voldemort from wherever he ended up. Andromeda turned to Tonks, who simply checked them over for injuries. "Nymphadora." "Yes, Mum," Tonks replied normally as she finished her inspection. "How can you be calm?" "Simple," Tonks answered curtly, looking her in the eyes. "If Harry can handle this being the main target, I can handle it being an extra. I will not let him down when he needs me, and I know he wouldn't let me down. You just saw who Harry really is, Mum. Where were we and where was Voldemort?" Andromeda replayed the incident in her head, shuddering whenever she saw his face. "We were behind Harry. And Harry willingly took the chance of getting hit by the Cruciatus curse to protect us," Tonks explained. "I am used to him doing things like this, and before you ask, no, you never expect it. Harry always puts himself in danger for others. Right frustrating, too." Ted watched the women in his life fret over the evening and the young man sitting in a chair against the wall. Even though Harry appeared to be sleeping while sitting up, Ted could see the tension in the man's body. He could only compare it to a cat waiting to pounce on its prey. Once his eyes found Harry's wand. They never left. The wand that saved all their lives, the man who kept them safe. "Nymphadora, how were wards put up around this house without us finding out?" "I didn't know Harry had that done, Daddy," Tonks answered, looking to her boyfriend. "Harry, could you answer that question for us? You told me you didn't know where my parents lived." Harry stilled and his body relaxed before he opened his eyes. The bright green intensity flowed over everyone, settling on Tonks. A small smile with a hint of a lopsided smirk showed itself. "I didn't know, but other people did. I simply asked Ragnarok to put up the best wards available for your family. I believe he gave me a group rate or something after Hermione's." "Ragnarok," Andromeda said in a puzzled fashion. "Director Ragnarok." Ted breathed slowly, watching Harry's smirk deepen before he closed his eyes again without saying a word. "You could have told me, honey," Tonks whined, showing her disappointment with being kept in the dark. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry's smile appeared, but his eyes remained closed. "You put one over on me, so we are even now." "You insufferable sneak," Tonks yelled as she pointed in Harry's direction. "Never let me get one up on you. This isn't fair. I was always the crafty one until I met you. Since then, it has been a shoulder check here, sexual innuendo there, and a full set of professional wards secretly erected around my parents' house." Harry didn't reply, but tilted his head as if learning about his actions for the first time. "My baby has finally been bested," Andromeda muttered, sneaking in a one-armed hug of her daughter. "Thank Merlin it was for a good purpose at least, and not a wasted effort on a practical joke." By the time Harry and Tonks left, everyone's spirits were higher. Harry was sent away with a motherly hug and a firm handshake, and a pair of requests to keep Tonks safe. Tonks' complaints about being able to take care of herself were ignored by her parents. "You can never have enough people looking out for your baby," Andromeda countered her daughter. "Be safe and look out for each other." Harry and Tonks left the home again, taking extra precautions with their exit and trip home. Multiple apparitions were made to avoid being followed by any Death Eaters who had left and returned to the Tonks' home. When they finally arrived home, Harry led Tonks to bed, where they comforted each other until sleep took them. The early afternoon trip the next day to meet with Horace was uneventful. They apparated into the team room and walked to Horace's office to find him casually smoking a cigar that emitted a soft blue smoke which seemed to travel in its own air current separate from the room's. After a very long pull and exhale, Horace motioned to the chairs in front of his desk. "All seated," Horace spoke. We need to figure out a way for you to participate in missions with your team while you are incarcerated in that castle. Any suggestions that aren't stupid?" Harry thought of all the ways he could sneak out of the school and presented that as an option. "There are passageways out of the school. I can use them to come and go as needed, or I can fly out of my dorm room window on my broom." Horace remained watchful and quiet as he looked to Tonks for other ideas. Receiving none, he looked back to Harry. "Both are workable, but require you to change locations, avoid detection, and possibly rely on others for cover. As I see it, those should be options 2 on down. Why not a portkey?" Harry had considered it, but knew enough about their limitations. "None of us are keyed into the wards, so Dumbledore would have to make it, or at least aid in the creation of it." Harry watched Horace smile and puff on his cigar once more. "Glad to see you understand your next mission, Potter," Horace smirked. He removed a heavy gold chain from one of his desk drawers and tossed it to Harry. The chain had a device at the end of it with a movable dial that produced a soft click when turned. "It is a reusable portkey vessel. It is a recent design from research, and they hope it works in the field like it is supposed to." Horace leaned forward, drawing another deep puff. "Hello, guinea pig." Under his breath, Harry mumbled, "Bloody brilliant." Horace overheard him and barked out, "Glad to hear you are all for it. It is similar to a time turner, which is—" "I know about them," Harry offered, examining the device closely. "Really?" Horace asked, leaning back and thinking. "Oh, of course. The time turner Granger had a few years ago. No doubt you caused endless amounts of trouble with it. No matter, you enchant the device with the destinations of the portkey just like any other. You simply need to add an additional incantation after you are finished. Exeditus. Then you need the person who can grant the access, in this case Dumbledore, tap the device and say, 'Licit licer liquid.' At that point, the portkey will function as you spelled it too. Any changes made to the destinations will require the permissions to be re-added." "Will Dumbledore know what is going on if I ask him to do this?" Harry questioned, while tightly holding onto the portkey. "He will know that he is granting you, or rather your device, permission to do what it is spelled to do," Horace explained. "Most likely, he will make the leap of faith and figure it is a portkey. He will not know when it is activated or used, though. The only other option I can think of aside from those discussed would be to have him key you into the wards themselves. I know the old man well enough to know that really isn't an option, so this is the best I can come up with." "Do you know how hard it is going to be to get him to do this portkey thing?" Harry asked, openly surprised at it even being suggested in the first place. "He didn't even want me away from my relatives this summer. What makes you think he will let me leave school when I want to?" Horace's face grew firm and forceful. "If I ever give you easy assignments, there are only 2 reasons. 1, I got nothing better, or 2, you are too incompetent for anything more. You are a bright and resourceful operative. You will figure it out or fail miserably. Either way, it isn't me running around and dodging school teachers just to make it here on time. Your problem, you fix it." Horace took his last puff on the cigar and extinguished it in an ashtray on the edge of his desk before waving his hand at it. "The last few days have been good for the department, so I took a liberty I reserve for special occasions. Now, take the trinket and get cracking on your assignment. I expect you to have resolved your transportation difficulties in 2 weeks. We will alter Team 3's training schedule to at least give the impression of accommodating yours." The pair left the office together and returned to the team room. Harry took a minute to look at the portkey and ponder his situation. "Wouldn't be my life if it wasn't hard. Oh well, on to Gringotts, I guess." They apparated to Diagon Alley, where Harry was noticed, and followed by the rabid reporters all the way to the doors of Gringotts, snapping off pictures as they went. At one point, a photographer stepped on Tonks' cloak and nearly tripped her up. In an attempt to keep her upright, Harry spun them around and accidentally knocked the man over and into a barrel of dragon dung outside the apothecary. The security forces at the entrance of the bank stopped further pursuit of the couple. Harry asked and was granted access to a meeting room as fast as the goblins could manage. Ragnarok arrived minutes later, and Harry began a discussion with him about the companies he owned and had voting authority with. In a few tactical moves and with a few signatures, Harry granted his voting rights to Tonks for the duration of the school year. She was surprised by how easily he signed the papers that essentially empowered her to direct a handful of companies in whatever way she wanted. Tonks promised to consult with Harry about how he wanted her to vote on things, but he only gave her a few guidelines that consisted mostly of things she would have done anyway. When they arrived home in the early evening, they were greeted by happy elves with dinner ready and waiting. The night before Harry was to return to Hogwarts, he planned a special evening for Tonks. With the help of Dobby and Ticky, a meal was prepared with all of Tonks' favorite foods. Hedwig had spent a couple nights ferrying letters back and forth between Harry and Andromeda containing the foods she loved when growing up. To get her out of the house so the elves could make the food, Harry took Tonks for a drive in the countryside. After a few teaching points presented themselves, Tonks complimented Harry on his driving and disaster avoidance. With the sun hanging low in the horizon, Harry returned home, parking the auto in the garage. He managed to get ahead of Tonks and slowed her up enough to give the elves time to finish arranging everything. After a little snogging against the Jaguar, Harry walked Tonks into the house and towards the dining room. She scanned the table and recognized the dishes waiting to be consumed. She turned and kissed Harry more forcefully than she had in the garage. "And should I thank my mother as well? She might have had a hand in this, but I hope you don't kiss her like that as well." Harry couldn't help but smile when he saw how happy Tonks looked. She bounded over to a chair and plopped down as if she was 8 years old. She looked around the table and started to reach for a nearby bowl before stopping herself. "Harry, get over here and join me. I won't wait forever and I want to eat." The happiness would have been unmistakable to anyone. Harry sat in a seat next to her, and she attacked the food instantly. The meal was relatively quiet, but Tonks kept her left hand on Harry's right leg for as much of the meal as she could. The looks exchanged between the two told the elves to stay on the ground floor for the evening. Once Harry had finished eating, they left the room and walked upstairs. Tonks pulled on his hand, trying to guide him into their room, but he resisted by urging her into the library. Confused, Tonks followed along, hopping that she wasn't going to spend the night watching Harry read some old books. Pleasantly, she was led across the room and up the stairs through the training room, map room, and owlery. "I may need to send my mum a thank you, but I wasn't planning on doing it now, Harry." Tonks made it clear she was confused and not wanting to waste any more time. She leaned against Harry and kissed him firmly while her left hand began tugging at his clothes. "One flight left," Harry told her between heated kisses. Tonks understood and climbed to the roof to find a soft mat laid out complete with a blanket and pillows. The warmth of the day still hung in the air as the sun faded in the west. Tonks looked up and saw the stars beginning to appear. "Oh, did you think this up all by yourself?" Harry wrapped his arms around her and began kissing her neck and lips slowly. "If I didn't, does it really matter?" "Not at all," Tonks breathed as she pulled Harry down with her and onto the blanket. They made quick work of removing their clothes and soon began to enjoy being alone on the top of the tower together. Harry was determined to show how much he cared about Tonks on the last night they had together before things became more complicated with school and everything else. The moments stretched on as Harry continued to kiss and touch Tonks. His hands were redirected as she wanted with words or fevered nudges. It was a star-filled sky overhead that Harry found when they had finally collapsed after their efforts. He lay on his back and looked up as Tonks curled into him and ran her soft hands over his chest. A shooting star flared above him as Tonks cooed and burrowed her head into his shoulder and neck. "Thank you for such a wonderful night, Harry," called the muffled voice of Tonks. "I had planned on shagging you, but didn't think you needed the wine and dine beforehand." Harry chuckled and returned the favor by running his fingertips down her back slowly. She reacted as he had hoped, with shivers and small bumps in the wake of his touch. "Perhaps that was another part of the evening that I didn't do by myself. I hope you don't mind, though. I never claimed to be that romantic or gifted with wooing women." Wet and puffy lips met his in answer, joined shortly after by a warm tongue seeking attention. "You do all right, and if you get advice from others, I can live that." Their gentle actions continued as the night drifted on. After a lull in activities, Tonks murmured, "What a beautiful night. Thank you, Harry, for such a wonderful summer. It has been the most pleasant one I have ever had." "That makes the two of us," Harry admitted. "You made it all happen, you know. You showed me that I could do it, that I could take control of my life. If you hadn't been there, I really have no idea what would have happened in the last couple months. Most likely, I would have cursed my relatives and been kicked out of school or locked away in Grimmauld Place. I can't even begin to say thank you for everything. I don't know what else to say or where to begin." Tonks smiled and ran her hand along his face. "How about where we left off, sexy?" "Love you," Harry breathed out. "Love you too, Harry." When Tonks woke up, she found the blanket covering them and shielding them from the chill of the moist early morning. Unable to stifle her laugh, Tonks ended up nudged Harry awake with her laughs. "Time to get up, Harry. We have to get you ready for the train." Harry scowled without opening his eyes. "Oh, just a few more minutes, nymph, please." Harry pulled her close and hugged her naked form to him, reveling in the feel of the woman. "No need to make a big production of it, Harry. Just apparate us to our room." Tonks held on as Harry sighed and focused his mind on carrying out the task. In a few seconds, Tonks felt the bed under them and the cool air disappear. "Thank you, baby." "Few more minutes, then," Harry begged as he tried to curl into her. "Fine, but the elves know when you have to be there," Tonks offered. "Don't blame me when they wake you up." No more than an hour later, Dobby bounded into the room and shook Harry awake, apologizing the entire time for disturbing him. After a quick shower, Harry stumbled his way to the kitchen, not feeling any more awake than he did when Dobby pulled on his hand to rouse him. Tonks laughed and helped Harry eat his breakfast. Most of the packing was done by Tikki, who felt left out of the whole process, since Tonks was going to spend her time between Potter Estate, her parents, and her own flat during the school year. With his stuff shrunk and pocketed, Harry and Tonks apparated to an alley a few blocks away from King's Cross and walked the rest of the way into the busy hub. The crowds buffeted them as they made their way to platform 9 and 10. Harry saw a few people he knew, but the sheer volume of people prevented any real conversation from taking place. Harry and Tonks hurried through the barrier when they reached it, and were met by an almost equally busy platform filled with witches and wizards running about, and the Hogwarts Express, which was emitting puff of steam every now and then. They dodged around families wishing their best to the students leaving them for a few months, and the added security who patrolled around the periphery. Teams of aurors were stationed on the platform, and most had their wands exposed and ready to strike should something happen. Harry thought he caught sight of Horace amongst the throngs, but was never sure as they made their way across the platform. The Weasleys and Grangers were easy to spot by either their hair or the simple number of them standing in one place. Harry and Tonks joined the group near one end of the platform, and greetings were shared by all. "Harry," Molly observed, "you look tired. Did you sleep at all?" "Not really," Harry answered, accompanied by a long yawn. "Did you have bad dreams?" the protective mother asked. "No," Harry said before thinking. He looked up and saw Molly wearing a concerned look on her face, but her children wore completely different expressions. Ginny and Hermione eyed him carefully, smiling widely. Ron was unconcerned, but the twins shared their time looking at Harry, Tonks, and their mum equally. No bad dreams, just had problems sleeping." He knew his cover story was weak, but it was the best he could do in the time frame he had subjected himself to. "Really?" Fred asked with a smirk. "My, Tonks, you look like you had problems sleeping as well," George pointed out. Never one to leave a tentative situation alone, Tonks played along. "Yes, getting to sleep took forever," Tonks drew out. "But once I fell asleep, I stayed asleep. Must have been the exhaustion." Harry stopped the conversation by forcing a cough and pointing out the time which had advanced on them. Harry figured it was from the goodbye Tonks insisted on giving him before they left the house. "Well, we should be getting on the train and finding a place to stay." The twins laughed along with Ginny, while Hermione shook her head and hugged her parents goodbye. Before Harry could groan about how much ribbing he was in for from Ginny, Tonks had spun him around and planted a large kiss on his lips. Harry reacted like he had many times before and kissed her back as passionately as he could, running his hands along her back. The whoops and giggles from behind him never registered, as the only thing on his mind was Tonks and what her tongue was doing. Harry hadn't noticed before, but he could feel through the cloak that Tonks had only changed her face and hair color for their trip to the train. The rest of her body was its normal size and shape, and his mind was replaying the images of what those things looked like. When the kiss ended, Harry looked deeply into her eyes. As we planned, once I get the portkey set up, we will meet up a few times a week. Until then, I will message you when I can escape. Oh, and I have a standing date for every Hogsmeade weekend, right? Tonks smirked and ignored the stares she was receiving from parents and the co-workers of hers who had seen her and Harry kiss. As long as you don't have detention, I will be there. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, wearing a cloak and nothing else. She leaned back and smiled her most impish smile. If that is what you want, of course. Harry mumbled unintelligible words for a few seconds before giving up and nodding to her. Oh, and I won that round, Harry, Tonks said quickly before Harry could speak. Thoughts and images still rolling in his head, Harry turned around to enter the train and was met by Draco Malfoy strolling down the stairs. What a disgusting show of filth. I knew Potter was desperate, but I never figured he would stoop so low as the disowned whore of our family. Tonks laughed once and watched Harry react instantly. The boy who lived inclined his head and stepped toward Malfoy. His right hand was already moving towards its target, but at the last second, Harry pulled his hand in and led with his elbow driven by his entire shoulder. Years of getting hit by Dudley and trying to fight back showed him that punching someone hurt more than elbowing them. The tip of Harry's elbow connected with the side of Draco's jaw and dropped the pompous arse in less than a second. Draco fell back and crashed onto the stairs with a whimper and a soft crack. The proud and arrogant Burke slowly slid down the stairs before coming to rest in a heap on the platform at the foot of the stairs. Harry stepped up and said to a groggy Draco, "Do not insult Tonks again, Malfoy. Next time I won't hold back." Harry turned to face Tonks and saw a fuming Narcissa Malfoy making her way through the sparse crowd between them. She drew even and made her threats. The press might like to hear about the golden boy striking another child. Labels like unstable and violent would sell a lot of papers and tarnish your sparkling clean name. Harry took the challenge to heart and knew what to say to shut the woman up before more than a few students noticed the incident. Maybe so, but all I have to do is yell Death Eater and point, and the Aurors will have you under arrest before you can draw your wand to escape. Then they will pull up your sleeve. Harry hesitated as his words sunk in. I wonder what they find. Maybe I should check your son for the dark mark as well. That would make the rounds at Hogwarts pretty fast, wouldn't it? I am sure the paper would enjoy seeing such an upstanding pureblood family as yours exposed as the murderous lackeys that you are. Harry waited to see what would happen. Narcissa looked around, noticing that many of the Aurors were paying extra attention to Harry and his friends. They seemed to be watching and waiting before acting on anything. The proud woman lifted her head and stared Harry in the eyes. I hear that my sister met an unfortunate end recently. Do you know anything about it? Harry shrugged. I heard that she walked down the wrong alley and ran into someone who owed her for something. Very tragic, wouldn't you agree? Harry held her gaze, unwilling to let go. My sister always had a problem of going too far, Narcissa probed. Maybe she went too far one too many times. Harry allowed his stare to become a glare and let his emotions show. Oh, I believe she did go too far. One should be careful who they threaten. Everyone has allies in this war, and you never know if their allies are better than yours. Harry watched for a response and got one when Narcissa looked away and down at her slowly recovering son. Do be careful, boy, Narcissa attempted to intimidate Harry and failed. You always seem to find yourself in trouble every school year. I hear this year is going to be more treacherous than others, too. Harry took the comment in stride. It is nothing new to me. Do give Voldemort my worst. I hope he has a dreadful year as well. Narcissa flinched before leaving Harry and his friends. Harry hugged Tonks tightly and kissed her deeply one more time. The 4 returning students climbed onto the train, stepping over Draco, who was trying to shake away the fog, and searched out an empty carriage. When they found one, Harry settled into a seat and looked out to see Tonks staring back at him. Harry, Hermione asked, why did you hit him? He didn't say anything that he hasn't already said to us. True, Harry answered, looking into Tonks' eyes, seeing the longing already building in them. But he needed to know that this year is going to be different. I will not shy away from a fight. I will take it to him if he thinks that he can threaten my friends and get away with it. I told Voldemort the same basic thing the other night. I am not afraid of the fight. I will protect my friends, and I am not going to play fair when doing so." As the train pulled away, Harry smiled at Tonks before she disappeared from sight. He turned and looked at his friends, who looked surprisingly determined. "This is my life, and I am going to do what I can to live it. If a few Death Eaters or Death Eaters in training get hurt, so be it. Those I love and care about will live on if I have anything to say about it." Nothing was said for a few minutes as the houses, stations, and buildings flew past the windows in a blur before Ron broke the tension. "That is great and all, mate, but do you want to play chess or not?"